Space Marines, Book 1, Chapter 1. I was listed as killed in action in the year 4012, but I didn't die. Turns out I'm hard to kill. If I stop talking, if you see me go glassy-eyed, staring off into the distance, rapidly bouncing my knee on the ball of my foot, there's a reason for it. Suffice it to say, this is a story I don't tell to just anyone. I don't need to get into the details of politics or bore you to death with historical anecdotes. And besides, nobody cares, least of all me. Earth is a shadow of the shining jewel of the Sol system it once was, in large part due to the Solus hegemony. I swear technology's going to be the death of us. Think about it. Did Edison ever stop to consider that the light bulb would lead to the atomic bomb? Tesla. Now that guy knew he was reaching into Pandora's box. The difference between the two? Tesla had the good common sense to shut the box. If the Solus hegemony had done the same, maybe my circumstances would have been different. All I know is you're here, and I have a story to tell. So get comfortable while you can, because when the universe has it out for you, it's only a matter of time. I bested the universe. Once. How? I already told you, I'm hard to kill. I hit the dirt at a little past 04 in the morning, gasping for breath in the arid heat. The atmosphere was comparable to what I was used to on Malstatt. That wasn't the issue. Malstatt has a pretty temperate climate. This place was a desolate shithole. I felt the air actively sucking sweat through my pores. My first impression of Planet XO3 110-NGC 370Z was that it had never been inhabited by intelligent life. Initial steps down the dropship's ramp led me to a patch of soft sand that had a way of making me feel tired immediately. Probably psychosomatic. I got the feeling that humping the cumbersome terrain was going to be more trouble than it was worth. I didn't know what to expect on my first deployment, but somehow I thought it would be different from this. Shoulder to shoulder with about 120 Solus infantry soldiers, most of us in graphene armor sold to the hegemony by the lowest bidder. The stuff will stop most kinetic rounds, which is nice when you're expecting to be shot at 1,000 years ago. Ablative plating is an upgrade the average soldier isn't afforded. Sure, it can stand up to a decent amount of punishment from modern weapons like lasers and particle accelerator cannons, but it's expensive. Hot damn, Private Ngoya said beside me. This is going to be one hell of a trek. Ah, hell, Corporal Kelding said from behind us. Did they screw up our vacation package again? Someone tell me this is New Atlantis. If this is New Atlantis, I said, loading a fresh magazine into my rifle, I want a refund. Screw a refund. Ngoya slapped the bolt home on his rifle and flicked the safety selector on. We should have PAR beams. This slug-throwing shit is an insult to modern warfare. I playfully patted Ngoya on the head. Hegemony's not going to give you a weapon that costs more than your life insurance policy. I had liked Ngoya ever since we went through basic together. In typical military fashion, that never stopped me from giving him shit. He bristled at my comment, then shrugged it off. Corporal Kelding, our fire team leader, slapped us both on the back with a little too much enthusiasm. Good day to die, isn't it, boys? I was about to fire off a retort when the energy at the drop site changed on the drop of a pin. Captain Ainsworth shouted, "Third platoon, form up!" Immediately following this command, my platoon sergeant Fitzgerald went to task, turning our gaggle of bodies into a tight formation. He accomplished this by screaming epithets, smacking soldiers over the back of the head, and shoving those who weren't quick on the draw. "Form up!" Sergeant Fitzgerald echoed the command with guttural shouts. He accentuated this by alternating between flagging us with his particle beam rifle and slamming his gauntleted fist into his bulky power armor. NCOs and officers get the good stuff. Trident armor, movement augmentation and ablative plating, particle beam rifles, onboard radar, LADAR, the whole gamut. Like Fitzgerald, they're not afraid to brandish their kit in front of the grunts like me and Ngoya. It's as much a status symbol as it is advanced tech. "Form up, you sad sacks of shit," Fitzgerald shouted. "Form up!" At this point, I'm not holding my breath for the possibility of any combat action. Really, I'm sighing with relief. Who wants to fight with kinetics when the enemy could possibly have the more modern stuff? Not me. I'll admit that right now, no shame. Kelding whispered, "Think we're going to get to take down some pirates? They sent us here for a reason, didn't they?" I shrugged. Nagoya gave a good-natured chuckle. To the hegemony, anyone who's not on their payroll qualifies as a pirate. Kelding cleared his throat and hawked a streamer of spit into the sand. It dissolved immediately in the blistering heat. "All right, scumbags, listen up," Sergeant Fitzgerald bellowed. "We're here to serve up the standard fare for the locals, courtesy of the Solace hegemony. It's a little game we in the company like to call Smoke the Squatters. Search and destroy, plain and simple." Captain Ainsworth moved beyond my field of view, conducting a last-minute readiness inspection with a disapproving glower that pierced the soul of every solider he laid eyes on. You can feel it when someone leverages an irrational hatred in your direction, clear as you can feel moisture in the air before a storm hits. Normally, this is the part where the grizzled old sergeant would chomp a cigar and say something fatalist like, "Y'all knew what you signed up for," except that the enlisted don't sign up. We're conscripted. I was born on Earth in the year 3990 at a time when war loomed on the horizon and the average citizen was just trying to make ends meet, which sounds like one of those boring historical anecdotes I promise no one cares about until I drop this bombshell. My parents sold me to the Solace hegemony the day I was born. For a living stipend. It's all too common nowadays. Never did get to meet them. Would I, given the opportunity? Hell no. In some respects, I guess time doesn't heal all wounds. "Private Rivers!" I took a smack to the back of the head. "Yes, Sergeant." Fitzgerald put his ugly mug millimeters from my face. So close I saw flakes of stim chew stuck in his teeth. I could smell them too. The knife hand came out. My blood froze. Fitzgerald was a big guy. In his trident armor, he was a tank. "No dozing off. You hear me, boy?" "Affirmative, Sergeant." I've never been accused of being extremely intelligent, but I knew better than to give way to the homicidal urges he provoked in me. I wanted to kill him. I wanted his par beam. I wanted his kit. I'm not willing to spend the rest of my life in prison to satisfy the urge, but that doesn't tamper with my fleeting hope that he'll go down quickly once the shooting starts. The thing about the hegemony is, they do a lot of social conditioning with us from the time we're born, but it doesn't inspire the unyielding loyalty they hope for. In fact, it makes a lot of their soldiers pretty resentful at being treated like cannon fodder. Of course, the rank and file like myself, we didn't know any different. Just that on some level it felt wrong. The captain gave the order. We began our march. To where, I couldn't tell. I saw nothing but a smear of earth tones all around me. Still, I tasted adrenaline. My grip flexed on my weapon. Whatever we encountered, I hoped 6.8 SPC rounds would be enough to punch holes in it. Overhead, the red sun became eclipsed by two azure-colored moons, their curved edges outlined in a crescent sweep of deep purple. It looked fake, like an artist's rendition of something mundane, recreated through paint or digital manipulation, to elevate the image into a view worth more than a casual glance. Rays of sunlight squeezed between the two moons, beating down in heat waves that glimmered across the loose sand dunes, and spread out in every direction as far as the eye could see. The horizon ended in a wavering wall of blurred lines that didn't get closer, even as minutes became hours, and we continued to march. We marched over the sand, creating a chorus of boot scrapes across the dunes. The distant clinking of the NCO's kit continued to mount a swell of jealousy in me. There wasn't so much as a scrap of breeze. At this moment, my whole life came down to three unpleasantries: sun, sand, and sweat. We marched until the distortion on the horizon coalesced into a shadow the size of my thumb. The company stopped for a water break, and then we pounded sand for a few more hours. Every now and then, I saw Sergeant Fitzgerald crane his neck to shoot glances up and down Third's ranks. Each time my eyes landed on the thin strip of exposed undersuit at the base of his wide neck, I had to restrain the desire to put a bullet in it. Call it jealousy or call it revenge. Whatever it was, I resented the fact that I was expected to fight the same enemies they were, albeit with outdated equipment. I guess looking back at it, I was a little immature, but my homicidal urges in this case were well-founded. Trust me, the shadowy distortion ahead sharpened until it resembled a hole in the sand. Not like a sinkhole, The ground changed under my boots as we drew closer. It became more compact, easier to walk over, without feeling like I was sinking or kicking up clouds of sand. As we closed in the last 1,000 meters or so, I realized the hole in the ground was the mouth of a cave. It might be the only shaded area on the face of the planet. I didn't have time to puzzle through that, to wonder why we were dropped off so far out and made to march for hours on foot. I didn't even have time to wonder what the hell was inside the cave before I saw movement in the darkness. "Third platoon," Sergeant Fitzgerald barked. "Prepare to charge. Weapons free." "That's a little hasty, isn't it?" I muttered. Mangowa shoulder checked me. "Quiet, Rivers. You're going to get us in trouble." He smirked. I scoffed. "What are they going to do? Send us back?" "Prisons more likely," Mangowa said. "As much as I hate this, I don't fancy being somebody's bitch." The platoon sergeants for 1st and 2nd squads were busy shouting the same orders to their respective platoons. This is insanity, I thought. We have no intel, no description of the enemy. That didn't stop me from flipping my rifle's safety selector to semi. I was in the front line of Third's formation, so I got to see what happened next. Two beings, they looked humanoid, but at 300 meters I couldn't make out details, wheeled out a contraption that looked like an ancient cannon. It had thin, shoddy wheels that appeared to be made of wood, a rectangular base and one very large barrel mounted on the top of it. I recognized it as a Gatling gun. You know what happened next. There are no Geneva Conventions in the Solus hegemony, no law of armed conflict regulations. There is the Interstellar Charter, and there are the Solus soldiers who are the cogs in the machine, known as the military-industrial complex. People like me are meant to die following orders. "Company, charge!" Captain Ainsworth's words came from behind me, way behind me. Of course, the important soldiers, the leaders, were safely in the rear of the formation when they gave the order to charge a Gatling gun. The captain's words left his mouth, audible only for a moment before drowning in the report of automatic gunfire. Chicka chicka chick. The Gatling gun was a mythical beast at that moment, gnashing teeth and belching flames in a calculated back-and-forth sweep. High-velocity rounds chewed through our ranks. The connection in your mind happens instantly. This object, this machine, has no feelings. Discharging large-caliber rounds is a purely mechanical function with no emotional strings attached. When those rounds find their targets, they leave emotion in their wake. Distilled hatred. All around me, lead ripped through graphene, flesh and bone. Every near miss was an angry hornet buzzing past my head or thudding into the tightly packed sand at my feet. Each impact landed with an audible snarling bite. Plumes of blood spewed from soldiers as they were cut down. One round caught the man beside me. His head split apart just like a ceramic cup I dropped as a child. War cries mixed with screams of pain. The shadows of the cave retreated as we closed in, hoping like hell that one of us would be the lucky soldier to navigate the lead storm long enough to smoke one of the enemy. Rifle fire popped off behind me. The NCOs sent volleys of rounds over our heads. Wisps of sand sprouted up around the mouth of the cave as Solus rounds failed to find a target of any value. But I couldn't take my eyes off the gun. Smoke wafted from the barrel. The humanoid operator rose and fell in a deadly cadence, working the handle to crank out indiscriminate death round by round. Another held a belt of ammunition, feeding it expertly into the chamber. Spent casings tinkled and danced around the wheels. Third platoon hit the mouth of the cave at the same time the rifle rounds stopped sounding off. I stepped into the shade at the cave entrance and saw the enemy for the first time. They could be mistaken for human. Pale, leathery skin. Shaggy growths of long, matted hair hung around their heads in wild coils, ranging in color from dirty blonde to oil-slick black. They wore one-piece gray uniforms made of some fibrous material woven in an intricate pattern over thick, muscled bodies. Not like weightlifters or soldiers, though. It was the wiry muscle tone of working men. I belted a war cry and brought my rifle to bear. My finger squeezed the trigger. Kickback in my shoulder as 1-2 rounds slammed into the alien's chest. Instead of blowing holes in the humanoid, the rounds bit into the uniform and bounced off with a ping-ping. The alien flinched but was otherwise unharmed. There wasn't time for me to think about how the uniform stopped the bullets. Thin fibers woven over each other should have separated under such force, especially at close range. Adrenaline spiked in my gut, tingling like electricity up and down my arms and legs. I redirected my iron sights to the exposed neck and squeezed the trigger. The rifle barked. My round struck true, boring a hole in the alien just below the jawline. A spew of dark blood spat from the wound. The mouth opened, bellowing a scream that wasn't. It was more of a rough cough, like slamming a heavy book closed. The enemy glared at me with black eyes and pressed a hand against its neck. Thick, dark blood streamed between two of its 5 fingers. Then it turned and ran, slipping on expended shells until it disappeared into the darkness within the cave. War cries reverberated off the sandstone walls. Kelding and Ngoya pounced on the second humanoid, engaging with their weapons like clubs. Rifles battered against the silk-woven uniform with clangs and tinks. The noise reminded me of the forge I was given a tour of during basic, the machine shop where Starship armor and Trident suits were repaired by metalworkers endlessly hammering hardened armor panels back into shape. Each blow from the members of my fire team failed to mortally wound the alien until they pummeled it to the ground. Kelding ripped his sidearm from his chest rig and double-tapped the thing right in the head. The explosion of dark gore and blood seared into my memory. The ruined mess of the head rolled to the side. The chest stopped rising and falling. The remnants of 1st and 2nd platoons fell in at the entrance. I tried not to count, but part of my mind was shrugging off that instinct. I stopped at 21. 21 soldiers left in the entire company. More than half of each platoon was dead or dying on the sand dunes. Damn, these things put up a fight. Kelding wrinkled his nose. And they stink. I slapped Kelding on the back, a grin spreading across my face. First blood, I said. Hell yeah, Corporal, Ngoya said, staring at the corpse. I just wish his smoking squatters didn't have to smell so bad. The look on his face was difficult to decipher. It could be disgust, intrigue, or just the disconnect that happens when your mind wanders. He made a face and gave the body a rough kick. I turned my attention to the Gatling gun and the half-expended ammo belt dangling from the chamber. The large but frail-looking wheels, the wooden carriage on which the weapon was mounted. I was getting the impression it was crafted by hand. We must pursue the enemy into its lair, Captain Ainsworth proclaimed. He slammed a fist against his chest and raised his par beam with dramatic flair. Onward, soldiers! The hegemony may just dole out a bonus if we make this a clean sweep. By death and blood we earn hallowed victory, or the mercy of death. Salvete lucem, Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald bellowed. Hail the light! The response call, Lux regnat aeternum, was on our lips. Light reigns eternal. Diaphragm squeezed air into 21 pairs of lungs in unison. All eyes were on the captain and the surviving platoon sergeant when the ground started to shake with a low, groaning rumble. I felt it in my knees. For a moment, I thought I was going to lose my balance. Then a crack snaked across the floor. I held my breath as the crack opened up into a chasm. We all fell. Chapter 2. Don't be naive, Captain, Sergeant Fitzgerald said in a harsh whisper. There's always another objective. I know that, the captain snapped. I expected it. The trust demanded of even my considerable rank is just the first step on the winding staircase to a seat in the Senate. I just thought the consulate would have condescended to give clout chasers like myself a better idea of the enemy's size and disposition. I'm taking an awful risk here, putting my boots on the ground. Sergeant Fitzgerald guffawed. Forget it, sir. Leveling the infrastructure was stage 1. Decimating the last stand of the squatters in their cave was stage 2. We had no way to know they operated underground in any capacity. Besides, Sergeant Fitzgerald scoffed, any of us that do the fighting, doesn't matter if you're a distinguished officer or a fresh out of basic enlisted boy. Politics looks at all of us the same, because we are all the same. Fodder for the cause. Whatever the hegemony says, goes. That's the bottom line. Question it all you like. Write the consulate if you think he'll care. If you can't hack it now, you shouldn't have taken the commission. But there's no alternative now, so you just have to buck up, sir. Silence hung in the air for several long seconds. A uniform crinkled as someone made an adjustment. The captain cleared his throat. Buck up. He took a sharp, shaky inhale. Roger that. There's still glory to be had. We just have to salvage it. I didn't know if I was dreaming or if I was dead, and they were too. If this was the afterlife, the total darkness and severe pain in my back and head were not what I was promised. Their conversation, it sounded too real, too human to be had by two soldiers in the Solace hegemony. The hegemony produced unfeeling biological war machines. We kill people, we clean up, and then we kill more people. What I was hearing or dreaming between the captain and the platoon sergeant, it didn't sound like the two black and white killers I knew. The captain seemed scared. The platoon sergeant sounded nihilistic. I don't care who you are. If you're human, self-preservation is your biological imperative. You know the old saying, no nihilist in a foxhole. I came to as a shiver ran up my spine. I was covered with a cluster of small rocks and sand. I shook off, choking on a rising cloud of dust and something that smelled like rust. My coughing drew the attention of nearby soldiers. I recognized Kelding by his nasally voice when he shouted my name. Private Rivers, holy shit, you made it. Get up, man. We've got squatters to smoke. Light split the darkness, a tiny crack somewhere high above me. I felt hands brushing me off, and suddenly I was lifted up onto my feet. I stood shakily, trying to blink away the disorientation. Panic coursed through me as I ran my hands over my graphing plates. My sidearm was still on my chest rig, but my hands were empty. My rifle was gone. I blinked several times, trying to adjust to the dim light. The air that filled my lungs wasn't the same air I'd breathed before the floor swallowed us up. It was rank, odious, thick with minerals, almost moist enough to taste when I opened my mouth to cough. Pop, hiss. An obnoxious red light cast aside the darkness to my left. Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald stood a few meters away, a flare burning in his outstretched hand. The eerie red light highlighted the hard lines of his face. One eye squinted slightly as he fixed a death glare right at me. He pointed the barrel of his par beam in my direction and sneered. You lose your weapon, Private? Affirmative, Sergeant. I coughed again. The platoon sergeant's face seemed to fold in on itself. His chest swelled with a sharp intake of breath, and I knew he was about to let me have it. Read me the riot act about keeping track of my equipment. Question my devotion to the Solace hegemony, the whole thing. He got interrupted by a commotion somewhere in the shadows. Sergeant, Captain Ainsworth said in a terse voice, we've got something. Sergeant Fitzgerald's attention diverted. I allow myself to breathe. A lot of good I'm going to do without a primary weapon. I made up my mind to stick as close to Sergeant Fitzgerald as I could in hopes that one of the squatters would do me a favor and mortally wound him to free up his rifle. He marched over to the captain, bringing the light with him. A few more pop hisses echoed in the darkness, bathing the underground in hazy red light. Dust swirled around the light sources like fog coalescing under streetlights. I counted 17 Solace soldiers now. I noticed evidence of a cave-in on both sides of the underground. Sandstone boulders, striated with different shades of yellow, tan, and gray, had dislodged and rearranged themselves into a grisly Tetris grid of jagged rock and shifting sand. The bodies of several soldiers were crushed between the gaps in the pieces. Jutting out between two jagged rocks, each larger than my whole body, a pale arm hung limp, palm open and fingers splayed. Damn, we lost almost 75% of our force and only managed to kill one of them. Only seen two of them so far. This isn't going well at all, I thought. A glint of light caught my eye. I knew what it was. I just didn't want to approach the carnage to retrieve it. But I did, because the dead guy crunched between two boulders wasn't going to start trying to dig himself out. The idea that an army stood between me and the exit of this underground cavern had my heart rate up. If I was ever going to see sunlight again, I needed the fallen soldier's weapon. I pulled the rifle off the floor and gave it a few rough shakes, dislodging sand and pebbles. The weapon's former owner cared for his weapon well, judging by the extra tape applied to the grip and the upgraded, wide-wing charging handle. I did a quick check out of the weapon, ran my fingers down the exposed length of the barrel to check for damage, but there wasn't any. Safety set to on, pull check on the charging handle showed brass in the chamber. This one was in much better condition than the one I lost. The poor bastard it belonged to must have been a corporal. Corporals did get slightly better treatment. Maybe they got issued better weapons too. "Form up," Sergeant Fitzgerald barked. "I need 2 elements, front and center. 6 men apiece." I slid the rifle strap over my shoulder. To my left, Ngoya fell in with one of the columns. I felt a rush of relief. He's still alive, and hurried to fall in line behind him. I was the last soldier to fall in, which gave me pause. I did a quick head count. 12 soldiers, 4 NCOs, and 1 officer. This is what we were left with out of 3 platoons. I couldn't believe it. If 2 of the squatters put up that much fight, how the hell were we going to smoke them all? Their armor, whatever that woven fabric was, still puzzled me. The only 2 people who had the benefit of powered armor suits were the captain and the platoon sergeant. Even the other NCOs had PAR beams, beefier graphene plates, and combat helmets, which weren't Trident armor, but were better than stock graphene. I assessed the soldiers around me, mostly Ngoya and Kelding, and came to the conclusion that it was a twist of fate that any of us survived the collapse. It was a prodigious fall. All of us were covered in scrapes and bruises. More than one soldier moved with a slight limp as we milled about in the darkness. It was like the soulless hegemony sent us here to die. On purpose. I wondered how the captain felt about that. The captain spoke with a tightness in his voice. "Here it is, men." It may have been genuine, but it sounded like he was putting us on. Like he dreamed of the moment when he could deliver an epic speech, voice filled with the emotion of impending doom, for the benefit of a recorder drone. He spoke like his words were going to be cataloged and added to the history books. Captain Ainsworth's last stand speech, or something equally pretentious. "We don't know where we are," he said. "We don't know the size or strength of the enemy force." A few of us shared glances in the flare light. What is this? Reiterating how fucked we are? We already knew that. I bit my tongue, hoping this high-handed asshole was going to get to the point before we got ambushed, which the good captain just pointed out. We didn't know where we were, or where the enemy was either. For all we knew, they could roll up during the speech and shove another Gatling gun right up our ass. If that happens, I hope the opening salvo tears up his ass first. At this point, I was fighting for a chance to fight, and that's no way to soldier. The captain cleared his throat. His voice came back with an edge to it. "None of that matters. We are here under the direct authority of Abu Shah, director of the Soulless Hegemony's Acquisitions and Resource Management Enforcement Division. The executor has secured the deed to this world with unanimous approval from the Senate Commerce Relations Committee. That means everything and everyone on this world belongs to Executor Shah. That includes the squatters who refuse to cease and desist their local operations here. We are not mere extensions of the company. We are extensions of the Senate and the greater hegemony itself. Hear me now, men. Hear my command as you have never heard anything of such import in your young and pointless lives up until this very moment." Captain Ainsworth slapped a fist into his palm. A weak cough of dust swirled around his hands. "Seek and destroy. Hunt. Kill. There is a saying that has existed for generations, and I can think of no more appropriate time to dust off these old words than now. For he who sows to the wind shall reap the whirlwind. And so it is with these squatters. They have broken the wind of judgment, but we shall deliver the full force of the whirlwind by unleashing the hegemony's swift vengeance upon them." I'm not above a fart joke. You have no idea how hard I had to hold my breath when this dumbass popped off at the mouth. I'm telling you, being a cog in the war machine that is the military-industrial complex is downright debilitating. It wasn't until I got to be on the outside looking in that I really understood it myself, and my life rested in the hands of this complete idiot. Sergeant Fitzgerald started shouting orders. "This here's first squad." He flipped a knife hand at the element to my right, then made the same gesture at my element. "This here's second squad. Myself and Sergeants Brandon and Williams will be taking second south-southwest. The captain and Sergeants Ellis and Ayers will lead first north-northwest. If you haven't figured it out by now, we're in a tunnel about 3 clicks below the surface. Second, form up on me for mission brief. First, form up on the captain for your mission brief. Fall out." The 2 elements spread out to separate sides of the darkness. The sergeants of first squad were already talking by the time Sergeant Fitzgerald joined us, his permanent scowl the same down here as it was on the surface a short time ago. I wondered if he ever smiled or if he was ever off. Was he still a platoon sergeant when he watched vids in his room on the ship? When on shore leave, did he partake in a comfort girl like so many soldiers did? And if he did, was he the type to insist the working girl call him sergeant? Sure, we devoted solace soldiers were forbidden from patronizing prostitutes, but a lot of us know we're going to die sooner or later. Soulless warfighters are forbidden from marriage unless they earn retirement, and even then, I didn't know any soldiers who lived long enough to retire. 30 years of war stretched the odds against even the luckiest soldier. Have I mentioned that I like women? I'll get to that part, but for now, just know I was a virgin at this point. A nice, square, boring, indoctrinated little virgin whose idea of women didn't extend beyond Mother Eloise, the caretaker at the orphanage. Hey, it's not my fault. I didn't see women too often, okay? 2 words, solace, hegemony. Women are basically looked at as birthing people. They're considered human factories by the elite that runs the higher levels of the hegemony. I don't know who the lucky sons of bitches are that get to service those factories, but I was certainly never selected for such duties because in the soulless hegemony, my life is a lot like a flaming bag of shit left on a stranger's doorstep, and someone forgot to ring the doorbell, which led to the house burning down with the crotchety old man still inside it. A pointless tragedy made all the more tragic because it was so unnecessary. Sergeant Fitzgerald charged his parbeam. The shrill whine of building charge in the focusing chamber echoed in the darkness. Jealousy burned in my gut. I wanted that damn parbeam so bad. A dozen ways to obtain it flashed through my mind in an instant and faded away just as fast. I'd have to earn my right to carry the latest tech into battle. Killing my platoon sergeant, a feat I wasn't entirely sure I was capable of, was exactly the wrong way to do it. Didn't stop me from wanting to, though. Here it is, Second. Fitzgerald cleared his throat. I'm only saying this once, so listen up. Subconsciously, we leaned in. First squad's heading to the surface to hail the Trinity shield for reinforcements. Our job is to patrol this tunnel in the other direction. Away from the reinforcements. Away from any hope of reaching the surface. A wide, toothy grin spread across Sergeant Fitzgerald's face. Our job is to trace this thing into the heart of the beast. We're going to find the squatters and smoke them. Wipe them out, expunge them. I felt a tickle beneath my ribcage. That was my heart skipping a beat. So, sir, this is a suicide mission? Private Mangowa asked. Sergeant Fitzgerald, normally one to pounce on improprieties like being called sir instead of sergeant, just grinned wider. It was like he'd been starving for a week and just laid eyes on a buffet. His eyes took on a glossy sheen in the fading light of the flare. It wasn't tears. It was the polished quiver of intense recollection. He was savoring a memory. I have been fighting my whole life, Private. 22 years, 7 months, and 15 days. Every battle I've fought, every world I've conquered, every squatter mother's child I've buried. This is what I've been waiting for. This is where we earn our clout. Something snatched the reverie from the grizzled platoon sergeant's eyes. He looked at me. Private Rivers, you take point. The tickle in my rib cage happened again. This time it felt like a punch. Roger, Sergeant. I flicked my rifle's safety selector to off and moved to take point. I stepped to the front of the element just as the flare's hiss stuttered and went silent with a gasp, taking the light with it. Immediately, darkness descended around us like a blanket. I could barely make out the outline of the tunnel ahead. Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald took his position in the rear of our element. I heard clicking as he fiddled with the scope of his rifle. I took a deep breath and marched into the shadows. Corporal Kelding and Private Mangowa fell in a few steps behind me. A few other soldiers I hadn't gotten to know by name formed up behind them. Sergeant Fitzgerald led from the rear. At least if I die, I told myself, I have my friends with me. Turns out that was a lie. I had yet to learn the true meaning of the word friend. I was about to experience the solace hegemony's idea of friendship firsthand. Chapter 3. I heard it again, a chittering sound somewhere up ahead. No, it came from behind me. Well, that time it came from... It's your imagination, Private, Sergeant Fitzgerald growled. Keep moving. I was shaking in my boots. My first combat action, 0 confirmed kills. My encounter with a near-human thing I'd shot in the neck flashed through my mind a dozen times. I was leading point, which meant it was my job to wander in the darkness and bump into walls over and over again. Turn my head to announce left turn, here. That's the most important part of the job. I found that out when I failed to announce a turn, and Sergeant Fitzgerald walked into a wall. He stopped the march for a solid 30 seconds to light me up in front of everyone. When they mark your grave, son, I will insist they leave out your rank. Nothing private about your lack of situational awareness. Fail to guide the element again, I'll shoot you myself. I took it in stride. The backhand upside the head, I mean. I was walking away when he whacked me. I thought it was something he did as an afterthought, until he followed it up with, knock some sense into your dumb ass. Where Sergeant Fitzgerald was concerned, everything was intentional. Kelding and I reported hearing chittering noises. Our observations were dismissed without a second thought. We marched for a long, long time. Or maybe it seemed like a long time because we took it slow, and there was nothing to see. At some point, my stomach started rumbling. I'm pretty sure Sergeant Fitzgerald was the only one with flares in his kit, but he hadn't popped another one since our briefing. I lost track of how many turns we made. The air was starting to thin out some, which gave me hope that we were heading toward the surface. Maybe since no one had a map of this place, we were actually headed up, and first squad was headed down. 2 left turns and a right later, I saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Not that light. I didn't take a round to the head or anything crazy like that. A thin blue light faintly reached around the corner, dissipating in a pocket of darkness on the right side of the tunnel. That's it, Second, Sergeant Fitzgerald said. We're getting somewhere now. Once we hit the corner, weapons free on any squatter presence. You find them, you kill them, or you die trying. We verbally acknowledged his words. I crept up to the corner and took a peek. The light source drew my eye immediately. The tunnel made a sharp 90-degree turn and ran ahead for about 25 meters until the underground area opened up into an atrium. The atrium was lined with metal girders pockmarked with refracted sunbursts from overhead lighting. A circular platform rose up about 3 meters off the ground. Resting upon it was a heaping pile of junk. I thought it was a pile of junk. I blinked a few times to clear the sunspots out of my eyes. The contrast of total darkness I'd been in for the past few hours with this new light source was murder on my retinas. I blinked rapidly, impatience gnawing at my nerves. My eyes adjusted a few moments later. What I was looking at was the unmistakable silhouette of a starship. 2 curved nacelles covered large ion engines that made up fully half of the ship. An elongated section in the front was covered in a large black window, obviously the crew station. The lower portion was a half circle that rested on a cluster of landing struts. The top half looked like a racing vessel built for speed. The bottom half like a freighter or something designed to carry small shipments of cargo. The green and black plating were flaked away, covered in dents, gashes, and scrapes. I surmise it had gone through an asteroid field prior to landing here. That, or the locals tried to shoot it down with their Gatling gun, which was a silly thought. This ship obviously belonged to the locals, didn't it? Kelding bumped up against me. What are you seeing? He asked. It's a ship, I said. A ship? Underground? He poked his head around the corner to see it for himself. What the hell, Sergeant? You have to see this. The only thing I want to see is a squatter putting a round through your head, Private. What's with the gaggle? Sergeant Fitzgerald stepped up behind me. He was 1 step away from turning the corner when he got his wish. Kelding's face exploded. I felt torsion ripple through the air millimeters from my face, a near miss from a high-velocity round. Kelding collapsed to the floor. His body spasmed. All hell broke loose. In the chaos, I was powerless to do anything useful. Fear locked me in place like a vice. Sergeant Fitzgerald shoved me forward, right into the line of fire. He shouted orders at the same time Private Ngoya and the rest of 2nd Squad rushed past me toward the Starship platform. A second shot rang out. The round whizzed past my head, this time catching one of our soldiers in the neck. The man dropped, blood fountaining up out of his throat and pattering onto his graphene plates. The rest of 2nd rushed forward, rifles up, screaming obscenities. I had a choice to make. Do the noble thing or do the smart thing. Something you should know about me. Nobility is for monarchs, kings, queens, politicians even. Instinct took over like a lightning strike straight to my amygdala. Sergeant Fitzgerald stepped into the line of fire. I lunged, tackling him full force like a battering ram. We collapsed to the floor of the tunnel, safe from the firing lane of the sniper. What the hell? Sergeant, it's a T. It's a T. The shots are coming from the right, I gasped. Get off me, coward. He snapped and bucked his hips. I rolled off to the side, thinking, hell of a way to say, thank you, asshole. Second, he barked. About face. Enemy fire at the rear. Charge. And he stood there. Like a proud statue in his trident armor, he stood safely out of the line of fire as he ordered his ill-equipped soldiers to charge an enemy sniper position, a position none of us had identified beyond a vague general direction. I brushed myself off and slid the stock of my rifle into my shoulder. If I was going to make a move, it was now or never. Shouts and curses intensified. 4 soulless soldiers rushed past the tunnel opening. The sniper found another mark. 3 of us made it across the T. The hell you staring at, Private? Grease my wheels, get out there and kill some squatters. I'm not proud of this part of my story. I was a coward. As much as I wanted Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald dead, as much as he deserved to die, I was too scared to kill him, too afraid to disobey orders, to murder an NCO, to do what I knew in my heart of hearts needed to be done, but was against regulations. At the time, I didn't know if it was loyalty to the Solus hegemony forced on me during indoctrination, or if it was the military drilling those regulations into my head at basic. I wish it were one or both of those excuses. Now I know exactly what it was. I was afraid. I let that fear control me. I brandished my rifle and, like the damn fool I was, charged around the corner to die with my brothers in arms. I survived a suicidal charge on a firing Gatling gun. I already cheated death once. There was no hope of doing so again, and in the core fiber of my being, I knew it. I knew it like I knew I was going to die a virgin. I knew it like I knew the captain was going to get a promotion and a medal for this. I knew it, and I did it anyway. For what? That's the most important question you can ask yourself. What's it all for? When you find the answer, you find yourself. That's a lot further than most people get. Around the corner of the tunnel, into the dark side of the T that I failed to notice before, I saw 3, crack. Another Solus hit the dirt, missing the top of his head. I stepped over the red, coiled mess, barely breaking my stride. 2 soldiers about 10 paces ahead of me tore down the tunnel at a full-on sprint. No one was brandishing their weapons now. We pumped our arms, pounded the sandstone floor with our boots, and sawed the air with fevered respiration. The darkness up ahead grew softer. Suddenly, the walls of the tunnel began to curve away from each other. I skidded to a halt, opened my mouth to call out to Private Mangowa, but didn't get a word out. The ceiling blazed with a bright blue light. I screamed. The other 2 screamed too. The light was too bright. After running through the oppressive darkness, it was like staring straight into the sun. I wasn't going to stand there screaming like an idiot. Panic shook me. My eyelids squeezed shut, tears streaming out like faucets. I picked a direction at random and dove for cover. Crack. Thud. It's weird how your mind works when you're in a fight for your life. You get these brief flashes of experience. They last less than a fraction of a second, but contain too much information to form words in your mind. I heard the shot, the thud. Between breaths, my mind raced like a vid stuck in fast forward. I knew what that was. I knew another dead guy meant it was me and 1 other soldier left alive. I hoped the guy who just got shot wasn't Mangowa. We were getting picked off one by one. An enemy sniper. Us, helplessly disoriented. Panic and fear and hope and surrealism rode a current of adrenaline that flared in a unit of time too small to measure, tracked only by a single pulse between synapses in my brain. A rumble shook the tunnel, followed by a second and third in rapid succession. The rumbling escalated into the grinding of shifting rock. Earthquake. I rolled onto my side, flailing an outstretched arm, trying to strike anything with the barrel of my rifle. A wall, a barricade, a berm, anything I could use for cover. I rolled 3, 4 times before I sidled up against the cave wall. A migraine pierced my head with throbbing pain, but this was life and death. I forced my eyes open, just a slit. It was enough. The area we stumbled into was 3 times the size of the previous one. A series of pallets was situated at the right side of the atrium, each stacked with large sections of metal tubing. I estimated the tubes would be wide enough for me to crawl into without much difficulty. Seeing this gave me a better picture of the squatters. They lived and worked underground. Whatever they did, it must not be looked upon favorably by the soulless hegemony, which is why we were here with orders to put a stop to it. Kill the squatters and claim their resources for the hegemony. Beyond the pallets, a bunker jutted out from the wall 30 meters in front of me. It was a heavily armored rectangle with a reinforced shelf-style roof over the top that sloped down at 45-degree angles. The front walls were segmented like roll-up garage doors. 2 elliptical cutouts about shoulder height in the doors, one empty. A rifle barrel poked out of the second one. I didn't wait to hear another round discharge. I ran until I was safely behind one of the pallets. I tried to catch my breath, idly wondering what the squatters did with all this tubing. Dust coiled around the light source mounted to the ceiling. Sand cascaded down in grainy streams, piling up on the roof of the bunker. Weirdly, it reminded me of an hourglass. I kept waiting to hear the sniper fire his shot, but it never came. I sensed movement and glanced toward it. Mangowa was running toward the pallet next to mine. A rush of relief passed through me. He's still alive. The light above flickered, then went out. A hole the size of a star freighter ripped through the ceiling. Stone cracked and heaved. Sand shifted like 1,000 angry snakes smoked out of their holes. The bunker looked like it could handle a lot, but it didn't stand a chance against heaps of earth slamming into it with tons of crushing force. A massive sandstone slab cracked the roof right in 2. The rifle slipped back inside the cutout, and I wondered if the sniper was dead. Had to be. My nose filled with the odor of burning sand and cordite as the landscape opened up before me. Most of my life up to this point had been in boxes of various sizes. The orphanage, the trainee dormitories, maybe the occasional field training exercise in the proving grounds on Malstadt. I spent a lot of time in virtual environments, learning topography and land navigation. You could say I didn't get out much. I think that's why when the cave wall opened up to show the night sky, I thought it was the most beautiful sight I had ever beheld. Wide open sky. Lilac and crimson streamers of aurora borealis danced within the waning light of a single moon. A solace vessel streaked away, lower bay doors open as it continued its carpet-bombing run toward the horizon. Air support is almost like reinforcements, I thought. Maybe better in this case. I stood breathlessly gaping at the view. Someone fired a gun. I felt the impact in my abdomen. It was like getting stabbed and punched in the ribcage at the same time. Air rushed out of my lungs and didn't come back in. I fell onto my side, struggling to breathe. Pain washed over me like a heat wave. Teach you to take my fucking glory. I lay there bleeding. My face rested on the cold, rough stone. Sand shifted lightly across the floor as I stuttered in a vain attempt to breathe. Private Mangowa stood and lowered his rifle, his face vacillating between shock and relief. "Sergeant Fitzgerald," he said through ragged breaths. "The air support saved us." The platoon sergeant raised his sidearm and fired. Mangowa dropped to the ground with a hole in his head. "Bitch-ass captain sure saved his own ass, didn't he? What's left for old Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald? A whole heap of nothing, that's what. If I ain't dying in combat, I'm getting a promotion. Lone survivor ought to get some attention." I remained lucid long enough to watch him activate the transponder on his armor, a luxury not afforded to privates. He was signaling for pickup. That bastard shot me. He was going to claim, who cares, I thought. It's over. And for what? That was the last thought I had before I died. Okay, I didn't die. I already established that I was listed as killed in action. Yeah, they left out the part where my platoon sergeant was the one who shot me. And they overlooked the fact that I was very much alive when that traitorous bastard, may his name forever be cursed and the grave sites of his ancestors be vandalized with impunity. Sorry, I tend to rant when I get pissed. The point is, fuck that guy. If we ever cross paths in a dark alley, only one of us is walking away. I thought I was dead. I woke up on the floor. It took some serious effort just to open my eyes. A few meters away, Ngoya's body rested in a pool of his own blood. I saw a lot more detail than I wanted to. When you lose people, even people you've only known for a couple of months, it hurts. Seeing the way they go, compounded with the fact that it's such a pointless death, it hurts more. My left side was numb. I'm not a doctor, but I was pretty sure my left lung was collapsed. I couldn't intake a full breath. Every time I tried, I wheezed. My left side, from my shoulder to my left thigh and everything in between, lit up with a dull, pinching pain. It was intense enough that I got lightheaded after the third try. I was afraid that if I passed out again, I wouldn't wake up. The atrium was quiet. Light from the hole in the ceiling went a deep, dark purple. Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald was gone. I was so weak at that moment, I couldn't even cry. I'm not one to bitch and moan about how hard my life is, or how I haven't been given a fair shake, but I felt my life slipping away with each shuddering half-breath, just waiting for it all to end. It took all my focus to keep my eyes open. I didn't have enough energy to cry. Boots scuffed across the sandstone. I tried to roll over, but my side locked up again. I managed a sickly wheeze. Not enough breath to form even a single word. The scuffs stopped. A face entered my field of view. Human, dark skin, head shaved clean. The eyes were not like the other squatters I'd seen. Brown irises with flecks of gold, like a sophisticated blend of whiskey. Gray facial hair around a mouth that rested naturally in a scowl. When he opened his lips to speak, he revealed teeth stained an unpleasant shade of yellow. "You alive in there?" His voice sounded old. It had a certain quality to it. Somehow reminded me of a campfire, how it crackles as it consumes the fuel placed inside it. I wheezed in response. My body shuddered. The man grunted. His face was blurry. Despite my focused effort, I was drifting into unconsciousness. "Can't leave you like this," the man said. Then under his breath, he muttered, "No honor in it." My eyes shut against my will. Something clicked. Once, twice. I knew the sound. I heard those same clicks in the tunnel before everything went to shit when the Sergeant Fitzgerald was handling his rifle. I wasn't interested in hearing the shot that would end my life. I passed out. Chapter 4. Cinnamon, sage, and something I couldn't place but identified as another spice filled the air in pleasant waves of aroma. The perfume-like scents crawled along my skin and coiled up to my face with delicate caresses. They carried with them a soothing warmth like a hug from an old friend. Except, I didn't have friends. I jerked awake. Pain blazed across my left side. I was alive. I was sitting upright, my back against the wall. The atrium I thought I was going to die in was gone. The floor was blackened dirt, crisscrossed with dozens of footprints in the shape of boots. A sizable box sat in the middle of the room with 2 metal canisters resting on the top. It produced 2 tiny flames that licked at the bottom of the cans, coaxing streamers of steam out of the open tops. I had no memory of how I got here. My stomach churned. Whatever was cooking in those cans, I wanted it. Shit, how long has it been since I ate, I wondered. Everything was surrounded by black and gray rock, stippled and pockmarked in a way that seemed natural. A hollow section was carved into the wall on either side of the room, about a meter off the ground. Bunks similar to the ones I used on the Trinity shield were tucked away inside each hole. Bunk, mattress, a cotton sheet, but no pillow. A blast of memory hit me. Sergeant Fitzgerald shot me, then shot Ngoya, and the stranger with the mysterious voice. My hand went for my rifle. It wasn't there. Then to my wound. It was covered in a bandage. The dressings wrapped around my entire rib cage. That was when I realized I was naked. My naked ass was planted on a rug. My bare feet touched the dirt with awareness for the first time. My hands weren't bound. I would have felt less vulnerable if they were, and I still had my clothes and graphene plates. I couldn't put it all together. I came here as part of the Soulless Hegemony to kill anything that moved. Since arriving on world, I hadn't seen more than a single human being, and only two of what I surmised were the squatters. Why would a human be here on this planet? And who the hell took my clothes? Probably the same person who saved your life, I thought. I sat for a while, clothed in nothing but my surging thoughts and the delightful sense of the cooking cans on the portable range. I wanted to get up, kind of nose around a little bit, and see if I could find anything that might clue me in on who this man was that saved me. I wondered what kind of medical procedure I had to go through to survive that bullet wound. Did this guy have to dig the round out of me? Or did the bullet go in and out and he just had to stop the bleeding? If my lung had collapsed, how did he fix that? I stopped myself. I was building this guy up too much. He had a rifle, some kind of slug thrower, but he clearly wasn't with the hegemony. My mind put two and two together. He was probably the sniper. If he wasn't the actual crack shot that decimated my platoon, he was friends with the guy who did. Just because he patched me up and apparently intended to feed me didn't mean we were on the same side. My stomach unleashed a fierce growl. I decided I'd waited long enough. I stood, grimacing as my side flared with pain, and walked to the portable range. My hunger easily overpowered the vulnerability of my nakedness. The swirl of steam grew stronger the closer I got. It made my mouth water even before I saw what was cooking inside. I reached a hand out to pick up one of the cans by the upper lip. "Don't." I froze. "You touch that, I'll kill you." The statement was punctuated by the unmistakable sound of a safety selector flicked to off. "I'll just..." I coughed, winced, coughed again. My voice was hoarse. "Sit down." "No," the man said flatly. "You sit down, I'll kill you." "Okay, is there an option?" I cleared my throat, gritting my teeth against the pain in my chest. "An option where you don't kill me?" The man smiled, and I saw him clearly for the first time. 4 cinnamon, sage, and something I couldn't place but identified as another spice filled the air in pleasant waves of aroma. The perfume-like scents crawled along my skin and coiled up to my face with delicate caresses. They carried with them a soothing warmth, like a hug from an old friend. Except, I didn't have friends. I jerked awake. Pain blazed across my left side. I was alive. I was sitting upright, my back against the wall. The atrium I thought I was going to die in was gone. The floor was blackened dirt, crisscrossed with dozens of footprints in the shape of boots. A sizable box sat in the middle of the room with 2 metal canisters resting on the top. It produced 2 tiny flames that licked at the bottom of the cans, coaxing streamers of steam out of the open tops. I had no memory of how I got here. My stomach churned. Whatever was cooking in those cans, I wanted it. Shit, how long has it been since I ate? I wondered. Everything was surrounded by black and gray rock, stippled and pockmarked in a way that seemed natural. A hollow section was carved into the wall on either side of the room, about a meter off the ground. Bunks similar to the ones I used on the Trinity shield were tucked away inside each hole. Bunk, mattress, a cotton sheet, but no pillow. A blast of memory hit me. Sergeant Fitzgerald shot me, then shot Ngoya. And the stranger with the mysterious voice? My hand went for my rifle. It wasn't there. Then to my wound. It was covered in a bandage. The dressings wrapped around my entire rib cage. That was when I realized I was naked. My naked ass was planted on a rug. My bare feet touched the dirt with awareness for the first time. My hands weren't bound. I would have felt less vulnerable if they were, and I still had my clothes and graphene plates. I couldn't put it all together. I came here as part of the soulless hegemony to kill anything that moved. Since arriving on world, I hadn't seen more than a single human being, and only 2 of what I surmised were the squatters. Why would a human be here, on this planet, and who the hell took my clothes? Probably the same person who saved your life, I thought. I sat for a while, clothed in nothing but my surging thoughts and the delightful sense of the cooking cans on the portable range. I wanted to get up, kind of nose around a little bit, and see if I could find anything that might clue me in on who this man was that saved me. I wondered what kind of medical procedure I had to go through to survive that bullet wound. Did this guy have to dig the round out of me? Or did the bullet go in and out, and he just had to stop the bleeding? If my lung had collapsed, how did he fix that? I stopped myself. I was building this guy up too much. He had a rifle, some kind of slug thrower, but he clearly wasn't with the hegemony. My mind put two and two together. He was probably the sniper. If he wasn't the actual crack shot that decimated my platoon, he was friends with the guy who did. Just because he patched me up and apparently intended to feed me, didn't mean we were on the same side. My stomach unleashed a fierce growl. I decided I'd waited long enough. I stood grimacing as my side flared with pain and walked to the portable range. My hunger easily overpowered the vulnerability of my nakedness. The swirl of steam grew stronger the closer I got. It made my mouth water even before I saw what was cooking inside. I reached a hand out to pick up one of the cans by the upper lip. "Don't." I froze. "You touch that, I'll kill you." The statement was punctuated by the unmistakable sound of a safety selector flicked to off. "I'll just—" I coughed, winced, coughed again. My voice was hoarse. "Sit down." "No," the man said flatly. "You sit down, I'll kill you." "Okay. Is there an option?" I cleared my throat, gritting my teeth against the pain in my chest. "An option where you don't kill me?" The man smiled, and I saw him clearly for the first time. I estimated him at 7 feet tall, a little over 300 pounds. The most muscle I'd ever seen on a man, but on him, it seemed proportional. He kept his silvery gray mustache and chin beard groomed tight to his face, with no dangling threads. Smooth, bald head, bare cheeks. His body was covered in the mysterious gray and silver threads I saw on the squatters that operated the Gatling gun. He had a green duffel bag thrown over his shoulder and a sling attached to the most wicked slug thrower I'd ever seen. It was black and gray with a two-piece scope I didn't recognize. One part of it hung off to the side at a 45-degree angle. I was pretty sure the rifle was chambered in a higher caliber than what Sulla's soldiers carried. Maybe .308, maybe bigger. Whatever it was clearly not Sulla's standard issue. "There is. You stand there. Answer my questions. Don't lie. If I find you, answer to my satisfaction." He gestured at the cans with the barrel of the rifle. "Sounds easy enough," I said with more confidence than I felt. "But first, can we do this with the rifle not pointed at me?" The man snorted. Not a full gusto snort like he was laughing. It was the sound of annoyance. "No," he stated flatly. "I ask questions. You answer." I nodded. "State your name." "Noah Rivers. Private Noah Rivers, 7th Armed Infantry Battalion, Solus Hegemony." He gave me an almost imperceptible nod. I guessed I passed that question. "State your purpose here?" That made me uncomfortable. I didn't know how to answer it at first. My eyes flipped between his cold stare and the barrel of the rifle, then back to his strange-colored eyes. I was standing there naked, and he had the only weapon in the room. What choice did I really have? "Okay, look, I know how this is going to sound, but I'm just being honest here, okay?" He didn't move. That cold stare was starting to get on my nerves. It was like he was looking through my eyes and seeing directly into my skull. I'm normally really good at reading people. Kind of like how I pegged my platoon sergeant for being an insufferable asshole the first time I met him. But this guy, I couldn't tell if he wanted to kill me or... I mentioned I was naked, right? What would you think if you were naked, trapped in a room with a guy pointing a rifle at you? The Solus Hegemony gave my battalion orders to exterminate the local population, said they were squatting on company territory. The muscle along his jawline flexed. He didn't speak for several seconds. I wondered if I should say something else. I was about to when he flicked the rifle's safety back to on and walked to the bunk behind me. I spun around slowly, trying not to draw attention. He stowed the rifle under the bunk, unslung the duffel bag, and dropped it on the ground. He wheeled around and shot me a glare. "What?" I asked. "It's true. Have you heard of the Solus Hegemony? I know this planet's kind of far removed from what's going on in the rest of the galaxy, but surely you've heard of us." "Of them, I mean." I cursed my own stupidity. I needed to put as much distance between myself and the hegemony as I could. Referring to the hegemony as us was exactly the wrong way to do that. "I know enough," he said gruffly. "Clothes in the bag." He kicked the bag toward me. "Dress and we eat." He reached over the bunk, causing a clatter as he shifted his hand around. When he withdrew his hand, he had a pair of ceramic bowls clutched in his fingers. You I rifled through the bag until I found a pair of black trousers that felt like denim material and a black cotton shirt. I slipped the pants on and asked, "You have a name?" The man laughed. I almost jumped out of my skin. My stomach unleashed a fierce growl. I decided I'd waited long enough. I stood, grimacing as my side flared with pain, and walked to the portable range. My hunger easily overpowered the vulnerability of my nakedness. The swirl of steam grew stronger the closer I got. It made my mouth water even before I saw what was cooking inside. I reached a hand out to pick up one of the cans by the upper lip. "Don't." I froze. "You touch that, I'll kill you." The statement was punctuated by the unmistakable sound of a safety selector flicked to off. "I'll just—" I coughed, winced, coughed again. My voice was hoarse. "Sit down." "No," the man said flatly. "You sit down, I'll kill you." "Okay. Is there an option?" I cleared my throat, gritting my teeth against the pain in my chest. "An option where you don't kill me?" The man smiled, and I saw him clearly for the first time. I estimated him at 7 feet tall, a little over 300 pounds. The most muscle I'd ever seen on a man, but on him, it seemed proportional. He kept his silvery gray mustache and chin beard groomed tight to his face, with no dangling threads. Smooth, bald head, bare cheeks. His body was covered in the mysterious gray and silver threads I saw on the squatters that operated the Gatling gun. He had a green duffel bag thrown over his shoulder and a sling attached to the most wicked slug thrower I'd ever seen. It was black and gray with a two-piece scope I didn't recognize. One part of it hung off to the side at a 45-degree angle. I was pretty sure the rifle was chambered in a higher caliber than what Sulla's soldiers carried. Maybe .308, maybe bigger. Whatever it was clearly not Sulla's standard issue. "There is. You stand there. Answer my questions. Don't lie. If I find you, answer to my satisfaction." He gestured at the cans with the barrel of the rifle. "Sounds easy enough," I said with more confidence than I felt. "But first, can we do this with the rifle not pointed at me?" The man snorted. Not a full gusto snort like he was laughing. It was the sound of annoyance. "No," he stated flatly. "I ask questions. You answer." I nodded. "State your name." "Noah Rivers. Private Noah Rivers, 7th Armed Infantry Battalion, Solus Hegemony." He gave me an almost imperceptible nod. I guessed I passed that question. "State your purpose here?" That made me uncomfortable. I didn't know how to answer it at first. My eyes flipped between his cold stare and the barrel of the rifle, then back to his strange-colored eyes. I was standing there naked, and he had the only weapon in the room. What choice did I really have? "Okay, look, I know how this is going to sound, but I'm just being honest here, okay?" He didn't move. That cold stare was starting to get on my nerves. It was like he was looking through my eyes and seeing directly into my skull. I'm normally really good at reading people. Kind of like how I pegged my platoon sergeant for being an insufferable asshole the first time I met him. But this guy, I couldn't tell if he wanted to kill me or... I mentioned I was naked, right? What would you think if you were naked, trapped in a room with a guy pointing a rifle at you? The Solus Hegemony gave my battalion orders to exterminate the local population, said they were squatting on company territory. The muscle along his jawline flexed. He didn't speak for several seconds. I wondered if I should say something else. I was about to when he flicked the rifle's safety back to on and walked to the bunk behind me. I spun around slowly, trying not to draw attention. He stowed the rifle under the bunk, unslung the duffel bag, and dropped it on the ground. He wheeled around and shot me a glare. "What?" I asked. "It's true. Have you heard of the Solus Hegemony? I know this planet's kind of far removed from what's going on in the rest of the galaxy, but surely you've heard of us. Of them, I mean." I cursed my own stupidity. I needed to put as much distance between myself and the hegemony as I could. Referring to the hegemony as us was exactly the wrong way to do that. "I know enough," he said gruffly. "Clothes in the bag." He kicked the bag toward me. "Dress and we eat." He reached over the bunk, causing a clatter as he shifted his hand around. When he withdrew his hand, he had a pair of ceramic bowls clutched in his fingers. You I rifled through the bag until I found a pair of black trousers that felt like denim material and a black cotton shirt. I slipped the pants on and asked, "You have a name?" The man laughed. I almost jumped out of my skin. In a cave isn't a precise location. As if I can just call up the hegemony and say, "Yeah, the hole in the ground where the portable range is. Just trace it by the smell of cinnamon spice and hope you don't catch a 308 round on your way down." Yeah, right. Not to mention history said the Kilmori were the local squatter. Indigenous, rather, population. Damn, if I was going to separate myself from the soulless hegemony, I had a lot of detoxification of dogma I needed to do. A lifetime's worth, really. The thought of linking back up with the hegemony did not appeal to me. Not for 1 second. The moment Sergeant Fitzgerald put a bullet in my ribs was the moment the hegemony betrayed me. I could have left it at that. Did a fist bump with the hegemony, said sayonara, and we both go our separate ways, thanks for nothing, and off to live my own life. Never look back. But once that son of a bitch fired that second shot and my buddy and Goya hit the dirt, that set something else into motion. Something I was slowly realizing had been trapped inside me as far back as I could remember. Venom. Rage. Call it righteous indignation. Call it revenge. Whatever you call it, I'm fairly certain that's exactly what kept me alive long enough for history to patch me up. I didn't feel like the same person now that I was before I got shot. Maybe that was from blood loss, but I didn't think so. My whole life up to that point had been based on the idea that I served the soulless hegemony as a biological war machine, socially engineered to bring the glorious light of purity, truth, and prosperity to the galaxy. Unite all people under the banner of the common good, because interstellar monopolies and strip mining of colonized worlds are for the common good, according to the hegemony. Spoiler alert, you don't actually achieve that by exterminating people. I don't know how you do it. I don't have all the answers. I'm also not the one tightening my grip on the galaxy, building a corporate empire on a foundation of corruption at the expense of innocent blood. I couldn't lay in bed any longer. I was starting to get a cramp in the small of my back. Developing bed sores was the last thing I needed. I threw the scratchy blanket off and gently slid off the bed. I clambered down awkwardly onto the dirt floor and tried to stretch my back without messing with my side too much. History's bunk was empty. I didn't need to inspect it to know the rifle was gone too. The area under my bandage felt moist. I decided it was time to take it off, at least inspect it to see if it was becoming infected. I found a couple of hook pins on my right side, undid them, and unwrapped the bandage. There weren't any mirrors around. Not a hint of electronic devices of any kind. Whatever history was running from, it seemed like the only thing he brought with him was that rifle. And a Starship? I asked myself, recalling the pile of junk I'd mistaken it for at first glance. It had to be his. The Kilmori were from here. Didn't he say that? Which meant the Starship belonged to history. Ugh, I hate calling him that, even in my head. "You're up," history said. Sneaky bastard, I thought. I didn't even hear him approach. "Yeah," I replied, staring at my wound. Green and blue veins snaked across my ribs in a splash of purpled bruised skin. It looked nasty, but I didn't see any sign of infection. "Have you decided what you're going to do now?" "Me?" I asked stupidly. "What is there to decide?" History shrugged. The rifle slung over his shoulder clicked against the woven uniform. It was more armor than it was clothing, I realized. "I saw what happened to you." "Yeah, and," I growled, "you saw my platoon sergeant shoot me. Saw him gun down my friend in cold blood. For a fucking medal and a promotion. So what if you saw it? I'm marooned on this nothing of a planet. I have no one. Nothing." History nodded. "I know." I heaved an exasperated sigh. "If you know, then what are you asking me a dumbass question like that for? I don't have any choices to make. I have no control over my life. I never did." "You're a Frey," he said. "You should be." I didn't know what to say to that. "You speak truth. You have nothing and no one. There is only one choice to make." I still didn't get what he was saying. "And that is," the hint of a smile touched his lips, hardly more than a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Integration." "What?" "Walk the path of the Kilmori," I fumed. "That's about the last thing I want to do." I almost killed one of them. They're not going to take me in. I don't want to assimilate into an alien society. Sergeant Fitzgerald tried to kill me. He did kill my friend. I want revenge. I want to fuck him up so fucking bad, they have to confirm his identity with a DNA test. History tilted his head slightly. It was a gesture of confusion. At least, that's how I read it on him. How do you plan to achieve this? I grumbled to myself for a second. Yesterday I was on death's doorstep. Today I looked like I'd had 7 shades of shit beaten out of me. Tomorrow, though, there would be more tomorrows. One of them, I'd be well enough to get off this rock. And when I did, Sergeant Fitzgerald's days were numbered. Can I have your starship? I asked. History gave me a blank stare. What? You said you came here to be forgotten. Doesn't sound like you're going to be using it a whole lot. I just figured, he snorted. You figured wrong. You touch that ship, I'll kill you. I started pacing, whipping my hands around like a madman as I unleashed a tirade, venting all of my frustration, my rage, my utter disbelief at the dead end my life had become in the last 24 hours. I took it all out on history, the only guy alive on this planet who'd done me a favor. I had no other targets, and he was standing there glaring at me, so I just let loose. Yeah, I know, you're a big badass. You'll kill me if I put clothes on. Kill me if I sit down when I eat. Kill me if I take the ship you don't even plan on using for the rest of your life. Well, if you're so set on killing me, why did you save me in the first place? You get lonely living your life surrounded by aliens? You feel bad for killing my... I stumbled, not sure what to call the soulless soldiers I no longer felt an allegiance to. My squad? Take pity on me because the guy who was supposed to lead me shot me and left me for dead? What are you running from, history? I took a step toward him and jabbed a finger in his direction. You came here to be forgotten. Forgotten by who? The big man's jaw flexed. I knew I'd struck a nerve, but I didn't know why. My business is my business. It doesn't concern you. Make your choice. I blew a raspberry. Some choice. More of a choice than your friend got, he said. Something inside me snapped. I lunged at him, bellowing like a wounded animal. He stepped to the side, easily dodging my haymaker blow, and flicked my exposed wound with a finger. Pain radiated across my ribs. I collapsed to the dirt, breathing ragged breaths. I say this not to be cruel, but for perspective. Fuck your perspective, I growled. To walk the path, you must first learn to crawl. What does that mean? History took a deep breath. His chest swelled. The way he was looking at me, it was like he pitied me. I realized how pathetic I must have looked, lying in the dirt with a bullet hole in my side. I wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face for disrespecting Ngoya. The intensity of my emotions surprised me. I used to be a happy-go-lucky kid, as much as I was allowed to be, growing up the way I did. What would that kid think if he could see me now? What would he say to his future self, a pitiful little soldier whose whole life was torn to shreds by one of his own? I was not the super soldier war hero my 7-year-old self expected to become. Inside, I was still that same scared little boy who never had a place to belong. I had nothing aside from the sound of my ragged breathing and the pain in my ribs. And history's measured stare fixated on me, observing, weighing and measuring. He offered me his hand. I took it. Chapter 5. There wasn't a scale in the place, but I swear I lost 10 pounds by the end of the first week. I walked everywhere. The tunnel system was complex. The atriums were situated mostly every 300 meters or so, depending on what they were used for and how important the location was to local operations. Kilmori industry consisted of 3 very important things: mining raw materials, expanding the underground infrastructure, and metalworks. Trust me, it's actually the coolest secret in the galaxy. But I'll get to that. The first thing I learned was that the Kilmori are a very prideful people. To put it bluntly, when it comes to customs and courtesies, they don't fuck around. I found that out the hard way when I met their chief. I know the connotation of the word chief probably drives you sensitive Sally's nuts. Bite me. I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe. Pardon me if I draw similarities between cultures I've read about and the way the local alien population has set up their society. And for all you horn dogs out there hoping there's a bosomy Pocahontas type walking around topless because it's a part of their culture, pull your head out of the gutter. All right, I was a virgin at this point, so I may have been curious about that myself, but I struck out on that one too. The universe does not want me to get laid. I agreed to walk the Kilmorey path because history's alternative option didn't appeal to me. You said it's a choice, I told him as we walked through a shadowy tunnel. I did. So what if I want to leave instead? He snorted. He did that a lot and it kind of pissed me off. Best I can do is an escort topside. The best you can do is abandon me in the desert? He didn't reply. That made my choice pretty obvious. We walked through the tunnel for about 20 minutes, passing by an atrium, hustling and bustling with a dozen or more Kilmorey at work. They were swinging pickaxes and shovels, cleaving through the cave wall. Overhead lighting, the only advanced technology I'd seen up to this point, beamed with the brightness of daylight at high noon. The tings and clangs of tools in motion sang with a chorus of industry I would never have expected of these people. These people the hegemony considered a squatter population. That part was becoming more clear to me now. Squatter wasn't a term for people encroaching on company territory. It was a brand, a classification of people whom the director of the soulless hegemony considered property. In his mind, the purchase of mining rights to a planet meant he owned everything on that planet, up to and including the squatters, and regardless of the fact that they were here first. The more fireside chats I had with history, the more I began to despise myself for taking part in this deranged imperialist conquest of the galaxy. I couldn't have known any different, I guess. I was raised to drink from the same cup of lies as every other Solus. 5 lashes if I voiced an original thought. 10 if I asked why. It didn't make the realization any easier. How many more Solus soldiers were like me, or could be if they had the opportunity to see beyond the curtain of the hegemony's influence? Our walk took us beyond the atrium and into another tunnel which came to a fork. History waved for me to follow him down the left fork. We walked for another 15 minutes until we came to a vast, cathedral-sized space. Stalagmites rose up 3 or 4 meters in a semicircle in the back. Their heights varied in a pattern that was not a natural formation. Before the stalagmite arch structures was a half-circle raised platform. The flat side faced me. 2 polished black slabs served as stairs to mount the platform. Situated in the exact center was an imposing throne, as wide as it was tall and formed of the same polished black material as the stairs. A figure sat on the throne. I thought it was a statue at first. It was covered in a full suit of finely crafted armor and remained motionless as History and I approached. History stopped at the base of the stairs to slam a meaty fist into his chest, twice. The statue repeated the gesture, punching a gauntleted fist into its chest once. The metal rang in a pitch almost too high to hear. This surprised me. I expected a loud clamor from an ensemble like that. 2 beats asked for permission. 1 acknowledges it, History said with something like smoke in his voice. I punched my chest twice, gingerly, in like manner. The statue of armor hit its chest once. We may approach. Do not speak unless spoken to. I followed History until we were 2 paces away from the throne. History bowed his head. I watched, brimming with curiosity. Bow your head, he said impatiently. I'm not supposed to... My words trailed off. Every sermon I'd ever heard from the Solus spiritual advisors said we weren't supposed to bow to anyone but the Creator, whoever that was. Yet something about this felt wrong. Before I could blink, the statue produced a handgun, barrel aimed right at my forehead. A big, bulky hand cannon. I got the distinct impression that a weapon like that would take my head clean off of it, fired. Whoa! Okay, I grumbled and bowed my head. To my surprise, the statue returned the handgun to its belt and offered a bow in return. Not one of those placating head nod bows like monarchs give to their lessers. It was a full-on bow, the same depth or even lower than mine. A distorted voice came from the statue. Greetings acknowledged. Greetings acknowledged, History said. He stared at me until I said it too. The suit of armor pulled off its helmet. Pale skin, bald head, impenetrable black eyes, and thin lips. The expression on his face fit the idea of a statue, perfectly neutral. The Kilmori opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by another voice. This voice I did not recognize. It was thickly accented, but I couldn't place it. Smoky, like they just took a drag from a cigarette. I was starting to think spoken word wasn't a big part of Kilmori culture. Patron Sigma, the battle is over. Relinquish the throne. This is not a wartime matter. The speaker appeared from behind the stalagmite structures at the back of the dais. This Kilmori was female. The gentle curves of her womanly features drew my eyes right away, but the exposed flesh of her arms showed the muscle definition I would have expected of a worker. She wore the armor of shiny woven links and a calf-length turquoise skirt that split in the front. The armor wrapped around her legs all the way, down to a pair of boots covered in black dirt and scuff marks. Her hair was cut to chin length, black locks with a few grays, so devoid of color they appeared white. The hair rested behind her ears, held back by a diadem crafted from the same material as her armor. It wreathed the crown of her forehead in sinuous lines like vines. You know I did a double take, at her face, of course. As the path turns, I correct my course. The throne is yours, Matron Elvira. The two Kilmori bowed to one another. The man shot me a death glare, slipped his helmet back on, and left without further ceremony. History, the female Kilmori said in her breathy tone. This is the one you spoke of before? The imperialist you rescued from the edge of death. The very one, matron of peace. She scanned me with black eyes. Her pale face betrayed no emotion. I didn't know what emotion would look like on a Kilmori. Until this moment, I didn't know they could speak at all, let alone in a language I could understand. I wondered why her voice sounded full of wind. The breathiness seemed very unnatural. Was it an inflection or a dialect? Or was it a status thing, like one of those funky things royalty does to set themselves apart from the common man? For all I knew, it could be as simple as a quirk of their biology. He is small, delicate. What is the word for easily broken? My cheeks bloomed with heat. Fragile, history said helpfully. Oh, thanks. A nice way of saying I'm a wimp. I wanted to defend myself, but after having a gun shoved in my face for the simple act of refusing to bow, I thought better of it. I see what you say before. She set her helmet on one arm of the throne and stepped down to stand before me. Her hand, 5 fingers, and pale as a full moon, brushed against my cheek. There is much fear. Much fear. What is she talking about? Let's see how brave you are when you're staring down the barrel of a gun, lady. I made sure not to say any of this. Of course, I may not have a lot going for me, but I enjoyed being alive. If I'm going to get myself killed one day, it's not going to be because I can't stop myself from popping off at the mouth. I've seen the look before, history said. I've been the cause of it many times in my journeys across the galaxy. This one's different. The matron turned her head toward him. In what manner? History cleared his throat. He was marked for death. I prevented it. The dark orbs of her eyes narrowed to slits. Her reply was a low rumble. The expelled breath only formed into words as an afterthought. You diverted the guiding thread. History nodded. More than diverted. I may have severed it completely. I did not do so on a whim. Did you not? This one will walk the path. Will he? She stepped up to me, close enough that I could smell something like lavender on her breath. I tried not to do one of those awkward, loud gulps, but my throat was dry. I only partially succeeded. You are an imperialist, a hired gun. You who took up arms against my people. Why should you have the honor of walking the path of the Kilmori? I hadn't been this close to a female in my entire life. Well, not since I was a child. It was like something out of a dream. I wanted to pinch myself. Was I really here? Did I die on the dusty floor of that atrium a few days ago? And this was the creator's cruel joke of an afterlife. This beautiful alien queen was so close I could see the veins in her cheeks beneath her pale skin. Was she the product of my brain panic-dumping DMT across my neurons to ease my passing? I cleared my throat. I cast a glance at history. He said he'd dump me in the desert if I didn't. The first emotion I saw a Kilmori express, aside from cold indifference, was through laughter. The matron took a step back, tilted her chin up, and belted a few peals of laughter. The sound was like wind chimes struck in double time for a few beats. It was musical, ethereal, and distinctly alien. I saw the Kilmori as humanoids, but moments like this reminded me they weren't exactly human. Maybe like distant cousins, as far as I could tell. The galaxy's a big place. I've always known that. Encountering my first alien race up close and personal, I was starting to get the idea that the galaxy was too big to figure out over the span of a single lifetime. The matron looked to history, then back to me. You imperialists are an enigma. I will grant you the journey. You will walk the path, but you will do so, not as you are. She dipped her hand into the hem of her skirt. She pulled out a fist and held it out to me. Hold out your hand, imperialist. I held out my fist. Invert. I flipped my hand over, opening my fingers. She dropped something, and I caught it. It was cold, heavy, and looked a lot like a steel ball bearing about the size of a human eyeball. I estimated it weighed about 5 pounds. Pretty heavy for such a small object. This, she said with intense eye contact, is you. Collected, unrefined stardust. I suppressed an eye roll. Stardust. Yeah, okay. It doesn't feel like stardust. It felt like a hunk of scrap metal. Like you, this object is useless in its current state. I was used to the stinging comments, so I just kind of let it roll off me without dwelling on it. That does not mean, she continued, it lacks potential. She used her thin, pale fingers to close my hand around the ball bearing. You must shape it, forge it, refine it so that it may serve its intended purpose. This is the first step on the path. When you have completed the first stage of your walk, you will become one of us. The path will give you a new name, a new destiny. Her fingers were surprisingly cold. I felt tiny tingles itching their way up my arm. Nothing magic, just the hairs on my arm standing up. Static cling, maybe. Part of me still couldn't believe this was real. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, and truth be told, I was a little ambivalent about it. It sounded too mystical. My read on the matron was pretty solid, though. She was not someone who tolerated any foolishness. Whatever new world I was stepping into, she had mastered it. Despite what I thought about it at the moment, it was very real to her. The path awaits. Walk the path. From the ashes of the past, you will forge a new destiny. My throat got tight again. I felt like I should say something. I accept. I've never been accused of being eloquent. This is it, I thought. I am now officially free from the soulless hegemony. Dorna Chapter 6. My second week went by much like the first. A lot of walking, talking, and not a lot of doing. I didn't mind the downtime, to be honest. My wound was still healing. The bruising calmed down from a purple smear that was borderline necrotic to a sickly yellow. The entry wound, the whole history dug the bullet out of when I was on death's doorstep, was no longer a hole. It was covered in a thick, layered scab that was beginning to lift at the edges. I was afraid to rip it off. I imagined peeling it back and seeing the pink flesh of a lung inside it. I spent that second week following history around the place. The layout of the underground city began to make sense to me. I noticed little details. Clusters of rocks at certain intersections functioned as a kind of road sign system. Closer to the surface, the tunnels and atriums were several shades of sandstone. I knew I was going further underground when the sandstone became a tough kind of clay, something like caliche. Down in the lowest levels where the mining takes place, everything was pitch black, metamorphic rock, scarred and pockmarked from the Kilmori tools that shaped it. I started to learn history's daily routine. He passed his time here much like the Kilmori. A couple of days a week, he assisted with the mining operations, swinging a pickaxe for 12 hours straight, plus an hour of gathering up the crumbled rocks into wheelbarrows and carting the raw materials onto the rail carts. I thought of them as rail carts, but there weren't any wheels under them. No rails either. I wasn't sure what kind of technology they had to make the transport carts hover, but it freaked me out. I'd never seen anything like it on Earth or Malstatt. On the days history wasn't mining, he walked the tunnels between atriums at a brisk pace. I had to practically run to keep up with his much wider stride. All that jostling around aggravated my rib cage, but I decided I was going to stop worrying about it and start learning as much as I could. I just bit down on my complaints and ignored the stretching feeling in my side when I alternated between walking and jogging. I focused on soaking in the Kilmori culture. One of the atriums we stopped at was deep underground. I lost track of how far we walked. The air thickened and the temperature increased. I wondered at what point the tunnel started sloping downward. I took in a breath of sulfur. I thought it was sulfur. Could have been anything burning, I guessed. We came to an intersection where a vibrant orange splash of light spilled in from around the corner. History waved for me to follow him. We turned the corner without slowing down. Why not? Because, History said with a scowl, you have not been given a name. You are not Kilmori. This area is off limits to anyone who hasn't completed the first stage of the path. I shut up and let it lie, but I was pissed. What was so special about a foul-smelling industrial area that an outsider like me wasn't permitted access to? I played with the ball bearing in my pocket, practiced presenting it, palming it, and flourishing an empty hand. The old vanishing trick, the first sleight of hand I learned as a kid. The soulless orphanage had precious little in the form of entertainment for a child, and I'd spent a good deal of time practicing little magic tricks like this. I continued to perform the trick to an audience of no one, then got bored. I inspected the metal ball as I'd done several times over the past week or so. My eyes were growing used to the constant lack of meaningful light in the tunnels. The reddish-orange glow from the forbidden hall was plenty to see by. The perfectly spherical lump in my hand had a dulled surface, but it was solid. I couldn't see my reflection in it. It needed polish. I didn't know where I could find polish in the underground haven these people called home. I wasn't even sure if cleaning this hunk of metal, stardust if you insist, was against their rules or not. History was gone for almost 10 minutes when the room started to come alive. All at once, several loud hisses echoed off the walls, followed by a rhythmic tink-tink. Tink-tink. Over and over again, in pairs, the unmistakable sound of metal, striking metal sang in my ears. I recognized it instantly. It took me back to the beginning of basic training. During all the hours I spent assembling and disassembling weapons, I didn't know what I expected to find. A flowing river of lava? A vein of volcanic magma running down the side of the cave wall? The Kilmori's pet dragon? Judging from what I'd seen so far, nothing was off the table. The smell was overpowering by the time we got to the opening of the atrium. It reminded me of an industrial area filled with machinery, oil and jet fuel, and the stink of fresh blacktop. Wait here, History said. For what? You are not permitted access to this hall. The Kilmori called the atriums halls because of course they did. Why not? Because, History said with a scowl, you have not been given a name. You are not Kilmori. This area is off limits to anyone who hasn't completed the first stage of the path. I shut up and let it lie, but I was pissed. What was so special about a foul-smelling industrial area that an outsider like me wasn't permitted access to? I played with the ball bearing in my pocket, practiced presenting it, palming it, and flourishing an empty hand. The old vanishing trick, the first sleight of hand I learned as a kid. The soulless orphanage had precious little in the form of entertainment for a child, and I'd spent a good deal of time practicing little magic tricks like this. I continued to perform the trick to an audience of no one, then got bored. I inspected the metal ball as I'd done several times over the past week or so. My eyes were growing used to the constant lack of meaningful light in the tunnels. The reddish-orange glow from the forbidden hall was plenty to see by. The perfectly spherical lump in my hand had a dulled surface, but it was solid. I couldn't see my reflection in it. It needed polish. I didn't know where I could find polish in the underground haven these people called home. I wasn't even sure if cleaning this hunk of metal, stardust if you insist, was against their rules or not. History was gone for almost 10 minutes when the room started to come alive. All at once, several loud hisses echoed off the walls, followed by a rhythmic tink-tink. Tink-tink. Over and over again, in pairs, the unmistakable sound of metal, striking metal sang in my ears. I recognized it instantly. It took me back to the beginning of basic training. During all the hours I spent assembling and disassembling weapons, I also had to listen to the soulless, whose job it was to forge and hone those gun parts and trident armor plating, even Starship panels. The armorers worked with presses, routers, and lathes at a feverish pace. The way they produced weapons and tactical armor, you'd think there was an intergalactic war going on or something. This is a Kilmori forge. This must be where they make their fancy armor uniforms. That intrigued me. I'd seen those thin little links stop a 6.8 SPC bullet at point-blank range. That was enough for me to want my own. I hoped that was a part of walking the path. Maybe I'd earn one at some point. History came around the corner with a line of sweat at the crown of his bald head. He was smiling, full-faced, wrinkles around the eyes, smiling like I'd never seen him smile before. He jogged the last few meters until he was standing in front of me, hands on his knees, panting. I'd seen this guy swing a pickaxe and shovel piles of rocks for 12 hours straight without breaking a sweat. Whatever he just got done doing, it really took something out of him. What was that all about? The big man paused to catch his breath for a few moments. He stood and rubbed his hands together. Nothing that concerns you, he said, heading back into the tunnel. Once again, proof that I'm not the asshole. You ever talk to a guy who tells you you're the problem? He says something like, hey, if you're always running into people that are assholes everywhere you go, it's probably not them. Sounds like you're the asshole. Well, guess what, douche? I'm the exception to the rule. Everyone I meet is an asshole. It's one of my rules. If they prove themselves otherwise by their conduct, I reserve the right to amend my initial judgment. But let me tell you, I have this rule because it's right more times than it's wrong. I tried for the rest of the day, but history refused to speak of the Forbidden Hall again. I actually started calling it the Forbidden Hall because up until this point, he'd answered the rest of my questions. He quizzed me with a dozen questions of his own at the end of each night, too. What did you obtain today? The Kilmori have a secret forge, for one. His response was a scowl, so I continued. 2, there's a king and a queen, the patron of war and the matron of peace. But they don't rule at the same time? History nodded and settled down into his bunk with a sigh. Times of peace, the women lead. Times of war, the men take the throne. Tenure of rule is determined by circumstance, not by vote or committee. Weird, I said, pulling back the sheet on my bunk. So no one's permanently in charge. The 2 eldest Kilmori trade the throne. So all the men are warriors and all the women are housekeepers? History sat up in a rush with his eyebrows arched. I would not say that where the females can hear you. What, are they going to hit me with a frying pan or something? Your life, he shrugged. Gamble it if you choose. I warned you. Thinking about it for a second, I decided he was probably right. I tried to clear my head as I lay down to sleep. The nightmares were still there every night, but I'd been able to sleep through them for the most part. I didn't know if time passing was limiting their effect on me, or if my new sense of purpose and direction was covering their sting. By the 3rd week, damn, I couldn't believe I'd spent 3 weeks underground without a scrap of sun or moonlight on my skin. My attempts to make small talk with the Kilmori were not well received. I tried to introduce myself to a few of the workers after a mining shift, ask questions when the hover cart operators came in to transport a few loads. None of them even acknowledged me. It was something of a surprise when History woke me the next day and told me I would be joining him for morning meal. Those fancy, sweet-smelling beans he made for me the first few weeks were, apparently, just something to hold me over until I got accepted into the community. They don't call it breakfast? I asked. He gave me that sidelong look, the one that said, stop being stupid, and no one thinks you're funny. Okay, what's for morning meal? I asked, pulling on my pants. I took a moment to snatch the ball bearing off my bunk and tucked it into my pocket before squeezing into a shirt. I felt only the barest twinge in my side. A rush of relief flooded my chest. My injury was just about healed, and that did wonders for my morale. I was grateful to have this strange new place to call home, but the near-constant darkness wasn't exactly uplifting to my spirit. Protein, mostly. History grabbed his rifle and slung it over his shoulder. I tried not to groan. That means bugs. He fiddled with his duffel bag. It means bugs, doesn't it? I asked again. Follow me. I rubbed the back of my head and tried not to think about it. Add haircut to the list of things I haven't had for the last few weeks. The fibers swayed under my fingers. It felt weird. I'd gone my whole life with close-cropped hair, shaved every other Saturday morning ever since I could remember. I never saw History shave his head, but I figured he had supplies on his ship that he kept for himself. Instead of turning south, the direction of the matron's hall, we took the fork northward. A brisk walk, maybe 10 minutes later, we entered the meal hall. I smelled it right away. My stomach did a little flip. The overhead lighting was kept at about half the intensity of the work areas, where I spent most of my time following History around. About 40 Komori were milling around on their feet, most of them holding ceramic bowls. The first thing I expected to hear was the dull roar of blended voices, conversations or idle chit-chat amongst the diners. I did not hear that. Everyone was standing. No one was speaking, and it wasn't because they saw me entering the hall. I was convinced this was a people who looked at speaking the way my people looked at breaking wind, an unfortunate but sometimes necessary function of life. I heard the occasional tiny pop like wooden dowels snapping, but I couldn't tell what it was or where it was coming from. I passed a cluster of 5 Kilmori who ate their meals with obnoxiously loud slurps and crunches. I couldn't see exactly what they were eating, but it all looked the same. Dark bowls with 2 or 3 thin white lines around the outside. I sensed heat coming from the back of the room. That's a good sign. At least they cooked the bugs. History, large and imposing, made his presence known without trying to, and the alien stepped out of his way without so much as a greeting. I had a better understanding of their dispositions now, so I didn't read too much into the indifference displayed on their faces. I had to weave around them despite being just as tall or taller than most of them. I guess the lack of respect was because I wasn't as jacked as the monster of a human being that was History. We stopped at the back of the hall in front of a raised area of polished rock. It looked like a counter. Behind it were 3 Komori, 2 female and 1 male. They had their backs to us, hands up to their elbows in a trough of slow-moving, murky liquid. It looked like oil. Reminded me of a deep fryer or a lobster tank. The 2 females pulled their hands up out of the oil with a squelching splash. Clutched between their hands, each female held a ball about the size of the ones we used to play hoops with in the courtyard back at the orphanage on Malstadt. Similar to the hoop balls, these had lines around them, the same lines I saw in the bowls the Kilmori were eating out of. The females spun around, raised the balls over their heads, and slammed them onto the counter with extreme force. Ka-chunk! The balls opened. I almost retched. 100 little legs opened like wilting flower petals. A pair of antennae twitched a few times at one end, then went still. The flesh inside the creature, I hesitated to call it meat, was a hue of pink and white that had gone translucent. I assumed this was a natural result of heating up in the oil stream. Peering down at the thing, I could see a green mass at the end opposite the antennae, a dark yellow orb in the center, and a purple mass near where the antennae connected to the featureless head. If the antennae were removed, I wouldn't know which end was the front and which was the rear. Holy shit, I breathed. It's a giant pill bug. History snatched one up. I didn't want to, but I picked up the one he didn't take. The thing had some serious heft to it. I wasn't sure if it was all shell, but it had to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. The part in my fingers, the shell, felt smooth and pliable, like plastic, probably softened by the hot oil bath. The aroma piping up from it wasn't terrible. It had a zingy earth kind of scent, like cumin and citrus. Break the antennae, like this. History grabbed both antennae and twisted until they popped right off. The sound was familiar. These are your prep tools. He stabbed them into the belly of his pill bug. Make a hole here, use your fingers, he demonstrated as he talked, to pull this out. He removed a green organ and tossed it over his shoulder. What's that? I snapped off my bug's antennae, wincing at the pop. That's the shit sack, don't eat it. Wow, okay. It took some doing, but I ripped out the offensive organ and tossed it. Is that it? History shrugged. Pretty much. Save the brain for last. He ripped a chunk of pink flesh from the bug and popped it into his mouth. I took a deep breath. If I was going to do this, I had to not think about what it was that I was about to put in my mouth. I was holding a giant bug, one that I just gouged the colon out of, and now had to rip a piece of its insides out and eat it. This is so wrong. Pinching a fold of bug flesh, I counted to 3. ripped a chunk, and put it in my mouth before I could stop myself. It was warm on my tongue, tough when I bit into it, but it broke down into stringy fibers as I chewed. But I'll be damned if it wasn't that bad. Best damn bug I ever ate. It tasted kind of like how seafood smells. I never tasted seafood because that was a delicacy only offered to the corporate types and officers. But I've smelled it plenty of times. I pulled a lot of shenanigans as a kid, but stealing food was an instant 10 lashes. One of the primary missions of my youth was to get through life with as few scars as possible. Now that I'm older, I see how ridiculous an idea like that is. Most people don't get a free ride through life. Good, right? History asked with his mouth full. I tore another big piece and stuffed it in my mouth, savoring the unfamiliar but delicious flavor. Oh yeah, I grinned. Today's your first day. Your crawl was familiarizing yourself with the Kilmori people. Today you begin to walk, I laughed. So I'm not a baby anymore. Let's say the Kilmori expect you not to shit your pants and ask them to clean you up. We shared a good-natured laugh at that. I finished my whole bug except for the shell part. I was reasonably sure that part wasn't edible. The purple coiled mass that I assumed was the brain actually ended up being the best part. It wasn't stringy and tough like the rest of the bug flesh, and it had a gamey kind of tang to it that reminded me of bacon. History, I asked. Why don't the Kilmori talk? He looked puzzled. You've heard them talk before. You know what I mean. They rarely talk. He shrugged. Talking is overrated. If you connect with the people around you, it's kind of unnecessary. Makes sense, I guess. So today's my first day walking. At what stage of my walk are you going to tell me your story? The big man didn't look at me for a moment. When he did, there was something in his eyes, but I couldn't identify what it was. I came here to be forgotten. Seriously? My voice cracked. You know there is such a thing as a history book. There's a whole section of history books, actually. Don't you have a story to tell? Everyone has a story. His voice dropped to a lower register. But not every story is worth telling. Chapter 7. After morning meal, history escorted me to the class hall. This hall was a modest-sized hole in the underground, compared to some of the working areas, maybe half the size of the meal hall. I was thinking there'd be a couple of desks, maybe a big screen against the sandstone walls for the teacher to write notes or draw diagrams with a holographic pen. I realized at this point that none of the conventions I'd grown up with applied here, so I discarded those expectations. Kilmori was a planet all its own. It bore no resemblance to anything I'd known in the Solus hegemony. I liked that. 7 Kilmori males and 2 females sat cross-legged, facing the back wall. I picked a spot next to one of the males and sat down in like manner. I gazed up and down the line of students, sizing them up. The hollow expressions they wore gave me no clues about them. They sat rigid, staring straight ahead, almost like they were seated at the position of attention. I did the same, eyes forward, hands resting on my knees. I am Preceptor Kasla. Welcome to your first day on the path, a velvety voice said from behind me. I resisted the urge to turn around and look. No one else did, so I kept still. A Kilmori female walked past us and rested a cream-toned, delicate hand on the stone wall. She brushed her fingers along it for a moment, stroking it with reverence. Her hair had a tie in it between her shoulder blades and stretched down to her lower back. The shape of it reminded me of a paintbrush with charcoal bristles. She turned around with a smile. One of her eyes was Kilmori black. The other was stark white and rested in rippled folds of purple and gray skin. The orbital, her eyebrow bone, was missing. The distorted shape of her face was more shocking to behold because everything else was the same smooth, ageless skin typical of her species. I realized I never asked history about the average lifespan of a Kilmori. I couldn't recall seeing one older than 40 in my estimation. Even matron Elvira, whom I assumed was the eldest of the females, didn't seem any older than that. 4 hours each day, you will learn the language of the Kilmori. I realized she was speaking directly to me. She said something to the rest of the students. The only thing I recognized was an accented pronunciation of the word English. Then she walked down the line of students, touching each of them on their heads and pronouncing a single word. Limba, Mai, Pilsa, Ska. Ika, she was either naming them or it was a kind of roll call, and she was acknowledging they were present. She continued, this time stepping closer to me. Donar, Ripka, Evie, Nair. She placed her hand on my head and said, human. Preceptor Kasla returned to the stone at the head of the class. I looked up and down at the students, trying to remember their names. Ska and Evie were the females. Those should be easy to remember. And Nair was the biggest of the bunch. Probably about the same size as me. I wondered how old they were. Judging by appearance, they could be around my age, 18 or so. But that was just a guess. I also couldn't tell if a Kilmori was looking directly at me unless their face was squared up with mine. Their eyes were like black mirrors with no irises or sclera to them at all. I guess the dark orbs were all pupils, but I never saw them dilate in the light. I'll confess, I'm no scientist or xenobiologist either. I don't know why their eyes were the way they were, beyond inferring that generations spent in the darkness of the underground caused their eyes to adapt by enlarging their pupils to capture any faint trace of light for them to see by. That's my best guess. It was especially hard to know if this particular Kilmori was looking at me, because only one of her eyes seemed functional. I wanted to know how she acquired her injury. So far, I'd seen females do everything the males did: mining, cleaning, cracking the bugs open on the counter in the food hall. Did the females also fight? Did she obtain this deformity in battle? If so, was this an I'd hate to see the other guy scenario? Or was she saved by someone? Other than the Solace hegemony, who found this planet? What wars had these people fought? I felt like a wide-eyed student for the first time in my life. I barely passed instruction at the orphanage. I wouldn't really call it school, but it was the closest thing to the term that I knew. Kilmori education promised to be much more interesting to me. I knew most wars were fought over physical things: resources, territory, people. The Kilmori certainly had enough resources to make their share of enemies. You may call me Preceptor Kasla, she said again. An awkward silence followed. If no one was going to introduce themselves, I figured I might as well start. Hello, ma'am, I'm Noah. Psyope, she yelled, and I froze. You have no name, not yet. I reeled from the ferocity of her curse. It made me think of the Kilmori I wounded, the one operating the Gatling gun. I hadn't seen him since he ran off into the darkness. Was he still alive, or did my round cause him to bleed out? I took a split second to realize how much had changed in the past few weeks. At the time, I was trying to kill him. Now I hoped he survived. You start with grammata, symbols. Learn them, know them. Dialogue follows. She produced a bag from behind her, stuck her hand in, and retrieved a book. It was smaller than I expected. I took it from her and stopped myself from speaking before my mouth could get me in more trouble. The binding of the book was a coiled piece of metal that spiraled through the left edge of the pages. The cover, front and back, were almost fuzzy. Rubbing my fingers over the material, it felt sort of like corduroy. But that wasn't exactly right. Embossed on the cover was a symbol. I knew on some instinctual level that this was the sigil of the Kilmori people. 2 V's side by side with an upside-down one between them, their edges close but not touching. A dot above the upside-down V with a straight line above it and 2 smaller lines canted at 45-degree angles. It makes me think of an ancient rendition of an angel. The lines were a stylized halo, or light emanating from the head, and the V's were arms, the upside-down V the body. The class ended with me staring at the various symbols contained in the book, trying to commit them to memory. I had no instruction as to what they meant, or if a vocalization went with them. My side itched, but it didn't hurt anymore. I was actually antsy to get back into some kind of physical training regimen. I liked being in shape. It was the only thing I enjoyed about being with the Solace Hegemony's Asset and Resource Management Enforcement Division, the Interstellar Corporation's own private military. Physical fitness was something I could control. Growing up the way I did, control was precious and limited. Exerting that control over myself was one of the few highlights of living life under the boot of an oppressive hegemony. I longed to feel the burn of micro-tears on my muscles from lifting, the pulsing sting in my lungs from long-distance running. I hoped that was part of the path. Come! History's shout broke my concentration. Next lesson this way. I got up to follow him. To my surprise, the rest of the students fell in line behind me. I'm supposed to learn their whole language, when I asked. Apply yourself. You'll learn it. I followed him and the rest of the class followed me. We took a few twists and turns through the tunnels over the next half hour. I swear it felt like longer. Nerves tingled under my skin with anticipation. The composition of the rock face around us changed from caliche to sandstone. As we walked, the natural darkness grew thin. My boots scuffed against loose sand. Are we going outside? History didn't offer a reply. He marched. I followed. My eyes adjusted to the wild blues and reds that spilled into the tunnel. By the time we reached the mouth of the cave, the area beyond the threshold was an endless sea of rolling sand dunes and shifting watercolors on the horizon. A desolate and harsh land, but the sky, nothing beat that view. I marveled at how a planet so austere could offer such a breathtaking sight. The moons were almost completely set on the horizon. I briefly recalled seeing a single moon before, but I couldn't be sure if I remembered that right. I was kind of dying at the time. A meandering breeze swept over the landscape, shifting a swathe of sand like a snake coiling of its own accord. I caught the scent of the breeze. It smelled like heat. I only had a few seconds to take it all in before I realized History hadn't stopped walking. He was now a dozen paces ahead of me and the rest of the students. They were standing there, staring. The big one, Lair, his jaw hung agape, and he was taking slow, deep breaths. For a second, I thought he was winded. Then it hit me. They've never seen the surface before. Come on, let's get moving, I said, hurrying after our guide. I caught up with History and fell in step with him, just off his left shoulder. We continued our march until the moons disappeared beneath the horizon. The moonlight dissipated, revealing 1,000 shimmering stars across the sky. I didn't recognize a single constellation, though my eyes unwittingly searched them. One of those could be Alpha Centauri, my home system. Something gnawed at my stomach. I walked a few more minutes before I realized what it was. A sense of loss. The knowledge that I would never go back. I chose a life on this planet. What is there to go back to? Mother Eloise, the nursemaid who raised me until I was 7. I hadn't spoken to her once in the last 10 years. Mangowa was dead. He was my only friend. Number I may have called Alpha Centauri home, thought of Malstadt as home, but I never belonged in either place. Here on Komori, I could change that. I could make this place my home. So I did. Doom! History's bulky fist connected with my cheek. The impact rattled my vision until it blurred. I collapsed to the sand like dead weight. My nose and lips burned with the wet heat of active bleeding. The patch of sand by my face was dark and wet. That told me what I was feeling was real. I tasted the blood with each inhale. It was the 7th or 8th time he punched me. I was losing track. I remained standing for the first 3. The 4th put me on my ass. Now it was a vicious cycle that repeated without end. I stood, brushed myself off, took a breath, and a punch. Hard. Whatever I thought our trek under the stars would entail, this wasn't it. I felt as if I'd stepped into another dimension. The sand at my feet and the stars over my head, a tunnel into another galaxy. It felt like if you looked at yourself in the mirror, blinked, and turned around to go about your life, you realized you were the guy on the other side of the mirror. Everything was backwards, distorted in some way, just not right. Someone had taken my place and left me in a hollow version of what I had come to know as my life. It was instinct for me to ask why, but I'd learned enough by now to know that History would either volunteer the reason he was punching my face until it changed shape, or he wouldn't. Asking the question wouldn't change anything. It was pretty clear I was meant to take this beating too. I was not to raise a fist, nor attempt to defend myself in any way. The other students and I were brought here for a good old-fashioned ass whooping, the reason for which was not made clear to any of us. I should have known something crazy was going to happen when I saw the firelight. A dozen or more torches blazed in the distance. The silhouette of a structure loomed behind them. The structure came into focus and took on the shape of a ziggurat. It was made of sandstone bricks, each one larger than the hovering transport carts in the underground mines. The torches were staked in the sand at exact intervals to form a ring 10 meters in diameter. Surrounding the torches, a group of Kilmori in their armor uniforms waited for us to enter the circle. When I got close enough, I realized they were all male with shaggy locks of hair, except for the patron of war himself. I'd recognize that clean-shaven head and resting bitch face anywhere. The rest of the warriors around Patron Sigma looked like wild beasts. A thought crystallized in my mind. These were warriors. The Kilmori in the underground were the working class, the peasants. If there was such a caste system, this was the first clear sign of it I detected. One at a time, take your place in the circle, History said when we were close. He repeated the words in Kilmori. I watched as the first two students entered the ring. I don't know how the order was chosen, but I ended up third in line. One by one, the Kilmori stepped into the center of the circle with the chest-thumping greeting I recognized from meeting with the king and queen. Patron and matron, whatever. History worked them over good, and they took it too. I recognized the first student as Lair. He was the bulkiest of the Kilmori students, about the same size and height as me. He hit the sand and didn't get up on punch number 9. The second took 10, and she was a woman. Yeah, I know, gender bias. Sue me. I don't have time to get into the details of physiological differences between the sexes. If you had an iota of common sense, we probably wouldn't need to have this conversation anyway. All of this abuse happened under the watchful gaze of dozens of soulless black eyes. I say soulless because the Kilmori are a cold people. I'm sure they experience emotions. I'm also sure they show them about as well as a pet rock. What, you never had a pet rock? Tell me you aren't a soulless without telling me you aren't a soulless. We weren't allowed to own anything, so pardon me if I found an arrowhead in the orphanage yard and named it Dave. Yeah, Dave the Arrowhead. He was the BMF of pet rocks. I didn't even have to paint a face on him or anything. In all the conversations my 6-year-old self had with him, he never missed the point. Okay, back to me getting ruthlessly punched in the face on repeat. Seriously? I'm telling you about how I was getting pummeled to within an inch of my life in a ring of torches surrounded by alien warriors who look like murderous animals. And you want to know what happened to a pet rock I had when I was 6? I was a kid. I probably traded him for a piece of candy or something. Ear up, Dave, because you know no other kid would have cherished you the way I did. I lay against the coarse sand for a few breaths. Grains of the stuff swirled up into my nose and I coughed. If this is supposed to teach me something, I hope I learn it before I get a concussion. It took some doing, getting up again. I braced myself on my forearms, brought my knees up and hefted one foot under me, then the other. My head was throbbing. I was almost seeing 2 of the big men who had once saved my life. Nausea fluttered in my stomach. When I finally stood, a wave of euphoria washed over me. Nothing else matters. History could bring me out here every night for the rest of my life and beat me until my IQ hit 0. I didn't care. If it took the rest of my life to walk the path, I'd do it because it was a means to an end. The Kilmori were dangerous. By becoming Kilmori, I would become dangerous too. I don't care, I said through my bleeding lips. The 2 histories I saw became one. He was on me lightning fast. Before I could blink, he had me by the scruff of my shirt. My feet dangled above the ground. What? He bellowed. I don't care, I said, more forcefully this time. I turned my head and spat blood. He looked at me, searching my face. I'm not sure what he was looking for, but I think he found it. You can hit me until I die, or suffer permanent. I turned my head and spat again to prevent drooling blood as I spoke. Permanent brain damage. I'm walking the path if it kills me, I don't care. History smiled. All around me I heard the resounding thump of the Kilmori warriors hitting their chests. History let go of my shirt. I dropped onto my ass. Something hit the dirt beside me. You are a fast learner, the big man said. Next to me atop the dirt was something small and heavy. I picked it up. It was another ball bearing, exactly like the one I carried in my pocket. Stardust. Chapter 8. This isn't a movie, this is my life. There is no fast-paced montage, no string of clips cut together that flashes by in 2 minutes. I mastered the Kilmori language by first being struck in the head with a book, then having a finger wagged in my face, then getting a pat on the head, and ending with Preceptor Kazala looking impressed at how much I've learned. History teaches me martial arts. I get my face pounded for weeks, during which time he berates me for not focusing, until the day when I finally figure out focus means pay attention, and then I beat his ass. I am accepted into the Kilmori as one of them after many months of awkward social exchanges, most of which I make a complete ass of myself until I save the chief's daughter. Having redeemed myself, I graduate from outsider to an honorary title of alien prince or some bullshit like that. Nope, didn't happen like that. I didn't learn the language faster than Ripka or Evie learned English either. I earned that shit every damn day. When history taught me the Kilmori martial art discipline they call Kaden, it didn't happen at lightning speed. I took a dozen, 100, 1,000, 10,000 strikes from my instructor before I ever landed a glancing hit on him. My first bumbling steps, formed through countless reprimands, slowly tightened into crisp, clean strikes. My proficiency was earned with sweat and blood and discipline raised to the 10th power. Kaden is not a form that relies on brute strength, leverage, or memorization of movements alone. The core principle is a blending of two ideas. The best defense is a strong offense, and vital areas make the best targets. I have to admit, prioritizing hits on the nether region, the throat, and the eyes struck me as unsportsmanlike. At first, you can call it fighting dirty, but Kaden isn't a sporting-level martial art. It's the fighting style of warriors, meant to inflict extreme devastation in as little time and with as little effort as possible. The ideal master of Kaden dispatches multiple opponents with an economy of strikes to preserve physical stamina, always anticipating more opponents and expecting the unexpected. This was where I really got to connect with my fellow students too. I spent a lot of time in the sparring circle with Nair, as he was the largest student next to me. That guy's punches packed some serious force. Nothing like history, but I always heard after a round or two in the circle with Nair. A surprising reprieve from the training was the marches to and from events. I got to feel out the other students, and I developed a tight bond with Ripka, Nair, and Evie. I didn't know if they viewed me as the cool exchange student or if they didn't encounter humans very much, but as our language proficiencies increased, we started filling the marches with all manner of conversations. I told them my story, and I learned a little bit about each of them too. Ripka was not very popular amongst his peers because he was a prankster. Being of similar disposition, I appreciated that aspect of his personality, even when I was the unwitting victim. His notorious move was holding on to shit sacks from the pillbugs served in the meal hall. When you slide your boot on and feel something rupture under your foot, followed by the worst smell you've ever smelled, you start checking your boots every morning. Nair was sort of the strong, silent type, even for a Kilmori. He rarely spoke, but when he did, it was usually to add some new angle to the discussion that no one had thought of. I detected a kind of inferiority complex in him, like he was afraid his peers would write him off as a dumbass because he was bigger and stronger. I guess some stereotypes aren't isolated to humans. He did surprise me with his insight more often than not, though. Once when Evie and I were discussing the differences between the soulless hegemony and the Kilmori people, he asked if morals were taught or indelibly ingrained in a person at birth. Yes, he actually used the English word indelibly. That made all of us scratch our heads and totally derailed the conversation. Evie was, yeah, this is the part where I start getting conflicted. I liked her. A lot. I thought she was pretty and she didn't seem to mind me constantly asking her for help with grammata, the Kilmori symbols and pronunciations. I found out, after a bit of math that stretched my brain, in standard years she was only 7 months younger than me. Part of me wished I hadn't found that out, because I started to feel this queasy, slippery feeling in my stomach when I spent time with her. I wouldn't call it catching feelings or anything crazy like that, but I did start to pay more attention to her than any other student. Every time we talked, I could make her laugh. That made me feel good. I found myself thinking about her when she wasn't around. That made me feel weird. I couldn't explain why I liked being around her so much, especially at first when we struggled to communicate. After a while, we could carry on longer conversations. I felt like she was as interested in talking with me as I was with her. It was hard to read her facial expressions or lack thereof, really. If the Kilmori had an alternative means of conveying emotion instead of changing their facial expressions, they never mentioned it to me. I felt like I was getting to know the other students, especially the close-knit trio I spent most of my time with, but there was still something missing. I guess it's just hard to know how you're being received when you can't read the response to your words on someone's face. Weapons training was added to my regimen at the same time as Kilmori social responsibility training, which meant I had to cram a 12-hour shift, working the mines into my routine. History was there a few days a week. I was in the mines every day with the other students, even the females, Ska and Evie, chipping away at the rock until my muscles screamed. It didn't matter if I was sore, tired, hungry, or pissed off. There was only the next task, the new vein of raw stardust to exhume from the metamorphic rock that was the body of the planet's underground. Long treks down to the waterfall hall to stock up on liquids for the next day were a welcome reprieve at the end of each long, hard day. I loved the weapons training portion. Sometimes after a long day, on the path, every day is a long day, I would lie in my bunk and just let my thoughts wash over me as my muscles twitched with delight at the respite. How long had it been? Weeks? Months? Ever since that night when I earned my second ball of stardust, time had become an incomprehensible blur. The only downtime I had was morning meal, evening meal, and the 5 minutes before sleep took me into another day. It was strange, processing the constant changes in me. My body was consistently sore, but I was in the best shape of my life. I didn't need a mirror to know I probably looked like a Fullman soldier. That would be the Solus Special Forces. Fullman is a fancy ancient word for lightning bolt, and if you've seen them in action, you know it's no exaggeration. Those guys follow no rules and take no prisoners. I may not have the level of training and military tactics and equipment they did, but I knew I could give any one of them a run for their money at PT. By adapting to the local language and absorbing Kilmori histories and legends, my mind had been expanded in a way I never knew it could. So much of my internal thought life had been a living dichotomy. On the one hand, the Solus hegemony shackled me with the doctrines of their imperialism, a bastardized manifest destiny to buy up and colonize the entire galaxy. My internal voice constantly whispered that I didn't belong. All of the shenanigans I'd pulled as a kid, things I'd considered the harmless fun of a slightly rebellious child, took on a new meaning. It was a manifestation of a subconscious desire to be free. Until you fired a gun, you don't know what freedom feels like. Prior to my weapons training on Kilmori, the only tool in my arsenal had been a rifle and a handgun. The Solus trained me in combat with ancient slug throwers, but that was like Sunday school compared to the Kilmori philosophy on weaponry. I couldn't have asked for a better teacher in history. The more I learned from him, the more I wanted to know his background. The range used exclusively by Kilmori warriors and those on the path was above ground and accessed by a meandering route through caliche and sandstone tunnels that spilled out into a wasteland of salt flats. Typical of the planet I'd come to know as home, these salt flats stretched out for kilometers as far as the eye could see. Targets were situated at various distances and spread out at random. I imagine the Solus fleet that saw this on approach had overlooked it as an accumulation of rocks, nothing worth further scrutiny. It's hard to capture the excitement I had that first day, and really every day I got to get some range time in was filled with the same level of excitement. The traveling magician I always wished was my father when I was a kid, the one who inspired me to master my own vanishing acts with random objects. I thought his sleight of hand was something to marvel at, but even those gems from my childhood paled in comparison. Am I doing this solo? What about Ripka, Nair, and Evie? The rest of the students don't get this? They do, History said patiently, but this is all individual. Every student gets a dedicated instructor. Seems weirdly inefficient, but okay. The Kilmori are not an army, History snapped. We are individual warriors that fight together for a common purpose. In this way, each warrior must earn that title. Every single day. Right, I said, feeling chastened. Here, History said and rolled out his duffel bag, is the Kilmori warrior's arsenal. My eyes widened. I saw 3 different handguns, 2 carbine-type rifles, 2 additional rifles with huge scopes attached to their upper rails, and one rifle with a barrel that looked wide enough to cram my whole hand inside. That one had a rotating cylinder the size of my head just forward of the trigger. Each weapon was in pristine condition, unmarred by so much as a grain of sand or even a fingerprint. I wanted to try them all. I wanted to know these weapons and their functionality like I knew my own body. "Whoa," I breathed. "This is what I need." History scoffed. "Still think you're going to steal my ship one day and burn down the galaxy?" I shrugged. "Still think I'm not?" He chuckled. "You have a lot to learn, kid. 2 balls of stardust doesn't make you invincible. Are you going to get around to telling me what those are for?" I double-checked to make sure they were both still in the pocket of my black denim pants. "In due time. For now, you walk the path. The time to run will come." "I know." I recited his follow-up statement for him from rote memory. "Everything you teach me, everything I learn walking the path of the Komori, is all for a reason." I picked up one of the handguns and examined it. It was larger than the one I'd been issued as a Solus soldier. Still, a standard slug thrower, and definitely not of Solus make. As far as I could tell, it was a revolver version of the semi-automatic model hegemony corporals carried in their kit. I ran my fingers over the rotating chamber and the well-maintained wood grips. Even just holding the firearm felt good. "Ruger Redhawk," History said in his instructor voice, "takes 6 rounds individually loaded or, with speed load clips, fires 45 long Colt." He held up a cylinder with 6 long rounds dangling from it. A twist knob stuck out from the top of it. "I'm not learning this stuff so I can go fulfill a vendetta," I said, trying to coax the big man into more conversation. "That's the first thing the path has taught me. I'm learning this stuff so I can handle anything the galaxy throws my way." "Then you are truly learning," he said with an approving nod. History took the handgun from me and thumbed a button on the side. The chamber dropped to the side. He ran his fingers over the empty cylinders in the chamber and showed me the speed loader. "Chamber's clean." He showed me, then slid the speed loader over it and twisted the knob. The rounds dropped into the chamber. He flipped his hand, locking the chamber into place. "Hammer is here. Single action if you don't draw it back, double action if you do. Advantage of this revolver is that it will never jam. Disadvantage is, if you aren't keeping track of your round expenditure, you'll pull the trigger on a round you've already fired and get nothing but a click. Always be mindful of this. If your ammo goes black in the middle of a firefight, you put yourself in dire straits." "Goes black?" I asked. "When you fired your last round and are out of ammo." "It's slang we used in the—" A glossy sheen fell over his eyes. His words trailed off. "Used in the—" I prompted him. History stroked his whitish-gray chin beard a few times before replying. "Never mind." He set the revolver down and picked up a semi-automatic handgun. Again, a larger caliber than I was used to. 1911, semi-automatic, chambered in 45A CP, he said. "When you're out of ammo, the slide locks back. Drop the empty magazine, load a fresh one, then depress the slide release on the side here." He used 2 hands to lock the slide back, loaded a magazine, into the grip, and thumbed the lever. The slide snapped forward. This loads a fresh round into the chamber. As a general philosophy, firearms aren't much different between models. Anyone can pick them up, but using them effectively is a learned skill, a skill that must be honed with constant practice. I will give you a basic introduction to firearm safety and operation. ITSAC will provide more detailed instruction, as well as standard practice for using each of these weapons. You can call it familiarization, if you like. Once you have the basics, it will be up to you to progress and maintain efficiency. "No arguments here." I pointed to the rifle with the rotating cylinder. "When do I get to use that?" "One thing at a time, simpleton." History set down the 1911 and picked up a rifle. He locked the bolt back, and a small port on the side flipped open with a click. M4A1 carbine, chambered in 5.56, effective range up to 300 meters. With the right training, you can extend that out to about 800 meters. Sounds like a downgrade from my 6.8 SPC. I inspected the weapon. It looked and operated just like the old carbines that Hegemony foisted off on their expendable young soldiers. Honestly, I had a hard time noticing any difference. My safety training was about an hour long, during which time history made it very clear to me that I would always handle firearms like they were loaded, and about a dozen other common sense maxims to idiot-proof me. Trigger discipline, one of the most important things to remember. Your finger is never on the trigger until you're ready to fire. Never, never, never point a weapon at anything you don't want to imminently destroy. Loaded or not, you must always respect the weapon's power. So basically, don't act like a jackass, I quipped. History shrugged and did that snort he does when I say something stupid. Accidents happen. Effective warriors maintain their awareness. Always, always, always know the condition of your weapon. Loaded or unloaded. Safety on or off. Hot or cold. Knowing the condition of your weapon is the most basic principle of firearms. In a firefight, it can mean the difference between putting rounds on target and catching rounds. About that, I said, speaking as the words came to me, the armor uniforms. Can they stop bullets? Because I'm pretty sure I saw them shrug off some rounds at nearly point-blank range. That is a question for the armorer. When you come to that step of the path, you will know. Really? I asked, dumbfounded. You can't just say yes or no. Right as the words left my mouth, a Kilmori warrior stepped up to join us in full battle rattle. Kilmori armor is something to behold. It isn't an elegant weaving of thin, diamond-like fibers. That's the underarmor. A series of slate-gray plates, segmented at the joints, covered the warrior's entire body with a gravitas like a centurion of old. I didn't hear any servos or see any extra bulk that would indicate it was powered armor, but it looked indestructible and had to weigh at least 40 pounds. Under his arm, he held a helmet made of the same material. A thick bundle of black hair fell away from his shoulders in a wild, untamed manner. I'm not kidding. When I looked at these guys, they reminded me of lions with billowing manes. I couldn't believe a humanoid could grow such a thick tuft of hair out of their head. It's not like these guys were vid stars either. Some of the Kilmori's hair was knotted and bunched, some of it stringy and frizzed with split ends. Itzhak's was no exception. Preceptor Itzhak. History inclined his head. Itzhak thumped his chest twice. History patted a fist against his chest and nodded. I'll leave you to Itzhak's instruction. Heed his words, History said, then departed, leaving his duffel bag and the weaponry behind. Itzhak looked at me with unmoving black eyes, his face cold as an ice sculpture. You're not much for conversation, are you? I asked in broken Kilmori. He continued to stare for a few awkward beats. I wondered if Kilmori could fall asleep with their eyes open. Begin with handguns, he said. Under the watchful eye of my new instructor, I spent the next few hours experiencing firearms training. I started with the nearest boulder, which Itzhak indicated was 3 meters out, and I was still a terrible shot. I barely made the threshold to achieve passing marks in Solus Basic on Malstadt. Let's just say I made a terrible showing of it right out the gate. I was, however, fixated on the training in a way I wasn't when I went through Basic. I opted for the 1911 first. It was almost euphoric to pull the trigger, to feel the kickback in my hand and wrist, the action of the weapon sliding backward and forward, automatically chambering another round, the sound between my ears and my skull, and the ringing that lingered long after the shot was fired. The spike of adrenaline cooking in my veins was delicious. I had a full second to marvel at it. I looked down at the weapon and thought, not half bad for a kinetic. That was when I got the first of many smacks on the back of the head. Itzhak lit off a string of Kilmori curses. Squeeze trigger. He held up a hand and demonstrated, very slowly curling his pointer finger. Squeeze. Right, I said, feeling the sting of embarrassment more than the slap. I fired 3 more rounds, resulting in 2 puffs of dirt and 1 crack against the boulder I was aiming at. Smack. Fix grip, Itzhak barked. He grabbed my hands and moved them around on the weapon. Pointer finger just above the trigger well, thumb up high, the grip of the weapon tucked into the webbing of my hand. He pointed at the open space between my thumb and pinky, which was wrapped around the grip near the bottom. Left hand here. I placed my hand where he showed me. It felt much more natural, holding the weapon that way. Now fire! I squeezed off a shot. It cracked against the boulder, a bit low. Itzhak moved to stand over my left shoulder. I aimed again, squeezed my left eye shut and peered right down the sights, and took a slap to the back of the head before I could fire again. Both eyes open? Itzhak shouted. Why? I growled, annoyed at being hit in the head again. I get a better view. See the slap coming? He asked. No. He nodded. I sensed a smugness with the gesture. No one-eye shooting in combat. Maintain awareness. Oh, I thought sheepishly. How else would I know if someone was running up on my left side if I was closing that eye trying to squeeze a shot off? That would be a pretty stupid way to die. Why didn't the hegemony teach me any of this? I practiced with 5 magazines per handgun, 5 moon clips, or speed loaders, with a revolver. I started earning more hits on the boulder and eventually reached out to rocks further out. I started hitting those too. I progressed from the 1911 and the revolver to something ITSAC called a standard, which shot much smaller 9mm rounds, and I was more familiar with having carried one on my graphene plates when I was with the hegemony, and eventually to the largest handgun. This one ITSAC called a hand cannon. It fired .50 caliber rounds. After 2 magazines of that, I decided the extreme recoil was going to take some getting used to, but I was intent on mastering it. The rifles came next, and they were my absolute favorite. Don't get me wrong, I have a deep-seated desire to become intimately familiar with firearms of all shapes and sizes, but there's something about rifles that just does it for me. ITSAC walked and slapped me through the procedures. I had them down the exact way he wanted me to have them by the end of that first day. Rack the charging handle back, lock the bolt in place, slide in a fresh magazine, slap the bolt home to chamber around, safety off and sight in, then squeeze. In its way, the operation of a rifle is like a symphony. Or would it be an orchestra? To be honest, I'm not sure what the difference is. I think one is all instruments, and one is with vocalists. I could be wrong, don't quote me on that. I never claimed to be a man with cultured taste, okay? I'm a warrior. Point is, operating that rifle and finally getting it down to where I could peg targets at will is one of the highlights of my life, and I'm not at all ashamed to admit that. My fascination with weaponry may have started during basic training, but it didn't die when I caught that bullet in the ribs. If anything, I realize now more than ever that I wasn't destined to be a soldier. Soldiers have to follow orders. There's a chain of command, customs and courtesies, after-action reports, and a whole slew of bureaucracy that goes into that kind of lifestyle. No, I wasn't destined to be a soldier. I am a warrior. Mother Eloise may not have known it when she was changing my diapers in that orphanage nursery. My traveling magician friend might have suspected something was different about me when I gravitated to his cheap parlor tricks with uncharacteristic intensity. I know for damn sure Sergeant Fitzgerald and the captain had no clue what I would have been capable of, had the hegemony invested time and effort into training me rather than indoctrinating me. One thing was an absolute ironclad certainty in my mind. I had a big score to settle with Sergeant First Class Shane Fitzgerald. If fate demanded I take apart the entire soulless hegemony and gouge out the executor's eyes to accomplish that, my answer would still be the same as it was that night I set it to history, in the ring of torches when my nose was broken and my own eyes were damn near swollen shut. I don't care. I will make him pay. Chapter 9. You slept in, Ripka said. Yeah? I asked, still halfway dreaming. Ripka, Nair, and Evie, 3 of my classmates for all intents and purposes, had come in to wake me. At first, I could only tell the difference between Evie and the others by the obvious physical differences. It took me a while to start seeing the subtleties in facial structure unique to each Komori. I think it was 2 months into the language classes with Preceptor Kazla before I was able to recognize Ripka's slightly lower cheekbones. Once I had that, I realized Nair's nose was a bit larger than the rest of the students in the class, and my cross-species identification skills sort of bloomed from there. Now all the Kilmori looked different to me, the same way every soldier in my platoon had a unique look. People can look similar, but with the Kilmori their differences are far less pronounced than the genetic variation I noticed in humans. I slept in. I wasn't panicking, but I felt a little tense. It's okay, Nair said. Today is rest. The students practiced their English with me, and I practiced my Kilmori with them. It was a mutually beneficial exercise. According to Preceptor Kazla, English was the business language of the galaxy, and every Komori was required to know it in case the thread of destiny selected them to be ambassadors. I was expected to learn Kilmori because they chose to adopt me into their society. The cost of doing business on their homeworld, I guess. I welcomed it, not because I have a penchant for languages or an affinity for studying, but because I like the idea of being Kilmori. The cultural immersion, surrounded by people speaking it when they could be bothered to speak at all, accelerated my learning too. This place was the closest thing to home I'd ever known. I wanted to belong here because I'd never been a part of something I truly believed in. Not the way I believed in these people. The view they took of the galaxy and their life of relative seclusion here on a planet overlooked for thousands of years was appealing to me. Sleep? I asked because I couldn't remember the Kilmori word for rest. Rest, Nair said. 2 days a year there is rest. That is, his brow lowered slightly as he thought, break. There is a break where nothing is done. No work, no business, just rest. Wow, I thought. I've been here at least half a year already. Kilmori years were measured in nice round numbers. Every 500 days was a year. Another thing I learned from history, I'm not sure how that correlates to the planet's orbit around the sun or anything like that, so don't start getting curious. Again, I'm a warrior, not an astrophysicist. The idea that I had a day off perked me up. So what do we do on our day of rest? I asked. Evie laughed, her solid black eyes turning at the edges in a sign of a Kilmori smile. She ran her hands down her open-faced skirt, smoothing it out as she talked. We can do whatever we like. Walk the surface, talk with the matron of peace, explore the trail of the wind. Anything. Okay, I said, pulling the blanket down to my waist. My cheeks heated up when I remembered I wasn't wearing pants. Hey, why don't I get dressed and we can talk about it after morning meal? Ripka made a double ft sound. Come now, human. Meal is good, but rest is much better. Since I technically did not have a name, the Kilmori had taken to calling me human. It was better than the pejoratives Preceptor Itzak used to refer to me during range time, so I didn't complain. Look, I don't know what you guys are into, but I have to get dressed. I'm not trying to be naked here in front of the lady. Evie covered her mouth with her hand. Was that embarrassment, or was she laughing at me? I couldn't decipher it either way. She was pretty in an alien sort of way. Hell, even in just a pretty sort of way. I wasn't sure what the compatibility of our biology was. And yes, smart ass. I did think about it every once in a while. But I know something you seem to have forgotten. The Kilmori are a very prideful people. I had yet to figure out what the societal rules were regarding sexuality and relationships. I didn't know if it was an arranged thing, a caste system thing, or if it was a freewheeling courtship-style romance thing. I hadn't seen any displays of affection between any Kilmori up to this point. Not one. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen any younglings or pregnant females either. I was not about to throw away my walk on the path for a fling with a fellow student. So cool your jets, you freaking pervert. Evie doesn't mind, do you, Evie? Ripka said. Evie shot a flat look at Ripka. I wasn't sure what to make of that. Before I could react, Nair ripped my blanket off and tossed it aside. A cool draft washed over my bare legs and my thin underwear. Hey, you little bastard, I shouted. My brain tried to do two things at once. Slam a fist into Nair's head and cover my thinly veiled manhood from Evie's eyes. Of course, the other two must have planned this when they came to wake me up, because Nair stepped back at the same time as Ripka stepped forward. Ripka shoved my back as I was mid-lunge. I bowled right into Evie. Unable to control my momentum, we crashed to the ground. I fell right on top of her. It was a moment of confusion and embarrassment that I'll never forget. Evie lay beneath me. I felt her laying beneath me. Her body was soft in all the right places, but there was a firmness there, a layer of muscle. She was solid like a fighter, but distinctly feminine too. I couldn't reconcile it. Conflicting signals fired off in my brain at the same time. They say you have a flight or fight response, but they forgot to include the third response when they say that. I froze with my face hovering bare millimeters over hers. I saw my reflection in her dark eyes. At this intimate proximity, I felt like I could see through them, like I was looking right inside her head. The corners of her thin lips were turned up in a smile. I inhaled the scent of fresh water and a gentle layer of lavender. Something happened inside my chest. It was subtle, like the striking of a match or the flick of a lighter. Whatever it was, I'd never felt it before. It wasn't warm in a physical sense, but something like warmth tickled at my sternum, spreading through my body in tiny whirlpools of sensation. All of this happened in the time it took for me to blink. Evie bucked her hips. I was much bigger than her, but I took the hint and rolled onto my back. "Dishonor," she screamed in her native language. "Dishonor upon both of you." I realized she was not talking to me. I hurriedly stood up and brushed the dirt off my back. "Hey, I wasn't—" "Evie, wait," I called after her. She left the living area in a huff. Ripka and Nair threw their heads back, laughing in their sing-song manner. "What the hell's wrong with you two?" I asked, balling up a fist. Ripka held up a hand to ward me off. "Come now, human. That one." He pointed 2 fingers down the hall in Evie's direction. "Talks about you more than anything. Her attraction is obvious." "So you decided to pull this stunt to embarrass her?" I asked through clenched teeth. Nair put a hand on my shoulder. It took a lot for me not to deck him right there, but I wanted to hear what he had to say before I started swinging. "Not like that, friend. Kilmori custom. Females must be chosen by males, only by warriors. It is not the way of females to advertise affection." "You don't say," I said, recalling the handful of times I'd been able to detect any emotion from a Kilmori, none of which I would classify as affectionate. Ripka grabbed my other shoulder. "You should be honored, human. Kilmori no take outsider for mate often." That surprised me. Often? You mean there have been Kilmori who mate with other species? Ripka nodded. "In so doing, they relinquish their place on this planet," Nair added in a low voice. "High price. You, though, friend, are different. Outsider accepted as Kilmori, if you complete the path, as we do. You stay. She stays. So what? I get my pick of the litter? The females are going to be all over me because I'm the exotic option?" Ripka laughed. Nair shook his head. "You speak to Evie yourself," Nair said. "We do not speak for her." Great, I thought. Go ahead and pry answers out of a female alien you just unwittingly tackled to the ground in your skivvies. Sure, what could go wrong? I had no idea where to start looking for Evie. I threw on my clothes and left the 2 jackasses that got me into this mess back in the living area. History and I shared, then took off down the tunnel in the direction I'd seen her go. I passed 2 intersecting sections of tunnel before I admitted to myself I was lost and had no clue what I was doing. Oddly enough, I didn't encounter any other Kilmori in the tunnels either, not even the working class types. Day of rest, I complained to myself. Where would history be on a day of rest? "Where are you, you big jerk?" I grunted in frustration. "The one time I really need some advice, and you're gone. Suspiciously convenient." My words echoed down the tunnel and bounced back to me. I was alone with no hint of where to go. If I hadn't seen the big man sleep, I wouldn't have believed he had ever stopped moving. I couldn't believe this day of rest thing was real and history hadn't told me about it. None of my preceptors had mentioned it either. I knew it wasn't a prank or a lie, because the other students wouldn't have risked their opportunity to walk the path just to jerk me around. Being a student on the path gave you a certain kind of status, albeit with delayed gratification. You were above a worker, though you weren't treated like it. You were below a warrior, and everyone who wasn't a warrior was treated with a certain level of disdain. The potential of you joining the ranks of the warriors was enough that the general attitude of the population was to give you a wider berth than the rest. So where would anyone go on a day when the mines, the forges, and the training areas were all dormant? I remembered the surface, the beautiful watercolor smear of the sky, and I figured it was worth a shot. I retraced my steps, brushing my fingers against the walls of the tunnels as the composition of rock changed. The darkness wasn't oppressive to me in the same way it had been when I started my walk on the path to becoming a warrior. I would never have the eyes of a true Kilmori, but my familiarity with the tunnels had taken on the level of second nature. The same way a person who is blind can move about their home by counting steps and hearing the telltale shift in sound of the floor under their feet. things a person who could see would easily overlook. I had come to know most of these tunnels in a way that transcended sight. Fingers of golden light shimmered their way around a corner up ahead, probing as far into the impenetrable darkness of the tunnel's sandstone walls as they could. I found the exit I thought most likely, the opening that, following an hour-and-a-half walk, led to where the circle of torches and full-fledged warriors had waited to watch us students get our faces punched in until we passed out. The place where I'd been given my second ball of stardust. It was early morning. The sunlight overhead was bright in a way that reminded me of summer days on Malstatt, way back in my orphanage days. It draped a hazy, coiled pall of light that stung my dark-adjusted eyes. I could not recall a stranger sensation. I never thought I would get used to living in darkness. Now the dark was more relaxing to me than my occasional sojourns to the surface, when the sun spilled its warm energy over the surface, claiming all it touched as its own. I found Evie there, standing in the shadows at the threshold of light, where the overhead rock face blocked the direct sunlight. Her hair, normally styled in the typical fashion of Kilmori females to look like a fine-tipped brush, had the tie removed and hung in dark, gentle waves that rippled slightly in the steady breeze. From afar, I sensed her distress, but I couldn't define it. Was it disgust, embarrassment, shame, or something else? I didn't know what to say. I stopped myself a few paces away and cleared my throat. She didn't turn around. "Evie?" I asked. When she didn't say anything, I came closer. "Evie?" She shifted. It was a small movement that I didn't know how to read. Was she just moving her weight from one foot to the other? Or was this the coiling of a snake before it struck with venom-laced fangs? A few tense moments passed, but she still refused to speak. Alarm bells rang in my head. I knew it was a risk, but I took a deep breath and went to place my hand on her shoulder. The black shirt she wore was cut off at the shoulder. On a whim, I diverted my hand before it contacted her covered shoulder and gently placed my hand on the bare skin of her bicep. "Evie." "Hey," I said, encouraged when she didn't flinch away. "I want to talk to you about earlier. What happened?" "I am sorry," she muttered in English. "Sorry?" I exclaimed. "What are you sorry for?" I leaned forward to try to get a glimpse of her face. She jerked her head to the side. "What I have done is improper." I leaned back and put my other hand on her left bicep. Her bare skin was cold despite the elevated temperature. I wasn't an expert on Kilmori biology, but it was kind of freaking me out. "Hey, are you cold?" I asked, rubbing my hands gently on her arms. "Because, friction generates heat." "What are you doing?" she asked, still refusing to look at me. "Sorry, it's a human thing. Is this, She fumbled for a moment, then switched to Kilmori. "Is this intimate contact?" I kept my hands in place. I wanted to spin her around, but I wasn't sure how she'd take that. I swear, women have always been an enigma to me in the first place. But this language barrier and species barrier, it felt like my worst nightmare. "Can we speak face-to-face?" I am not worthy. She huffed. That was new to me. Kilmori huffed? It almost sounded like she was pouting. Evie, look, we have a lot of different layers to this thing. I communicate better when I can see your face. Can you look at me?" "It is not proper," she said in a strained tone. It wasn't crying or whining, more of that pouty stuff. "Evie, turn around and look at me," I said flatly. She turned around immediately. Her large black eyes focused on mine. Something happened. I'm not sure it was supposed to, but it did. She spun on her heels, boots scuffing the ground almost like a facing movement. I didn't expect her to spin like that. My arms held their position, catching her instinctively on her triceps. Her hands rested on my forearms. It was an awkward dance move neither of us intended, and there we were, standing half an arm's length apart, gawking at each other like it was the first time we'd seen one another. "Like this?" she asked. I giggled. "Full stop. Revise that. Strike that from the record." I did not giggle. Warriors don't giggle. I chuckled. That's better. I absolutely did not giggle. It was not one of those uncontrolled little jiggles of the diaphragm that produces a very embarrassing sound that should only ever come out of the vocal cords of a female. I chuckled a rumbling timbre of sound that was the height of manliness, regardless of being surprised at the awkward turn of events. Smooth, right? I was even impressed with myself, given the circumstances. "What is that sound you make?" she asked, averting her eyes by turning her face down and to the left. "Oh, that? It's called a chuckle, like a small laugh. I do not think this is funny. Is that a human thing too?" she asked. "Hey, it's not. No, look, this is getting confusing for no reason, okay? I am still confused." I sighed. "No, I am too. It's okay. I am not familiar with your customs, and I don't want to offend you, or anyone else either." "Okay," she said. "So," I leaned into the word, trying desperately to get her to throw me a line. Something in the way of a suggestion on how to navigate this that didn't end with history dropping me off in the middle of the desert far from home. She didn't take the hint, so I winged it. "Here it is. I want to be Komori. More than I've ever wanted anything in my whole life. I want to be a warrior. I love this place. I want it to be my home. I already think of it as home. I love your people. I think you are a very good, decent people. Not like the people I was with. Those people, the ones who left me here. They put a bullet in me. There was so much to say. How much of this did she really care about anyway? I rambled on because I didn't know what else to do. I figured too much information was probably better than leaving things awkward and unresolved. I want to be Kilmori more than anything. I have not considered the entirety of what that might mean for me. I know I want to be a warrior, but I haven't learned what the mating customs of your people are. You understand? I haven't thought about taking a wife, a mate. I've just been trying to walk the path and become what I was meant to be, what the divine thread has chosen for me. "You do not wish to take a mate?" she asked, sweeping her eyes up to me with a quickness. It is so damned hard to read these people, I thought. The tone of her voice had changed. I didn't know if it was hope, fear, or something just shy of relief. All I knew was that I was one sentence away from resolving this thing or completely ruining it. I felt it, like gravity had suddenly increased its hold on me. I needed to say something, and it had to be the right thing, or I'd spend the rest of my days on this planet regretting it. "Evie," I said, stealing my nerves, "I have affection for you." She blinked. I don't know what the proper way to demonstrate that affection is, at least according to your customs." "Before you say anything, I know." The whole exchange sounded like two robots confessing their ardent and irrevocable regard for one another in a string of ones and zeros. "If you were expecting a passionate kiss and a romp in the sand dunes, all I can say is stow your expectations. Believe me, it was weirder being the one fumbling through this awkward convergence of species and customs. I've already said the Kilmori are a cold people, and if you've been following closely because you think there's a pop quiz at the end of this, prepare to be disappointed. No pop quiz. But you will be astounded to know how this turned out. "You have my affection in return," she whispered. "I do?" I asked, and immediately hoped my confusion hadn't bled through too much in my voice. Evie nodded. "You do? So what do we do now?" I asked. "Now," her lips parted to show her perfectly white teeth, "we may walk the path together." "Is that different than how we're already doing it? There's 10 of us walking the path together right now. I mean, history has told me that all Kilmori are units of one, that there is no team concept, no units, no group. It's a collection of a bunch of individuals, according to him." Evie ran a hand through my hair. She gave a quiet, high-pitched laugh that sounded like plucked harpstrings. "Two units come together to make new ones. A unit of one may be made of two parts." That sounded like innuendo. What passed for Kilmori innuendo, I guess. "Do you guys marry? Do I need to get permission from your father?" She laughed. "What? You do not yet have a name." "Thank you, Evie." She blinked. "Why do you say thank you?" I smiled. "Because now I have two reasons for completing the path." I leaned forward, riding the emotional currents of the moment. She stayed stock still, almost like my movement scared her. I kissed her. Even her lips were cold. Not quite like kissing an ice cube, but it did remind me of holding a cold compress against my mouth after I'd done a faceplant on the hoops court years ago and halfway across the galaxy from here. She didn't move a muscle. I pulled back and tried to read her expression. Was that not okay? Her eyes narrowed. For a second, I thought I was about to get slapped. You torture me, she said. How's that? I wrinkled my brow. I will not be improper, she said matter-of-factly. I felt the emotional high I'd been riding on deflate like a popped balloon. She came close and whispered in my ear, regardless of how improper I want to be. My legs became jelly. I chuckled. Hey, this is my story, and I'm telling you, I chuckled, so just go with it, okay? 9 you slept in, Ripka said. Eh? I asked, still halfway dreaming. Ripka, Nair, and Evie, 3 of my classmates for all intents and purposes, had come in to wake me. At first, I could only tell the difference between Evie and the others by the obvious physical differences. It took me a while to start seeing the subtleties in facial structure unique to each Kilmori. I think it was 2 months into the language classes with Preceptor Kasla before I was able to recognize Ripka's slightly lower cheekbones. Once I had that, I realized Nair's nose was a bit larger than the rest of the students in the class, and my cross-species identification skills sort of bloomed from there. Now all the Kilmori looked different to me, the same way every soldier in my platoon had a unique look. People can look similar, but with the Kilmori their differences are far less pronounced than the genetic variation I noticed in humans. I slept in. I wasn't panicking, but I felt a little tense. It's okay, Nair said. Today is rest. The students practiced their English with me, and I practiced my Kilmori with them. It was a mutually beneficial exercise. According to Preceptor Kasla, English was the business language of the galaxy, and every Kilmori was required to know it in case the thread of destiny selected them to be ambassadors. I was expected to learn Kilmori because they chose to adopt me into their society. The cost of doing business on their homeworld, I guess. I welcomed it, not because I have a penchant for languages or an affinity for studying, but because I like the idea of being Kilmori. The cultural immersion, surrounded by people speaking it when they could be bothered to speak at all, accelerated my learning too. This place was the closest thing to home I'd ever known. I wanted to belong here because I'd never been a part of something I truly believed in. Not the way I believed in these people. The view they took of the galaxy and their life of relative seclusion here on a planet overlooked for thousands of years was appealing to me. Sleep? I asked because I couldn't remember the Kilmori word for rest. Rest, Nair said. 2 days a year there is rest. That is... His brow lowered slightly as he thought. Break. There is a break where nothing is done. No work, no business, just rest. Wow, I thought. I've been here at least half a year already. Kilmori years were measured in nice, round numbers. Every 500 days was a year. Another thing I learned from history, I'm not sure how that correlates to the planet's orbit around the sun or anything like that, so don't start getting curious. Again, I'm a warrior, not an astrophysicist. The idea that I had a day off perked me up. So what do we do on our day of rest? I asked. Evie laughed, her solid black eyes turning at the edges in a sign of a Kilmori smile. She ran her hands down her open-faced skirt, smoothing it out as she talked. We can do whatever we like. Walk the surface, talk with the matron of peace, explore the trail of the wind. Anything. Okay, I said, pulling the blanket down to my waist. My cheeks heated up when I remembered I wasn't wearing pants. Hey, why don't I get dressed and we can talk about it after morning meal? Ripka made a double feast sound. Come now, human. Meal is good, but rest is much better. Since I technically did not have a name, the Kilmori had taken to calling me human. It was better than the pejoratives Preceptor Itzhak used to refer to me during range time, so I didn't complain. Look, I don't know what you guys are into, but I have to get dressed. I'm not trying to be naked here in front of the lady. Evie covered her mouth with her hand. Was that embarrassment, or was she laughing at me? I couldn't decipher it either way. She was pretty, in an alien sort of way. Hell, even in just a pretty sort of way. I wasn't sure what the compatibility of our biology was. And yes, smartass, I did think about it every once in a while. But I know something you seem to have forgotten. The Kilmori are a very prideful people. I had yet to figure out what the societal rules were regarding sexuality and relationships. I didn't know if it was an arranged thing, a caste system thing, or if it was a freewheeling courtship-style romance thing. I hadn't seen any displays of affection between any Kilmori up to this point, not one. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen any younglings or pregnant females either. I was not about to throw away my walk on the path for a fling with a fellow student. So cool your jets, you freaking pervert. Evie doesn't mind, do you, Evie? Ripka said. Evie shot a flat look at Ripka. I wasn't sure what to make of that. Before I could react, Nair ripped my blanket off and tossed it aside. A cool draft washed over my bare legs and my thin underwear. Hey, you little bastard, I shouted. I was so relieved to have the awkwardness over. A sense of calm came over me now that I knew whatever we felt about each other was mutual, and it wasn't going to jeopardize our walk on the path. There were no extended periods of silence as we walked the surface of the world that had always been hers and was now mine by invitation. I never stopped thinking about those words she whispered to me either. We walked and talked for the rest of the day and the better part of the night. The sweltering heat beat down on the sand dunes as we talked about everything and nothing. The day wore on until the two moons crossed over the face of the sun, as they always did, and the sky bloomed with color. We watched the swirling oranges and yellows dance, their movements blending into deep, vibrant reds. Why are there no clouds? It does rain here, doesn't it? Evie patted my head, a playful imitation of a preceptor's correcting slap. Of course. Today there are no clouds. Tomorrow maybe. The divine thread weaves as it wills. We cannot follow each fiber of fate, but we can feel it when a knot is tied, a cord is severed, or a new cord is made. That's beautiful, I said. It is what we believe, she replied as if I should have known that. I like that. Up until now, my whole life I've been told that one man decides the fate of everyone and everything. Your way of thinking fate is its own master. What you call fate, I call the creator. Fate is spirit. Spirit is incorporeal. We see and do not see. Feel but do not feel. Yes, exactly. The conversation trailed and we both fell silent. I held her hand and watched the second moon as it began to slip beneath the horizon. It would be dark in less than an hour. In a few hours, the third moon would be rising. I'd lost track of how far we walked, but I wasn't ready to make the return trip to the underground just yet. Belief, faith, because faith is something inside you. I picked up our conversation easily. No one can force it on you. No one can take it away. It's yours to hold or cast aside. I think in a strange way our beliefs are the same. We just call them by different names. I believe you are right. She squeezed my hand. We must return. The path continues tomorrow. We walked back to the underground holding hands. The sky continued to perform its colorful miracles over us. A stiff breeze wafted overhead, lifting clouds of loose sand. The only thing I saw was a beautiful alien whose eyes could not be more different from mine, and yet whose philosophies and desires were alarmingly close to my own. When we finally parted ways and descended back down into the tunnels, I knew things would never be the same. I had no idea that fate was conspiring against me. Chapter 10. I did that thing every infatuated idiot does when they're in the honeymoon stage of a new romance. I spent way too much time talking with Evie. The only times we had to spend apart were firearms training and when we went to our separate living halls to sleep. As a side note here, I have no idea how she thought I was torturing her with my improper kiss. The torture I endured as a result of her whispering those words into my ear made me feel like a caged animal. I belonged in an insane asylum for a full week after that. Of course, the lovebirds got found out because no one in the class thought it necessary to keep their mouths shut. I expected history to read me the riot act about it, but to my surprise, he actually gave me his approval. We were settling down to get some shut-eye one night when he said, "You know, I never figured you for a ladies' man. Where's this coming from?" He shot me a glare. "You can't hide the truth from me, kid. You act like a kicked puppy every time you separate from Evie. It's actually making me sick to see you like this. Yeah, well, you wouldn't understand. What makes you think that? His voice went sharp enough to cut glass. Whoa, didn't realize I struck a nerve there. So you were in love once? Did you have a family? Kids? Never mind, I groaned. History, for fuck's sake, man. You can't peel back your pride, not even just a tiny little bit, to tell me something like that? How long have I been here? How well do you have to know me before you feel comfortable telling me about your life? It's not a story worth telling. He climbed into his bunk, which creaked like a series of warning growls from a pissed-off cat, until he settled down on his side, facing away from me. I disagree. I think it's a story that needs to be told. You just don't want to tell it. Here's an idea. Why don't you write it down? That way, when you feel uncomfortable with someone asking questions about who you really are, you can just throw the book at them? Absolutely not. I do not write. You're not thinking it through, man. You don't have to be around when someone reads it. Hell, you could be dead, and someone could still read it and know about the man you were. Don't you want that? Isn't that a thing? To leave a legacy behind that you can be proud of? The bed screeched as the big man bolted upright. He stared daggers at me. I have nothing to be proud of, he shouted. He hopped down onto the dirt floor, snatched up his duffel bag and his rifle. Then he walked away. Whoa, man, where are you going? Out! He walked until the shadows of the tunnel enveloped him. I sighed. There is something seriously wrong with that guy. This is the part where I talk about my balls. The balls of stardust, man. Come on, what is wrong with you? I told you this didn't go by in a blur of blinding speed. History didn't snap his sausage fingers and proclaim me a Kilmori on my birthday. It was much more than a simple title. It was a long, arduous process. There were no rainbows to chase and certainly no pot of gold. I slogged my way through each aspect of the training until my preceptors were all satisfied that I had achieved mastery of their respective disciplines. I went before a board that consisted of the matron of peace, the patron of war, history, and preceptor Kasla. They didn't let me know ahead of time, but it was my final exam on the Kilmori language. I had to write an essay using their symbols. I had to explain that essay to them in Kilmori and answer questions to their complete satisfaction. It sounds easy, but it ended up being 3 torturous hours of arguing with Patron Sigma about why Kilmori should show more emotion. It didn't make me any friends, but I did get to hear the matron tell her male counterpart that he needed to back down. I wasn't surprised she did that. He was being an asshole. I was more surprised that he listened to her. Afterward, Preceptor Kasla presented me with my 3rd ball of stardust. For the firearms portion, I had to run a drill course under the scrutinizing eye of Preceptor Itzhak, history, the patron of war, and the matron of peace. I don't know which one of these assholes built the course, but it was a nightmare to navigate, even with the hundreds of hours of practice I had under my belt. It started off with close targets and handguns. I nailed several dead-on, swapped magazines, and delivered more rounds right on target. I had to unsling the M4A1 and double-tap 4 targets while advancing. That meant I was firing shots while I was walking. It's not impossible, but it's a lot more difficult than bracing yourself against something or shooting from prone. I got dead-eye on 5 out of the 6 rounds I fired. The 6th was a headshot. I sprinted 100 yards uphill to an outcropping of broken sandstone, where one of the high-caliber scoped rifles waited for me. I picked up the behemoth, cycled the lever action to chamber a .50 BMG round, and dropped to prone. I flipped down the bipod, brought the stock into my shoulder, and rested my cheek against it, then peered through the scope. Downrange, I saw the target, a 10-centimeter red circle painted on the face of a white boulder. I adjusted for windage and elevation, precise calculations learned and perfected by many slaps and reprimands over many range hours. I placed the crosshairs dead center and exhaled slow until I could feel my heartbeat. Eased the trigger back, slow, and fired. The recoil slammed against my shoulder. I counted. 1001, 2001, 3001. A faint crack found its way to my ears. Peering through the scope, I saw the upper half of the target boulder had fractured into smaller rocks. The lower half held a tiny sliver of red paint, like the cuticle of a fingernail. My shot hadn't hit dead center. It was a little high, but it was still a solid hit. I wiped the sweat off my brow. Sniper work was my weakest area of firearms expertise, but I nailed that son of a bitch. It had to have been 1,800 meters away. It was good enough to earn a ball of stardust from its sack. He looked like he didn't want to give it to me, but even he couldn't argue I'd made all the required hits within the time allotted. That put me at 4 balls of stardust. It felt like I was making progress. Then I got to go hand to hand with history. It was a late night affair, the same setup as the night I'd earned my first stardust ball. The ring of torches in the middle of the desert, surrounded by the cold stares and wild manes of the Kilmorey warriors. The only addition to the crowd was the matron of peace. She had been witness to every other part of my trials, so I didn't think anything of it. The big man wasn't going to just hand it to me this time. I call him the big man because he's freaking huge, by the way. 340, 350 pounds, easy. When that guy hits you, you feel it. I'd felt it on several occasions, but this was for all the marbles, or all the stardust balls. I had to figure out how to overcome his strength. We circled each other, bobbing and weaving, arms moving back and forth, neither of us willing to give the other an opening. I feinted and dipped back. He didn't fall for it. He feinted, and when I expected him to dip back, he rushed me with a left hook. I took a half step back and brought my elbow down, hard. He juked it and went for a knee shot. I kicked my leg up, narrowly dodging the blow. Before I could blink, history was up and swinging again. I recovered my stance, blocking a 1-2 meant for my exposed side. The bones in my forearms shook with the impact. I feinted a spinning back kick with my left leg. History went to block, but my leg never came up. I batted aside his block and slammed a fist into his cheek. I saw his eyes widen, but my body was already responding to the surge of adrenaline. I slammed 2 punches into his barrel chest and a third into his ribs. The chest hits didn't do much, but he wasn't expecting the rib shot. I heard the air rush out of his lungs when the blow connected. I followed it with a rising knee strike that connected with his nose in a sickening crunch. A spray of blood jetted over my leg. I faded back, partly to give him a moment to collect himself and partly because I wasn't sure how far I was supposed to take this. I didn't want to kill the guy. Holy shit, the thought bloomed in my head. I actually think I can kill him. History stood tall and wiped the blood from his nose and chin beard. He beat a fist against his chest, reached into his pocket, and offered me my 5th ball of stardust. I took it, amazement commingling with the adrenaline rush in my veins. I was taken by complete surprise by the headbutt. It was a good one too. I blacked out on the spot. When I came to, I was lying on my back, looking up at the sky but not really seeing it. The stardust was still in my hand. Even when I'd lost consciousness, I didn't lose my grip on it. History stood over me and offered his hand. If I take that, are you gonna headbutt me again? I tasted blood. The bastard had broken my nose. Again. I'm a sore loser, simpleton. I let him help me up. The crowd of warriors, even the perpetually pissed off patron of war, gave me a 1-fist salute. Patron Sigma stepped into the circle, grabbed my wrist and raised my fist into the air. This one has proven worthy of the name Kilmorey. He has walked the path with honor. Holding now the 5 spheres of stardust, he has earned the right to face his final trial. The warriors thumped as the first time I saw him in the throne room. Make your preparations, human. The divine thread has given you 3 days' time. Take this time to make yourself ready. The final trial is upon you. Should you succumb to its demands, you have earned the right to be buried in this soil. Your grave will be marked with the name of Kilmorey. If you conquer the final trial, the divine thread will reveal your name. Now depart from this place and reflect upon the victories of your walk, for you walk no more. In some supernatural manifestation, the gusting wind ceased. Patron Sigma whispered, "The time to run has arrived." It was the proudest moment of my life. Chapter 11. That night I found out how Kilmorey celebrate momentous achievements. Out of our class of 10, 7 made it to this stage. I never did find out what happened to the students who failed. I assumed they ended up as workers. For all I knew, they could have just wandered off into the desert to die from shame. Yeah, probably that. That sounds very Kilmori to me. Amongst those of us who earned a shot at the final trial, the energy was electric. Ripka and I traded playful jabs and ran our mouths about how we had achieved the impossible. Nair caught up to us when we were halfway back to the tunnel entrance, his eyes the widest I've ever seen them. Nothing like a smile on his face, but those big eyes glowed with excitement. Ripka tackled him to the ground and rubbed his knuckles over his scalp until Nair threw him off, uttering a mirthful string of curses. We have 3 days to prepare, but tonight, Ripka cheered, tonight we sing. I felt like I'd bitten into something sour. Sing? That was the Kilmori idea of a party. I couldn't carry a tune to save my life. If the board had really wanted to excommunicate me, they could have done so by including singing as a part of the trials. I've always been tone deaf, and I only ever sang when it was required under penalty of horsewhipping at Sunday service in the orphanage. Even then, I could tell the other kids, and even the priest winced if they came too close. Sing? I groaned. Come on, isn't there, I don't know, something fun we can do? Nair gave me a blank stare. Ripka slapped me on the back. You'll like it, human. This is a part of the ritual of the path. We get 1 free night to revel in our victory, and then we prepare for the final trial. Okay, you sold me, but hey, where's Evie? You worried about your lover? Ripka's voice dripped sarcasm. Not worried, I held my tone level. I just don't want to get started without her. Truth be told, I was worried. I didn't doubt Evie's capabilities or her drive to overcome the challenges of the path. I worried because I had a long history of not getting what I wanted out of life. I experienced a rapid change for the better since being accepted into the Kilmori community, but part of me was still on guard, expecting the rug to get pulled out from under me at any moment. Charging a Gatling gun as it spews rapid-fire death does that to you. Feeling those impacts, the life snuffed out of the men to your left and right, you're never the same after something like that. It's a strange irony to know that I had to experience the edge of death before I really started living. I wondered if that was something unique to me. If more people had the benefit of facing their own mortality, how would that change them? Caught in my reverie, I almost didn't see Evie until she was a few meters away. There you go, lover boy, Ripka jeered. Your fair maiden has arrived. I didn't try to hide the relief on my face. The first stage of the path is complete, Evie squealed. I am now a matron. Wait, what? I asked. The final trial's in 3 days. Ripka scoffed. Human, the females are fighters, not warriors. The final trial is for warriors only. That seems odd to me, I said. It's not, Ripka insisted. Our females are defenders if need be, but they are primarily weavers of peace. The males are the warriors. During peacetime, males prepare and train for matters of war. Didn't you pay attention to Preceptor Kasla's lessons? We are a binary society. The females are in charge until war befalls us, and then the patron takes the throne and leads until the war is won. I held up a hand to slow him down. Yeah, right, I get all that. I made eye contact with Evie. You went through all the same stuff as we did. You did all that just to get denied the final rite of passage? Seems weird, that's all I'm saying. Evie shrugged. There is one final stage particular to females, she almost whispered. Nair laughed as he responded. You're not going to have any trouble with that, Evie. She covered her mouth with her hand. I learned to read that gesture as embarrassment. What could possibly be embarrassing about a final stage of training? Is that like a big secret or something? I asked. Ripka playfully punched my shoulder. No, human. If a female bonds with a warrior, that is to say, if a warrior takes a female as his mate, she is given honorary warrior status. Since everyone knows you two can't stop salivating over each other, Evie's got a guarantee. Evie averted her eyes. I couldn't tell if it was more embarrassment or if Ripka's blunt words had offended her in some way. I liked the idea of being with Evie. I just couldn't believe a society that revolved around warrior ethos would force the women to undergo 90% of warrior training, only to hold back the title, unless they were chosen by a male. Then again, maybe it was their method of natural selection. Kilmori, who failed at the path, were probably relegated to the working class. Presumably, they could only choose mates in their same class. In this way, the warriors and women who completed the warrior path, sans the final trial, could be viewed in theory as genetically superior to those who did not. It made a twisted kind of sense to me, so I dropped it. I took Evie's hand in mine. She lifted her chin and focused her large dark eyes on me. I smiled. I was getting used to her lack of facial expressions, but I could see her emotions teeming in her eyes. So all it comes down to is me passing the final trial. She nodded. I'll do it, I said, my voice solemn as a vow. I'll do it for both of us. Ripka and Nair laughed in trilling tones. Evie and I ignored them. As we looked at each other, I was sure we were searching each other's eyes and seeing the same thing. Our future was just 3 days away. Come on, soft-hearted human, Ripka groaned. We must sing and celebrate. After the final trial, you will have the rest of your life to drool over your female. Tonight, we must go to the Fount of Steam and partake in singing and revelry. Go with your brothers, Evie encouraged me. I will leave you now to prepare for your return as a warrior. My skin crawled. Her words were stilted, almost, but not quite, the human equivalent of shaking. I didn't think she was nervous that I wouldn't return. I'd made my affections clear enough that I knew she wasn't worried I was going to settle for someone else. The shaking in her voice was excitement, and her statement was a loaded one. The possibilities of what those words entailed flashed through my mind like a bolt of lightning. It left my skin tingling with anticipation. I watched my Kilmori bride-to-be saunter off into a separate fork of the tunnel. I did not heave a wistful sigh as she departed. What do I look like to you, a soft-hearted human? Come, brother, Ripka cheered good-naturedly. To song and revelry. To song and revelry, Nair cried. I echoed the cheer and followed them deep into the tunnels. We took a wandering path down further than I'd ever gone in the underground. I felt the temperature grow warmer as we passed the orange and red spill of light coming from the Forbidden Hall. Ripka prattled on about what great warriors the three of us were going to be, and how he would slay more enemies than any Kilmori warrior in history, and a dozen other things. Nair added one-liners every once in a while. I added some of my own thoughts about becoming a warrior when Ripka stopped to take a breath, which wasn't often. That was one Kilmori who knew how to talk. The conversation died down when we reached our destination. It was an underground grotto. The first thing I saw was the vaulted ceiling overhead, a great black dome covered in vines and lichen. The vegetation glowed faintly with sapphire-hued bioluminescence. I saw tiny flakes and leaves falling lazily from the ceiling like snowflakes. They stopped to rest on the surface of a pool of liquid. The pool was covered in an oily sheen that glinted in the same hue as the dome. A gentle mist hung over the water. Matron Elvira approached from the far side of the pool. She wore her typical open skirt and stardust chain-link armor. Her face was a mask of indifference, as it always was, but there was something in her dark eyes that hadn't been there before. I puzzled at it until I finally recognized it, because I hadn't seen this look in anyone's eyes except for Evie, and maybe history a handful of times. It was approval. The warriors who await their final trial. She inclined her head in a bow. I followed Ripka and Nair's lead and bowed in return. Here in the Hall of the Song, you will enjoy a taste of the warrior's reward. Sing and revel tonight, young ones. The most dire trial is upon you, and then... She stood there examining the three of us. Thank you for the honor, matron, I said to break the awkward tension. She nodded. Enjoy it. And may I wish you well before you depart? I thought she was saying it to me, because she was looking directly at me. But Ripka spoke up. Yes, matron. Before I knew what was happening, the matron grabbed Ripka by the back of the neck and slowly caressed his face with her other hand. When her pale fingers slipped off his chin, she kissed him right on the mouth. In life and in death, honor upon the name of Kilmori. Carried in life, lifted in death, matron, Ripka answered. She did the same for the larger Kilmori student. Weird face rub and full-on kiss. She said the benediction again and turned to me expectantly. Thank you for the well wishes, matron, but I am promised. Ripka slapped the back of my head. Do not dishonor the matron, human. What is wrong with you? The elderly Kilmori woman, though she did not appear elderly to me, held up a hand. That is enough, young one. This one has already promised himself to a young matron? I nodded. Yes, matron, another in my path. I stumbled over saying the word class, not knowing what to call our little group. Evie. Her eyes widened ever so slightly. And has this young matron returned your promise? She has, I said. Then you would do well to succeed in your trial, for you have twice as much to gain as your fellow warriors. A gruff voice shouted from the pool, and twice as much to lose. It was a warrior whom I hadn't seen before. He looked old, obviously old. Long strands of silver hair hung loose and crazed around a face that reminded me of a cliffside that had suffered the abuse of stiff winds for 1,000 years. I never did learn how long the Kilmori lived, but this guy looked like he'd been around for centuries. He was covered up to his shoulders as he floated in the water. Kubla, the matron snapped. The harshness in her voice surprised me. You mustn't spoil the celebration for these young ones tonight. Spoil? The Kilmori silverback gave a rolling chuckle and hefted a mug. Not a chance. Grab yourselves a spot in the hot springs, young'uns. The matrons will be pouring all night, and us warriors have songs to sing and revelry to bask in. I shared a confused glance with Ripka and Nair. I got the impression neither of them had met this Kubla guy before. Well, he slurred, get yourselves undressed and hop in. The water's warm, and the drinks are cold. Matron Elvira covered her mouth with her hand. I have overstayed my welcome. If we meet again, it will be after the final trial. As soon as she had her back turned, Ripka and Nair had their clothes shirked off and in piles. They were already easing themselves into the water as I stripped down without a second thought. I joined my brothers in the old Kilmori in the hot spring. The water felt divine, soothing warmth like that of a fire, but a gentle pulse of bubbles that felt like a massage, or what I thought a massage would feel like. The closest I'd ever come to getting a massage was when I was 13. I caught a bad virus and spent 3 days puking my guts out. Sequestered in the hospital wing, a very kind caretaker had rubbed my back while I retched for 3 days straight. I basked in the stinging warmth of the spring, soaking it all in. Floating there in the warm water, I could have drifted right off to sleep. Kubla began telling an old war story. It was engaging at first, but as he continued to take large swills from his mug, he became less intelligible, the story more unbelievable. Nair floated next to us, calm and quiet. A contemplative look crossed his face. What is it, Nair? I asked. He shook his head. I don't know. I guess I don't think I want a female. Ripka heard this and piped up. What, you want a male instead? Nair shook his head again. No, nothing like that. I don't think I'll be a good mate. That took me by surprise. Why would you think that, Nair? I see the way you and Evie gawk at each other all the time. I don't feel like that about any of the females. I mean, I like the way they look. They're beautiful creatures, but I see what it's like with you and Evie, and I want the same thing. I just don't know how to get it. Ripka laughed. Nair, my friend, what is wrong with you? All of our females are trained to be good keepers of the peace, same as us males are trained to be good warriors. Once we are full-fledged warriors, it is only natural that we will be a good fit for any female that has attained matron status. That makes sense, Nair said unconvincingly. Nair, I said, is it a requirement that you choose a mate? Is there a deadline? Or can you wait until you're ready? It is unusual to delay taking a mate unless a warrior has decided he will not take one at all. Kubla floated between Nair and myself, braying laughter. What nonsense is this? The big one with the muscles is intimidated by intimacy. Surely you will fail your final trial, my young friend. Hey, I snapped, have a little compassion. The guy just doesn't want to settle down with someone he isn't totally in love with. That's not such a foreign concept to you, is it? How you come to figure that, young'un? The old geezer gave me a hairy eyeball stare. After listening to part of his war story and seeing how he had no trouble throwing a crass remark in the presence of Matron Elvira, I thought I had this guy figured out pretty well. I decided to let him have it. You are no mystery to me, old man. You're a grizzled ancient, a war vet who's past his prime. You probably never took a mate yourself, but you wish you had. You're trying to guilt Nair here into taking a mate, any mate, so long as he doesn't end up an old crankpot like you, who has no one to share his stories with except those who are forced to be in the same space as you for matters of ceremony like this. Kubla stared at me until his mouth went slack. He smacked his lips together. Hey now, human, how did you sniff up all that? I had a reply ready, but we were interrupted by 4 Kilmori females offering us mugs from the edge of the pool. I didn't recognize any of them, but they wore the same ensemble as Matron Elvira, minus the fancy tiara. We swam over eagerly and accepted our mugs. Here we are, Ripka cheered, and now we drink, and we sing, and we glory in our victory on the path. Kubla took a long pull from his glass, belched, and cried, To greatness or death with you three. Magalayo e Thanatos, greatness or death. It was fittingly Kilmori. I figured it was a toast of sorts, so I gave a whoop and took a swig. Would I be one of those guys if I said the bugs tasted better? Whatever swill the Kilmori drink, it's like a cross between beer, liquor, and coffee. It's cold. I don't know how they get it that cold, and tastes like coarse ground coffee brewed with no filter, except it burns when it goes down. After my first sip, I took a few more to try to puzzle out the strange brew. By that time, my head was already swimming. At least it got my tongue loose enough for the singing. Eventually, more warriors joined us in the pool until it became a crowd. Dozens and dozens of the Kilmori's toughest fighters stripped down to nothing and took their places in the hot springs to swap stories and sing songs and laugh and drink and belch and pat each other on the back. It went on for hours. My voice was hoarse. My head was on a merry-go-round, spinning at 100 kilometers per hour. My diaphragm quaked as I belted the lines of song as I learned them. The songs were in Kilmori, ancient songs of war and victory and glories had by generations past. Kubla taught us every song. We followed his lead, lyrically and musically. Straining my ear, I even picked up some of the tune. I did not get sick, to my great surprise. The first night I got blackout drunk off my ass, I didn't throw up, but I did not remember the walk back to my living hall. Chapter 12. I woke up the next day feeling like a completely different person. No hangover, so I couldn't complain about that. It was something else. Something almost spiritual. It was as if my internal equilibrium was thrown off. So much had happened between yesterday and today. On the outside, I was still me, though my body had changed drastically. Long days in the mines and endless hours of caden sculpted my muscles. I wasn't a barrel-chested brute like history, but I had the physical conditioning of a warfighter. My various duties and responsibilities required me to be in the right hall at the right time, and if there wasn't time to walk, I was running, which kept me lean. I remembered in the beginning how I struggled to get through a single day, then realized it had been a long time since I noticed any fatigue setting in until near the end of each day. Internally, I felt completely different. Fresh, new. Walking the path was a decision that forever altered my perspective on life. I felt like I was capable of anything. Any challenge life threw at me, I could overcome it, which was an interesting feeling, considering I had my final trial in less than a day. I grabbed a quick bite of bug at the food hall, traded a few greetings with some of the warriors and workers there, then went down the winding passages until I wound up at the refining hall. Black smoke wafted up from the alternate entrance to the one I'd come in, moving in rolling coils of clouds until they snaked into cracks in the ceiling and disappeared. Several Kilmori were unloading clusters of rock from a line of transport carts. Most of the rocks were dark and pitted from pickaxe strikes or aggressive shovel work. A few had silver striations along the edges that reflected the overhead lighting when it was angled just right. I watched as the workers separated the rocks into several piles, my ears ringing as they clattered against each other. Other workers came to the shiny pile and started relocating those to a pit area, a wide and shallow drop-off near the entrance adjacent to the one I came through. History appeared, sweat hanging from his brow. He picked up one of these shiny rocks, the one he chose was larger than my head, and carried it to the source of the smoke. It was a trough 3 times my height lengthwise and came up to my waist. Open flame in a trench beneath it heated the liquid to a rolling boil. I followed history over to the trough. He acknowledged me with a head nod. Even in his long-sleeved shirt, his muscles rippled as he heaved the rock onto the lip of the trough and dropped it in. Searing hot liquid splashed an angry sizzle and belched a puff of black smoke. I'd done this work a few times, so I knew the process. A rock that size, a small boulder really, would take about 40 minutes to completely separate the stardust from the worthless cave rock in which it was embedded. You need something then? History wiped his brow. I'm making my preparations like I'm supposed to. Is there anything specific I should be doing, aside from soul-searching? He snorted and wiped his brow with a shirt sleeve. You come all the way down here for a pep talk? I don't know, I said honestly. I know I'm ready for this, whatever it is. History pulled a pair of thick rubber gloves out of his back pocket and slipped them on, then bent down to retrieve a pair of large tongs. The handles were similar to the ones on bolt cutters. I hated using them because they were awkward and heavy. That, and hefting a 20 or 30-pound glob of piping hot stardust with them, was a learned skill. He paused. The tongs hovered over the edge of the hissing water. You don't know what to expect. Consternation in the face of the unknown is natural, but he shoved the tongs into the water, scrunched his lips, and removed a misshapen hunk of stardust. Searing water dripped from the thing, producing more smoke. He took 3 wide steps to the right and dropped the refined metal onto a drying rack. It made a considerable racket as the weight settled next to a dozen similar metal blobs. But, he continued, you must take care not to hesitate. This final trial you face, it embodies the core philosophy of the Kilmori way. You get one life, one chance to make your mark. When the opportunity presents itself, seize your moment. That was good advice. Better than I expected to get from him. Seize the moment, I mused. How did the final trial go for you? I mean, you won't tell me where you come from or what you've gotten yourself into, but was this worse or better than you expected it to be? Like you, I did not know what to expect. I went in with an open mind. You should too. What does that mean? He shrugged, hefted another rock, and dunked it into the refining trough. You'll figure it out. That was more like the enigmatic man I knew. Thanks, history. He stoked the rock with the tongs. The water's hiss picked up as he jostled the heavy metal beneath the roiling liquid. You will succeed. You may not know it yet, but you're more Kilmori than you ever were a soulless. How do you know that? Call it a hunter's intuition. His eye went glassy, and I could tell he was thinking back to something. After a moment, he continued in a sliding tone. Yeah, I knew it when I was taking out your fellow imperialists in that tunnel. I saw how their deaths affected you. I saw how afraid you were. That may not have been the source of your weakness then, because you were weak, but you are not anymore. The path has made you strong. You have learned, grown, and shaped a new inner landscape. I saw the fear in your eyes when your compatriots died. I saw it when your platoon sergeant shot you in the back. History stared right into my eyes. I do not see it now. Maybe I'm just better at hiding it. I'm not afraid, not exactly. It's more like focus, discipline, confidence in your abilities. These are the skills that allow fear to be controlled. When you have mastered your fear, no obstacle can stand in your way. You become more than yourself. That's kind of a big circle, though. I rubbed my chin. I was afraid, then I wasn't, and then I am. But because I accept that I'm afraid, it's okay. That sounds like wishy-washy nonsense to me. History gave me a snort and a roll of his eyes. Simpleton. Fear is an innate response to the unknown. The path between fear and bravery is narrow. To become brave, you must walk the edge of fear itself. That is what this final trial is designed to do. But more than that, when you succeed, you will know where that line is within yourself. You will know your abilities, limitations, the boundaries at which your mind and body erode. That took my breath away. History was never this verbose. It felt like a speech, maybe even a motivational one. His words had more of an effect on me than I thought he intended. I could see it clearly now. The final test and all the talk about if you survive was real, but it wasn't a test of strength or skill or intellect. It was the test of a man's mettle. The final test would show, proof positive, what I was made of. I caught a glimpse of the hunks of stardust on the cooling rack. In their raw, purified state, no two pieces looked the same. Each was as distinct as an abstract sculpture produced by a different artist. So it is with warriors, I reasoned. We must each be put to the test, refined, and shaped by those who came before us. The ones who prove worthy must decide what shape they will take. A shield, a piece of armor, an ornament, a structural beam, or a weapon. I knew which one I would be. The day of the final trial arrived. I arrived at the preparation hall. History dropped a piece of clothing at my feet. "What is this?" I picked up the pair of skivvies. They were little more than pristine white threads. History gave me a warning look. "Put them on." I stripped down, left my clothes in a pile, and slid the undergarments on without further protest. The preparation hall we were tucked into was little more than a depression in the tunnel, a stone's throw from the exit to the surface. The sun was starting to slip beneath the horizon, leaving the twin moons to claim the glory of the sky for themselves. I saw this and felt it deep in my bones, like my body was attuned to the celestial movements in a way that transcended my physical senses. Something big was coming, not a storm or a microburst of sand and dust, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I felt my throat tighten with the start of adrenaline seeping into my muscles. Something big was coming. History cleared his throat noisily and hawked a massive glob of spit. "Eloquent," I said, wondering how long I was going to have to stand there in my underwear. He shrugged. "You know, this reminds me a lot of that first night I woke up in your bungalow. For the last time, simpleton. It's not a bungalow. It is a living hall. You didn't explain that to me. I had no idea what was going to happen. For all I knew, you were a pirate with strange appetites. Your ignorance astounds me. This is what the great soulless hegemony teaches its soldiers? That strangers are deviants? All those not of your own allegiance are squatters and evildoers?" I rubbed my hands together, trying to ward off a chill that was snaking up my bare chest and back. I knew this was going to take place outside. I just hoped there wasn't going to be wind, because if it were windy at all, the heat soaked up by the sun would be carried off beyond the horizon, and I'd surely freeze to death. The soulless hegemony is its own sort of deviancy, but yeah, they project all of their problems onto anyone against their expansionist ideals. I mean, hell, you would think after a few thousand years of exterminating other people, they'd realize the problem isn't with other people. History snorted with derision. "This is a hallowed time. We should not speak of such trivial things." I thought reflecting was good. I'm not looking back. Certainly not with any fondness. I'm just using the past as a moral barometer of sorts. I see where I'm at now, the crossroads ahead of me, and the possibilities that lay at the end of it. It's a lot better view from here than I ever thought it could be back then. History nodded. "I guess what I'm trying to say is..." I hesitated, chewing over the words in my mind to make sure I got them right. "Thanks for saving my life. You had no reason to, but you did. I don't know if that was all bullshit you fed to the matron or if you really meant it, but it doesn't matter. It means something to me. I have a second chance to do something worthwhile with my life." I held out a hand. History accepted it. We shook wrists in the Komori equivalent of a handshake. Not everyone gets a second chance. I appreciate it. The big man stared, blinked, and smiled. "You have done well, simpleton. I expect great things from you. I know I won't let you down. These people who have invested so much in me. I feel more a part of this culture than I ever did my own. I can't see the tapestry woven by the divine thread, but I feel its pull. I know I was meant to be here. I don't know what that entails, but I'm ready to find out. I won't fail." History clapped me on the back and broke the handshake. "You do not know now, but you will. It is time. You have the stardust?" I handed him a small bag with all 6 of the balls inside. "Right here." He took the bag and slid it into his pocket. "You will not need them." "Really? All this time I've been carrying those things around, and they're not needed for the final trial?" Instead of answering, he pulled a flask from his belt and offered it to me. "What's this?" The container was an unremarkable glass filled with a blue liquid. It reminded me of mouthwash, but when I took it and gave it a shake, it didn't bubble. Without it, you cannot hope to complete your trial. That didn't answer my question, I deadpanned. Drink and go, the big man said, clearly not amused. What's it supposed to do? Drug me up and make me see things that aren't there. History heaved a sigh and rubbed his bald head. Your insolence is a disservice to your aptitude for the path. All right, I'll drink it. Don't go all disappointed grandpa on me. I pulled the stopper out of the bottle and didn't bother smelling it. If it was of Kilmorey make, chances are it was something gross like bug piss that they had somehow transformed into a delicacy. I figured I would probably like it. I swallowed it in one gulp. I did not like it. It tasted like alcohol without the burn. There was a menthol kind of quality to it. My throat went numb and cold at the same time. The chill slowly seeped down into my stomach. See? No problem. I can abide by the rules like anybody else. He turned to leave without saying a word. Hey, wait. Isn't there some sort of guidance? Directions at least? He turned his head and said over his shoulder, Head toward the horizon. Your path will reveal itself. Really? Just start walking? He disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel. Okay, cool. Just walk until something jumps out at me. No problem. I started walking. I need you to understand the significance of that statement, so I'll break it down for you like this. Wearing nothing but a thin pair of underwear that left little to the imagination, I began putting one bare foot in front of the other, across a sprawling expanse of sand that stretched horizon to horizon, headed west toward a red dwarf star that was light years away, and whose dying light was a shrinking crescent distorted by waving heat lines. I was bereft of any weaponry, had no armor, no land navigation material like a compass or even a paper map. They didn't even let me bring snacks. So when I say I started walking, I really mean I was wandering in the desert, lost, with the only home I knew at my back. The icy chill spread through my chest and down into my intestines. I regretted taking that drink, but it was too late to cry about it now. So I walked. The sun vanished and took its warmth with it. Comfort faded like a memory as night descended upon the surface of Kilmorey. My knees creaked with the effort of slogging across the shifting sand. I shivered. The inside of my body felt colder than the outside. It was a strange feeling, the exact opposite of how I should have felt at that moment. I found myself transfixed on the sky, which did not appear dark at all after so much time spent living underground. It was more a shift in the color spectrum rather than an extinguishing of light. The stars and the moons gave plenty of illumination for my light-starved eyes to see by. Not that there was anything to see. Maybe a slight range of hills dozens of kilometers ahead, but it was hard to decide if they were real or a mirage. The sands released stored heat from a full day of sun exposure in pulses of invisible particles that cajoled the landscape to mirror my shivering. What secrets could possibly be hidden beyond the horizon? At the rate I was going, it would take days for me to reach as far as I could see now. If I didn't die of thirst or exposure first, I'd still rather be here than in an orphanage, or running around like an idiot, waving weapons at squatters and foaming at the mouth. What a blind fool I was to follow the corporate command to fight a war when I knew nothing of war. I hadn't even lived life, yet I was willing to throw it all away because I was told it was for the greater good. I hadn't known any better. My earliest memory was of the orphanage. My childhood was filled with the lies of the hegemony. It hadn't been until my teenage years that I started to question things, that I realized something, though I couldn't put my finger on it at the time. Something was decidedly wrong. My mind wandered of its own accord. I was starting to lose focus, probably due to the poison history had given me. It might not have been poison, but he hadn't given it a name, and I was still freezing on the inside, so I thought of it as poison. I gazed at the swirling aurora borealis that snaked across the sky like a dragon from a child's story. It slithered north and south, spreading rays of light in twinkling hues of cerulean and viridian and a deep purple. Oddly enough, it made me think of the stained glass windows in the Solace chapels. Mother Eloise used to like a particularly large one in the cathedral. It had the same color palette and depicted a weeping woman holding a newborn baby wrapped and held close to her breast. A wonder those women could raise so many children, but were never permitted to have their own. A forceful breeze buffeted against me. It scraped over my skin like the whoosh of throwing a blanket on without the subsequent warmth of being covered. I swatted at the invisible irritant, scratching at my skin because it felt like the wind was slipping inside me. Again and again the wind howled, lifting up clouds of sand until the way forward became obscured in a wall of impenetrable darkness. I didn't think anything of it because I'd seen this phenomenon a dozen times. But the wind inside me, I could feel it. I was starting to fear I'd become like the sand. The atoms that made up my body would disintegrate and float away. I covered my mouth with my elbow and walked undeterred, even when I breathed in grains of sand and coughed, even when I had to blink through it as the sand tried to collect in my eyes with its itching, scratching fury. All of this manufactured fear in my mind was from the poison. I kept telling myself that. I cleared the wall of sand, coughing and wiping at the streams of water spilling out of my eyes. I was careful to avoid pressing on them. If I got a deep enough scratch on my cornea, I didn't relish the idea of having to navigate with one good eye. As I'd predicted, the heat dissipated from the dunes quickly. I finished carefully wiping the sand out of my eyes and took a gaze at what lay ahead. Ruins. I saw the city I had only heard about. I remembered Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald. May his ancestors' graves be defiled and his dismembered corpse be strewn over the graveyard. I remembered him talking with the captain about how the city had been bombarded from orbit. The city, as in only one. Angled spires of twisted metal jutted up out of the desert, perhaps 10 kilometers in the distance. The buildings, or what was left of them, had seen better days. I didn't know if they used stardust to manufacture those buildings, but I thought it unlikely once I saw the shape they were in. It was like someone had ripped open an animal, devoured the flesh down to nothing but bones, and left the scraps in a pile. I walked. I was so cold and shivering so hard that my jaw ached, but I walked. The distance between me and the ruined city became less and less until I was at the outskirts. My thoughts did not wander anymore. I did not think of the past. I wondered at what my people, my former people, had done here. It was more than a year ago, even by the way Kilmorey measured time. The bombardment took place just before I landed with the Solace's armed infantry battalion. The skeletonized buildings, some of them half sunken into the sand, seemed impossible. History never mentioned the city. When I really pressed myself, I thought I could remember Ripka talking about it. But like me, he had never seen it. I wondered about that. Did the Kilmorey actually live in this city? What was its purpose? I walked the streets of jagged, cracked sandstone. Everything was covered in layers of sand. The planet was slowly consuming the disaster here, trying to heal the damage by burying it. A few blocks in was a sinkhole filled with things more familiar to me. Wires, broken electronics, a metal panel with half the seal of the Solus hegemony, weathered and worn, but still distinguishable. I recognized what this was immediately, the wreckage of a starship. So someone had lived in the city. Someone managed to shoot down a Solus ship, and then the Solus laid waste to the entire city. Chills ran down my spine. It was cold, but not as cold as I was. On the inside, my blood was water trapped beneath a frozen cap of ice, a lake frozen over in the winter. The chill that ran down my spine was not like this. It was something else. I was standing at ground zero of the Solus invasion of Kilmorey. This was the site of the first strike of the hegemony against these people. Rage struck me as glowing hot metal plunged into water, and then I was hot. The chill that plagued me on my walk here was replaced with a searing heat. I broke out into a sweat. I felt like I'd just completed a grueling PT session or a double shift in the mines. If I suddenly found myself in the forbidden hall standing before a forge, I wouldn't have been surprised. It was that hot. I heard rocks falling behind me, but when I turned toward the sound, I saw nothing. Nothing but the same carcasses of architecture, dead now as they had been a moment ago. I heard it again, behind me. I spun on my heels, bare skin dragging through rough sand. I ignored the discomfort, dimly aware of the sweltering heat in my chest and in my gut. My eyes scanned wildly for any sign of life. I knew I heard a noise. Two noises now. Everywhere I looked, this place was a graveyard, a lifeless memorial of the destruction caused by an evil hegemony. Following my best guess, I headed down the broken street toward where I heard the second sound. My bare feet pattered against the sandstone. I hoped I would find whatever I was supposed to find soon. I was already imagining my feet bleeding on the walk back. The street came to a four-way intersection. I saw the source of the noise directly across the street. Before my time spent with the Kilmori, I might have only seen a shadowed silhouette, but my eyes had changed. I saw the man clear enough to know it was a human. Tall, uniformed, and adjusting his stance to show he was carrying a particle beam rifle. It was the one human I hated more than any other. Sergeant First Class Fitzgerald. I would know that ugly face anywhere. He stared with a smug expression and racked the par beam's charging handle. A nuclear warhead bloomed in my chest. The heat was so intense that I felt light spilling out of my eyes. If I had opened my mouth, I had no doubt flames would have spewed forth on my breath. I was murderous. Rage so intense it felt like manual labor taxing my muscles, tapering my breath into tight staccato bursts. My heart was in double time, beating faster than when I charged the firing Gatling gun so long ago. "You gonna do something, boy?" he sneered. "Number. You're just gonna stand there like the coward you are. I could put a bolt right between your eyes and not even give it a second thought. On second thought, though, since we're here, I should have done that the first time I shot you." I bared my teeth. The rage was like liquid fire in my veins, a toxic venom that spread with pain-laced adrenaline into my muscles. The ache I felt, the desperation to just have this over with, was overwhelming. If I charged, he'd shoot me. If I stood still, he'd shoot me. If I ran, fuck that. I wasn't running. Not today. Not ever again. I charged. "Mighty brave of you, boy." Sergeant Fitzgerald raised the rifle. The air zapped and ksapped and ksapped again. Sergeant Fitzgerald pulled the trigger. Charged particle bolts tore through the air. I heard the whiz each time a blast flew by me. The air continued to split and snap, just like rocks under pickaxes in the mines. My bare feet pounded against the sandstone, tremors from each impact vibrating up my legs. I closed the distance in seconds. I leaped over the last meter, howling like a wild animal. I body slammed my old platoon sergeant to the ground. The par beam clattered across the broken street, the severed sling following like a tassel in the wind. I felt the air rush out of his lungs. He grunted a curse, but that wasn't enough. I slammed my fists into his face, right and left, right and left. Blood pelted the sand. I wrapped my hands around his throat and squeezed. I pressed my thumbs into his windpipe, locked my elbows, and leaned into the choke. I was a coward once, but never again. I would end this, right here, right now. Sergeant Fitzgerald twitched. Choking sounds tried to escape from his throat. I tightened my shoulders and threw the whole force of my weight onto my thumbs. I felt the flesh crunch. The choking stopped. The twitching did too. Satisfied my most hated enemy was dead, I stood and gave him a stiff heel kick to his ribs. The lifeless body didn't respond. I saw the light of the moons overhead reflecting in his motionless eyes. I drew a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I did it. He was dead. Finally. This is what it feels like to come full circle, I thought. Clicking metal sounded to my left. Sergeant Fitzgerald picked up the par beam, dropped the ionized magazine, and loaded a fresh one. "You didn't think I'd go down that easy, did you, boy?" I looked back down at my feet. The lifeless body of Sergeant Fitzgerald was still there, unmoving. Another Sergeant Fitzgerald, this one very much alive, yanked the charging handle on the particle beam rifle and aimed it at me. "What the hell is going on?" "One thing's for certain," he said, a lightness to his voice, as if he was on the verge of delivering a punchline. "You better run, boy." Herner, Chapter 13. I got lost in the city. It was a labyrinthine junkyard of once burned-out buildings now weathered and covered in rust. Every corner I turned revealed more wreckage. Whatever effect the poison had on me, it wasn't letting up. I ran until a downed soulless dropship blocked the road. Panic hit my nerves. I panted as I tried to think of a way around the warped engine nacelles, wondered if I could climb through the skeletonized midsection, or maybe I could turn around. Kazap! Kazap! I ducked a barrage of fire. Bolts singed fist-sized holes into the dropship, millimeters from my head. No time to find another way. I grabbed hold of the rusted ribs of the dropship and pulled myself up. More bolts bit into the ship. Sparks flew over me, some of them close enough to burn my skin. I climbed, expecting to catch a slew of charged particles in the back at any moment. I heaved myself up onto the top of the ship and rolled over the edge. Fatigue washed over me. How long had I been running? I couldn't remember. It felt like weeks. It could have been 15 minutes. My mind and body were not in sync. Nothing made sense. I vividly remembered killing my deranged platoon sergeant, but here I was running from the very same man I'd killed. I lay on my back and counted to 10. I got 8 ragged breaths and a brief glimpse of the sky. It looked like it was on fire. The aurora borealis that had been a tantalizing dance when I left the underground now appeared angry. Liquid fire roiled across the entire cosmos. The stars I'd admired for a brief time were almost completely obscured in the otherworldly flashes, wreaking havoc in the atmosphere. I held my breath and turned my head. I didn't hear any movement. The scraps of civilization left behind were as unfamiliar as the underground seemed when I'd first arrived. My elbows and knees were bloody from stumbling and tripping over the rugged terrain. I decided my best chance of survival would be to attack, if I could muster up the strength. My body was depleted after the trek through the desert, the exertion of attacking the first Sergeant Fitzgerald, and now running for my life for, I forgot how long. Killing a man who doesn't want to die takes a lot out of you. I moved to my side, preparing to climb down the opposite end of the ship, but something stopped me. A shrill whine pierced the night, the unmistakable sound of a par beam charging. The barrel of the weapon was pointed right at my face. I told you to run, boy. My mortality hit like a lightning bolt. It was a feeling I thought I'd forgotten, the same feeling I had when I was holding the bullet wound in my ribs, bleeding out on the floor, a lifetime ago, a minute ago. Time began to fold in on itself. Maybe it had never really existed in linear form at all. I didn't see my life flash before my eyes. I thought of Evie. I thought of the Solace hegemony and history and the Kilmori people. I thought this all at once as I drowned in a tidal wave of emotion. Fear of never seeing Evie again. Fear of letting the Solace finally kill me. Fear of disappointing history and disgracing the people who had taken me in as one of their own. I was drowning in my own fear. It would kill me if I let it. I'm not running anymore, I panted. It sounded weak even to my own ears. If you don't run, then you're gonna die. You know why I shot you, boy? Sergeant Fitzgerald relaxed his grip on the rifle. As he often did, he started waving it around like it was something to punctuate his words with, rather than a weapon. The barrel pointed up at an angle, and he pumped it like he was a revolutionary giving a speech. I shot you because you were weak. The lot of you, fresh out of basic, hardly able to fire a rifle without shooting off your own dicks. I spent my whole career, my whole damn life, boy, spent a good 22 years fighting wars and watching weak little boys pretend to be men, just to see them die again and again and again. Made me sick. You made me sick, boy, and I shot you to get myself ahead. It's the way of the Solace hegemony. Or didn't you know that? No, you probably didn't. I figured you were just the same as all the other children. A brainwashed biological war machine, content to die for nothing. Not me, not Sergeant First Class Shane Fitzgerald. I was like you once, never weak. I wasn't weak like you. I was never afraid of anything, but I was under the spell of the hegemony. See, the company director is full of wisdom, but that wisdom gets corrupted by the hegemony at large. Before I put this last bolt in you, I'm going to tell it like it is. There are 2 codes in the Solace hegemony. There's the director and his decrees, and there's the real code. The real code, if you live long enough to learn it, is this. The hegemony loves sacrifice. Fortunately for me, I figured it out. Sacrifice is the way to the top. Doesn't matter if it's manufactured sacrifice or not. So that's what I did. I read the writing on the wall. I wasn't getting any further if I didn't sacrifice. When I saw the opportunity, I took it. I created a sacrifice, and the director rewarded me beyond measure. How I coughed to clear my dry throat. If you were rewarded, how are you here? It clicked with me right then. I knew what this was, and I knew how to beat it. Sergeant Fitzgerald brought the par beam to a low ready, but he wasn't ready. He opened his mouth to continue his speech. This Sergeant Fitzgerald, just like the one I'd killed, wasn't real. None of this was real. It was either all inside my head or it was a hallucination. Whatever it was, it came about because of the poison history gave me. The final test was a vision quest of sorts, meant to draw on a person's deepest fears. Because the only way to be a warrior is to face those fears and conquer them. I sprung up off my back and snatched the par beam. I ripped it out of Sergeant Fitzgerald's hands hard enough to break the shoulder strap. In one fluid motion, I rotated the par beam and pulled the trigger at the same moment the stock hit my shoulder. The charged particle round blew a fist-sized hole through his chest. He fell back, arms splayed, strings of flesh and blood spraying from him like confetti. I hopped down off the Starship, but my footing wasn't solid. I fell to the ground and rolled back up to my feet. My knees screamed. Two Sergeant Fitzgeralds stood in front of me. Both of them charged their par beams. I double-tapped them both and swept for more targets. 4 Sergeant Fitzgeralds appeared at the street corner. I sighted in on them one at a time, pulled the trigger, and took them each down with headshots. That quick, but I knew it wasn't over. I ran down the street toward the 4 men that were the same man I'd just killed, swinging the par beam in my arms. It felt different now. Everything was different. Most of all, me. I was no longer afraid. I was no longer the hunted. Now I was the hunter. I entered the alley. A dozen more phantoms of my old platoon sergeant waited for me. Weapons drawn and sighted right for me, fingers on triggers. They were ready to put me down. I thumbed the rifle selector to full auto and squeezed the trigger. The weapon did its job. The actuating spark ionized particle rounds over and over again. Thermal combustion in the focusing chamber forced the bolts through the barrel, screaming across the alley, into and through the phantom flesh of Sergeant Fitzgerald. Superheated particles racing at the speed of light weren't the only things I was sending his way. Distilled hatred. The venom of the vilest things from the darkest corners of my being went with each bolt. Lances of rage. Each discharge punctuated my feelings with violent destruction. I fired until the overheat vent locked open, spilling exhaust fumes. I reflexively dumped the ion magazine. Dozens of corpses littered the alley. I stepped over them and held the empty par beam over my shoulder at port arms. I was ready to go home. I wasn't surprised when I made it back to the underground without another sighting of the man I despised so much. By that time, the poison had worn off. All of the impossible phantoms that threatened my life were gone now. I faced my ultimate fear, the starkest moment of weakness I could recall in my short life, and I conquered it. My path didn't end here, but I had completed the first stage of it. When I returned to the crowd of warriors with Patron Sigma and history in the front of the crowd, it wasn't a lonely wanderer in his underwear who joined them. It was me, Noah Rivers, Kilmori warrior. Patron Sigma presented me with a pristine white robe. I would have been excited about this, except it was sheer material and did nothing to take the chill off my skin. The Kilmori warriors ushered me into the Forbidden Hall with a quickness. It was a speed march. I had no recovery period, but I marched on without a second thought that I was covered in scrapes and bruises. The phantoms of my deranged former platoon sergeant were gone for good now. History marched beside me, his hand resting on my right shoulder. The patron himself marched on the other side, his hand on my left shoulder. I saw the distinctive orange and red rays seeping around the corner ahead. Adrenaline tickled my stomach. It wasn't a heart-pounding jolt, more like vertigo. Excitement. They were taking me to the Forbidden Hall. The tunnel opened up into a circular atrium about 30 meters in diameter. For the first time, I saw the source of the strange light I'd wondered about for over a year. A stream of molten magma about half a meter thick snaked through the center, hissing and popping as it weaved its interminable fire along the cave floor. The air was thick with phosphorus and the smell of heated metal. Grainy clouds of smoke skittered like static, wafting up from the stream of liquid fire. Staged at intervals around the circumference of the atrium were several forges, large slabs of polished dark metal about waist high, each with a pair of silver-gilded tongs, a heavy hammer, and a trough of water. Next to each forge stood a Kilmori warrior in full armor. I could see their tangled masses of hair protruding from the backside of their helmets. The hair rested on their shoulders like some kind of ceremonial cowl. Master Armorer Kitson. History thumped his chest twice. The warrior closest to us turned around and slipped a heavy forge hammer into a belt loop on his armor. Kitson was the largest Kilmori I'd ever seen. He returned the salute with one chest bump. He reminded me of a caricature or a cartoon with the chiseled jaw and soot smeared over the lines in his pale face. His massive build covered in heavy armor gave him the appearance of a tank more than a person. Wider than he was tall, with arms thicker than my head, this guy could rip apart a soulless armored attack vehicle with his bare hands, I was sure of it. History, you bring the new warrior with you. Yes, the first stage of his path is complete. He has earned his right. So he has. The hulking brute of a man sized me up with a cold stare. Does the warrior possess the stardust of the 7 disciplines? History retrieved the bag of ball bearings and handed it to me. I do, I said, hefting the bag. Then today you will complete your journey. It is a tradition as old as the Kilmori people. From the first knot of the divine thread, stardust has accumulated beneath the flesh of this planet. The Kilmori were chosen by the divine thread to partake of this sacred offering. As the thread weaves destiny through chaos, we refine unobtainium from stardust. You make the underarmor. I will forge for you the battle armor. A moment passed with us staring at each other. I felt the awkward pause, but I didn't know what to do to break it without making it more awkward. I cleared my throat. Several seconds of silence followed. One for yourself, young warrior. The rest for me. He held out a hand the size of a bear paw. I opened the bag, removed one of the ball bearings, and dropped the bag into his hand. Take your place at the anvil. I stepped up to the mirror-black workstation, already sweating from the boiling heat of the hall. I was now grateful the robe I wore was so thin. A rectangular trough sat to the left side, filled with a dark, viscous liquid. The face of the anvil was polished shadow. Resting on hooks drilled into the cave wall were a few pairs of pliers, a large blunt hammer like the one Kitson carried on his belt, and a set of tongs. No faceplate or any kind of safety equipment. No gown, no eyeglasses, not even a flash hood. I guess safety isn't a concern. I mean, if it were, they'd have protective equipment, right? It was hitting me right then what I was about to do. I knew nothing about forging. This guy was going to show me how to craft a delicate suit of underarmor out of a clump of stardust. I knew the material was the real deal. I still remembered a bullet ricocheting off a worker wearing this stuff. How does one manipulate a material that tough and finish it in a way that it retains that elegant shine? I looked at the ball of stardust in my hand, only because I knew what it was, or what the Kilmori told me it was. Did I suspect it was any different than titanium, or beryllium, or some other kind of metal? Walking the path up to this point had taught me that the Kilmori were full of surprises, but this was something altogether different. I wondered if the Solace could see this, if they would think it was as much magic as it was a higher understanding of metalworks. That was just it, though. Even the Solace treated metalworking as a specialized skill. It wasn't something that could be taught and mastered in a single session. Try telling that to these cold, hardened killers, though. Kitson gave me the rundown in a few gruff words that consisted of him pointing at each thing and naming it. He scooped a meaty hand into his pocket and dropped 4 tiny shavings of metal onto the anvil. These strips were more like wire, rounded, and about the thickness of an ear piercing. This unobtainium has already been cut and cooled. Work must be done when hot. How do I know when it's hot? I asked. He gestured toward the magma river. You will make it hot with these. He indicated the tongs. Heat, hammer, cool, cut. Heat is the sentinel factor. Heat the stardust. It receives the blessing of the divine thread. The composition changes, subtly, to become unobtainium. Once you have the unobtainium cut, you will make links with pliers. Links always connect to the next link. Do this until you have completed your underarmor. That's all there is to it? He laughed. I flinched. It was a gut laugh, loud enough to draw the attention of every warrior in the Forbidden Hall. Of course, you do this in, say, 12 hours. 12 hours, I had to swallow that bitter pill. After my little trek into the desert, I was worn down, dehydrated, still disoriented to some degree. How could I possibly put in another 12 hours working at the forge? I felt history's eyes on me. Next to him, with his arms crossed and a look of expectation etched on his face, was Patron Sigma. That's how, I thought bitterly, because it must be done. Just to clarify, I wasn't bitching, okay? I had just been through the most traumatic experience of my life. I faced down my biggest fear. I earned the right to be shoulder to shoulder with these cold-blooded killers. I had this little thought, this moment of weakness, if you want to call it that, but I did what any true warrior would do. I stowed that shit and got to work. Taking the tongs with a deep breath to focus my thoughts, I placed the ball into the tangs and approached the river of slow-moving magma. It was liquid fire in the truest sense, mind you. I don't know what I expected it to look like. Maybe black clumps of rock mixed into the yellow and orange flow, but that wasn't the case. It was a liquid river of molten yellow and orange that faded to a dark red at the edges. The heat was a wall of foul-smelling brimstone. I inhaled a lungful of it and coughed as I stepped up to the bank. Sweat dripped from my head and ran down my neck and back like a sieve. An image of me stepping away and leaving burnt skin from my bare feet on the rocks flashed through my mind. That shit was hot. I dipped the stardust ball into the liquid fire. When I lifted it up, it glowed a deep red like an incandescent cherry. I figured that was good enough. I returned to the forge. I picked up the hammer and set to working the activated stardust. Maybe it was technically unobtainium now, though I didn't detect a visible change. A thin crack in the anvil that I missed because of the dark, polished surface collected the molten unobtainium and formed it into a wire shape. Every blow of the hammer released a whimsical ringing tone that reverberated off the rock wall at my station. I must have struck that unobtainium 40, 50 times to produce a full-length wire, but it didn't seem to shrink at all. The crack in the anvil, which was actually a rigid straight line, filled up with molten metal about a meter in length. I used the pliers to grip one end of the newly formed wire and drop it into the trough. The water hissed and spewed thick black smoke. The wire's glow dimmed. I repeated this process for an interminable amount of time. The unobtainium never cooled on its own. That little dip in the magma superheated it to the perfect working temperature. I forged 47 rods out of that very small ball bearing. It should have been impossible. I was getting ready to give up on that word. Nothing was impossible to the Kilmori. Once I had my rods, I set to the task of cutting them. It wasn't as easy as using a pair of tin snips or bolt cutters. I had to position each wire into the depression of the anvil, slide about 10 centimeters length past the edge, and snap it off with a heavy hammer blow. The fragments accumulated at my feet. I transformed all 47 rods into a sizable pile of unobtainium fragments. Again, the process was so mechanical that I lost track of time as I threw myself into the work. I stopped sweating at some point. I knew I was nearing the stage of heat exhaustion, but I was either going to finish this or I was going to pass out and leave the burnt flesh of my face permanently stuck to the forge. As the work progressed, I developed tunnel vision. The only way out was to complete the under armor. Right there, at that moment, everything else was meaningless to me. The craziest thing about this whole process was that I didn't have a template to work with. I had never made an article of clothing before, although I roughly knew the dimensions of the underclothes that Solus Hegemony had issued me, so it was really just a guess. Or the divine thread was guiding me. Either way, I used the pliers to bend and shape the shavings until, by degrees, that massive pile of unobtainium shavings became a shirt, and then a shirt with arms, then a complete set of under armor. A few times Kitson came in to check my progress, but he always did so with the attitude of a curious observer. He had sweat on his brow, and his massive chest heaved as his eyes roamed my handiwork. Clearly, he was working too. Only once, when I first started forming the links, did he make a correction, and he did so without touching anything. Bend is not enough. Bend and pinch. Of course, I thought. The pinch locks the links in. Kitson conducted the final inspection with the same grace he'd shown me earlier. He ran his hands over it several times, lifted it, and tossed it a few times. Maybe to gauge the weight? Fit check. He tossed it to me. I shirked my robe, pulled the neck of the under armor open. It was surprisingly stretchy, and slid into it. It wasn't a perfect fit, but it was damn close. A little loose at the neck, a bit too tight across the chest, but not tight enough to restrict my breathing. This is acceptable. Kitson slapped me on the back. My knees buckled under the weight of his massive hand. I wanted to collapse into a heap right then. I remained standing on nothing but pride. I was exhausted. My lips were dried and cracked. I couldn't remember the last time my body had produced a drop of sweat. But there it was, gleaming with an ethereal glow in the splaying firelight. My own under armor. Patron Sigma was suddenly at my side. I was so tired that I didn't notice his approach. "Human," he said, offering me his wrist. I clasped his wrist and we shook. Sigma's dark eyes stared into me. For the first time, I saw respect in them. The bond of the Kilmori warrior is irrevocable. Even death does not break it, just as death did not break you. Thank you, patron. I inclined my head. Your unique circumstances have decided your Kilmori name. I furrowed my brow. I don't understand. You no longer walk the path. Now you run it. The divine thread guides you as it guides all Kilmori. You came to us on the edge of death. It is only fitting that your name reflects this circumstance. Patron Sigma raised my fist into the air and bellowed, Kilmori, know this warrior by his true name, Akri. The warriors responded by chanting, Akri, 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 the Kilmori word for edge. Chapter 14. A Kilmori wedding is a private affair? Yes, you can read that, literally if you want. There wasn't a big ceremony. No ceremony at all, in fact. History woke me the next morning. I had no idea how long I'd slept, but I was still feeling pretty spent from the trial and the extended session in the Armorer's Hall. The Forbidden Hall, it turned out, had a proper name after all. Edge, Edge, wake up. Oh yeah, that's me, I thought dryly and forced my eyes open. Yeah? The big man smiled. It was a wicked grin, like he was about to crack a joke or something. Tonight's your big night, brother. Brother? I threw the covers off and stretched. My lips were still dry. I snatched up my canteen and drained it in a few prodigious chugs. You're a warrior now, but I doubt you'll be thinking about that much tonight. I know you could sleep for a week right now, but you'll have one very disappointed female if you do that. That got me awake faster than if he'd dumped a bucket full of ice water right on my head. I wiped the water from my chin and said, Holy shit, are you serious? History smiled so broadly his teeth showed. Of course, Edge, you did this to yourself. You pledged yourself to Evie. She was, making preparations while you finished the first stage of the path. Seems you've got a head start on the second stage waiting for you in the grotto. I hopped off the bunk and rummaged through my bag until I found my denim pants. I threw them on in a huff, excitement lighting me up on the inside. So I'm getting married today? Tonight, brother. You slept the day away. It's less formal than a marriage, but more binding. More binding? I asked with a raised eyebrow. You know something about marriage history? He shrugged. I did have a life before I settled down here. I cupped an ear. Was that wife or life I just heard? He playfully patted me on the back, but he was still smiling. I decided I'd never get used to seeing the stone-faced man express emotion like this. Was this how he felt about me when I got starry-eyed over Evie? No wonder he said it made him sick. Forget it, simpleton. Hey, I'm a warrior now. You don't get to call me that anymore, jackass. I snapped sarcastically as I pulled on a shirt. History began rummaging through his bag, stirring up a racket. What the hell are you doing over there? I asked. I thought I kept it here. He produced a knapsack and walked it over to me. What's this? I asked. Consider it a wedding gift. He placed the bag in my hand. It was light, maybe a pound or two. That threw me. A wedding gift from him? Let me guess, I said, hefting the bag. The keys to your ship? He snorted. Not on your life. I opened it and pulled out a brace with a small tube affixed to it, clearly unobtainium. What exactly? The big man patted me on the back. This is an ancient Kilmori weapon. Remember the day I made you wait in the tunnel? I forged this for you. I didn't know what to say. That was oddly nice of him. Wow, thanks. The Kilmori call it Oplophantasma. A ghost gun? I asked. He nodded. Essentially a holdout firearm. Slips inside your armor, fires from the wrist. Space enough for 2 Stardust rounds. You may never need it, but it's always a good idea to have something up your sleeve if you ever get in over your head. Trust me, I know. Incredible, I breathed, inspecting the tube. I'm sure this will come in handy at some point. History offered me a warrior shake, and I accepted it. You are my brother now, Edge, but I'll call you simpleton every time you make a dumbass remark. Expect to hear it often. Now go to your mate. Enjoy the night. In a few days' time, you'll be given your role in the warrior ranks. What exactly does that entail? I broke the handshake and ran my hands through my hair. It was well past my ears now. I wondered how long it would take to get it to the wild man length that seemed to be the standard of a Kilmori warrior. Part of me wasn't looking forward to it. Part of me was curious how all that hair would look on me. For now, defense of the underground. The matron may want to rebuild the above-ground city sometime in the future, but I suspect that is not a high priority. The most elite amongst our number serve as emissaries. Emissaries? Like go off-world? He nodded. So you do use that ship of yours for something. I haven't been selected for that role in some time. My ship is still off-limits to you anyway. He stabbed a finger at me. Don't go getting any ideas. You may have gotten a good shot in during the trial, but when there are no rules, I never lose. I took him as a man of his word and didn't press the issue. How do I look? That smile came back to his face. It was almost fatherly. Like shit, don't worry about it. You're keeping her waiting. I blinked. You said, grotto, is that what you said? History? I've been here a long time. I didn't know we had a grotto. Where is it? It's 1 level down from the Armorer's Hall. This is the most ceremony you'll get out of the Kilmori. Evie has been tending to the grotto in anticipation of your arrival. Go now, Edge. You're wasting time. He spurred me on with a slap right to the ass, but I was already running. I didn't need to be told twice. I covered the ground to the Armorer's Hall in record time. I really hope they have a shower or something, because I'm sweating and I smell like a dumpster. If Evie has to kiss me when I smell like this, she's going to puke in my mouth. My thoughts blazed through my mind as fast as I ran. I crossed the threshold of the Armorer's Hall and kept going. The tunnels wound their way down at a steep incline. I slowed to a walk and caught my breath. A couple of 100 meters down, the tunnel opened into a small hall about the size of the living hall history, and I shared. It was a grotto. There was no mistaking the floral sense of clean water, fresh earth, and the natural perfume of a garden. I could not see any rock at all. The ceiling, the walls, and even the floor was covered in lilies and roses and bell-shaped bulbs I couldn't identify. Large petals with tiny shoots sprouting between them were woven over the entire cavern. Bioluminescent algae formed a near-perfect circle of blue light around a pool of crystal-clear water. Beyond the pool was a bed made of 2 cots pressed together. I saw Evie there, standing by the bed. She wore a dress made of lilies. Orange, white, and yellow petals covered her from her collarbones down to her ankles. Her hair was pulled back into a flowing wave of midnight silk. I wanted to slap myself. There's no way this is real right now, I thought. This beautiful alien girl, wearing nothing but flowers, separated from me by a pool of water. The walls covered in eye-catching flora like a panoramic fresco come to life. It felt like the heaven I was promised by the soulless, but I hadn't died in service to an evil hegemony to obtain it. Evie smiled at me and pulled at her dress. Petals rippled gently. Has my pledge returned a warrior? She asked in a soft voice. My warrior name is Edge. I almost stuttered. Cleanse the scars of battle in the water and come to me. A shudder racked my body. Goosebumps rippled across my skin. Again, I couldn't believe this was real. I expected to wake up with a slap to the face. This had to be a product of the poison history gave me the other night. Didn't it? I stepped up to the water's edge. "Take off your clothes," Evie giggled. "Oh," I said sheepishly. "Right." I stripped down right there in front of her. If this was going to be real, I guess we were going to see each other naked eventually, so might as well get it out of the way now, right? The water was cool but not cold. I was thankful for that, for more than one reason, and I took a few extra seconds to rub my skin in those crystal clear depths. I wanted to make sure all of the sweat, sand, and blood were scrubbed off before I made it to Evie. She was holding out her hands to me as I climbed up out of the water. I took them and let her help me up. She was beautiful. I saw into the limitless depths of her dark eyes, and I knew she was it for me. Her pale face was delicate. I felt my cheeks stretching in a smile, and couldn't stop a little laugh from sneaking out. "I have made preparations for you," Evie said. "I see that. Does your pledge remain unchanged?" "Of course," I said, putting my hands on her shoulders. I searched her eyes. I found no trace of doubt in them. "Always," she nodded, the corners of her lips turned up in a smile. "These many months, Edge, you have tortured me with your affections." I frowned slightly. "Oh, come on now, Evie." She placed her hands on mine and pulled them down to her hips. Flower petals hit the floor. All of them. We stood there, naked, staring into each other's eyes. That's when I saw something. Mischievous flash in her gaze. She leaned forward and whispered in my ear. "Now it is my turn to torture you." Her lips met mine. "For all you perverts out there, yes, Kilmori anatomy is strikingly similar to human anatomy. I expect most mammalian life forms in the galaxy are pretty close in design and function. Now, if you get into Kreligalon or Seegson territory, you're probably closer to bestiality than either of us wants to talk about. Anyway, now that I'm an expert on Kilmori anatomy, I'll tell you this. Wow. Yep, that's all you get. Just, wow." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I watched her chest rise and fall. Something about the simple act of respiration sparked a flood inside my head. For the tiniest fraction of time, I ceased to exist. I was outside of my body. I was outside of the confines of the universe, and I was looking in. I saw the sporadic cluster of lights sprinkled over millions of light years of cold, unending darkness. My mind whirled, caught in the push-pull of solar winds. Within that mass of spinning, burning lights, one very small part of that system easily lost in all of that chaos was me. In that prodigiously vast expanse of light and matter that was the sum total of conscious existence, lying in bed next to me covered in nothing but a fresh layer of sweat and natural beauty, was another living, breathing person. We shared an indelible connection. Beyond the fact that my body was a ruined, tattered mess of expended testosterone, I felt weak on the inside. It was a new feeling for me. An air gap inside my chest that wasn't air. It had mass to it. A gentle bubble floating from my gut to rest under my sternum. Gentle, but powerful in a metaphysical way. I didn't need to physically be with Evie, but our being together solidified a new and immutable truth that went to the core of my being. Like a tectonic plate shift that causes a mountain to pierce the ocean's waterline after mounting tension for millions of years, a new worldview manifested itself in me. It was as real to me as the air I breathed. In the same way that breathing is an autonomic function, this new feeling evolved my hindbrain to now include a new function equally autonomous, and, it felt, equally essential to my own survival. I loved Evie, but it was more than that. I was her protector. Her pain was my pain. Her joy, my joy. I looked at her as she looked at me. We smiled. I now understood the meaning of that ancient saying, my other half. To lose her would be to lose myself. I would never let that happen. I would kill to keep her safe. I would die to keep her alive. Nothing else mattered. Sirui chapter 15. The room shook with violence. Before I opened my eyes, sound waves reverberated through the grotto, tousling the flora. Petals rained down from the ceiling and curled against the surface of the water. Staccato bursts. Ground-shaking thumps. The sweeping roar of sublight engines executing flybys at full attack speed. The sounds of war. Something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. I didn't need to wake Evie. She rolled off the bunk and pulled her clothes out from under it. She was dressed in a flash. I hurried across the pond and pulled on first my underwear and a shirt, then my under armor. My heart raced. I blinked to try to clear the fog out of my head. Even getting woken up like this, it was still the best sleep I'd ever had. "What's going on?" I asked. "It sounds like we're under attack." "Because we are," she said, slipping into her Under Armour links. "Patron Sigma will be on the throne by now." "So what do we do?" I finished tying my boots. "We must proceed to the Hall of War. I need to help manage the supply chain. You need your armor, and I will not forsake the honor of strapping you into it." Something detonated far above our heads. Petals, dust, and pebbles cascaded down from the ceiling. "Armor and weapons," I said, "because whoever's doing that is packing some serious ordnance." Evie splashed her way across the pool, kissed me, and then we ran. We tore off down the tunnel at a brisk pace. The darkness remained unbroken. Dome lights in every hall we ran through were powered down, probably owing to the effect of the airstrikes on the surface. Like clockwork, every 2 minutes, another bombardment raked the tunnels. Impact vibrations coruscated up and down the ceiling and walls, showering the path with clouds of debris. I tried to turn off the part of my brain that kept screaming unhelpful things like cave in and collapse. I was a full-fledged Kilmori warrior. Something like that didn't scare me, and I'm not claustrophobic. It wasn't fear or panic that gripped me. It was the determination to get to the Hall of War, suit up, and defend my home. Running into a wall of debris and being forced to find another route was a delay I couldn't afford. I saw faint wisps of red light up ahead at the same time as I heard the clamor of armor plates and raised voices speaking indistinctly. Apparently, we wouldn't be the first to arrive. Evie rounded the corner. I was right on her heels. The Hall of War was a disorganized mess. Chemical sticks lay strewn about, imbuing the scene with a red glow. Shadows shifted over the walls as the warriors stood like posed statues, the females rushing to strap the men into the bulky plates of armor. I did a quick look and was surprised the Patron wasn't in attendance. But then he was always geared up for war, so he probably didn't have any reason to retrieve his kit from this place. History was absent too. They must be trying to get a battle plan in order, I thought. Ripka's mate, or whom I assumed was his mate, a dainty-looking female laughing excitedly under her breath, was tightening the ratchet straps on his chest piece. We made eye contact, and he nodded in my direction. I shifted my way to the racks at the back of the room, where my newly forged plates and helmet waited for me. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I scooped up the ensemble and found an empty corner of the room to get situated. I slipped into the leg pieces and boots. They felt right. Master Armorer Kitson did an incredible job. "Do we have any idea what's going on?" I asked. Off to my right side, Nair slid his helmet on. He shouted to get his voice to carry beyond the helmet. "We're about to get our first taste of glory." "I was looking for specifics, Nair. Who else knows we're underground?" "Gotta be your old crowd coming back for more," Ripka chimed in before donning his helmet. That gave me a moment of pause. If the Solace had returned, I was sure they brought a lot more firepower with them this time. One invasion could turn out to be nothing more than a skirmish or a territorial dispute, but 2 invasions. That was war. How could I be so stupid? Of course they wouldn't leave Kilmori to its people. I'd seen the Kilmori people as warriors from the first day they took me in. I knew they were hardened killers, but there weren't that many of them, maybe a few thousand. And actual warriors? Maybe a few hundred. Those weren't inspiring numbers. If the Solace wanted Kilmori, they were going to get it eventually. Even if they had to stuff every square inch of the underground with battalions of Solace corpses, they would. If we could repel this second invasion, if it really was the Solace hegemony, how could we force them to leave indefinitely? I didn't have the answer. I suspected there wasn't one. That wasn't going to stop me from killing as many of them as possible. Evie worked in tandem with me. Every piece I slid on, she cinched tight with the ratchet straps and locked into place. It was a fluid, intimate process. I had the feeling that, as far as battle preparation rituals went, I could get used to this. No one cared about me more than Evie. The careful attention with which she checked and double-checked every connection point filled me with overriding confidence. It called to mind the Spartans of ancient Earth. Warrior cultures across the galaxy have a lot in common, I guess. Do we have comms? I blurted out. Everything in the room stopped. Heads turned to stare with cold, black eyes. I'll take that as a no, I said sheepishly. Hey, how was I supposed to know? I hadn't been issued any communication equipment in the Solace Infantry either. That was one of the NCO privileges that I hadn't stuck around long enough to earn. I just figured, warrior culture with advanced armor and weaponry. Maybe they would also have some advanced communication equipment. Evie offered me my helmet. Go with honor, my love. I will return with glory, I said around the tightness in my throat. I'll keep you safe, Evie. She pressed her lips against mine. It felt like a promise. I know you will. I took my helmet and slid it on. Peering through the narrow eye slit in the faceplate, I actually had a full field of view. The heat-treated crystalline visor was solid enough to stop bullets, but clear enough to see through, like it wasn't even there. Nair handed me a rifle and a pistol. I slid the pistol into the built-in holster on my thigh plate and started looking over the rifle. My rifle. It wasn't the par beam I'd brought back with me from the desert. The par beam, a poison-induced hallucination, had convinced me my old platoon sergeant was trying to shoot me with. The Kilmori didn't use any of the modern energy weapons either, I guess. I hadn't had time to clean my new rifle, but as I inspected it, I realized someone had done the job for me. The sand scuffs and nicks in the metal were buffed and polished to a flat sheen until it was immaculate. Someone had engraved the mag well with the glyph of the Kilmori Death Angel. The way I felt then, wearing my armor for the first time and holding that rifle, my armor, my rifle. I hadn't been a warrior when I was with the Solace. I had been a scared little boy with cheap graphene plates. Outfitted for war with my own weapons and armor, I felt dangerous. Suddenly, the idea of running toward gunfire didn't fill me with trepidation. It excited me. Evie outfitted me with a chest rig loaded down with spare magazines. 2 grenades dangled from clips on the rig. A large pistol was tucked into a holster above them. She bent down and clicked on my battle belt, a wide and thick strap with several pistol mags and an individual first aid kit attached. All right, Kilmori, a loud voice boomed. I recognized it as the patron. Warriors, I will designate your sectors. Defend them to the death. The workers have mobilized the big guns and are stationing them at choke points throughout the underground. If the enemy advances, we make our final stand in the mines. When the airstrikes end, they will send ground troops. Be ready to cut them down like the infestation they are. Exterminate with extreme prejudice. The patron stood at the entrance clad in his bulky armor, with his helmet tucked beneath an arm. His bald head gleamed in the diffused red glow of chemstick lighting. The expression on his face was calm, but his dark eyes held an unbridled fury that emanated violent intent. He had his rifle unslung and held over his shoulder by the pistol grip as he bellowed in his low, gravelly voice. This will be a great victory for our people. Today we repel the imperialist infestation a second time. The divine thread weaves together the path of both hegemony and Kilmori. Let us seize this moment, brothers. Our destiny is at a crossroads. The time to sever the cord is now. History stepped out from behind the Kilmori commander and popped his helmet off. The thing hissed as he did so. I realized it was pressurized. Faint blue light leaked from inside it. Whatever was done to that particular armor, he had some tech inside it that the rest of us didn't. I knew it wasn't just armor. It had to be space-rated. A pistol on each hip and his big rifle stuck to his chest, probably with some kind of magnetic hold point. The big man could easily be mistaken for a Vidstar. I made contact with the relay station, he said in a gruff voice. The Solace hegemony has been attacked by one of their competing factions. They call themselves the Lux Legio, the Light Brigade. This gives us an advantage we did not have previously. No one wins a war, they fight on 2 fronts. If you know anything about the past, you know that this is our fight to lose. The hegemony spreads itself too thin. Patron Sigma and I have come up with a battle plan that will ensure victory. I glanced to my left and my right. The men kitted up in their battle armor looked every bit the fierce warriors I knew them to be. We were like a pack of iron wolves, chomping at the bit for our first taste of blood. If these imperialists wanted to step into our territory, they were going to get more than they bargained for. The promise of violence lingered on the air. History cleared his throat. We are Kilmori. We are not an army. There will be no groups, no squads, no packs. Bunching up is counterproductive and will bring a concentration of forces into areas we do not want. 1 warrior per sector. Guard the tunnels with your lives. If you fall, do not fall alone. Make the enemy pay for every drop of Kilmori blood they spill this day. The enemy comes with no remorse. They are brainwashed and socially engineered from birth to kill on command. Death is an honor to them, a hope, and a wish that by their death they might bestow honor upon their family name. History slammed a fist against his chest. As one, I joined my warrior brothers in mirroring the gesture. Grant the enemy his wish. History slid his helmet on. It sealed with a muted hiss. His shout came in a lower register, a mix between his gruff timbre and a mechanical growl filtered through the helmet's external speakers. Kleos Gia Kilmori. Kilmori warriors belted the phrase as one. Our war cries shook the stone around us. Glory to Kilmori! Myron chapter 16. I did not perceive the shadowy gaps in the cave walls as an impenetrable pall of darkness. Whatever the hegemony's plan was, it was going to fail. The average human could not adjust their eyes to a total absence of light, not like the natural adaptations of the Kilmori. Even my own eyes had taken the better part of a full local year to start seeing the different colors in the shadow. It was a fitting defense, I felt. The enemy would plunge into the heart of darkness to make their attack. And we, the warriors of the hidden light, called that darkness home. My adrenaline was already pumping as I ran. The armor was heavy, but the weight wasn't a burden. The gear I wore on my chest rig and battle belt was heavy, but it was reassuring. Rounds went fast in a firefight. When my gear got light enough that I didn't notice the weight, I'd be in dire straits. The sector I was tasked to defend was all too familiar. It was the convergence point between the minecart's transit hub that led north and the docking hall to the west, where history's ship remained docked safely inside. It was the same hall where Ngoya had been gunned down right after I was shot at point blank by my platoon sergeant. Part of me wondered if Patron Sigma gave me this area simply because it was closer to the surface. The cracks in this section of the tunnels had never been resealed. The Solace would be making their entrance from these areas. Either he thought the humans should die first, or he expected me to be able to stave off the initial advance. It didn't matter to me. I was going to kill them regardless. The bunker on the east corner of the hall had been repaired. The wreckage cleared and refined into more stardust. Worker-class Kilmori hustled to stage pallets for a more defensible position. A wailing scream tore across the sky, trailing repulsor lines across the open hole in the ceiling. Another airstrike, much louder to me now that I was closer to the surface. I felt the noise in my skull. Tremors and a deep, angry boom shook the ground. One of the workers lost his footing. 2 of his buddies helped him up as the overhead lighting flickered and died. I took a position near the pallets at the west entrance. This was the tunnel where history had picked off more than a few targets during the first Solace invasion. Flashes of memory played through my mind. Bits and pieces of carnage and fear, and the delusions of charging into the unknown, heedless of the men dying around me. I loaded a round into the chamber of my rifle. It was going to be different this time. I was the hunter. This no-comms thing chafed at me. I stood there against one of the pallets, eyes flitting between the northern and western entrances. I still had the gaping hole in the ceiling to the east above the rebuilt bunker to keep an eye on too. The airstrikes continued for hours. It was the same nightmare every time. A screaming banshee, a thunderclap, and the whole underground shook like it was going to collapse in on itself. The subtle grinding of rocks sliding against each other as debris fell and shifted was followed by a faint whisper of settling dust. My head was in the game. I was ready for war. But my heart was deep underground. Every airstrike was a direct attack on her. I took that very personally. I hated the Solace hegemony already. I didn't think it was possible to hate them any more than I already did. But with each successive strike, every minute I had to stare at empty tunnels with no ground troops rushing in my direction, I felt that hatred growing. Let a motherfucker try me, I thought. 3-4 thumps sounded above. They were muffled. I tightened my grip on my rifle. That would be dropships landing. I distinctly remembered that sound being the first thing I heard when I arrived on world. They were coming. Reports of fully automatic fire echoed from far off. The Gatling guns at all of the entrances were spewing high-velocity rounds. The workers doubled as our heavy gunners, running a delay and softening tactic to thin the herd before they penetrated too deep into the underground. I remembered how effective they were. A platoon of soulless soldiers rounded the corner in the west tunnel, looking left toward History's ship and right toward my position. I estimated 12 or so, bunched up in a cluster of weapons and flimsy graphene plates. I brought the Imperialists into my sight picture and fired. 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 Every round found a home. I scored 2 headshots and 1 direct hit to center mass. 3 bodies dropped, spraying blood. Their screams disoriented the rest of the platoon. I tapped the trigger again and again, methodically taking them down one by one. Cordite and gunpowder tinged the air. Underneath my helmet, I was grinning. One of the Solace charged me, waving his rifle and bellowing a war cry. For a split second, I wondered if that was how I had looked. If History saw me like that, what had stopped him from putting a round through my skull? It didn't stop me. My rifle kicked, sending a round through the soldier's mouth and severing his brainstem. The corridor was clear except for the bodies. One of them, the one I'd hit center mass, made wet choking sounds for a few seconds and then stopped. I pivoted on my heel to check the north tunnel. It was clear. The crack of gunfire drew my attention back to the west tunnel. A Solace soldier fired a 3-round burst right at me. My leg plate rang out with a glancing shot as I ducked behind the pallet. Lucky bastard. I forgot the platoon had an NCO with a rifle. Had it really been so long that I didn't remember that? That was an unforgivable oversight. I smacked my helmet, cursing my stupidity. More rounds slammed into the pallet. I brought my rifle up and spun out from cover, delivering 2, then 3 rounds right on target. The Solace jerked and collapsed to the floor, all 3 rounds hitting center mass. I put another round in his head just to be sure. I couldn't take any more chances. That lucky glancing shot had been warning enough. I ran my fingers over the armor. It wasn't even dented. Damn, that's strong stuff! Frantic shouts flowed from the western tunnel. I kept my rifle up, sights on the south bend the enemy would emerge from. I kept my finger on the mag well, remembering Preceptor Itzhak's stern lecturing on trigger discipline, even though I itched to give it a squeeze. More shouts, less frantic, this time from the northern tunnel. I shifted my position to the south side of the bunker. I wasn't going to hole up in there, not even if it was my only chance of survival. I was going to slaughter these bastards to the last man or die trying. Being on this side put the pallets between me and the western tunnel and the bunker between me and the northern tunnel. I had plenty of vantage points to deliver fire at either location while maintaining my cover. The Solace did have comms. At least the rifleman did. I never forgot that. But I was about to get a lesson in how important communication is in warfare. A Solace platoon appeared in the northern tunnel, maybe 120 meters away. I shouldered my rifle, and just when my finger brushed the trigger, something caught my peripheral. A second Solace platoon was pouring into the western tunnel, about 25 meters from the entrance. One of the Solace in the rear of their column opened up with his rifle. The shots were scattered and wide. Definitely aimed for me, but inaccurate. I had 2 options. I could try to pick off the riflemen in each platoon, or I could focus on eliminating the closer threat completely and hope that the further threat to the north didn't close the distance in time to fill me with lead. I opted for the second option and stepped back from the bunker, taking care to keep it between myself and the northern tunnel. Muzzle flash from the Solace's rifle gave his position away. Rounds whizzed past my head, but I didn't blink. I sighted in on the closest soldier and double-tapped the trigger. The rhythm of the rifle's action spaced my trigger pulls for prime accuracy. I walked my shots deeper into the charging soldiers. "Everybody gets 2, I said under my breath. Solace soldiers continued to run and shout. My rifle barked. Solace soldiers collapsed and died. 7, 8, 9, 10 dead. I double-tapped the 11th. He collapsed into the hall, rifle skidding to a stop 5 meters from me. The rifleman in the west tunnel was changing mags when I put a round through his throat. He fell to his back as crimson stained his uniform. The rifle and fresh mags separated as they clattered to the floor next to him. My rifle's bolt locked back. I dropped the empty mag, reloaded with one from my chest rig, and slapped the bolt home to chamber a fresh round. As the bolt slid forward, I stepped out from behind the cover of the bunker and brought my rifle to bear on the northern tunnel. The Solace were already fanned out across the staging area, taking cover behind pallets. The rifleman sent a burst of rounds on full auto, forcing me back behind the bunker. None of those shots had a chance of hitting me at that distance, but I wasn't taking any chances. Better to readjust than to get killed by a lucky shot. I had all the faith in the world in my Kilmori armor. Sure, it didn't have fancy avionics or a HUD or anything like that, but it was damn near indestructible. I felt less sure about the crystalline glass. I knew it was tough, but I hadn't field tested it. I didn't want a bullet through the brain to be the determining factor in its effectiveness, so I erred on the side of caution. "Move up!" someone shouted. That would be the NCO leading from the rear, I thought. "Move up and flush him out. Terminate all squatters on sight." Two war cries broke out on the other side of the bunker. "Squatter! 11 o'clock!" Okay, this can't happen, I thought. I'm not getting into a fist fight with these assholes. I popped up and took a few steps back to get a better vantage point. A Solace infantryman flagged me with his rifle. I dropped him with 2 rounds to the chest before I was tackled to the ground, but not by him. My helmet bounced and rang against the stone floor. It took me a second to realize what had happened. One of the enemy had climbed up and over the bunker and jumped on me. I didn't have time to think these bastards are crazy before I threw the Solace off, shoved the barrel of my rifle into his diaphragm, and squeezed 3 rounds into him at point blank. Blood and gore ejected out of his back in a grisly eruption. I knew I was in a bad spot, but I wasn't done yet. I hustled to the south tunnel, hugged the cave wall, and ducked behind pallets when I could to keep under cover. A few discordant rounds clipped at the rock face around me. None found their mark. I ended up with my back against a pallet right by the southern tunnel. I took a breath to collect myself and popped up firing. My first 2 rounds suppressed the northwestern corner where 3 Solace infantrymen had closed to about 10 meters. My next few rounds walked to the right, clipping one of the enemy in the shoulder and, by sheer dumb luck, scoring a headshot on another. The NCO broke cover, muzzle flashing on fully automatic. This wasn't a full-on burst from the hip. This was a squeeze and release. The barrage was much more accurate than before, equivalent to a 5-round burst. I caught 3 rounds on my chest plate. They didn't penetrate. The concussive impacts knocked me onto my ass and set my ears ringing. I squeezed off 2 rounds to suppress the advancing Solace, then rolled back behind the pallet. Damn, that guy's persistent. I lost track of the number of enemies left in this platoon. I might be hard to kill in this armor, but if enough of them swarmed me, they could overpower me. That was a situation I could not let play out. Retreating at this stage wasn't an option. The Patron wanted me to defend this sector to the death. I still had a lot of fight left in me. I broke cover with my rifle up, scanning for targets. I made my way with deliberate steps toward the north tunnel. A Solace peeked from cover at my 10 o'clock position. It was a brief fraction of a second, but I managed to put a round through his head before he could duck back down. My rifle discharging drew out the persistent NCO. He broke cover at my 2 o'clock. We traded rounds at 5 meters distance, but he wasn't wearing Kilmori armor. I staggered from 2 direct hits. His face caved in with a red smear of gore, and he dropped. "All right," I shouted. "Anybody left that wants to surrender?" A complete Solace fire team stepped out from behind a nearby pallet and took a few steps toward me. The 3 Imperialists dropped their rifles at their feet and put their hands up. "We surrender," the one closest to me said. "This is insane. Nobody knows what we're doing here. Kilmori take no prisoners." I flipped the selector to full auto and dumped the mag into them. They dropped, blood pooling beneath them. Satisfied for the moment, I changed mags just as I heard a tinkling, skittering noise. At first I thought it was expended brass settling at my feet. Then I looked down. It was a grenade. No, it was a canister. I looked to the west tunnel where the canister had come from. The solace I'd shot in the throat was still alive. He was lying on his back, one hand at his throat. The other hand was closed in a fist with the middle finger raised. The canister coughed. Thick red smoke piped out from the thing like it was an active volcano, roiling and rising higher by the second. "This your idea of a joke?" I had to strain my ear to catch the solace's choked whisper. "Your funeral?" I kicked the can toward him, raised my rifle, and fired a burst into his prostrate form until his hand dropped. "Fuck you," I spat in his direction. The red smoke hadn't completely dissipated. It started crawling toward the open hole in the ceiling. In my naivete, I didn't understand why that was a problem. I took up my position near the south tunnel when the air caught on fire. The explosion knocked me back. I found myself caught in a rock slide. Chapter 17. I don't know how long I was out. All I know is the chamber was a ruined mess and the solace were everywhere. I was on my back, covered in rocks and debris and dust. Pain pierced my lungs like I was breathing glass shards. It took everything in me, all of my warrior training and the time on the path, to control my urge to cough. If I did, I'd instantly give away my position. I slowly breathed through it, eyes rolling in my head at the pain. My jaw clamped shut. I retched a few times until the pain subsided. Sliding my fingers under my helmet, I wiped a few grains of sand and rock from my nose. Note to self, colored smoke is not a good sign. Too many to count, the soulless infantry marched through the staging area, filled with the ruined remnants of pallets and stardust blocks that had once been a bunker. They looked like a rogue religious order, more than a group of corporate contract killers. The sun emblems on their uniforms, the mix of cheap graphene plates worn by the average soldier, the powered trident armor of the higher-ranking soldiers. They brought the numbers this time. I wasn't scared, but I was alert. These people, in these numbers, they were a serious threat. I couldn't have been out that long. Maybe 15 minutes, an hour at the most. How long would it have taken for them to drop this many troops? The enemy formed up into platoons and marched down the south tunnel in droves. That was the tunnel I was supposed to be defending. I needed to get up. I needed to kill them. If they were swarming on this section of the underground, what did the other entrances look like? "Company Commander Ainsworth," a gruff voice shrieked. "All present and accounted for, Executor. These tunnels are exactly how we remember them. We have the enemy on the run. We're ready to make our final push to secure the claim. The hegemony will have its territory properly staked. The locals eradicated within the hour, sir. Your devotion to the hegemony does you credit, Major. See to it that the vermin population is exterminated, to the last man, woman, and child. This will be more than vengeance for us, Captain. It is sanctioned by the Senate, ordered by the Director himself. We will see his orders carried out to full completion." "Of course, sir." "It can't be. It's impossible." I dared not move. I hardly trusted myself to breathe. A thick layer of dust caked my visor, but I already knew it to be true just by the sound of the voice. I squinted and willed the dust on my visor to clear. It didn't, but the squinting helped. A pocket of solace soldiers formed up into two columns and marched toward the south tunnel. Boot stomps clamored like war drums. I saw Ainsworth, the same red-faced, prissy officer I'd known as my company commander, talking with another man in trident armor. It wasn't just any man. It was the man who had shot me and left me for dead. The man whose ghost chased me through the desert a few nights ago. Shane Fitzgerald, formerly Sergeant First Class Shane Fitzgerald of the Solace Infantry. Now he was an executor? That quick, huh? I was in a bad position. I couldn't count how many Solace were out there. Upwards of 50. 5 of them wore powered trident armor, carrying wicked-looking parbeams. Those would be the special guard dedicated to protecting the priest. Even if I opened up with my rifle on full auto, I'd be lucky to take down more than a few of them. I confess, at that moment, the only thing that mattered to me was killing Fitzgerald. If I could put a round in his skull before they got me, I would have jumped up right then and done it. I was buried under a bunch of rocks, gravel, and other debris. The reason why I was still in my armor and not dragged out into the open with a bullet in my head was because no one had seen me yet. I couldn't compromise my position and do any good. Not yet. I gritted my teeth and waited. Several minutes went by. I couldn't even turn my head without worrying I'd loosen up some of the rocks over me and draw attention. It chafed me that I didn't hear the Gatling guns firing off in the distance anymore. The workers probably fell early. Even big guns couldn't take down this many Solace. They certainly hadn't taken me down back when I was on the side of the invaders. I knew I was going to have to make a break for it at some point. It seemed the divine thread was weaving my destiny in the shape of a circle, looping me around this central point of righting the wrongs I'd committed or attempted to commit as a Solace. Perhaps if I were able to kill my old platoon sergeant and stop this invasion, that would make up for my blind assault on an indigenous population, a people who wanted nothing more than to be left alone. Or I could just be talking myself into doing something stupid because I want that motherfucker's blood right now. Yeah, it was a toss-up. Small arms fire erupted from the south tunnel. Shouts and screams cascaded across the cave walls. The clashing of striking metal followed. Whatever you're doing, you better do it quick, I told myself. Fitzgerald mumbled something to one of his personal guards. He made a flourish and turned to leave. That was my cue. I wriggled out of the rocks and rolled up to my feet, brought my hands were empty. I didn't have my rifle. I cursed. It must still be buried under the rubble. I had no time to think. Something caught my eye in the rubble, and I snatched it up with my left hand. The switchboard used to operate the overhead lighting rested at my feet. What the hell? Let's see if I can pull a fast one. Hey, you there! Hands up! A trident-armored Solace raised his par beam and took a step in my direction. If the ruse I was about to play out didn't work, there was the pistol in my armor's leg guard, too. What was it? 15 meters from me to them? I could do it. Freeze right there, heathen, Fitzgerald bellowed. He was about 25 meters away. It was a stretch. The distance wasn't a deal-breaker, but I knew I'd take a few rounds before I could bring my weapon to bear. And that might make it an impossible shot. On your knees, remove your helmet and surrender. Refuse, and you will be shot as the squatter scum you are. Damn, Fitz, you've been riding that high horse a little too hard, haven't you? It was a stupid thing to say, but I figured if I got the element of surprise, it might increase my odds. The trident-armored Solace took another step toward me, shouting, "You insolent bastard! How dare you wag your tongue at the executor?" Whoa there, simpleton, I said, borrowing history's derogatory term. Take another step, and you'll regret it. I held the switchboard up. The Solace froze. That's right. See, this is my home turf. You don't know what nasty surprises I have hiding all throughout these tunnels, just waiting for your dumbasses to stumble across. Maybe a couple of home-brewed IEDs. I gave the switchboard a shake for effect. Maybe some carefully hidden claymores. Or maybe a cave full of pissed-off indigs ready to decapitate you and drink your blood. You're bluffing. You sure about that? Why don't you ask Fitz if he's willing to risk it? How do you know my name, squatter? To my chagrin, Fitzgerald didn't approach. Despite being all puffed up in the head with his new stature as an executor, the guy was a career soldier. I couldn't see if he had a weapon on him, but I didn't think he did. He was too smart to come within easy striking distance of an enemy combatant if he didn't need to. I wasn't about to remove my helmet with 5 rifles pointed at me. You may remember a certain private in your infantry platoon that you shot and left for dead here, Fitz. That's not the official narrative you escaped here with, though, is it? You ran back to the hegemony with your tail tucked between your legs, begging for a promotion, anything to get out of military service. Made up some bullshit story about being the lone survivor, you and the captain. The imperialist escort actually looked at each other for a brief second. It was a minimal loss of focus, but for me it was enough. I would have loved to go into the elaborate backstory, to fill the air with some truth for a change. But I know the solace because I used to be one of them. It didn't matter if someone challenged the narrative, if someone of higher rank than yourself told you something. It was the truth, no arguments. You had your odd men out that liked to do their own thinking, but they kept that stuff locked up inside themselves. That, or they were put at the front of the next charge and didn't last long. As soon as I saw that little turn of the head between the trident helmets, I dropped the switchboard, slipped one of my grenades from my chest rig, and pulled the pin. I rolled it right into their midst and drew my pistol. It's weird because time didn't slow down. It wasn't like a movie. Not really. There was a half a second of quiet, stunned silence, you could say. The tink of the grenade bouncing along the ground. The scrape of metal as my pistol left my leg holster. The flick of the safety being thrown. The clatter of the broken switchboard hitting the ground. Sight picture. Fitzgerald, the tiny gap between his collarbones right at the base of his throat. All hell broke loose. My finger squeezed the trigger. I could hear the hammer strike the primer. The shell combusted in a gaseous eruption that rocketed the half-jacketed hollow point round out of the barrel faster than the eye could track. 500 meters per second. Fitzgerald was about 30 meters away from me. The round took 0.12 seconds to travel from the barrel of my weapon to meet his body. At the exact moment my trigger broke, I was met with a barrage of 6.8 SPC rounds in charged particle bolts that caught me full frontal. I took hits to the helmet, hits to the chest and shoulder plates, and a few rounds to the legs. I must have been hit 20 or 30 times. I flew backward, stumbling, and collapsed onto my back. 2 rounds had found gaps in my armor. I thought for sure the charged particles were going to bite right through me, but they didn't. Gouts of flame erupted to either side of me as the bolts contacted my armor with the full force of slamming into a solid wall at 1,000 kilometers an hour, and ricocheted wildly. Now that I can look back on it, I realize what happened. Why unobtainium is the greatest secret in the galaxy. Its unique properties repel energy weapons. I couldn't believe I was still alive. The bite in my left trapezius stung like hell. A lesser grazed wound, probably from a fragment rather than actual impact, sliced at the flesh of my right quadriceps, just above the knee. I laid still as the bullets stopped coming my way. Then I heard shouts and a scream. "The executor is hit! The executor is hit! I'm fine! I'm fine! Kill him! Kill the squatters, all of them!" My heart sank. Fitzgerald wasn't dead. I don't know how badly I missed, but now I was in deep shit with no way out. It doesn't matter how much training you have. When the shit hits the fan, that's when you find out what you're made of. The whole practice like you play thing is true for the most part, but it overlooks one core truth of warfare. A warrior can receive a lifetime of the best training in the world, but until he receives a baptism by fire, he is, at best, unproven. I didn't hesitate, partly because if I did, I was going to die, and partly because I had crossed that threshold of hesitation. Now that I knew what it felt like to take a life, I had nothing to hesitate over. The battlefield I found myself in was no longer living people covered in degrees of morality. There was no right and wrong anymore. There were allies and there were enemies. That became my first rule. Kill your enemies. I leveled my pistol and squeezed off shots as fast as I could pull the trigger. I didn't just hammer on the trigger, though. I made sure the shots found valid targets as I dumped the mag in an arc in front of me. Most of my rounds flattened against the Trident armor, doing little more than staggering the enemies. 3 of the 5 red Trident armored soulless dropped to the ground, holes in their necks spraying arterial blood. I rolled to the right, dropped the mag and slapped a fresh one home, thumbed the slide forward. A par beam burst bit into my lower back. My helmet started ringing. My vision shook. Flames coiled around me. I'm gonna get cooked. I rolled onto my back, pistol up. The barrel of a kinetic rifle was right in my face. Maybe the 6.8 SPC round would have penetrated my helmet at point blank. Maybe it would have just knocked me out cold. I didn't wait to find out. 3 rounds to the lower abdomen. The enemy collapsed. I snatched up the rifle, spun it around, and thumbed the selector for full auto. The stock hit my shoulder as I lit off a 2-second burst at the remaining Solus. Luck, skill, or both. His par beam rose to firing position at the same time as I caught him in the neckpiece. His lifeless body hit the rocks, par beam sliding across the floor to rest a meter away. He didn't move. I was alone. I felt like I'd been hit by a fully loaded minecart. I was sure underneath my armor, my skin was covered in welts and bruises. But the armor did its job, and that was enough for me. I swiped my head from right to left. The tunnel to the north was empty and quiet. Fitzgerald had disappeared. If I wanted to catch him, I needed to pursue, and fast. The tunnel to the south was filled with the sounds of war, Not just orders shouted from the mouths of hired guns either. War cries from Kilmori warriors were mixed in with the gunfire and clanging metal. To the right was the vengeance I sought more than anything. To the left, my people in the fever pitch of war. I gritted my teeth, swapped the rifle's mag for a fresh one, and tore off at a fast clip into the south tunnel. My people needed me. For now, vengeance would have to wait. Chapter 18. I had no qualms about killing Solus, even with their backs to me. I depleted a dozen full mags and left behind twice that number of bodies. I went through so many rounds that the shell casings could have served as chalk outlines for the dead. Every time I killed an NCO, I considered picking up their parbeam, but I wasn't familiar with how to operate one, and I didn't think the middle of a war zone was a great place to try to learn it for the first time. I stopped just long enough to strip the spare magazines from the dead and continued my slaughter. The tunnel weaved up and to the left. At this junction, I saw the first dead Kilmori. His body was surrounded by 4 Solus corpses. I didn't recognize him by his armor. The Solus had done to him what I was afraid they were going to do to me. His body armor was riddled with dents, but no puncture marks, no visible wounds. His neck ended in a gory stump, and from the looks of it, it hadn't been a single clean slice. They must have gotten frustrated with the armor, swarmed him until someone got a K-bar, and I took a few seconds to examine the dead Solus on either side of him. 2 of them had their windpipes crushed. This warrior had defended his sector to the death, and even when the zealots had swarmed him and removed his helmet, he managed to crush the throats of the 2 closest as they hacked his head off. "You bastards are gonna pay for this," I growled. I marched up the tunnel at a jog, keeping my rifle at low ready. The crash of metal and barking gunfire was more sporadic than it had been a moment ago. I didn't know if that was a good thing or not. I passed the mess hall. A quick glance showed me nothing but bodies and carnage. A dozen Kilmori workers, 2 warriors, and a whole lot of dead Solus. The overhead lighting flickered weakly, painting the scene like something out of a horror movie. If they made it this far, I thought with dread, they could be near the mines by now. If they get through there, the Hall of War is their last stop. Evie. I ran faster, my heart hammering in my chest. The Kilmori fell back to the mines for their last stand. The advantage of the mines, they were a labyrinth to anyone who didn't spend a lot of time in them. It was why the Kilmori, even the warriors, spent at least 2 days a week working in them, so as not to lose their familiarity with the layout. That kind of home turf advantage was the only reason the battle was still ongoing when I arrived. The Solus were pouring into the mines from the east and south entrances, which meant they had discovered all 3 entrances to the underground. There was no escaping them now. I was getting used to firing the carbine on full auto. I found it most effective at a range of fewer than 5 meters. The Solus liked to bunch up, which made for easy targets. They probably didn't like to bunch up as much as they were made to by the cramped quarters in the tunnels. Either way, I unleashed barrages of high-velocity fire at close range and was rewarded with bodies hitting the dirt floor like a crowd doing the wave at a sporting event. Yeah, newsflash, assholes. Tunnels are meant for mining and transporting cargo, not fighting wars. So if you run a numbers game like the Solus hegemony, expect to pay a high cost in lives for every inch of underground you advance over. It was my turn for a newsflash, though. The Solus didn't care about the cost. They had brainwashed and trained their soldiers to the point of unquestioning obedience. They expected to die, wanted to die to obtain some corrupted idea of honor. I was doing these assholes a favor, sending them to meet their maker. I stripped 4 spare mags off a Solus corpse and slid them into my chest rig. I saw more Solus, there was always more, rushing down the tunnels to replace the platoons I'd just wiped out. At this point, my prediction about the bodies clogging the tunnels was going to come true. I slipped into the thicker shadows of the tunnels, following my internal compass as I navigated to an atrium I thought my fellow warriors would use as a defensive staging area. I came up behind a 3-man Solus fire team, which couldn't really be called a fire team because they were stumbling and waving their rifles in the darkness, like blind men shaking walking sticks. I fired a short, controlled burst and stepped over their smoking, bleeding corpses. History? Patron Sigma, I called. Edge? History's mechanical voice flew from his helmet speakers. Hey, what's the play here? There's too many of them. I rounded a jutting crevice in the tunnel wall and found the big man with two Kilmori warriors, Itzhak and another whose name I didn't know. History clapped a hand on my shoulder. There are too many. We did not plan for this. I gave an exasperated sigh. This is the soulless fucking hegemony, history. What do you mean you guys didn't plan for this? Edge. His voice dropped an octave. Stow that shit. We've got to clear a path and get these people out. How do you propose we do that? I've killed so many of them that I lost count. They just keep coming. They're going to keep coming until their corpses block the oxygen flow down here, and we suffocate. History's helmet visor was narrow, but I could see my reflection in it. My eyes had really grown accustomed to the darkness. I looked like hell. It wasn't a scared little boy looking back at me, though, and I was proud of that. It was a tired man who was at a crossroads with no easy decision at hand. The workers are tunneling to the surface. We need to hold the invaders off long enough for the workers to dig us an escape route. Once that's in place, we can do what? Run around waving our arms and shouting? There's nothing up there, history. I've been there. You have too. The Kilmori don't have ships up there, and even if they did, the orbital bombardment would have destroyed them. There's nowhere to run. You and I both know that. He dropped his voice to barely a whisper. But the Kilmori have made their decision. Fuck that. We're just going to fight a war of attrition over the next day or two until we're all dead. That's not a plan. It's giving up. Itzhak shoved me against the wall and banged his helmet against mine. What do you know of it? He hissed. New to the Kilmori way. You do not know of what you speak. You may be a warrior, Edge, but this is your first battle. Fighting to the death is not quitting. We have not laid down our weapons. We fight and we die, or we fight and we win. In the end, to fight is our only choice. History's expression was unreadable behind his helmet, but it probably would have been even if he didn't have it on. I'd only seen the guy smile once or twice. You want to try to make a deal with them? History asked, puzzled. No. I shook my head. The Solace aren't going to make any deals. It's total annihilation, for us or for them. We just need bigger guns, more ordnance. We have none. Itzhak spat the word at me like an accusation. I looked at history. What about your ship? You have something fancy on it, like a nuke or at least a couple of missiles? History shook his head. I'll get blown out of the sky before I can complete the takeoff roll. What if you didn't, though? He shrugged. One ship can't take on an entire fleet. That's why we need more than one ship, I insisted. Itzhak put an arm around History's shoulders and whispered incredulously, What is this one talking of? The Kilmori do not have ships. Not anymore. A low rumble rolled out of History's helmet speakers. I thought it was static at first, some kind of feedback issue. But then it dawned on me. He was laughing. If you've got the balls to back up those brains, I think we may have something to work with. You know I do, I said. Itzhak, how many warriors do we need to keep the Solace confused in the mines? History asked. All of us. We fight to the death. He shook his fist. No. I grabbed his fist and put my helmet against his to stare right into his eyes. What's the minimum number of warriors we need to leave here? Itzhak blinked. Leave? Where are you going? History and I shared a look. At least I think we did. It was hard to tell where he was looking in that helmet. To steal a ship, I said. Absolutely not, the patron of war grumbled behind his helmet. History I and patron Sigma were huddled into a small hall in the lower half of the mines. Tracking him down hadn't been difficult thanks to History's high-tech gear. His helmet gave him perfect vision in the darkness. I was sure there was more to it, because he picked Sigma out of a crowd of warriors as if he could see him from 50 meters away. I wanted tech like that, but I had other things to worry about, like convincing Sigma to buy off of my plan. With all due respect, I said with no respect in my tone, we are running out of time. The Solace are going to swarm those mines with more soldiers than we have bullets for. I've already seen fallen warriors. I don't want to see any more. My wife, my Kilmori wife, is here. I owe you people a debt I can never repay. I made a vow to keep her safe. I am not going to sit back and fight to the death when I see a valid option to unfuck this situation. Sigma's eyes smoldered behind his helmet's visor, but he didn't speak, so I continued with my tirade. I don't know what numbers the Solace have, but you can rest assured it's too much for us. We need more firepower. They have it. We just need to take it. Sigma tilted the crown of his helmet in my direction, probably narrowing his eyes in frustration. Kilmori do not use technology from outsiders. Really? I hefted my M4 up by the sling. What do you call this? I pointed at History. And his helmet. What is this with his helmet? History shook his head but said nothing. I didn't press the issue because I wasn't sure if the patron actually knew History's helmet was stuffed with a bunch of advanced tech. Look, point is, you do use other technology. That's not a valid reason to deny this opportunity. Weapons are different, he scoffed. So think of the ship as a weapon, I offered. An airborne weapon we can use to kill their soldiers before they even get their boots on the ground. And can you fly the ship? He asked with a jeer. No, but he can. I jabbed a thumb at History. You sanction this hunting party, do you, History? Sigma's disbelief was palpable. Where I come from, we call it a tactical operation, History said. It's got moxie. It's a better move than just fighting an enemy with a far superior numbers. How many warriors will this hunting party, tactical operation, require? I looked at History. He tilted his helmet slightly, considering. 12 would be enough. 12? We have lost so many already. I cannot allow this. Sacrificing 12 of our number for this? It is a waste. 12 for a chance, or everybody dies, I said. It's not much of a choice, patron. This has to happen. Sigma rolled his head back on his shoulders. He raised the lip of his helmet up, almost exposing his neck. He breathed deep and heaved a sigh, then brought his head back upright. He had made a decision. That much was clear. Edge, History. I do not see the wisdom in it, but I trust both of you. I know you will not fail Kilmori. I will allow it. 12 Kilmori warriors against the soulless hegemony. They didn't stand a chance. All right, now that the unbridled machismo is over, I'll tell you how it really happened. What? I'm not sorry. I had to try to lighten the mood a little because this is where things get really, really dark. Like 100% cacao, dark chocolate dark, so bitter you can't keep a straight face no matter how hard you try as that first chip melts on your tongue like a shot of motor oil. Okay, but I warned you. You should have laughed when you had the chance. Honowa, Chapter 19. The 12-man team consisted of History myself, Ripka, Nair, Itzhak, and 6 other warriors I was just getting to know for the first time. If you paid attention and noticed that's only 11, congratulations. Number 12 was Kubla, pulled out of retirement to fight this one last war. As soon as word got out that the 2 humans had a plan to do something insane with very little chance of success, the old-timer ambled his way up to us in his battle-worn armor plates and insisted on joining us. Patron Sigma had no problem with it. In fact, he also insisted on it. You take the Elder with you. He is of questionable use to us here. Great. Thanks, asshole. Like we didn't already have the odds stacked against us. Now we have to cart Grandpa around with us. If we pull this off, we're going to be legends, Ripka laughed. When we pull this off, Nair said, I'm going to spend a week in the hot springs. You might need it, Nair. It'll take a week to get the blood off your armor. I don't mind that. The larger Kilmori shrugged. It's just, I made a pledge. I want to present myself in the best condition to her when I return. You Kilmori, I laughed. Cold-blooded killers 1 minute, sappy lovers the next. I told you, Nair, you'd find the right girl. He laughed. How was it for you, Edge? Did Evie fulfill her pledge to you? Nair, that's the wrong question. Ripka stepped between us. Did Evie fulfill her pledge to you all night long? My 2 buddies snickered. I shrugged. I wasn't in the mood to joke around. All I wanted was for the soulless to fuck right off back to where they came from. They had no business here, harassing these people. I wanted them to get that message loud and clear. I figured the best way to communicate that was to blow up a bunch of their ships, if I could. I'll tell you, young bunch, Kubla said from my right, where he was cradling a large sniper rifle. Nothing soothes the battle-weary soul of a warrior quite like the comfort he finds in the cleansing flame of his bride's embrace. That was oddly poetic of him, I thought. Maybe he's only crass when he's drunk. Then again, Kubla drawled on, stroking the rifle affectionately, it all depends on how well prepared your bride is. You want a female that's going to ravage you right down to your bones. Like the old tales of the succubus, the best females work you over with their... If you thought hearing old war stories of questionable truth was a hard thing to sit through, this old geezer's love conquests were actually worse. He never mentioned having a wife, and I couldn't imagine a Kilmori female wanting to crawl on that ragged old body. But what did I know? Kubla is a hound dog. Case closed. We made a ragtag bunch, the lot of us. For the three of us, this was our first mission. The rest were of varying combat experience. Two of the warriors, besides history, big bulky guys, had served as emissaries a few times. I was glad to know at least a few of the Kilmori wouldn't be totally out of their element on a ship. Assuming, of course, we actually boarded one. The plan was simple. It just required precise execution and absolutely no mistakes. Like most desperate plans, the probability of success was a solid lock on single digits. But when your back's against the wall and you're staring death in the face, single-digit odds are better than not taking a chance at all. History spent a few minutes talking to each warrior he selected individually to fill them in on the plan. When he reached me, he pulled a device out of a slot in his armor and handed it to me. It was an earpiece. Comms in case we get separated. I thought the Kilmori... He silenced my remark with a knife hand. We're running an op. Ops require comms. I know they won't use it, but if we get separated, I need to be able to reach you. Just put the damn thing in your ear, simpleton. That's all you had to say, I griped as I slid the earpiece in, then threw my helmet on over it. Check. History's voice came through crystal clear. I've got you, I said. 3 stages to the plan. History clapped his hands together, drawing the attention of the whole team. Everyone knows their roles? The 11 of us tapped fists against our chests. Good, let's move. History led the way. We made a column with Kubla as rear guard, which was a great idea because he wasn't in the best shape. He carried the 40-pound sniper rifle without much difficulty, though. Maybe there's more than bluster in those old war stories he prattles on about. The thought occurred to me before I could stop it. If he wasn't exaggerating about the war stories, that means he probably wasn't exaggerating his sexual escapades either. I suppressed a shudder. We marched through the snaking tunnels of the mines at half speed, stepping carefully over the rock and dirt to minimize our sound footprint. Several times history signaled for us to halt. I never heard anything, but I chalked it up to something he saw in his helmet. Each time, a fire team of Solus would wander down a fork in the tunnel and pass right by him, heedless of the fact that the enemy they sought was less than 2 meters away. We staged at a pocket in the tunnels, a short distance from one of the 3 entrances. History had us hold position for almost a full minute. After some mysterious countdown he was keeping track of and we weren't in the know about, he aimed his left hand down the tunnel and made a fist. A line of sparks sprang from his wrist at the same time. A high-pitched whine raced up the tunnel and ended in an explosion. Move! The big man's electronic helmet speakers boomed. No one stops until we're at the ship. I glanced down the line. The warriors tapped their helmets to make sure they were seated properly, then popped up on their feet, ready to run. Kubla hopped up with more vigor than I expected. I followed history into the next layer of tunnels, stepping over smoldering, soulless corpses and wading through a cloud of the worst smell I've ever encountered. Burning flesh is one of those things you don't forget. Trust me, it's different from cooking meat or the scent of hot metal. I kept my rifle up as we moved, marching at full speed. The soulless presence wasn't as thick here as I expected, which could only mean the mines were overflowing with them by this point. We were running out of time. I knew the warriors we left behind could handle themselves, but if a fresh wave of imperialists swarmed in, we would return to find everyone we knew had been beheaded. Break for the objective, history called, suddenly opening up with a salvo from his M4. Break for the objective, I echoed his command. The column became a wave as we rushed forward in a hulking mass of clinking armor plates and barking rifles. This far removed from the mines, the Solus were in sporadic clusters of 2s and 3s. It was run and gun at a sprint over the next several hundred meters as we raced to the hall where History's ship was docked. I rounded the last corner as two Solus rushed me head-on. I sent a 3-round burst into them, hurtled their bodies and the choking sounds my bullets had left for them to deal with. I heard 2 pistol rounds discharged behind me, followed by a mad cackle. That could only have come from Kubla. "Never leave a live one behind you, young'uns! Didn't they teach you anything on the path?" He cackled again, stowed his pistol, and charged forward with the sniper rifle at the ready. I crossed the threshold of the staging hall, then turned westward as Ripka and Nair cleared out an entire platoon of Solus with a hailstorm of accurate fire. When the smoke settled, History approached his ship. "Phase 1 is a go." History popped the hatch on the side and pointed a knife hand straight up. "Phase 2, execute." "Ripka, Nair, you're with me," I said. "Kubla, you get yourself a perch. Itzhak, you're his spotter. The rest of you, 2 teams of 3, take separate positions where you can find them and draw their fire. Overlap your fire lanes and alternate to keep them on their toes. The more rounds Kubla gets off, the better chance we have of making it." I got a few grunts of acknowledgement. "Now," I said to my 2 friends, "we make for the surface." "I thought History was going to fly the ship," Ripka said. "You don't know how to fly a ship?" Nair asked incredulously. "History is going to fly the ship. His ship. The plan we sold to Patron Sigma was the—" "Rough draft of the plan," I admitted. "History assures me he can pull this off, so we're not straying too far off course here." Nair shook his head. "This is crazy. Stupid crazy." "Hey, I like crazy. Let's get crazy and kill some soulless bastards." Ripka tapped a fist against his chest enthusiastically. "That's right." I nodded and licked my dry lips. I was about to pull a magic trick. It was going to be historic. But in order to do that, everything had to play out exactly right. I didn't want a Solace dropship, but that was the only option. Fighters and bombers don't typically land near target sites in hostile territory. Admittedly, I wouldn't know how to fly any of them anyway. But me flying was never the plan. Still, I would have liked the option to fire off some rockets or missiles at some of the Solus ships in orbit. The enemy vessels loomed above us like so many daggers, tips angled toward the underground, poised to strike. Too many to get an accurate count without stopping and burning time we didn't have. Their malevolent presence obscured the Viridian and Cerulean light show of the Aurora Borealis at twilight. The sun was halfway over the horizon when we finished the climb up through the hole in the staging hall, and I saw the layout of the Solus Hegemony's forward operating base. The FOB was staged a few clicks from the cave mouth along a meandering route that eventually led to the staging hall we had just climbed out of. In effect, this hole was a shortcut in an alternate route that led straight to the enemy via a steep rock-covered incline. I saw 2 dropships and a battalion of Solus milling about between them. A few tents had been hastily erected near the dropships, but the bulk of the soldiers was sitting or lying down on the sand. This must be the reserve force, I thought. If that many soldiers poured into the mines, the best the Kilmori could hope to achieve was a replay of the Battle of Thermopylae at the Hot Gates. 300 Spartans against 10,000 Persians or something like that. Yeah, the Spartans put a serious hurting on the Persians, but they were also all killed. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. History buzzed my ear. "Edge, do you copy?" "History, I copy. You ready for this?" Pre-flight checks are green across the board. The old girl's prepped and ready for launch. She's a bit rusty. I don't have time to work out the kinks, so this is going to be interesting. We're as ready as we can be. "Time's a luxury we don't have, brother." He practically shouted into my ear. "Then let's get it on." A few hundred meters to my left, I saw a sinkhole open up in the sand. The bastardized racer by cargo ship, the one I hoped to steal or inherit one day, fired up thrusters and creeped up out of the docking bay. It looked like a floating dumpster. Not the shape of it, just the wrecked paint job and the dour pallor of the hull. I had seen scrap metal that looked better maintained than that hunk of junk. The dropship ramp started to raise slowly. I tucked my chin and sprinted the last 10 meters at full stride. Nair mirrored my charge. We both lunged through the air over the last meter and crashed onto the ramp like buckets of bolts. The clamor of metal against the deck was deafening in my helmet. As the ramp rose to half closed, I saw Ripka hadn't kept up with us. He realized it too. Instead of rushing to a door that was going to be sealed shut before he got to it, he skidded to a stop in a spray of sand, planted his feet and swung his rifle toward the enemy. An entire platoon of soulless soldiers stood in a line like a firing squad. I don't know if it was a meeting of the minds, an NCO call, or if it was just bad luck. "Hell yeah!" Ripka shouted over the roaring repulsors of the dropship. "Crazy bastards, meet your maker!" His M4 barked. A dozen rifles opened up in response. I didn't see him go down, but when the dropship door sealed shut, I knew. "Edge!" Nair shouted. I spun around to prone and brought my rifle up. A dozen Solus stood with rifles pointed at us. They weren't like any Solus I'd ever seen. These weren't youthful grunts fresh out of basic, with nothing but graphene plate armor. They were bearded, hulking, monstrous-looking men with eyes like my old platoon sergeant. They all wore trident armor, helmets tucked under their seats. Each man brandished a rifle. Each individual kit bristled with magazines and other equipment. These men were lethal killers, and Nair and I were trapped in a dropship with them. But it flew, and that's all I needed it to do. The sinkhole closed. Cascading sand dunes collapsed over it, sealing off the hole like it had never been there. History's ship slowly angled toward the Solace's encampment, approaching like it was sneakily crawling through the air. "Weapons online," History muttered over the comm. "Damn it, man, you have weapons on that thing? Why would you have hesitated when I first brought this up if you had weapons? I had to know you thought it could work without them." Now, they're a bonus feature. Think of it as a surprise. A slot opened up on the underside of the ship, through which a twin-barreled cannon appeared. The barrels swiveled toward the tents. "Surprise!" History let out a whoop. It was the sweet sound of freedom. Two prodigious belches of flame issued from the cannons. The force of it slid the entire ship backward in the air a few meters. I watched the smoke trails curl as the rockets screamed right into the fob. The first impact landed almost dead center of the camp, with a deafening roar of concussive force and an eruption of earth. Solace bodies were lifted up in huge plumes of sand and smoke and flame. One of the tents caught fire just as a wavering alarm blared. The second rocket chewed right into the drop ship on the far side of the phobie, culminating in a thundering boom. Structural ribs and thick metal longerons caved in and fractured inside a prodigious gout of flame. Black smoke emanated from the impact site. The dropship careened forward, dripping flames and spilling metal fragments onto the second tent. The two fire teams I'd tasked as harassing forces opened up with their M4s, just as I told them. They alternated fire, barrages coming first from the northwestern and then the southwestern corners of the phobie, adding another layer to the chaos. "It's now or never, Edge. Move," History said in my ear. The ship lit bright at the underside and jetted off toward the horizon. It wasn't going to be but a few more seconds before the fleet was on him. I didn't know what his piloting skills were like, but if I knew anything about History, it was that he always exceeded your expectations. I really needed to wrangle his story out of him, one way or another. "I've got you, big guy," I replied, then nodded to Ripka and Nair. "We're up." I didn't think about it at the time, but looking back on it, that was a special moment for me. I came up with a battle plan basically on my own. I was with my two closest friends doing what I was born to do. My mentor was watching over us from the sky. The only thing stopping me from celebrating the nagging problem of the murderous hegemony, casting a pall of evil over my adopted homeworld. They threatened us with overwhelming numbers and air superiority, but we had something they didn't. Never underestimate the indigenous population when they're faced with imminent extinction. A boot on the neck actually exposes your Achilles heel. I intended to capitalize on that fatal flaw. Everything was going according to plan, and then the fleet turned its guns to the surface. It took entirely too long to navigate the steep rock face, but we hit the sand running. Trust me, it was one of the worst experiences of my life. Running across loose sand is a rough go for anyone. Now imagine wearing about 40 pounds of armor while you're doing it. I was sweating buckets immediately, even as the sun became a thin hairline of light on the horizon and the temperature plummeted. The fob was still in disarray, but the enemy was recovering quickly. They had given up on putting the fires out in the tents. Their brass, or whatever passed for their field-grade command structure, was boarding the drop ship that wasn't a smoldering ruin. I had no doubt it was prepared to lift off at any moment. My fire teams did a good job harassing the far side of the encampment. It kept the bulk of the Solus distracted from us while we approached from the opposite side. There were no fences or other obstructions to prevent us from penetrating the grounds of the FUB. The Solus probably thought they didn't need any barriers because they had us on the defensive in the underground. The sniper rifle rang out for the first time when we were within 100 meters of the dropship. One of the Solus saw us and tried to draw more attention our way. That didn't work out so well for him. Kubla's shot was perfect. Took the Solus's head clean off in a red mist of blood and skull fragments. Ripka heaved next to me, drawing ragged breaths as we ran. He was starting to fall behind. I didn't slow down for him. Nair was right at my shoulder, keeping pace admirably. I kept running, even when a Solus shouted and brought his rifle up to his shoulder. I figured my armor could take the rounds, and I really didn't want to get stuck behind enemy lines in a camp filled to battalion strength with soldiers who would love to shoot, stab, and hack my head off. Chapter 20. What the fuck are they? One of the soldiers asked. I'm sure the standard reply for these guys would have been, shoot first, ask questions later. I'm sure of that because that's exactly what they did. In situations like this, your fight or flight response kicks in. I think because of the bruising experience of taking direct rifle fire during my skirmish in the underground, my hindbrain didn't view the incoming fire as a lethal threat. I went into fight mode. I squeezed off a few shots and dropped two of the guys right away. Nair went into flight mode. The bulky Kilmori tried to dodge the incoming fire by rolling out of the way. In so doing, he threw his head to the side for momentum's sake, and this turned out to be fatal. The onslaught of incoming 6.8 SPC at point-blank range was a wall of lead that passed over us in waves. It hurt. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it didn't. It hurt like hell, but it didn't kill me. None of those rounds penetrated my armor. One of them pinged off Nair's helmet as he rolled. The round ricocheted right into his neck. A pulsing spurt of bright arterial blood gushed from the wound. I didn't have time to blink, let alone register the fact that he was dead. But the mind works in funny ways sometimes. That's the wrong word. Not funny. Strange. The mind works in strange ways sometimes. That image of Nair bleeding out from the neck is seared into my memory with stark clarity. If I close my eyes, it's like I'm right back there, but everything's frozen. I have this overwhelming need to stop the bleeding, to try to save his life. I know how impossible it is. I knew it then, too, on a subconscious level. But my mind, conscience, soul, whatever you want to call it, there's a part of me that just can't let it go. A bout of turbulence rocked the ship. You can chalk it up to divine intervention, aeronautical physics, or a weather phenomenon. To this day, I'm still not sure which it was. But right at the moment Nair took that fatal round, the dropship shook ferociously. The Solus riflemen ceased fire, off hands reaching for brace points. I rocked side to side. My vision pulsed, threatening to steal my focus. I planted my elbows, flicked the selector on my M4 to full auto, and gripped the magazine well with my left hand. I pulled the trigger and held it. Kickback notched into my shoulder with a pulsing rumble. Thunderclaps rattled in my skull as my rifle fired in a mad spray. Deafening sound waves ricocheted and amplified in the tight confines of the dropship's loading bay as my wild shots peppered the staggering Solus. Red plumes erupted from holes in flesh. Bodies dropped. All I heard was a shrill ringing like an ultra-high electronic frequency switched to on between my ears. The M4's bolt locked back. I let it slip from my hands. My head swam. The dropship lurched to the left, or rather, the loss of my equilibrium convinced me it had, and caused me to stagger into the bulkhead. I blinked, planted my feet, and tried to regain my balance. The pilot leaned over his seat to peer into the loading bay. The top half of his face was concealed in a black visor. His mouth popped open with something halfway between a scream and a shout. I heard his words, but it was like hearing them underwater, or from very far away. Muffled and barely intelligible. What the fuck is going on back there? Two of the bearded Solus near the access door to the crew station were finding their feet. using bulkhead handholds to steady themselves. The one on the left pulled a black-bladed knife from his chest rig. The cutting edge of the blade was bare metal. The knife wielder spat blood and shouted over his shoulder, "We got a stowaway! Kill him!" The pilot's voice cracked, his head retreating from view. Bodies were splayed across the floor, ridden with bullet holes. Blood ran from the wounds in slow, steady streams. I was fairly confident none of them were getting up anytime soon. If they'd been wearing their helmets, this would have turned out differently, I thought. The knife wielder mouthed a curse and took a step toward me. His buddy behind him managed to stand up and was reaching for the pistol on his chest rig. I was on my feet, posted up against the bulkhead, still disoriented. If I didn't make it to the crew station, the plan would fail. It's crazy what adrenaline can do for the body in high-stress situations. What's crazier is what motivation can do when the adrenaline runs out. I wasn't completely tapped out. I had been in much worse states of deprivation and exhaustion. My foray into the desert had been one of the lowest points in that area for me. I wasn't lying on the floor with a bullet in my lung either. I sprang off the bulkhead, war cry rumbling in my chest. I dove for the knife. The Solace planted his feet and braced the forearm holding the knife. My chest plate collided with the tip of the blade. It snapped. My helmet thunked against his face in a vicious headbutt. Something cracked. The bridge of his nose or his skull, I didn't know. I lost my balance. We collapsed to the ground, fists flying. I landed on top of him with my full body weight plus the weight of my armor. The sound of trident armor plates creaking under me was followed by an explosive whoosh of air from the enemy's collapsing lungs. The amount of blood running from his nose told me this one was on his way out. I tossed a leg kick for the second guy's knee. He didn't have any room to dodge, and the blow landed right at the joint, one of the trident armor's weak points. Ligaments snapped with a sound like ripping a limb from a tree. The Solace doubled over, putting his head and neck in striking distance. I lashed out with my hands and yanked his weight over the injured leg, dragging him to the ground. It was quick work to cup his chin and end his life with a savage twist that cracked the weak neck vertebrae. I wanted to take a minute to catch my breath. My heart was thundering in my chest at double time, and I was huffing like I'd just hiked a small mountain in my armor. No time, I reminded myself. I drew my pistol, hauled myself up to my feet, and stumbled into the crew station area. I'd never seen the crew station of a ship before. It was only a split second, but I saw stars in the viewport, and beneath that, consoles covered in screens, buttons, switches, and levers that I had no idea what to do with. I shot the co-pilot and put the smoking barrel of my pistol against the pilot's neck. I knew I'd never figure out that mess of controls in time to fly the thing. "Go to hell, squatter," the pilot spat. "Fly this thing or die. Salvete lucem." The pilot shoved the yoke forward, and the stars in the viewport raced upward. Vertigo pulled me into the console and slammed my helmet into the reinforced glass, providing me an up-close and personal view of the moonlit sand dunes suddenly racing toward us. The pilot had put us into a nosedive. G-force pinned my back against the bulkhead. In a matter of seconds, Kilmore was going to one more smoking crater added to its topography, and I would be one small part of it. Well, maybe a couple thousand small parts of it. I won't fail. I can't. The barrel of my pistol found its way under the pilot's chin. I pulled the trigger. Blood and brain matter erupted in a tight mess, partly trapped inside the helmet, partly flecking the viewport. I slapped the release switch on the restraints and rolled his corpse out of the way. History was shouting in my earpiece. I couldn't understand him. The report of the gunshot was caught in my ears like an angry hornet's nest. I stumbled into the seat and pulled back on the yoke. It didn't take a pilot to figure out I wanted to do the opposite of what I'd just seen him do. Through the flecked smear of blood on the viewport, the surface of Kilmore rushed up at me with blinding speed. I yanked back the steering yoke as hard as I could. The horizon appeared at the upper edge of the viewport, but the ship refused to pull out of the nosedive completely. I didn't know how much time I had. Maybe seconds. My helmet thunked against his face in a vicious headbutt. Something cracked. The bridge of his nose or his skull, I didn't know. I lost my balance. We collapsed to the ground, fists flying. I landed on top of him with my full body weight plus the weight of my armor. The sound of trident armor plates creaking under me was followed by an explosive whoosh of air from the enemy's collapsing lungs. The amount of blood running from his nose told me this one was on his way out. I tossed a leg kick for the second guy's knee. He didn't have any room to dodge, and the blow landed right at the joint, one of the trident armor's weak points. Ligaments snapped with a sound like ripping a limb from a tree. The Solace doubled over, putting his head and neck in striking distance. I lashed out with my hands and yanked his weight over the injured leg, dragging him to the ground. It was quick work to cup his chin and end his life with a savage twist that cracked the weak neck vertebrae. I wanted to take a minute to catch my breath. My heart was thundering in my chest at double time, and I was huffing like I just hiked a small mountain in my armor. No time, I reminded myself. I drew my pistol, hauled myself up to my feet, and stumbled into the crew station area. I'd never seen the crew station of a ship before. It was only a split second, but I saw stars in the viewport, and beneath that, consoles covered in screens, buttons, switches and levers that I had no idea what to do with. I shot the co-pilot and put the smoking barrel of my pistol against the pilot's neck. I knew I'd never figure out that mess of controls in time to fly the thing. "Go to hell, squatter!" the pilot spat. "Fly this thing or die. Salvete lucem!" The pilot shoved the yoke forward, and the stars in the viewport raced upward. Vertigo pulled me into the console and slammed my helmet into the reinforced glass, providing me an up-close and personal view of the moonlit sand dunes suddenly racing toward us. The pilot had put us into a nosedive. G-force pinned my back against the bulkhead. In a matter of seconds, Kilmorey was going to one more smoking crater added to its topography, and I would be one small part of it. Well, maybe a couple thousand small parts of it. I won't fail. I can't. The barrel of my pistol found its way under the pilot's chin. I pulled the trigger. Blood and brain matter erupted in a tight mess, partly trapped inside the helmet, partly flecking the viewport. I slapped the release switch on the restraints and rolled his corpse out of the way. History was shouting in my earpiece. I couldn't understand him. The report of the gunshot was caught in my ears like an angry hornet's nest. I stumbled into the seat and pulled back on the yoke. It didn't take a pilot to figure out I wanted to do the opposite of what I'd just seen him do. Through the flecked smear of blood on the viewport, the surface of Kilmorey rushed up at me with blinding speed. I yanked back the steering yoke as hard as I could. The horizon appeared at the upper edge of the viewport, but the ship refused to pull out of the nosedive completely. I didn't know how much time I had. Maybe seconds. My blood boiled. I yanked back on the yoke with all my might, muscles straining, heart pounding. "Pull it back." History broke through the haze in my head. "I am. Not the steering yoke, simpleton. Cut the repulsors. Pull back on the throttle." "Where's the throttle?" I shrieked. "The stick on the left of the seat. Pull it all the way back." I found it and slammed it full back against the mechanical stop. Turbulence shook the ship with unbridled violence. I tried to stop the image in my mind, the ship separating panel by panel in a ball of flame. The shaking settled. The horizon dropped to midway in the viewport. My stomach slid back down to where it felt like it should be for a brief second. Then it started dropping. The ship was falling out of the sky. "What the hell is happening?" I cried. "You're stalled," History said calmly. "Throttle to 50% and gently pull the yoke back." "You said you were going to remote pilot this thing," I accused. "And I will, but you need to stabilize that ship before I can walk you through that. Do what I told you. Throttle's 50%, gently pull the yoke back." I muttered his command over and over again, pushed the throttle up to what I guessed was halfway, and slowly pulled the yoke back. Space filled the viewport. I saw more soulless ships than stars. Holy shit, I thought. I'm fucking crazy. What could two ships do against a fleet with that kind of firepower? "Good," History said. "Now, the screen by your right hand." History spent the next minute or so walking me through the menus until I opened up the system's access page. Following his direction given in his cold, businesslike manner, I disabled the security firewall and opened up the dropship for remote pilot access. "That's it," he said. "I've got it now." History's ship soared up close enough that I could see it out of the left viewport. He gave me a thumbs up. "Okay, great." I breathed a sigh of relief. Now might be a good time to tell you that it's just me on the ship. "That's not good news." "I know. We... Nair's arterial bleed flashed in my mind. I stumbled over my words for a second. We took some losses. We can still do this, History said. I'll just... What? I looked to the viewport. Below the ship, sand dunes crawled by in a purple blur of shadows. The starships above were slowly altering their positions, noses angling toward the planet, toward us. History cursed. Change of plans. The console flashed a warning. Schematics popped up on one of the screens, displaying a breakdown of a bullet-shaped object. That image slid to the left side of the screen. One of the soulless vessels, massive enough to be its own city, appeared on the right side of the screen. A dozen or more red highlights flashed across both sides of the ship like ribs. I squinted, trying to read the surrounding text as it populated. More text windows popped up, layering over each other. It was too much information for me to try to read everything at once, but one word kept jumping out at me, plastered in bold white letters at the top of each window. Warning. What is going on? I asked through gritted teeth. The throttle punched forward of its own accord. My back slammed against the seat, and my stomach lurched into my throat. I watched the viewport shift from a space war trajectory as the ship swept back toward the enemy fob. Edge, we underestimated the enemy. We have about 1 hour to get as many of our people out of the underground and as far away from it as possible. History, what the fuck are you talking about? The enemy has recalled its dropships, the orbital bombardment vessels. You see how the fleet is repositioning? Yeah, so what? So simpleton, they're drawing into glass formation. I heard the words, but they didn't mean anything to me. He might as well have been speaking another language. I was a grunt when I was with the hegemony. They never taught me anything beyond imperialist corporate structure and a few lectures on infantry tactics. I didn't know the first thing about space combat. Glass formation. They're going to nuke the planet Edge. Total annihilation. Once they get started, anyone left on world will die. That got me into a cold sweat. The hairs on the back of my neck stood to full attention. I cast a slow glance back over my shoulder. The loading dock filled with bodies. I saw Nair's armor at the back, covered in a pall of dark red. History. I can only fit like 50-60 people on this ship. I know, he grumbled, and I only have room for about 20. It's this or nothing. I slammed my fist into the console. This is fucked. War always is. Now you know why I wanted to get away from it. You fought in a war? We have bigger things to worry about than where I've been and what I've done. I let the silence grow between us. We did have bigger things to worry about. How was I going to tell Sigma that we failed? And how would he respond to the fact there was only enough room for a small percentage of his entire race to escape alive? How were we going to get past the hegemony fleet? I had no idea, but I knew my first priority was to make sure my wife had a seat on this ship. I wasn't leaving Kilmori without her. Chapter 21. History touched down both our ships between the FOB and the cave that led to the underground, using my ship as a buffer of sorts between the remnants of the Solace encampment, or what was left of it. It looked like a graveyard. Both tents had burned to the ground. The few Solace that hadn't been killed by the 2 Kilmori fire teams, or Kubla's sniper fire, had hunkered down in the smoking husk of the downed dropship. I wished like hell that history hadn't torched it with a missile. It was the right decision to make at the time, but in hindsight, it had cost us another 60 or so Kilmori lives that could have been saved. They weren't saved yet. We still had to figure that out. Kubla and Itzhak stayed with the 2 fire teams on Overwatch. History and I double-timed it to the mines. I didn't bother trying to get an estimate of how many soulless corpses I stepped over. The Kilmori had put up a hell of a fight during our failed mission. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd smoked 2 entire battalions down to the last man. We found Patron Sigma talking with Matron Elvira. I heard their shouts from a good distance. They have retreated, the matron insisted. We have routed them. The time for peace is now. You must step down. The invaders brought war with them, Sigma rumbled. The attack is called off for now, but they will return. Patron Sigma. History knocked a fist on his chest twice. I didn't bother with the formality. Didn't wait for Sigma to acknowledge history either. I launched into a verbal report, barely stopping to catch my breath between sentences. I laid it all out there for the 2 Kilmori leaders. I left nothing out, and I made it clear we had no time to argue. We have maybe 40 minutes before the entire planet is rendered lifeless, I concluded. The matron's face, normally stone cold and devoid of emotion, was broken. Her dark eyes trembled with tears that never quite fell onto her cheeks. She knew it, just as I did. There was no way out. Not for everyone. Patron Sigma. History removed his helmet, and I saw the conflict playing out on his face. He hated what he was about to say. That didn't change the fact that it needed to be said. You must select 80 of your people to survive. The rest, I'm afraid we simply don't have the capacity to transport to safety. Sigma removed his helmet. It slipped from his fingers and clattered on the floor. His face was a statue. For a long moment, the only movement he made was the barest quiver of a vein in his forehead. Hatred and disgust radiated off of him in waves. This is the end then, he breathed. The last day of the Kilmori. It doesn't have to be the end, I said. Not for everyone. Sigma didn't even look at me. His eyes stared off at a space between history and myself, like he saw something in the darkness deep in the tunnel and couldn't force himself to look away from it. We cannot fight an enemy with weapons like this. No, history said, you cannot. The only choice is to escape and rebuild on another world. That is not a choice. Matron Elvira's voice trembled. This hegemony, they will find us wherever we go. How can we possibly stand against such power? My knees felt weak. I was in the presence of the leaders of a warrior culture filled with cold-blooded killers, but the way they were talking, they knew it was hopeless. No one who resisted the Solace hegemony lived long enough to make a difference. Surrender isn't an option with these people, I said. They don't take prisoners, they slaughter them. Everything they touch is destroyed or corrupted. That doesn't mean we make it easy for them. We need to take what people we can and get out of here before it's too late. Edge is right. History pursed his lips. This is not a time for debate. Sigma, Avira. He inclined his head to each of them in turn. Our ships are ready for departure at the primary entrance to the underground. Choose the strongest, the best among your numbers. Do it now. We must go. Sigma and Elvira locked eyes. Something passed between them. Whatever it was, it transcended words and emotions. It was almost spiritual. They nodded to each other. Sigma picked up his helmet. He offered the helmet to the matron. I will meet you with our chosen people, Sigma said to history. We will make new warriors. If the divine thread weaves the fates accordingly, one day we will break the teeth of this unconquerable threat. That didn't sound right to me. I had to ask, Elvira, what will you do? She took Sigma's helmet and placed it over her head. She looked at me with cold, dark eyes. The path beneath our feet, the divine thread over our heads. Fate weaves the thread of its own accord. It is not for me to question when it presents me with a noose. I will wear it like a true warrior. I will guide the remainder of our people to accept this. I was stunned. Sigma was going to make the decision of who got on the ships while Elvira prepared those who were left behind to accept their imminent demise. I realized then that I didn't understand the Kilmori as well as I thought I did. What other culture could possibly make a decision like this with such resolute conviction? I will meet you at the ship. History gave the Kilmori salute, bowed his head, and slipped his helmet back on. I did the same and went to find Evie. Edge! Her voice was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. I ripped my helmet off and wrapped my arms around her. I kissed her, drinking in the floral scent that still clung to her body. Her midnight hair was frazzled. She was so beautiful it made my chest ache. I forgot about the battered state of my armor and tried to ignore my stiff and sore muscles. It couldn't have been more than 10 seconds, but it was 10 seconds of pure bliss as we hugged and kissed, and I knew that she was safe. She smiled. You have returned with honor. I have not, I sighed. There's no time to explain, Evie. We need to leave. Leave, she gasped. What do you mean? Look. I placed my hands on her cheeks and stared right into her big dark eyes. I saw the fear in them. It was as unfamiliar to me as the sadness I'd seen in Elvira's eyes and the shame in Sigma's. The enemy is too powerful. History and I already talked with Sigma and Elvira. A small fraction of our people are going to try to escape. The rest, the enemy is going to glass the planet. I saw the lack of understanding in her eyes, so I clarified. Desecrate it. Destroy it. Completely. Her mouth opened in shock. They can do such a thing? I nodded emphatically. They can, and they're going to in about 20 minutes. We need to go. Now. Where do we go? I grabbed her hand and led her into the tunnels. She was going to have questions, but we couldn't afford to go through all of that now. We would have to walk and talk. I opened my mouth to speak, then shut it. Her words hit me, only to register a second later. Where do we go? Getting to the ship was one thing. Getting past the soulless fleet was another thing. But after that, where did we go? Elvira's words played through my mind. There was nowhere to run that the hegemony couldn't find us eventually. I gritted my teeth as I thought about it. I decided just to be honest with her. I don't know, I said. The only thing I know is that we can't stay here. Okay. I dared not stop walking. The clock was ticking in my head, and I felt the weight of the galaxy on my shoulders. But her simple acceptance short-circuited my brain for a second. Okay? I asked, incredulous. Yes, she smiled at me. Okay, I trust you, Edge. Electricity tingled under my skin, like static cling or something. I found my wife. She was safe. We were getting the hell out of here before the whole planet became a radioactive cinder encased in glass. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime. We joined up with Sigma, History, and the 80 selectees in the staging hall. Everyone wore the same expression on their blanched faces. Defeat, shame. It was like they all had food poisoning. No one wanted to leave their home world, especially not like this. To a culture steeped so heavily in warrior ethos, this went against the grain in the worst way. But it wasn't about war. Not right now. The Solace had upped the ante. The Kilmori couldn't fight this war. Now it was all about survival. If they didn't flee, they were going the way of the dinosaurs. Total extinction. How many other races had been completely wiped out by the Solace? I didn't know. What I did know was, if History, Sigma, and I had anything to say about it, the Kilmori were not going to be added to that list. History and Sigma stood at the head of the crowd with 10 warriors near them. The rest were female. I guess, in some purely scientific way, that made sense. Enough males to establish security wherever we were going, the rest females to produce the next generations of Kilmori. We were forced to play the long game at this point. It would take generations to breed enough warriors to pose a threat to the Solace hegemony, and if their imperialism continued, it may be impossible to catch up to those numbers. Then there was the technology aspect. Kilmori weren't spacers. It was too much to sort out as I held Evie's cold hand in mine, searching the dark eyes of the last vestige of the local population. Escape wasn't the perfect answer, because there was no perfect answer. It was the only card we had left to play, and even though the odds were long and stacked against us, we were going to play it for all it was worth. History's helmet speakers clicked on. He cleared his throat and stepped up to the warriors at the front of the disheveled group. We didn't want it to go this way. None of us did. The patron of war and the matron of peace have made their decision. It isn't up to us to try to change the weaving of the divine thread. We must adapt to these new circumstances, grim as they may be. As a people, we must adapt and overcome. Adapt, Sigma's voice was hard as unobtainium. And overcome. No one took up the chant. 80 pairs of eyes stared straight at Sigma, hollow and defeated. I gave Evie's hand a squeeze and stepped up to Sigma's shoulder. This is the only choice. We have to live to fight another day. No response. I didn't expect any. This wasn't a time for grandiose speeches. As a society, the Kilmori were about to flatline. The only thing left to do was unplug the machine and salvage what we could. Move out, Sigma shouted. Some of the women in the crowd flinched. Some didn't. The warriors led the way, their dirt and blood-stained armor creaking as they marched. Evie folded her hand into mine. I slipped my helmet on so I could carry the Solus rifle in my other hand. I walked with the crowd as we all fell into step like a funeral procession. No one spoke. Boot scuffs on the rock, mixed with the groaning of armor plates rubbing against each other, cast a grim pall over us. The once magnificent sky greeted us now like a serrated vice drawing closed. an animal trap meant to hamstring unsuspecting prey. The Solace fleet was mostly in position, noses angled directly at us, the faint glow from their repulsors fading in the darkness of the night as they made their final, minor adjustments. No doubt already running firing solutions on our position, the two ships that were our final destination on this planet waited for us a few hundred meters away. We marched through the cold snaps of wind, our boots shifting the sand, each step harder than the last. The two moons were halfway through their arc to the horizons at either side of the enemy fob, emanating a flat bluish glow like the unfeeling eyes of a celestial monster. The FOB bristled with movement, but at this distance in the darkness, all I could make out was flitting shadows. Was it possible the remaining soldiers were gearing up for something? Good luck with that, I thought. Form up, disperse, seek cover in the underground. Whatever you do, you're trapped here, just like we are. Your people left you here to die. After all, what's a little collateral damage to an evil hegemony? A drop in the bucket compared to the profit to be gleaned from a planet's worth of resources. A commotion stirred at the front of our column. History's hands shot up over Kilmorey heads, glinting in the moonlight. He waved toward the ships with short, quick pumps. "We're out of time. Run!" His amplified voice belted from his helmet. In my earpiece, he said, "Edge, there's a QRF moving out from the fob. They're already within striking distance. We'll be boarding under fire." They left a quick reaction force, I thought. They really don't want us escaping, do they? Evie tensed at my side. I realized I was squeezing her hand too tightly. "What is it?" she asked. "To history," I said. "Our fire teams will cover us." I looked to the western ridge where Kubla and Itzhak's sniper's roost was. The craggy outcropping atop the sand dunes was desolate. A stiff gust of wind rolled into a faint cloud of loose sand, shifting and sliding downward in a grainy rivulet of sand and shadow. I didn't see any sign of the two Kilmorey or the sniper rifle. The wind stopped. For the span of 2 heartbeats, we all stopped. Along the upper ridge, from the sniper's roost to the rock shelf over the cave, a line of flaming X's pierced the shadows of the night. Muzzle flashes, the staccato cracks of M4 rifles split the silence like a seam being torn over and over again. Incoming fire lanced into our column from a dozen different angles. What had been a funeral procession instantly transformed into a panicked crowd, everyone making a mad dash for the exit. At once, female Kilmorey and male warriors sprang to full stride, sprinting for the two ships and our only means of escape. I pulled Evie close to me, covering her body with mine, then immediately stumbled as 2, 3 rounds slammed into my armor's backplate. "Edge!" Evie cried. "I'm okay," I grunted. "Move, now!" I kept her body covered, running directly behind her. All around us, Kilmorey screamed. High-velocity rounds peppered the ground to our left and right. A few well-placed shots pinged off the warrior's armor. The men stumbled but kept their footing. We raced desperately for the two ships and our only chance of escape. A woman just ahead of Evie tripped and fell to the ground. I reached out a hand to help her up as a round slammed into her head and blew out the other side in a dark spatter. She collapsed face down and stayed there. Evie screamed, "Keep going!" I pushed her forward, hard enough to keep her moving, but not hard enough to cause her to trip. We were nearly there, just a few more steps. I could see the loading ramp of the dropship outlined in the glow of the pale blue moonlight. 2 warriors and 4 or 5 women took their first steps up the ramp. Evie tripped. Rifles barked. A laser-like zing hit the sand under her calf. She screamed. Dark blood painted the ground below her knee. Adrenaline spiked in my chest like a hot steak. I scooped her up in my arms, but I couldn't completely pick her up at the speed I was running, and we both tumbled to the sand. I landed on my ass with Evie cradled in my lap. "You're okay," I said, popping up to my feet. "I've got you." I could see it crystal clear in her eyes. Pain, fear. "We'll make it," I screamed. "Okay," Evie moaned. I clutched Evie to my chest and charged ahead, heedless of the incoming fire that raked over us. She shook against my armor as I pounded sand for all I was worth. Glancing shots bounced off my armor as my boots hit the ramp of the dropship. A sigh of relief escaped my throat. One of the females screamed in terror as I shouldered my way through the Kilmorey, and stepped up to the crew station. I didn't have time to comfort her. I set Evie down in the co-pilot's chair. Her head lolled to the side and rested against the bulkhead, leaving a smear of blood and clumps of dark hair on the chair's neck cushion. I blinked. Her eyes were open, but she didn't see me. "Evie!" I cupped her chin and gently turned her head. She had caught around to the back of her skull. The hair was parted around a gaping entry, an exit wound of torn flesh. I ripped my helmet off, examined it, then looked at my armor, covered in blood. Evie was dead. She died in my arms, and I hadn't even felt it. Chapter 22. Edge! I collapsed into the pilot's seat. I couldn't breathe. I tried to pull air into my lungs. Nothing happened. Spots bloomed in my vision. The whole world collapsed. Space-time folded in on itself like an accordion, or a bellows crushed flat until the molecules at either end became indistinct from each other. "Edge!" History's voice went hoarse in my ear. "Close the fucking ramp!" Air rushed into my lungs. My head throbbed with dull pain. I slapped the controls offhandedly. The ramp hissed and started raising. I didn't watch it close. I sat there, staring. Evie stared back at me. Her mouth hung slightly open. Her neck was bent at an uncomfortable angle. Repulsors roared beneath the ship. The turbulence jostled her, but she didn't move like a person should move. Her whole body shifted forward, then back, like a piece of cargo left untethered to the deck. I didn't feel like I was inside my body. Obviously I was. I was still me, sitting in the pilot's chair of the Solace dropship as history initiated the liftoff sequence remotely. But I felt no connection to my body. The tactile sense, that connection between your brain and your nerves, the way you feel an object, even when you know it's your brain interpreting what the nerves in your fingers are telling it, that was all but gone. It was like my brain switched those receptors off to leave me floating in a sensory deprivation tank somewhere between consciousness and awareness. "Edge, what the fuck is wrong with you? Respond." I didn't. I sat there, staring. It didn't matter how long I stared. It didn't matter that she was beautiful, that she was my wife, that we had future plans. It didn't matter that she had trusted me. None of those things made her any less dead. That QRF did a number on us, but I got 13 on board. "What's your count?" "Edge, what's your count?" He could prattle on like that until the sun came up. The only count I cared about had just been reduced to 0. Absolute fucking 0. The shock was the worst part of it. Or maybe it was the best part of it. I didn't get to say goodbye. I didn't have to watch the life fade from her eyes, though. It was quick. In and out, right through both parietal lobes. Bam, lights out, forever. "Edge, is anybody there? Someone respond." "Here," I croaked. "Edge? What the fuck, brother? Where have you been?" "I've been—" "I know," I tried to say, but it came out as a whisper. "The fleet is dropping ordnance right now. We'll have a narrow window of opportunity if we light up out of here fast. Neither of us have FTL drives, but I called in a favor. We get past the fleet, and we just have to make it a few parsecs out. Rendezvous with someone." "Someone?" "Guy owes me a favor. I called it in. We dock with his ship, and he'll jump us out of here." "Where?" My vision was starting to narrow. Darkness spiraled around the corners. It felt like the bulkheads were swelling. Any second now they'd crush me. "I know a place," the big man said. "Okay," I said. Instantly I heard the word repeat in my head. In Evie's voice, her last word. "Okay." "This is where it gets hard," history said. "I'm going to have to pay close attention to what I'm doing, so you're going to have to fly that dropship." "Okay." The word slipped out on its own. "You know where the throttle is. You know where the steering yoke is. I'll take your controls remotely once we're past the fleet. Just go around the big ships, ignore fighters if you see them, and don't hit anything." "Okay. You copy, Edge. I need you in this. You're these people's last hope." "Okay." History spoke again, this time with a softer tone. I don't know if he picked up on why I was despondent, or if he thought I'd cracked under the pressure. He sounded like a father picking up his son and reassuring him that a Band-Aid would make his skinned knee all better. "Brother, you've got them this far. Don't quit now." With a concerted effort, I broke my stare and turned to look at the loading bay. It was supposed to be filled with 60 Kilmori. There was less than half that. Dozens of dark eyes focused on me. The females wore expressions of fear and shock, their desperation emanating in waves. They all asked without speaking, "Is this it?" The 5 warriors, armor riddled with dents, seemed to be asking me the same question. I had never seen this much emotion expressed by these people before. I probably never would again. "Strap yourselves in." They stared at me, questioning. "Belts on the bulkheads. Sit down, pull them over you, and click them in." Immediately, the Kilmori found their seats. It took a few moments for them to find the restraints, but they figured it out and secured themselves into place. I reached over and lifted Evie's lifeless body into the co-pilot seat. My fingers ran gently over her face, closing her eyes. I pulled the straps down from the seat and fastened them. I wanted to say something. Something eloquent, like you would at a funeral. A dirge, a benediction, a eulogy. I thought about it for a long time, but nothing came to mind. I sat there staring dejectedly, unable to speak. History's vessel was fast. The screen blinked with pop-up windows. Text populated to let me know remote piloting was disengaged. My stomach jumped into my throat. I was on my own now, me and the 20-some-odd Kilmori in the back. It was just us against an entire fleet of imperialist warships, and I had never flown anything before. I tested the throttles, pushing them up to almost max. Repulsors roared from the stern of the ship. Bulkheads rattled around me. I wondered if the dropship was going to hold together long enough to break the atmosphere. The screens presented me with too much information. Schematics of the ship, a map of the local quadrant, numbers in long strings, and percentages in a constant state of flux. I didn't understand any of it. It was like reading another language, glyphs and terminology that were probably important. But when I saw them, it all looked like a bunch of gibberish. "History, I'm in over my head here." The jostling bulkheads settled. I felt the pull of G-forces starting to lessen in my gut. The Solace ships were getting closer to us, or rather, we were getting closer to them. "No, brother, you're not. Takeoff and landing are the hardest parts. Directional control is on the throttle. Pinky switch fires the starboard repulsors, pulls you to the right. Thumb switch lights off the portside repulsors, pulls you to the left. Nose up and down is with the yoke. If you spin the yoke, you'll rotate in the direction you turn. It's not complicated, brother." "It sounds complicated," I said through clenched teeth. The turbulence faded. Everything went quiet. A chill spread through the crew station. We were officially in space now. I wiped my nose with the back of my hand and smelled blood. I knew it wasn't mine, and that made it worse. It took a lot of willpower, but I didn't glance over at the co-pilot's seat. I focused on the viewport and the 1,000 or more ships between me and freedom. An array of soulless cruisers hung in space at angles that left a zigzag of stars between them. I was sure they were going to close in to block any chance of escape. I steadied my nerves and tapped the repulsor controls on the throttle to angle us toward one of the gaps. "See, you're getting it," History said. "They're launching missiles. Go full throttle and don't slow down. They're locked in, but you can outrun their fuel loads if they don't hit you on the first pass." It sounded good in theory. I didn't know enough about starships to question it at the time. How can dropships, primarily designed for atmospheric flight, outright spaceborne missiles? Sure, it might be obvious to someone with even a fledgling understanding of space battle mechanics, but me, I didn't know any better. "Throttles to maximum," I said, and pushed them up to the mechanical stop. I didn't feel anything. The Solace cruisers grew larger in the viewport. There was no inertial feedback in the crew station. The bulkheads didn't rattle. The rumble of the repulsors was muted too. I was about to ask History if something was wrong when he cursed in my ear. "They're on me, Edge. Hot. Nothing I can do." What do you mean?" A blaring klaxon cut off the first half of his transmission. I looked at the screens around me, hoping to see his ship on one of them. I didn't know if that was possible, and I didn't know how to make it happen if it was, anyway. "I'll draw them off you. It's the best I can do." "History? No! What the—" My expletive was cut off by a blinding streak of blue light tearing across the viewport. History's ship, the half-racer, half-cargo ship, buzzed right by me. The repulsors at the back of his ship were burning hot in a blurring light of speed. "Edge, cut your systems down to just life support. Do it now." "What? How?" "Right-hand screen. Press and hold the blue button for 3 seconds. You'll know it works if you go into emergency lighting." "History, I don't..." "It's your only chance. Blue button, right-hand screen, 3 seconds. Now!" A cluster of soulless missiles riding clouds of fire and light sped across the viewport, chasing History's ship. I found the screen and flattened my fingers on the blue button. At the corner of the viewport, I saw a flash of light so bright I had to shield my eyes. When I looked again, a fireball slowly dissipated into a cloud of debris. The explosion left an afterburn image in my eyelids when I blinked. The missiles were gone. History's ship was too. The earpiece made an electronic pop and went silent. The screen trilled an electronic jingle, and then all the lights in the ship died. I took my fingers off the screen as a text window popped up, declaring, "Manual shutdown complete. Life support status. Nominal." "History!" I slapped my fingers against the earpiece over and over. It didn't react. "History, you there? Do you copy? Brother, do you read me?" I shouted into the darkness. The darkness did not reply. A minute later, some of the lights came back on. One overhead in the crew station, 3 in the loading bay behind me. The weak red of the light reminded me of the chem sticks in the Hall of War, a memory that felt like a lifetime ago. I collapsed into the pilot's chair like a ton of bricks. "What the fuck just happened?" I spoke aloud. The question wasn't directed at anyone. The next hour felt like a day. Adrift as we were, the ship moved on a linear course directly away from the planet. 2 of the many screens in the cockpit winked on. I watched as the planet below us, behind us, suffered a brutal assault from the Solus fleet. Massive warships dumped hundreds, thousands of warheads. The sprawling sand dunes wrapped around the planet smoldered into a concentrated fireball. The bombardment lasted a little longer than an hour. The eye-stinging glow of the ruined wasteland known as Kilmori had not yet started to cool when the Solus hegemony warships closed up their weapons bays and pivoted away. They jumped out of the system shortly afterward. "So that's it, huh?" I asked, once again to no one in particular. "You don't want us to have it. You can't take it, so you destroy it. That way, no one can have it. Fucking animals." We drifted through the bitter cold and emptiness of space for hours. A dark corner of my mind, the bitter realist in me, found it a fitting situation. The Kilmori were extinct. The last remnant of their society was now down to 20 or 30. And one human, adrift in the unforgiving dark. Vengeance. There would be no vengeance. We were going to die out here. The life support systems would fail eventually. And when that happened, the galaxy would forget the Kilmori. I watched the stars as they swirled around us on our errant voyage into the void. And I felt something strange in the pit of my stomach. Emptiness. Life was empty darkness. It had always been that for me, with the brief interlude of light I shared with Evie. A year of days, one night, and now, darkness eternal. I waited in that cockpit, unafraid. I waited for death. Oh, Chapter 23. I shook awake. I didn't know how long I was out. Long enough for the chill of space to slip through my armor and cling to my skin like an ice pack. My teeth chattered. I clamped my jaw shut. The cockpit's right-hand screen dimmed. I tapped it with my finger. The brightness increased 10% for 10 seconds. It dimmed again. I figured out how to navigate the menus. When you're drifting with limited power through the sprawling expanse of space, expecting the Solus hegemony to pick up on your signature and swoop in to blast you into a cloud of ionized particles, avoiding the temptation to power up systems is pretty easy. It was just a matter of time now. Life support systems were drained, oxygen levels at 74% and steadily dropping. Every passing minute sliced a percentage off. At this rate, we weren't going to last another 2 hours. I looked over my shoulder. A muscle in my neck pinched. My head throbbed. Muscles are stiff, I thought. Freeze to death or asphyxiate. Which would come first? The Kilmori had abandoned their seats. They were in a mass huddle on the deck in the loading bay, shivering against each other to conserve body heat. One of the males, I still hadn't learned any of their names, looked up at me. Something like hatred and despair flashed across his face. I turned back to look at the screen. My brain blocked out the co-pilot's chair. It had been several hours since I checked on my dead wife. I didn't need to check on her anymore. It wasn't checking on her so much as ruminating on the greatest failure of my life. I ran through the despair trail of bleeding emotions, a nerve-pinching roller coaster of doubt and guilt and anger. And then, when it reached its conclusion, nothingness. As cold as I was on the outside in the freezing dark, I was colder on the inside. Dead cold. The screen blazed at full brightness. I squinted, trying to make sense of the text window that materialized. Incoming transmission. There was nothing for it now. I initiated the power cycle to boot up the shipboard computer. The cabin flooded with lights. If it was the solace, maybe my suffering was about to end in a bang. I accepted the video transmission. A human face appeared on the screen. It was an older man, not elderly, though his face was covered in dark creases. Wispy gray hair wrapped around his head in a loose, tangled mess. Something about him screamed mechanic to me. I didn't know why. "You're not who I was expecting," the man replied in a raspy tone. "You're not with the hegemony," I stated. He smiled. "I take it you aren't, either." "I'm a friend of history." "What's that? Like a joke or something?" The man furrowed his brow and coughed. He looked at something out of the view of the camera, then leaned back in his chair. His chest came into the picture, covered in a uniform. It was a subdued black and gray camouflage pattern. It didn't look like any military I'd ever seen, but it had that kind of feel to it. "Didn't you get a distress call or some kind of message from him?" The man narrowed his eyes, suddenly suspicious. "I see a soulless transport limping along in space all on its own. Am I supposed to take your word for it that you aren't one of those warmongering maniacs?" "Bah! What do you take me for? Put the man on if he's still alive." "We're going to die out here," I screamed. "He's really gone then." That took me back a peg. I knew this guy was talking about history, but he didn't recognize him by that name, which meant he knew his real name, or at least the name he went by before he decided to seclude himself on Kilmorey. This man, he was tall, big soldier type, dark and perpetually pissed off. The man laughed. "That's a hell of a way to say tall, dark, and handsome. But okay, yeah. Can we have this conversation somewhere else? I had to think of the word. 26 refugees on board. That radioactive cinder somewhere behind us? That's their home planet. The Solace just decimated it because they couldn't win a ground war against these people." The man let out a low whistle. He was silent for a moment, then cleared his throat. The quality of the video wasn't the best, but I thought I saw mist in his pale blue eyes. The big guy was definitely there then. It would take someone like him to wrestle an outcome like that against those imperialist pricks. "Stand by, son. I'm transmitting some coordinates to you." "I can't fly, not really." "How'd you end up out in the middle of space if you can't fly, son?" "That doesn't make any semblance of sense whatsoever." "I mean, I just started learning history." The big guy, he flew the ship for me. "Remote piloted most of the way." The man grinned. "That'd be his way. I'll come to you. Just sit tight." History called in a big favor, I'll say that. The vessel we docked in was a starliner. Of course, I knew nothing about spacecraft, so it could have been a cruiser or a carrier. I knew it was affiliated with history just by looking at the exterior as it approached. Luxury is what came to mind, based on the structure. A sweeping shell that sloped down over large viewports along the port side with 4 massive repulsor cones at the stern. No weapon systems protruded from the ship aside from 2 small-point defense cannons just forward and above the propulsion section. That was where the luxury ended. Cosmetically, and this was the part that reminded me of history's ship, plates were overlapped like shingles on an old roof. The radiation-reflecting paint was warped in patterns that reminded me of rings and circles in tree bark. It wouldn't have been a stretch to date the ship at a few hundred years old. The screen in front of me blinked with an IFF tag for the ship. Roll Tide. It didn't mean anything to me. I was just glad to see it. The massive vessel maneuvered over us, and before I could figure out how to make the dropship do anything, we were being pulled up into the Roll Tide's belly, Hangar doors slid shut with a groan of metal on metal. I hit the switch to drop the loading ramp and motioned for the Kilmori to file out. I couldn't make the rest of the trip alone. I detached a rifle sling and looped my helmet to my chest rig. Then I scooped up Evie's body and carried her down the ramp. The Kilmori stood on the deck, shivering, eyes shifting. 26, 5 warriors, 21 females, and me. The docking bay was huge. 5 more drop ships could have parked side by side in here, and there still would have been a good 25 meters of walking space around them on all sides. I didn't see any other ships here, though. Just gunmetal gray decks and bulkheads, a maintenance catwalk that ran along the walls in 3 levels, and a reinforced bulkhead door that slid aside as my boots hit the deck. The man from the video walked toward us, flanked by a small contingent of men carrying rifles. They looked young, maybe around my age, maybe younger. Short haircuts, no helmets, all with flat expressions. Not blank, though. There was life in their eyes, something that stood out to me after being raised, trained, and indoctrinated by the hegemony. These were free-thinking people, probably volunteers. Whatever they were doing here, they were here because they wanted to be, not because someone or something compelled them. That was a powerful statement to me. It may not have been intended that way, but I felt it, and I liked it. I let my guard down just a hair. Do the refugees have a name, since my friend is dead? The man opened his mouth to say more. At the sight of me and what I was carrying, he shut it. The men on either side of him slung their rifles. One in the front, a pale guy with blonde hair, waved us to follow him. The lot of you have just been through hell. First stop's going to be the medbay. Make sure you guys are physically okay, then we'll get you situated. The warrior who had spent the last few hours casting accusatory glances at me turned his gaze on me, asking the question without speaking. I nodded. He spoke a few words in Kilmori. The crowd started moving to follow the blonde guy out of the docking bay. I watched them go. For the first time since I woke up to the tunnels shaking from an ongoing air assault, I relaxed. Name's Dexter. The man put his hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry to tell you this, son, but you're going to have to... His eyes flicked down and up in a flash. I can help you prepare her for a proper send-off. I locked eyes with Dexter, reading him, measuring him against all the hurt and pain and the weight of the last few days. I wasn't testing him so much as I was figuring him out. He didn't blink. His face remained calm as he took slow, quiet breaths. I decided right then and there that I could trust him. Okay, I said. I think she deserves that. Follow me, son. Dexter led me to an elevator. There was a lump in my throat the whole time we walked. Evie's lifeless body against my armor was starting to weigh me down. I didn't want to think the words dead weight, but I kept hearing them in my head over and over. It was sickening. My body felt the strain of carrying something heavy, and my subconscious complained about it. That heavy something was my wife's corpse. The elevator ended up being more like a mag lift. The door slid shut. We moved horizontally for a minute or so. Neither of us spoke until the door opened again. We entered a narrow room. The left wall was a floor-to-ceiling viewport. The star-ridden void of the galaxy, so large and expansive, made me feel like I was in an aquarium, trapped in a fishbowl. The wall to my right was lined with compartments, each with a small window like an oven door. I had never set foot in a morgue before, but I knew one when I saw it. Reno always called this the Hall of Heroes, the man said in a somber tone. Reno? He nodded, opening one of the oven doors. He grabbed a handle inside and slid out a rack with a thin mattress on it. He patted the mattress with a hand. Master Gunnery Sentinel Carson Reno, 21st Space Force, the big guy. I laid Evie down on the mattress, took a minute to gently fold her arms over her belly. I tried to make her lifeless form as comfortable as she would have liked to be if she were simply sleeping. I touched my lips to hers and slid her into the compartment. I had no words. Nothing I could say would change anything. She knew how I felt about her. That meant something to me. She died knowing I loved her. I only wished it had been me that caught that round instead of her. But then, don't do that to yourself, my mind whispered. Don't go down that endless road of what-ifs. You can't afford it now. Space Force? What is that? The man closed the compartment door and rapped it with his knuckles. You've just given away your whole life story, making a statement like that. He rapped at the door again. A hissing shriek emanated from it. It sounded like vacuum sealing. "What's that doing?" I asked in a panic, pressing my face against the glass. It was too dark to see anything more than a pale blur inside. "It's all right, son. This is the hero's send-off. We vacuum seal the body. If we need to, we can cremate them right here. Or if the hero's last wishes didn't include cremation, we can send them on their journey in a vacuum-sealed pod. Pardon me, I didn't want to assume cremation, so I opted to have her sealed. This way, if you want to bury her, you can transport her planetside with no timeline restraints." I relaxed. "Okay, thank you. Hey, don't mention it." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "Now, if you don't mind me saying, son, you look like you could use a stiff drink and a long rest." My body ached. A dozen points of pain flared up in my muscles and joints, dull and throbbing. More than a dozen. They pulsed all at once, smearing into each other until it felt like my whole body was one big throbbing wound. "I'd like that. A drink, a bath, and a cot to sleep on." The man nodded. "First thing you need to learn about spacing, son. There are no baths. Shower's gonna have to do it for you. You need to get checked out by medical first?" "No," I said quickly. I wanted that drink. I needed to talk to this man, find out everything he knew about history, about Carson Reno. "All right then, I'll get you a room." He pulled a tablet out from his cargo pocket and tapped at it with nimble fingers. "And there'll be a few drinks waiting for you when you get there. The Kilmori, my people, what's going to happen to them? They'll get rooms once they've been cleared in the med bay. We're not like the people your ship belonged to, son." "Thanks, Dexter." I placed my hand on the glass and said my final goodbye to Evie. I followed Dexter to my room. He let me in and left me alone. It was a 5-meter by 5-meter box, gunmetal gray with no furnishings aside from a bed, a 1-meter squared shower unit blocked off by thin glass, and a mini icebox. I shirked my armor and tucked it under the bed. Inside the icebox was a chilled bottle with amber liquid inside. I pulled the cork out, took a swig, and gagged. Damn, that's strong stuff, I thought, tears stinging my eyes. I forced myself to take 3 mouthfuls from the bottle. It burned going down, but settled into a fuzzy warmth in my stomach. My eyes grew heavy. I stumbled toward the shower, not yet under the effects of the alcohol, but finally allowing myself to feel the weight of everything that happened. It hit me all at once. I collapsed onto the bed before I could make it to the shower. Chapter 24. I woke up 3 times before I actually got up. I saw the back of Evie's head blown off. Large, beautiful, dark, misty eyes. Pleading. The blood on the sand. Her scream. The dropship jostled, shaking her corpse in the co-pilot seat. Eyes that once pleaded for me to save them now stared off into nothingness, looking but not seeing. I bolted upright with a shout. The empty room didn't mind the noise. Nothing moved around me. My underarmor had dug into my skin while I was sleeping. I pulled it off, wincing as I worked it around the bullet grazes on my left shoulder and my right knee. I ran my fingers over the grooves in my skin. They weren't bruises, just sleep lines made noticeable because of dehydration. I stumbled into the shower. Before I could switch it on, I caught a glimpse of myself on the wall inside the shower. It was a full-length mirror. My head hurt too much to question why one of the shower walls was a mirror. The man staring back at me looked like death incarnate. My skin was the color of old paper. I wasn't shriveled, but it was the palest I'd ever been. What did I expect? I don't know. Not that. My skin was mottled with purple and black bruises like nebulae or supernovae in clusters. That Kilmori armor, made of stardust forged into unobtainium, had lived up to its reputation. I had taken somewhere in the range of 40 or 56.8 SPC rounds and lived. Not only lived, but I didn't have a single puncture wound to speak of, except for the grazes above my left shoulder and the inside of my right knee. Those were shrapnel wounds, though. I didn't see any fragments still inside, no signs of infection. The wounds were scrapes from fragmented bullets, another blessing of the underarmor. Even the stuff that managed to slip through hadn't caused me serious harm. I started the flow of water and ran it to maximum heat. My skin stung under the cleansing stream. Steam billowed from my body. I stood there, slightly hunched, breathing in steam as the body odor and the salt of dried sweat washed off me. It felt like being born again. When the water finally ran cold and my skin had turned an angry red from my neck to my feet, I felt good. I stepped out of that shower a new man, and then I couldn't find a towel or a change of clothes, and I was a nervous new man. Where the hell do they keep everything in here? I grumbled. The Spartan accommodations didn't jive with the ostentatious outer structure of the ship. I expected them to room me in a 20 by 20 suite with silk linens and a kitchenette. Maybe I was in a cell in the brig instead of guest quarters. A quick search of the place revealed the clothes were stored under the bed. I had shoved them against the bulkhead when I tucked my armor under the mattress. The clothes were comfortable enough. I slid the skivvies on, then my under armor. The fatigues fit snugly right over it. They were the same black and gray camo pattern worn by the greeting party when I disembarked the dropship. I checked the fit on me in the mirror. It was surprisingly close. Now what? I asked my reflection. In the manner of reflections, the man in the mirror didn't respond. I gazed into my own eyes, studying myself. My exterior self, my physical body, was in the shape of a warrior, defined muscles covered in rough bruises. My 12-year-old self couldn't have dreamed that I would ever look like this. Inside, though, I felt disconnected. All the teachings of the path kind of went up in smoke along with the planet and the people who had taught them to me. I was on my own. As for the Kilmori refugees, I didn't know what to tell them. That they were starting over? That we were going to find a planet and start the females pumping out babies? That the first few generations would merely be warrior-making factories. And once we had 1 million fighters, we could take the fight right to the Solus hegemony? The warriors wouldn't mind that idea, but the women, hell, maybe they wouldn't mind it either. But I did. It came too close to what I knew of the Solus. An enemy like that, you can't just kill. And if you can't kill them, you have 2 options. One is to join them. None of us were going for that. The only choice that remained was to figure out how to live with them. But maybe living in the same galaxy as them didn't have to mean living with them, so to speak. A chiming tone stole my reverie. I opened the door with a switch on the wall panel. Dexter greeted me with a genuine smile. 2 days' rest is enough for anyone, I see. I was out for 2 days? Nearly. We're underway. Your people were treated for minor injuries and each of them given separate rooms. You and I need to talk. Figure this thing out. Yeah, I said, retrieving the bottle of alcohol from the icebox. We do. Dexter took a seat on the bed as I pulled the cork and took a pull from the bottle. It was as sharp as I remembered, burning all the way to my gut. It left a tingle on my teeth that reminded me of mouthwash. I offered him the bottle and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Dexter took the bottle, wiped it with his sleeve, and took a generous swig before answering. Reno called me because I owed him one. That man saved my hide a long time ago. He's the kind of man you don't refuse anything, especially when you owe him a favor. I laughed. I know that. He was an interesting guy. Dexter laughed and said, "That he was. Toughest bastard I ever knew. The hegemony must have really stacked the odds against you if he didn't make it out. I saw his ship when there was no mistaking it." I stumbled over my words, my mind's eye replaying the blinding streak of light that became a cloud of sparks and wreckage. "I believe you, son." "Edge," I said. "Say again?" "You can call me Edge." "Well, I'll be damned." Dexter slapped his knee and let out a rolling peal of laughter. He calmed down and started to speak, then fell into more laughter. I was confused. The man rubbed at his eyes as his chest heaved, and he reined himself in enough to speak. "Reno certainly never disappoints." "How's that?" I swiped the bottle from him and took a pull. "He's a loose cannon, that one." Or he was. Spent the last 20 years, the whole of his retirement, running from one end of the galaxy to the other. Earned himself quite the reputation. That whole time I thought he was just building himself a nest egg. Resting on his laurels, so to speak. The last time I saw him, what's it been, 8 years ago now? I asked him, "Reno," I said, "you are running all over the galaxy like a madman. It's almost like you're looking for something. What are you looking for, Reno?" You know what he said to me? I took another pull on the bottle and shook my head. He told me he was looking for an edge. My blood ran cold. What could he possibly have meant by that? Dexter shrugged. I asked him that. Never got an answer. Just told me he was looking for an edge. I thought to myself, a man like Reno, what could he possibly need that he doesn't already have? The man's career was incredible. He was, for a long time, the most sought-after bounty hunter in the galaxy. Then about 5 or 6 years ago, he just disappeared. Disappeared? I breathed. That must have been when he found Kilmori. I confess I thought he had finally bitten off more than he could chew, if you take the expression for what it's worth. The man was a force, an unstoppable force. What made him so unstoppable? He was just a good soldier, or what? It was more than that. The man had a need the galaxy couldn't fill. Drive like that. It can be derailed but never entirely stopped. Reno took contracts that paid well, but he also took contracts that challenged him. How do you know so much about him? You said it's been 8 years since you last talked to him? He was my con leader. Seeing the look of confusion on my face, he clarified. Different terms in the Space Force, Edge. I guess a constellation leader would be the equivalent of a platoon sergeant. Once I made Sentinel, you would call it Sergeant. I became the team leader for the Deep Space Assault element. Master Gunnery Sentinel Carson Reno taught me everything I knew about ship-to-ship engagements. Dexter's eyes went glassy, like his mind was somewhere long ago and far away. The more he talked, the more I was forming a much different opinion of the man I knew as history. Each new revelation led to more questions, more unknowns. I was coming to terms with the fact that I'd never know the big guy's real story. So, this is a Space Force ship? Dexter cleared his throat before replying. Strong stuff, that whiskey. Old stuff. Taken from Earth. I hope you appreciate it. He cast a furtive look at me, and I wasn't sure what to make of it, but he continued. No, my SF days are behind me. Retired from that outfit, 15 years ago or so. No, now I move in different circles. Silence settled over us. There was something in the way he said that, like the lights dimmed, or should have. He pursed his lips for a second, then flattened his expression. Thing of it is, Edge, in my line of work, we can always use more hired guns. That put my guard up immediately. Your line of work? What are you talking about? Dexter cleared his throat. You stepped off that dropship in a full suit of armor. You weren't carrying a weapon, but the men you brought with you were. Add to that the fact you were in Reno's good graces, and I'm figuring he did more than talk to you. Sounds like he might have trained you too. I'll consider your affiliation with him a full resume if you are interested in shipping with me. I let the offer hover in the air without a reply. I'm in the business of discreet transportation. Dexter paused to scratch at his neck. People who need to get to places without being interfered with, let's say. They use our services to get to where they need to go. It's a lucrative enterprise. I won't lie to you, but at the end of the day, I'm just a man with a private military that's up for the highest bidder. Freelancer, you could say. I wasn't picking up on what he was saying, but I didn't want him to know that. I took a short pull from the bottle, which was now half empty, to give myself a moment to think. Discreet transport? They didn't cover that in the school at the orphanage. A job's a job, though, right? I didn't have a long list of options. I haven't given this part much thought, I admitted. As soon as I knew it was over and the hegemony was going to glass that planet, all I could think about was survival. History, Reno, I guess, got us this far. I'm not sure where he would have wanted us to go from here. Dexter held out his hand and nodded sagely. I passed the bottle to him. That's the trick of it, Edge. Many paths through the galaxy. Only one of them can be yours. You gotta choose one and stick to it long enough to make a go of it. Maybe you do a few trips with me and it's a good fit for you. You come on full time. Maybe it's not for you. You go on to bigger and better things. I don't know, I said, my hesitation coming through in my tone. I need some time to think about it. Look, son. The bed squeaked as Dexter leaned close to me. You're just as lost now as you were when I found you drifting along in that ship. You know how to fly a ship? I shook my head. You intimately familiar with the cosmology of the galaxy? I shook my head again. Dexter tapped me on the shoulder. That's because you're a trigger man. Not a pilot and certainly not a navigator. Lucky for you, I only need the former. It's the best deal you've got right now. My people, I'm not sure what the best choice is for them. You're going to need credits. Might as well earn a little pocket change before you try to put roots down somewhere. I pay extremely well because I demand the best in the business. Trust me, it'll ease the transition for you and your people. Most worlds look down pretty hard on refugees. Don't exactly, he made a sour face, offer the best services. I see your point. So you take me on as a hired gun. What about the rest of the Kilmori? Dexter passed me back the bottle and clapped his hands together. The men know how to fight. The women, they can volunteer for shipboard duties if they like, or just subsist as refugees, whatever makes them comfortable. We have plenty of supplies to go around. That's not the issue. If you're serious about working for me, I'll take them on, and we can negotiate, say, 5 round trips to make us even. How long are these trips, I asked. Depends. Trip we're on now, maybe 2 weeks. This luxury liner we've gotten our hands on has an upgraded warp drive, so she cuts across space quick. Most of the downtime is pick up and drop off. It's not a complex operation. Gets kind of tedious, to be honest with you, but it's considerable pay for competent fighting men. If it's discreet transport, why the need for such a heavily armed presence? Dexter stopped rubbing his hands. He froze in place, and I got the impression he hadn't expected me to ask something like that. It's like a card game. You make an impressive show of force, bad actors are less likely to call your bluff. I've been running this game a long time, Edge, and I'll tell you, over the last 10 or 15 years, I've only had to show my hand a few times. That works for me. I bumped my fist against my chest. Dexter stood and copied me. I see history showed you the Space Force salute. You'll fit right in, Edge. Dexter moved to the door and hit the wall panel. It slid open with a whoosh. He turned back to look at me with a wide grin. You get yourself some chow and meet up with the boys in the training area. Just ask the ship's electronic voice, AI, if you need directions. She's gone through some recent upgrades to her core functionality. Makes for limitless calculations and increased processing power, but her personality's a work in progress. Let me guess, she's a sarcastic bitch. Dexter laughed. I wish. It's more like she doesn't have one yet. I don't know why that disappointed me, but it did. I was looking forward to some witty banter to distract me from all the terrible shit I'd just been through. On second thought, I wasn't really up for conversation anyway. How do I contact the AI? Just say her name, EV22. Dexter left. The door shut on its own, and I sat on the bed. EV22. Would a dagger by any other name cut as deep? Shapotter 25. I checked on the Kilmori, relying on the shipboard AI to give me directions. Thankfully, the voice wasn't human-sounding at all. It was flat, emotionless, and androgynous. It could have been modeled after a prepubescent boy for all I knew. Or maybe it was just calibrated electronic signals, not modeled after a real person at all. 13th door on the left, it said. Got it. I left my armor under the bed and followed the directions down the hall. I knocked on the door. The door slid aside. A familiar pair of dark eyes greeted me, with less hostility this time. The barrel-chested Kilmori wore his underarmor, but hadn't put on the fatigues Dexter's people offered as spare clothing. I never learned your name, brother. Brick. The utterance was like the crinkle of old paper. Brick. I'm Edge. I need all the warriors gathered here. We have some things to discuss. Brick snorted with contempt. Sigma's passing does not make you our leader. I puffed my chest out defiantly. I didn't say it did. Gather everyone up in this room, and we'll hash out the details. Brick harumphed and stomped out into the hallway. I heard him knocking on doors as I stepped into the room, which was an exact replica of mine. The shower unit looked like it had been used recently. A small pile of sand and grime had accumulated in a wet pile at the drain hole. Brick's armor was stashed under the bed. A few minutes later, I was joined by Brick and the 4 other warriors. That many bodies in close proximity made the room feel cramped. Skaz was the tall one with a thin scar on his left cheek. Roan was the shortest of the bunch. Built like a keg, though. Seriously, his legs were like tree trunks. Dimer sported a wild mane of hair that went past his lower back. It was streaked with gray, so I figured he was the oldest. The fourth had a piece of his left ear missing and a patch of discolored skin on his chin that I assume was a scar. His name was Plicka. I cleared my throat, trying to bite back my nerves. This was a delicate situation. It needed to be handled the right way. Maybe I wasn't the leader they always dreamed of, but I was the best choice considering I actually spoke the same language as our host and opportunistic savior. If we were going to build a new life for these people, they needed to trust me. All right, here it is. Our planet is gone. We all saw what the Solace did. All that remains of our people is on board this ship right now. I know there was a plan in place, tentatively, to settle down on a new planet and try to start over. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this ride we're on right now, it isn't free. Brick glared. No one else said anything. I continued. This guy, Dexter, he's offering us jobs. In the traditional fashion of their race, they responded with silence. So that means, I leaned into the words, we need to work for this guy. Earn passage to wherever it is that we're going. He said he does personnel transport, so that's going to be like guard duty for landing sites. We spend a few weeks getting to know his people, learning the way they do things. We help him out with a few runs. When that's done, he'll take us wherever we need to go. Dimer, the one I figured was the oldest of the bunch, finally said something. Kilmori are warriors. We do not fight alongside outsiders. Skaz seconded that. The thin scar on his cheek wiggled as he said, no outsiders. You guys are thinking about this all wrong, I said. Dexter and his crew? They're not the outsiders here. We are. Brick shoved me against the shower. The glass cracked but didn't break. No, Edge. He looked over his shoulder, then back at me. I see 5 Kilmori warriors here. 1 human. That makes you the outsider. I chest bumped the brute back on his heels. He stumbled back a step. I ran my hands down my chest to smooth out the uniform. Don't get buck with me, Brick. I understand there's a hierarchy here. I don't know how you guys go about choosing a leader when the Patron is killed in action, but whatever that process is, you need to do it, and you need to do it now. I've given you the situation. We don't have a choice. Brick leered at me. There is always a choice. Plicka, the one with the missing piece of his ear, made a growling noise. Dissent? Brick shouted at him. Plicka nodded and said, we had no choice on Kilmori. Enemy destroyed our home. We have no choice now either. Brick turned to look at his brethren with a dark-eyed sneer. Consensus? It was a question, but he barked it like a curse. The rest of the warriors, even Dimer, gave chest salutes. Brick made a sound like an engine revving up and threw a fist at me. I was reading him, though, and I knew what he was going to do. It took considerable effort, but I didn't flinch. His fist passed millimeters from my face on its way through the shower wall. My neck stung as the glass behind me shattered and rained down to the floor. You done? I asked through clenched teeth. Brick shook his hand. Blood flecked onto the floor. He pointed a bloody knife hand at me. I tire of no choice. Since your hegemony arrived on our world, we have lost all choice. The galaxy's a rough place, Brick. I pulled a sliver of glass out of the back of my neck and dropped it. We have to pick a path forward and ride it out until we see more options. Right now, this is it. The room was quiet. I took the opportunity to issue my first order. We're going to their training area. Now, and we are going to play nice with these people. If it works out, these people will help us find a place to settle down. Get our reset going. If not, I took a moment to make eye contact with each warrior, gauging their reactions. It was a mixture of non-committal and outright rebellion. I rested my gaze on Brick. We need to be prepared to do whatever we have to do to get somewhere far from here. Roan, the short, barrel-chested one, had remained quiet throughout the whole proceeding. He cracked his knuckles from the far corner of the room. Edge knows the Kilmori way, he said. When dealing with outsiders, strike a bargain. If no bargain, just strike. I nodded, glad that I had his approval at least. Brick snorted and opened the door. We'll see. This human could be more loyal to his own kind than to us. The warriors followed Brick out of the room before I could offer a rebuttal. We spent the entire first week running drills for 10 hours a day in the rec room with Dexter's people. I found out immediately that this wasn't the Space Force that history. Reno knew. I had to start referring to him by his real name. These people weren't military. They were a combination of ex-Space Force, former law enforcement, and even a few soulless deserters. What Dexter had created was a paramilitary organization that he had named the Fighting Jupiter Brigade. The FJB was a de facto space transport service for displaced persons to hitch rides back to their home planets. But that didn't pay the bills. The way Dexter made his money was in fulfilling contracts for dignitaries and various persons of influence in star systems that slipped through the cracks of the influence of the soulless hegemony. All of this was told to me during calisthenic warm-ups by Dexter's second-in-command, a mustached bodybuilder type that introduced himself with a gruff, macho voice as Commandant John Liefeld. Liefeld was a hard-nosed man with a delicate accent I couldn't place, and he didn't mince words. I picked up on the type A personality right away. I was being cautious around these new faces, but I took a liking to him almost immediately. "Edge? The hell kind of name is that?" he asked between push-ups. "It's a warrior's name. These people," I said while pushing, not yet breaking a sweat, "they're all battle-tested, tough-as-nails fighters. We'll be more than enough to beef up your security detail." Liefeld rolled to his back and ordered, "Flutter kicks." I rolled onto my back and looked down the line. The Komori were in the same or better shape than I was, but the exercises were unfamiliar to them. Brick watched the Commandant for a moment, then rolled onto his back. The rest of the Kilmori followed Brick's lead and started knocking out flutter kicks like pros. Liefeld kicked his legs and said, "That's good. We have no room for greenhorns." "We'll need a solid introduction to your TTPs," I said, referring to training, tactics, and procedures. "But other than that, you've added 6 cold-blooded killers to your ranks. Not that I think you'll need to unleash them on the local populace or anything." I intended the remark as a joke. Liefeld made a face like he was considering it. "You never know." I wrinkled my brow, then chalked it up to a soldier's disposition. In a fighting man's line of work, it paid to be prepared for things to go pear-shaped at any moment. Less chance for casualties that way. "Do they speak our language?" Liefeld asked. "They do, but they may not be comfortable with it. If I can offer a suggestion, I think they should be situated together to the maximum extent possible. Less tension between your people and mine. Maintain continuity, you know what I'm saying? These people, they're not used to fighting in squads." Liefeld laughed. "So they're a bunch of cowboys?" "More or less," I admitted. We worked out for another 2 hours. After calisthenics, we made use of a track that circled the perimeter of the rec room, all of us completing the demand of 5 miles in under 40 minutes. We took a quick water break, where I chugged way too much water because I hadn't realized how dehydrated I was, and then we moved to the far wall. It was a 20-meter-high pegboard. A drop mat extended 2 meters out from the wall. I glanced up and down, not convinced the mat was going to help much if you managed to fall from the top. Liefeld demonstrated the maneuvers required to scale the wall, using each peg to pull himself up half an arm's length at a time until he reached the top and slapped a hand on the ceiling, then climbed back down. He had one of his men hand out pegs to the Kilmori. Brick was the first to make the attempt. He was a huge guy, so I didn't think much of it when he struggled to hold himself up with just one hand. He made it 3 slots up before his grip shook so bad he dropped to the mats, leaving one peg wedged in the board. Liefeld's men broke out into a fit of laughter. Skaz, who towered over even the tallest of the men by a good margin, walked up to the biggest among their number and chest bumped him. "Whoa, Skaz!" I called out. The brute was obviously an ex-Space Force guy. Close-cropped brown hair, chiseled jaw, brown eyes that didn't hold any more light in them than a pair of black Kilmori eyes. He knew it was coming and planted his feet. Skaz's blow barely rocked him back on the balls of his feet. He threw his arms out wide and flexed his biceps in a ridiculous pose. "You got something to say, freak?" "Sentinel Reyes, stand down!" Liefeld's rebuke cracked like a whip. Another of Liefeld's men, a young guy, put his hand on Reyes's shoulder. He had a blonde sweep of hair, combed over to one side in a wave, shaved on the sides. "Save it, Sent." Freak probably couldn't even make it halfway up. Skaz growled menacingly. Team Hellick burst out laughing all over again. Skaz looked back at me, confused. The blonde doubled over and slapped his knee. He turned to Sentinel Reyes, his words strained with hilarity. What are these guys, fucking werewolves? I knew these guys were picking a fight they weren't going to win. I suspected Liefeld knew that too, despite the fact that his people didn't take the Kilmori seriously. Liefeld was the kind of guy who could read a room, everyone in the room at a glance. He stomped his boot and called the team to attention. They locked it up immediately. I had to catch myself not to follow suit. Some habits, like getting called to attention in basic training, are hard to break. I gave you robot monkeys too much credit, Liefeld said through his teeth. Vitriol stained his words as he ripped into his men. You know how badly we need more guns. We have here 6 capable riflemen. I wouldn't care if they were blue-skinned with fairy wings and shitting rainbows. They can shoot and they know how to take orders. That makes them no different than you. So before I have to start handing out reprimands, stow your shit and accept that fact. Do you get me? The men stood stock still, their boots pressed together, arms flat at their sides. No one moved. Liefeld strode up to the blonde guy and leaned in so close their noses almost touched. A pregnant pause hung on the air and shattered when Liefeld shouted with the full force of his diaphragm. Do you get me, Specialist Canto? Blondie flinched. Yes, sir. Good. Liefeld stepped back and pinched his mustache. He cast a glance at the Kilmori, then glared back at his own men. Consider this an early end to your PT for the day. We've got a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it in. Master Gunnery Sentinel Liu, front and center. A wiry, muscled man with a stubbly chin beard and mustache joined the commandant at the head of the team. He stood at attention next to Liefeld with a look of mild indigestion. They're your burden to carry. Fix them, or I'll fix you. Understood, Commandant. Liu's response came straight from the diaphragm. I pegged him for former Space Force based on that and his military bearing, which hadn't wavered a hair since being called out. Liefeld dismissed the team and pulled me aside. I needed to set the record straight. Probably should have done that from the get-go, but either way, it's done now. I nodded. My people aren't exactly looking forward to this either. The only reason I agreed to it, Liefeld stopped me with a raised hand, is because you owe Dexter one. I know how it is. You're not the first conscripts, and you certainly won't be the last. I frowned. We're not conscripts. Dexter made me an offer, and I accepted it. The hard-nosed commandant gave me a sad smile. You have no idea what you got yourself into, Edge. I don't... He put his hand on my shoulder and lowered his voice. I've done my part with my guys. You keep yours in check too, because the next time they start something, I'm gonna let my guys finish it. The ominous warning from Commandant Liefeld had me second-guessing our situation. After we ran a few basic drills with Team Hellick, the tension between Kilmori and humans didn't improve. It eventually settled into more of a comfortable rivalry. I took this as an improvement over outright hostility. The drills, which were little more than dress rehearsal for situational responses, weren't difficult. They revolved around maintaining security cordons around specific objectives. To me, this checked out with the whole personnel transport mission that Dexter told me was his primary operation. Land the ship, secure the area, keep it secured as passengers boarded or disembarked. I didn't sense anything out of the ordinary aside from the aggressiveness with which the humans operated during the drills. But they were ex-military in one form or another, so I just wrote it off. We wrapped up the first set of drills around mid-afternoon and hit the chow line. The Kilmori gathered up enough food for themselves and the females waiting back in their quarters. They didn't stay to eat in the dining bay, which suited me just fine. I took my meal back to my own quarters. I plopped onto the bed and set the plate down. The flash-fried meat and potatoes grew cold before I could remind myself to eat. I took the opportunity to clean my armor. Alone with nothing but my thoughts, I made the decision to stuff the events of the last few days into a box and leave it on a shelf in the back of my mind. The military calls this sort of thing compartmentalization. Psychologists might call it avoidance. I didn't really care what it was called because it was the only way I could keep myself from coiling up into the fetal position and crying. There was no time for tears. It was the only thing I could do. So before you start judging, yes, I put Evie in that box too. I cleaned her blood from my armor, choking down the lump in my throat. I tried to keep the good parts. Her smile, her big beautiful eyes, our wedding night, those things I'll never let go of. I cleaned the armor, taking special care to make sure the ratchet straps and the Oplo Phantasma, the ghost gun history had forged for me, were still in good shape. I vowed to overwrite Evie's grisly end with the highlights of our short-lived connection. I'm still trying to get that to stick. My mind wandered back to the conversations I had with Dexter, ran over the exchange dozens of times in my mind with the weight of Kilmorey lives bearing down on my conscience. I had a good read on Dexter. He was a genuine guy. I'm never wrong about these things. It's how I managed to get by during my time in the Solus hegemony. Thanks to the old traveling magician, I'd learned little tells and ticks that people exhibit, oftentimes without even knowing they're doing it. I picked up on these little micro-expressions, pair that up with body language and the words people use, and I can get a pretty solid read on someone almost right away. I started off suspicious, but Dexter's behavior, the lengths he went to reassure me, I didn't feel like he was being unreasonable. I tried to analyze and pick apart the arrangement I'd made, but I didn't see any other way around it. The guy picked us up when we were drifting dead in space, saved all of our lives. We had no money, nothing of value aside from our armor and our lives, neither of which we were giving up for anybody. So what did a group of fighters have to offer in terms of payment? Our guns, our skills. It made perfect sense. My stomach growled. I eyed the plate of protein and starches with mild interest. I needed to eat if I was going to keep my strength up. I didn't have a hankering for the Kilmorey pill bugs, but looking at the familiar Salisbury steak and golden potatoes in a light drizzle of gravy, something about it just wasn't appealing. I forced myself to tear into the steak as I deconstructed the situation in my mind. It made perfect sense that Dexter was going to pay us. The list of planets I'd been to was short: Earth, Malstat, and Kilmorey. I didn't know what life was like on any other world, let alone worlds that existed outside of the control and influence of the Solus hegemony. Hell, I was raised on the idea that such planets didn't exist. Up until Kilmorey, I believed it. The steak was cold, totally devoid of flavor. Chewing it was as much of a workout as the PT earlier. The more I ate, the hungrier I became. My body reminded me that I hadn't eaten in a long time. I didn't enjoy the food, but it was fuel. I appreciated it for that alone. I washed it down with a few swigs from the alcohol bottle. When I took the last pull, I swirled the dregs and drank that too. As the burn settled into my stomach, I wondered if it was the stress of leadership or the anxiety that something was about to go wrong. Maybe a little of both. All I knew was that this had one chance to work. I made a promise to the Kilmorey, and I was going to see it fulfilled, even if it killed me. If Dexter's operations were on the up and up, then we'd work off our debt. If they weren't, we'd have to force the issue, and that meant more Kilmorey were going to die. Chapter 26. The 2 weeks went by quickly because I stayed busy. The morning PT sessions weren't particularly grueling for me, but they were enough to keep me in shape. That was important to me. I needed to be prepared for anything. If it came down to it, I'd take the entire Helike team apart with my bare hands. I wasn't hoping for the opportunity, but they didn't exactly do anything to earn my good graces. A few times a week, there would be shouting matches between the Kilmorey and our human counterparts. Never anything physical, but the competition was heating up. Everything in the gymnasium was a pissing contest, and no amount of chastising from myself or Liefeld did anything to stop it. Honestly, I was just happy when the 2 weeks was up and no one had killed each other yet. What do you expect when you slam together two different races whose primary function is killing other races? The Kilmorey took me in, but that was a special occurrence. They did me a favor because I was on death's doorstep. Dexter's people were spoiling for a fight and took every opportunity to remind us of that. My people were more than happy to take up the challenge. Brick's death glare, the same one he'd given me on the dropship, became a permanent feature. Plicka, Damer, and Skaz adopted the look, resulting in my team devolving into a bunch of pissed-off killers with an axe to grind and nothing to grind it on. Emotions were understandably high. We all wanted vengeance for what the Solus hegemony did, and we weren't about to get it anytime soon. The humans, Team Helike, I didn't know what they wanted. Maybe they just wanted to add a Kilmori to the list of species they'd killed. A few of them had superiority complexes. That was easy enough to see. Say what you will about Commandant Liefeld, but he wasn't among that number. He respected the Kilmori. I could tell he was looking forward to seeing them in action. I sat next to him at the chow line a few times, trying to use each opportunity to wheedle out of him more about what his prior comments actually meant. Ultimately, that ended up being a useless gesture. I tried to find Dexter for more than a few days, but he was never where he was supposed to be. Ask one person, they'd say he was in the engineering section. Ask a guy in the engineering section, and it turned out he'd stepped up to the bridge. I made the hike to the bridge for the deck officer to tell me he'd gone to his quarters. When I got to his quarters, no answer. EV-22 told me he may be spending some time in the team room, planning the logistics of the impending pickup mission. After running all over the ship for 2 hours trying to track him down, I gave up. That night when I got back to my room, a fresh bottle of whiskey waited for me with a note. "Sorry, spin-up's always busy. I'll chat with you before touchdown." "Great," I said to no one. "Dude's a ghost all of a sudden." I cracked the bottle and slaked my thirst. Most of the nights I spent on the flight deck in a simulator. The one thing I desperately needed to know more than Team Helicus TTPs was how to pilot a ship. I made Brick and Roan spend a few nights in there with me. I might be leading the charge for us, but if I went down, one of them would have to take over. By the 12th night, I was fairly confident I could execute a takeoff procedure without a hitch. Learning to pilot was trial by fire. Most of my attempts resulted in crashes and fiery mishaps that I didn't think I'd ever overcome. A lot of it came down to knowing the locations of switches and when to throw them. EV-22 was a patient teacher, but no one could handle an hour of androgynous bitching without getting their hackles up. Pull up, you crashed. Would you like to try again?" I slammed the console. A frustrated growl slipped through my teeth, and then I tried again. As frustrating as this process was, I pressed on because our survival depended on it. If not now, there would be a time when I'd have to fly. I wasn't looking forward to it, but I knew it was going to happen. History wasn't here anymore. I didn't have anyone I could trust to save my ass with remote piloting. How helpless I felt, drifting through the cold dead of space, just waiting for the life support systems to bleed dry. I never wanted to feel like that again, so I endured one simulated crash after the other. I logged 16 hours before I made my first successful takeoff. You would have thought I'd just destroyed the Solus capital on Malstadt, the way Roan cheered. Even Brick gave me a fist bump when he saw the stars racing across the screen instead of flames. I didn't let that get to me, though. I immediately simulated 4 more takeoffs, each one a little smoother than before. I felt like I'd done it enough for it to be stored in my muscle memory, so I moved on to landings. This is confession time. I never did get a landing perfect. There simply wasn't enough time. I had logged 36 hours on that simulator in 15 days. That's a lot, considering what my responsibilities were. I had to partake in all of the same training and procedures as the rest of the warriors, while also managing their progress and spending a little bit of time making sure the females were handling everything okay. They weren't, but it was a work in progress. I learned all of their names by the 5th day. The problem children in this bunch were Ordi, Neela, and Altari. They refused to eat until we got off the ship. It took a lot for me and Roan to convince them to quit the hunger strike. "We will not eat this food. We will wait until we arrive at our new home. We will find food there," Ordi insisted. "You realize it's going to be a few months before we're able to settle down somewhere?" I asked, trying to keep my voice flat. "You're going to starve to death before then." "I do not care. I will not eat their food." Neela chimed in. "You do a dishonor to the name Kilmori, partaking of the spoils of outsiders." I rolled my eyes. "It's not spoils, it's just meat and potatoes." Roan was comically shorter than all of the females. When he stepped in to give them a piece of his mind, it took a lot for me not to laugh. He acted like he was pissed off, but he came across like an angsty teenager arguing with his mother. "Eat, you ungrateful windbag. You dishonor more than a name by wasting away for pride's sake." He got an earful after that, I'll tell you. Semna, however, was my favorite. I mentally logged her on the same peg as Damer. She was the eldest, and the entire group seemed to defer to her. I noticed this pretty early on and made it my mission to win her over, which was not an easy thing to do because I found out that she was Nair's mate. How does that work? I asked her one afternoon between training in the simulator. You went how long? 30 years with no mate, and then 18-year-old Nair becomes a warrior, and you accepted his pledge? She shrugged. It works like how it always works. I force him onto his back, pull his clothes. Okay, I exclaimed. I don't need a blow-by-blow description. The pun was unintended. I was shocked at her frankness, okay? Even I am not immune to bouts of saying stupid things when I'm surprised. I tried again. I mean, when did you find out you had feelings for him? She looked at me, not comprehending. You shared a connection with Nair, I said. He was a very good friend to me, one of the best warriors. That did something to her. Her eyes shook a little. I wasn't sure if they were looking somewhere or if they were brimming with emotion. I'm telling you, coaxing feelings out of these people is like squeezing water out of a stone. I am pleased to hear you say this, she said softly. I accepted his pledge because he was different. I refused all pledges before his. They did not interest me. I found that surprising. And then I found it made sense. I smiled. Nair had a way about him, didn't he? She shrugged. He was different. I like different. I didn't press her any further. After that little exchange, her knowing that I was close to Nair seemed to help our relationship a little bit. She stepped in on the other women. By the next day, they were eating regularly. It was the little things, I guess. When you're so out of control, some people reach for the one thing they can control and seize it. That's how most self-destructive habits take root. Given enough time, they spiral out of control too. I kept my nose to the grindstone. It was hard to shake the paranoia ever since the commandant dropped that line about me not knowing what was going on. I didn't know whether to hate him or thank him for it. The more I thought about it, though, what was the worst that could happen? We'd already seen war, lived through it. What could be worse? I was about to find out. Chapter 27. Dexter made his appearance an hour before we hit the planet's gravity well. The briefing was conducted in the team room. It was standing room only. I arrived with Skaz, Plicka, Brick, Roan, and Damer filing in behind me. We took the last of the open space against the back wall, standing shoulder to shoulder and fully decked out in our armor. I wanted to stop by the armory to retrieve our weapons before the briefing, but a strict word from Liefeld made me change my mind. That's not the way we do things in the FJB. Weapons after the brief, weapons from the armory to the flight deck, and if you make it back, they go right from the flight deck and straight back into the armory. Unless you're on internal security, weapons don't leave the armory. I took the hint. My kind and I weren't trusted to roam the ship freely with weapons. At first I thought it was just a formality. Now my hackles were full up. After 2 solid weeks of drills, training, PT, and combatives together, why weren't we given weapons privileges like the human crew? Maybe that'll buff out when we prove ourselves in the field, I thought. The AI put up a holographic projection of the target landing site. Good to see all of you made it on time, Dexter said from the front of the room. A few of the FJB crew members laughed. I looked down the line of Kilmori. They remained expressionless. Well, I thought, we're off to a great start. So, Dexter said, turning to point at the image. Here is the insertion point. Fireteam Helic is going to be moving northwest to this point. A portion of the map highlighted yellow under his finger. Where you'll round up our passengers. Fireteam Ganymede, that's our weapons squad. You'll insert yourselves into the lobby of this local business. Here. He tapped a box on the map, and it highlighted green. That leaves Fireteam Callisto as the relief squad. You boys will take position at the Western Ridge Line. That's an intersection by the tram terminal here. I studied the map as Dexter moved his fingers over it, placing lines over a metropolitan area. I still didn't know the name of the planet, but it didn't look much different from Earth. We were landing on the outskirts of a city, probably the furthest point of a public transportation route. I could see towering skyscrapers, many of them connected with encased bridges, several stories above the ground. Dexter's finger waving created a triangle from the insertion point, the northernmost point a few blocks into the city. Each of his fire teams represented one point of the triangle. The Kilmori and I were given the softball on this first run. That's what Dexter promised me, and that's what I expected. I waited, bouncing on the balls of my feet for a few seconds. My stomach fluttered with nerves. I didn't know why, but I felt like this was a combat mission. The way he was calling us fire teams instead of security teams, it was strange. Kind of like me wanting to snap to attention, I thought. Maybe the Space Force jargon is just hard to shake. Maybe. Fire Team Ember, Dexter said and pointed at me. Self-explanatory? Maybe. Justified? Yes. I felt good about it when Liefeld approved my suggestion for the Kilmori team's name without hesitation. You are our security cordon. There was that term I was looking for. Dexter drew a half circle around the insertion point. You can call it zone defense, security cordon, a firing line. Whatever you term it, this is the perimeter. Nothing gets through here that isn't FJB or our passengers. Understood, I said. Sentinel Reyes rolled his eyes in my direction. Keep it up, asshole, I thought. We'll see how it goes if the shit hits the fan. Pretty straightforward, Dexter nodded. I'm expecting about 300 in total, so let's try to keep it right around there. Liefeld stood and joined Dexter at the front of the room. He looked across the tables, eyeing every man in the room with the same measured gaze. For the first time in a long time, we've got a full company here. As long as specialists Canto and O'Malley keep their situational awareness, I don't think we should be in a position to lose anyone. The room was silent for a beat. Specialist Canto shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Commandant Liefeld pinched his mustache as if considering something, then struck the air with a knife hand. Maintain discipline at all times. We practice like we play, but this is not a practice run. We get in, get the passengers, and get out. If it gets hairy down there, you do what you have to do to keep the man next to you alive. Team leaders, you know your roles. We are touchdown and mission going 45. Does anybody have any questions? Specialist Canto raised his hand. Liefeld glared. Specialist Canto lowered his hand. That's what I thought. Team leaders, have your people on the flight deck in 20 minutes. We'll board the Frankenstein and make our way to the surface shortly. Dismissed. The FJB members stood as one and started to file out. I waited for them to leave the room before I approached Liefeld. What planet is this? I asked. Wasn't covered in the brief. New Lexington, Liefeld said, as if it didn't matter. I guess it didn't. I'd never heard of it. I have a strange feeling right now, I confessed. Liefeld scoffed and spat. You better pray now, Edge. No telling what things are going to be like when we get down there. He turned to leave. I stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Hey, you really going to let me walk into this blind? What is going on that I don't know about? Because it's got me second-guessing this deal I made. You're out of time. Liefeld shook his head. It's above my pay grade anyway. Just keep your head down out there. What does that mean? Liefeld got in my face, his mustache bending at the corners of his mouth in a sneer. I already told you, Edge. You don't have a clue what you're getting yourself into, but when it goes down, you better just let it happen. Because if you fuck things up for us down there, I'm taking it out on you. With prejudice. I gave him a death glare. That's not going to do it for me. He saw something in my eyes. I think a lesser man would have felt like they'd just been slapped. But not this guy. He'd seen too much. Fought and killed and clawed his way out of death's clutches one too many times for words to move him. Even when they matched the weight of his own death threat. You're security detail for a reason. If you prove you can handle that, we'll consider upgrading you to the front lines. This is as much a test of your mettle as it is a means of earning your passage to wherever the hell you want to go. Just don't fuck it up. All right. The words felt weak when I said them, but I didn't have anything else. The hair on the back of my neck was standing at full attention. What are you planning? I wondered as he walked away. Brick and Roan stepped up to either side of me. I looked at them both and nodded. They nodded in return. Whatever it was, we were ready for anything. Chapter 28. Frankenstein earned its moniker because it had been gutted and repurposed according to the needs of the Fighting Jupiter Brigade. In its original design, Lifeboat 1 had been a miniature version of its parent Starliner. Enough capacity for 350 human bodies to sit comfortably in first-class style, it wouldn't have felt much like a lifeboat at all. Plush seating of expensive white leather, footrests between rows of seats, screens on the backs for entertainments. In the event of a disaster on the roll tide, Lifeboat 1 boasted a double-wide aisle that ran down the middle for servers to make their rounds, while elite clientele ordered and sipped fancy liquors, jovially commenting on the poor souls they left behind to deal with whatever disaster had ushered them to the lifeboat in the first place. Lifeboat 1 did not look like this anymore. Over several weeks of retrofits, the FJB maintenance crew gutted the glitz and glamour, shredded the fancy leather seating, and slashed the wires that pumped entertainment feeds into the backs of the seats. The double-wide aisle they kept for ease of flow in regard to foot traffic, because they expected a lot of it. In place of the luxury seating, and now that more room could be afforded, 1.5 times as many combat-grade bucket seats were installed with safety clamps, seat buckles that could be fastened by passengers, but not unfastened without a release signal from the crew station. The ghosts of the wealthy passengers and the whispers of tastefully ironic conversations that never had an opportunity to take place went up like smoke. In their place, the solemn cabin was crammed with seats, shoulder to shoulder, footrests removed and left as empty troughs beneath each bucket seat. Entertainment feeds were no more, and the wiring rerouted to power a dozen bulkhead cameras which kept the passenger hold in constant view of the crew. Stewardess stations were demolished. Pantries and microwaves were replaced with arms lockers. Convenient flight snacks and beverages, the finest spirits from the most exclusive worlds worth thousands of credits per glass, all gone. In their place, cages were stuffed with racks lined with tasers, handguns, and fully loaded magazines. Not with full metal jacket rounds, but soft plastic stun baton rounds to deal with unruly passengers. You could smell it from your first step into the ship. The acrid, putrid, eye-stinging stench of human waste. There was nothing amiss that the eye could see. It was all in the nose. Some senses are keener than others, harder to fool, just like some evidence is harder to purge. Fermented human waste is one of those things. I didn't know any of this until later. I thought the interior looked militarized, but I didn't know for what purpose. The way everyone was treating this, it felt like a military operation. I thought we were helping displaced persons find their way back home. That's what Dexter told me. I'm not proud to admit that's what I believed. We're all naive once, right? The smartest among us are naive only once. I hope to count myself among that number when this is all said and done. Oh, trust me, we're coming up on the bitter end of this particular section of my little slice of hell, but I've barely scratched the surface. My life has been a never-ending downward spiral. Hey, as long as you're sitting here, I'll keep going. There's a story behind every scar, especially the ones you can't see. We collected our weapons and kit from the armory and marched straight to the roll tide. We filed in and took our seats, the tension in the air stark and palpable. It was the same feeling I had more than a year ago when I rode with the Solus Hegemony on my first deployment to a backwater world that was now a radioactive cinder. 2 pilots walked down the aisle, sidearms on their chests. Liefeld came in next, motioning his people on board and barking for them to take their seats. 2 belches shook the craft. A steady vibration rattled along the deck as the reactor came to life. I made eye contact with Liefeld. He shook his head and found his seat without saying anything. Pre-flight checks complete, one of the pilots announced. All systems green. Prepare for insertion. My armor clattered against the seat bucket. The clasps of the belt clicked against my leg plates. I felt like my brain was getting scrambled with all the metal bouncing and grinding against itself. Not for the first time, I really wanted to make some modifications to my armor. I ran through the mental checklist to steady my nerves, thinking about some foam inserts for temperature control, an avionics package for a HUD, communication equipment, and a dedicated oxygen supply. So many things I wanted to do. I wondered, also not for the first time, how history, Reno, whatever, had modified his own Kilmori armor. Whatever he'd done to his armor, I wanted the same treatment. Maybe if I got through this and got the Kilmori people settled somewhere, maybe I could strike out on my own, explore the galaxy and find more cracks in the Solus Hegemony. If I could find a planet or two with some technology, and if I had enough credits, could I make something of myself like the mysterious stranger who had saved my life? Twice? I felt vertigo like an ice pick in my stomach. The tug of gravity, real gravity, not the artificial kind I'd started to get accustomed to over the last 2 weeks. My skin rippled with G-forces. Light filled the passenger bay in hues of red and golden orange. I watched the light shift over the deck, intensifying as it splayed over the armored warriors across the aisle from me. Brick and Damer were close enough for me to see their eyes. They looked uncomfortable with the space travel. I knew how much they wanted to just be boots on the ground for good. They and the females like them were done with space. They'd never wanted to go. Now they'd spent 2 solid weeks in artificial gravity, unwelcome guests on a ship with restrictions on their movements and devoid of any of the comforts of home. We have to make this work, I thought. We will make this work. And if it doesn't, a part of my mind asked, then it's going to get ugly, I answered with a mental shrug. Chapter 29. Touchdown in 30 seconds. I couldn't see anything because there weren't any windows in the passenger bay. 30 seconds felt like 30 minutes. My mind wandered everywhere and nowhere until a crack of light appeared in front of me. The ship jerked sharply to the left. My helmet banged against the seat cushion as the loading ramp descended. "We're on the deck!" Commandant Liefeld shouted over the roaring engines. "Everybody out! Move! Move! Move!" I unstrapped from the seat as the outside air swept its way inside, carrying a sweet, loamy smell. It made me think of the grassy fields outside of the orphanage back on Earth, a smell I hadn't thought about in years. The view beyond the ramp showed a few meters worth of freshly manicured grass covered in the light of early dawn. The pale green patch led up to a dark asphalt road. Brickwork ledges lined the road for a short stretch, then ended where buildings with ribbed aluminum siding were clustered together. I shook off the nostalgia and checked my rifle, then went to get eyes on each member of my fire team. I tapped the earpiece in my ear to make sure it hadn't come loose. The FJBs filed out, rifles up. "Company net active. Team leaders report in," Liefeld barked in my earpiece. "Helicay 1. Ganymede 1. Callisto 1. I turned my head to the side so the earpiece pressed into my helmet. "Ember 1. Roger that. Comms green." I could hear a smile in Liefeld's voice. "All squads move to your objectives. You are off this channel unless you are reporting contact or objective complete." I joined the wave of team leaders acknowledging Liefeld's order. Brick, Dimer, Skaz, rearguard. Plicka and Roan, move up with me. Just like we practiced, set the cordon 100 meters forward, 50 meters to the sides. Give the passengers a wide berth when they start coming in. "Roger." Brick used the wording he'd picked up in the training. Roan and Plicka gave excited growls in response, the Kilmori version of an acknowledgement. I jogged down the ramp and stepped across the grass, taking in the scene as quickly as my eyes could drink it all in. It was beautiful. A grassy field stretched around our landing site and sprawled for kilometers to the south and southeast. An asphalt road snaked off to the east and got lost in the fields toward the horizon. A semi-truck rolled toward the vanishing point, puffing smoke from the stack on the side. To the west, a suburban sprawl of homes followed the gently rolling topography until the city made its presence known, with several multi-story buildings lined with windows and black-painted support beams. A few of the taller buildings had enclosed bridges between them, lined with windows that made them look more like tubes than bridges. The northern stretch showed less construction, and the buildings spread out with streets crossing between them like a grid. Fire Team Halik disappeared within the sprawl. I had a visual as Fire Team Ganymede approached their objective. Dexter was a bit of a mystery, but his guys were clearly in their element. Bristling for war, loaded up with ballistic armor and helmets, kits stuffed with magazines, grenades, and other supplies, they were armed to the teeth. As they marched down the road, weapons up, it was clear this wasn't their first rodeo. Ganymede's objective was a squat, 2-story brick building. The first floor was wrapped in large windows. A sign in the street side window was scrawled with a language I couldn't read. It was a flowing script, elegant and alien. The sentinel leading Ganymede hefted his M249 one-handed as he waved for his fire team to catch up with him. I counted 7, 8 of Dexter's soldiers. Booted footfalls echoed across the asphalt. They bunched up at the front of the establishment, setting up for breach. The lead man pumped his hand once, twice, and a third time. Soldier number 2 kicked the door in. All hell broke loose. A resounding boom split the relative quiet. The soldier breaching the door toppled over his heels and fell onto the pavement. His empty helmet hit the asphalt with a shick. My brain glitched for a second. That wasn't the sound of a helmet hitting the ground. It was a shotgun being racked. Whoever fired that weapon didn't get a chance to let loose with another blast. Ganymede's fire team leader stepped into the doorway, M249 leading the way on full auto as he fired it from the hip. The cacophony that spewed out of that weapon was deafening, even to my ears some 50 meters away. Windows shattered and glass fragments spilled into the street. The light machine gun went silent 3 seconds later. Clear! Fire team Ganymede entered the coffee shop. Streamers of smoke from the M249's barrel wafted through the broken windows and dissipated in the street. As if it was an alarm bell, doors started opening. People flooded the streets, screaming and shouting in a language I didn't understand. Human people. It was a mob, but mob isn't a very specific term. It was a mob in that it was a gaggle of bodies, but it was not a unified mob with a clear goal or shared energy. It was a discordant mass of fear and anger and desperation. Several dozen people of all ages, genders, and social statuses suddenly came to the same sobering realization that something very, very wrong was happening. I realized it at the same time they probably did. They were under attack. Small arms fire erupted from the north. Liefeld barked in my ear. Helike's count is approximately 120. Ganymede, what's your count? Ganymede has approximately 50. Liefeld cursed. Callisto, sweep the eastern corner. Frag the perimeter. Frag the perimeter, I thought. What the fuck is going on? Other than the shotgun, I had yet to see one weapon in any of these people's hands. Where was the crowd of passengers eagerly awaiting free transport? This looked like a raid, and it looked like that because it was exactly that. Brick looked at me. If he was making an expression, I couldn't read it behind his helmet. I don't like this, I shouted to be heard through my armor. Plicka shook his head. Contingency plan? We have come this far, Roan said. We see what it is. Fuck that, I growled. I've seen enough. What do you say then? Roan shouldered his rifle, already knowing what my reply would be. This wasn't the deal I was promised. We're going hunting. I flicked the safety off my rifle and gave the hand signal for rally on me. Ugly it is, I thought. Chapter 30. It was a raw deal, and I was stupid for making it. I was blinded by desperation, and that desperation got us into this mess. The only way out was to take the fight to the Fighting Jupiter Brigade. After we killed them, we'd force the pilots of the Frankenstein to take us up to the roll tide and kill Dexter too. I had it all worked out in my head, wrapped up with a nice little bow on it, when the rug got yanked out from under me. Ember 1, Liefeld's voice came through in my ear. Passengers en route to the cordon. Have you encountered any resistance? No, but you're about to, I wanted to say. Damer tapped my shoulder. We do nothing until we arrive on the ship. The elder Kilmori wasn't asking. I could see the determination in his eyes. He was ready to challenge me right here and now over this. I completely understood why. As much as I wanted to fill a ditch with the bodies of every man in the FJB company, I knew he was right. They have our females, he insisted. Ember 1, is the cordon in place and secure? Liefeld's annoyance at having to repeat himself was tangible. Plicka smacked his own helmet, his frustration escaping in a growl. All their warriors are here. We kill them here. There is no one left to threaten the females. We kill them here. Now. We should not risk it, Roan said with a shake of his head. Okay, change of plans then. I flipped the safety back on my rifle. We'll settle this when we get back to the ship. It is the only way, Dimer insisted. Hilik actual, Ember 1, I transmitted. Cordon is in place. Security is 100%. No resistance. Well, it's about damn time you got your comm working. Passengers will be at the cordon in 2 minutes. See that they get strapped in and comfortable. Roger. I spat the word like a curse. We stood in our positions, rifles at the ready. True to Liefeld's word, it was exactly 2 minutes before I saw the first few people running in our direction. An old man in a bathrobe pulled his wife around the street corner. They ducked as Fire Team Ganymede opened up with their weapons, sealing off the western escape route with a wall of gunfire. Small arms fire continued to echo in a steady beat from the north. The old man stumbled away from the direction of the coffee shop, shielding one ear with his free hand. His stumbling dragged his wife along with him, but there was nowhere else to run. A mixed crowd of men, women, and children turned the corner, their hands over their ears, mouths open in terror-filled screams. They followed the old man and his wife down the street, right toward us. The fire teams had executed their objectives perfectly. The people had no choice but to run in our direction. Anything else would lead them into a hailstorm of fire. I couldn't believe not one of them had a weapon. Hell, even if they did, I reasoned, they aren't trained for combat. What kind of resistance could a bunch of civilians put up against battle-hardened soldiers? Don't call them that, a small part of my mind insisted. Soldier is an honorable title, isn't it? Did the Solus call their people soldiers? Isn't that what my title was? When I was with them? I wouldn't call what I did with them honorable. I think of the entire Solus hegemony as the antithesis of honor. The Solus were imperialists. The Kilmori were warriors. In my mind, history was a soldier. That made the FJB the worst kind of people in the galaxy. Even worse than the Solus. It made them slavers. We did our job, and I'm not proud of it. The only reason I was able to wave my rifle in front of those innocent faces, point my weapon at unarmed women and children, was because I had to play the part. It wasn't easy, but it had to be this way. Get aboard, I shouted at the old man. Find a seat and strap in. Now. What is this? His voice shook with fear. Board the ship now. I swung my rifle's barrel toward him. He tripped. My instinct was to reach out and help him up, but I knew Commandant Liefeld and the rest of Fire, Team Helike, were pushing the back end of the crowd toward us. I couldn't afford to put any doubt in their minds. If they thought I was having second thoughts about this, that might blow our plan up right in our faces. I slapped the man on the back of the head. Get up! Keep moving! Across the cordon, Dimer and Brick were playing their part too. They shouted and brandished their rifles, guiding the scared, cowering people toward the loading ramp of the Frankenstein. I tried and failed to ignore the radio chatter on the comm between fire teams. They cracked jokes, laughed, and bragged about how many their fire team rounded up compared to the others. It was sickening. I couldn't believe people like this existed. Once we had pushed the last of the passengers into the bay, Liefeld led the fire teams inside and started barking orders. Strap them in. It's a short ride to where we're going, but that's no excuse for damaged passengers. They still have to make the trip across the stars to their new home. Let's go, double time, move it. I realized he was talking to me. I spurred the Kilmori into action. We ran down the line of seats over the next few minutes, running hands over straps. The combination of our armor and the rifles slung on our backs was enough to keep anyone from trying to fight back. The abject horror on all of those faces, the sunken gaze and utter lack of hope I saw in those people, it was hard to stomach. They asked the same questions over and over again. It was the same fear and disbelief played on loop in 100 different voices. Why are you doing this? Where are you taking us? What's going to happen to us? I never said a word. I didn't trust myself at this point not to try to reassure them. I needed this to play out according to the script Dexter had written. The element of surprise was half of the equation here. If we let our hands show too early, we'd find ourselves strapped in right alongside these poor souls. Fighting this out, 5 against 30 or so, was going to be hard enough. Without weapons and armor, it would be impossible. A shudder ran through the ship as the repulsors flared, and we started our takeoff roll. Hundreds of people gathered in that bay burst into tears, not all of them children. Some of the women let out mournful wails. The pain of leaving home with no way back, I knew what that felt like. I struggled to keep it together. Just get to the ship, I told myself over and over again. Liefeld slapped my shoulder plate. Hey, I know how you must be feeling right now. I played dumb. What are you talking about? He sighed. It's an ugly business. Pays well, but it's easy to question if it's really worth it or not. I shrugged. These aren't my people. His eyes widened, then narrowed suspiciously. I'm surprised, Edge. I dropped my shoulders, trying to appear non-threatening. Surprised that my people have their own problems? Look, Commandant, I've got my own bag to carry. After the hegemony did what they did, that bag is full enough as it is. I don't exactly have room to stuff the whole galaxy's problems into it, do I? He blinked. No, I suppose not. You're a hard man, Edge. I misread you from the start. With an outlook like that, you'll fit in just fine with us. Thanks. He patted my shoulder again and returned to his standing place with the rest of the FJB company by the crew station. Brick shouldered up against me and spoke under his breath. You give signal. We go. I nodded. Chapter 31. Several minutes passed with the horrible atmosphere of a ship full of people dreading their fate. I felt for them. As far as I was concerned, Dexter and his people were worse than the Solus. After what seemed like an eternity, I felt the familiar tug of artificial gravity. The Frankenstein settled onto the deck with a series of pneumatic hisses. All right, Liefeld barked. Keep it orderly now. Directly to the holding bay for processing. Sentinel Reyes shouldered past me with a huff. The ramp lowered as he approached it. The plan was to pump the FJB company full of lead at the earliest available opportunity, but I hadn't seen an opportunity yet. Any firefight within shooting distance of the prisoners was going to end badly for everyone. There was no easy answer, at least not one that I could see right now. I joined Sentinel Reyes on the deck of the Roll Tide. The doors that led off the flight deck irised open. Dexter entered the flight deck, his face brimming with a smile. Edge, you and your people came through for us marvelously. I stepped up close to him and offered him my hand. He took it. Thanks, Dexter. It means a lot to me what you're doing. He smiled, his eyes straining with a lack of understanding. He tried to pull his hand away, but I tightened my grip. Now, Edge. Everything happened at once. Time didn't slow down, but it was so many moving parts that I couldn't piece it all together until after it happened. I shouted, "Go!" Hell of a signal, I know. Very discreet. I yanked Dexter's hand toward me, pulling him off balance. My warriors didn't need to hear it a second time. Their rifles were up and firing before my words had time to echo in the wide-open space of the flight deck. Rifles discharged in rapid succession as I caught the stumbling Dexter by the throat with my left hand. I ripped the sidearm off my chest rig and shoved the barrel against his temple. Hard. The Kilmori were smart. They dumped their mags into the Fighting Jupiter Brigade at close range. Bullets slammed into plate carriers, and that might have saved some of their lives. If that was all there was to worry about. The distance was too close, and the warriors were experts at their craft. They didn't waste bullets trying to pierce armor. Fully half of the FJB company collapsed to the deck. Vital fluids sprayed from mortal wounds. The smart ones ran and dove for cover behind the Frankenstein. Most were caught completely unaware. Many died on their feet. Some bled out on the ground. 10 or so of the battle-hardened human fighters took the hate dished out by the Komori and brought their rifles to bear. But that's the thing about combat, and more specifically, about ambushes. The fight-or-flight response makes you do one of those two things. Fight or flee. If you're going to fight, your instinct is to dish back whatever punishment you're taking. It never occurred to those guys to turn their weapons on the civilians. Either because they were the precious cargo that was going to make them a small fortune, or they were simply not threats at the moment. It was a hell of a gamble. I'll admit that right now. I'm still amazed it worked. The civilians dropped to the floor as if their hearts all stopped beating at the same moment. Hot lead danced above them at full auto. One rogue fire team traded rounds with two Komori fire teams at a distance of fewer than 10 meters. Rounds from Sentinel Reyes and the surviving members of fire teams, Helic and Ganymede pinged off Kilmori armor with the ferocity of a jackhammer pummeling concrete. To no effect. Skaz let out an adrenaline-fueled howl as his mag went dry. The rest of the warriors followed suit a half-second later. They moved like the smooth operators they were, flipping their rifles to send the empty mags flying away and slapping fresh ones home like a deranged synchronized swim team. Dexter's people found their magazines empty a second later. The air went silent. Fire team member, my brothers, locked their bolts forward and held their fire. Wait, stop! Stop fucking shooting! Dexter croaked. Sentinel Reyes dropped to a knee and put his hand to his chest. Blood was running over his chest rig and dripping from his fingers. He glared up at me with the foulest look I've ever seen on another human being. "That's right," I said. "Drop your weapons or I'll have you cleaning your boss's brains off the deck. Then I'll toss your asses out an airlock." Reyes coughed. He wiped his mouth. His hand came away bloody. "Boss." Reyes's voice was phlegmy. "They're just gonna kill us anyway." "No, no," Dexter said, leaning into his words as I twisted his arm behind his back. He grimaced in pain. "They won't do that, because I have their women." "You don't have shit," I said, digging the barrel of my pistol into his temple. "Ow, ow, ow, stop, stop." I relented, but kept the business end of the gun against his skin. "Look, I thought you might try something like this. I always hedge my bets, you know. He taught me that. Reno. Never make a play if you can't back it up. Bluffing is for fools. Didn't he ever tell you that? He always used to say that." "Where are they?" "I want a deal. I want a deal and I want it now," he whined. "I'm going to ask you one more time. Where are they?" Reyes coughed up more blood. "Boss, come on." Incoming fire pinged off my helmet. High caliber, something meant for long range. My helmet rang like a bell. I felt like I'd just taken a fist to the side of the head. The round didn't penetrate the unobtainium of my helmet, but it clocked me good. I stumbled on my feet. Dexter threw his weight into me. I bowled over onto my back. My gun slipped from my grip. Greasy fingers wormed under the lip of my helmet and yanked hard. Leather dug into my neck, abrading my skin. I bucked my hips, reset, and raised my knee with a sharp blow. Dexter grunted and hit the deck beside me. I rolled on top of Dexter, grabbed him by the collar of his uniform, and felt the cold steel of the gun barrel beneath my chin. "Nobody move!" he shouted. Across the flight deck, Skaz and Plicka stood guard over the civilians. Sentinel Reyes was still hacking up blood. A dozen or more FJB bodies lie still between the Frankenstein and the civilians. Gunfire erupted from the backside of the Frankenstein, out of view. The civilians covered their heads. A few of them screamed. It stopped as suddenly as it started. Roan appeared on the other side of the dropship, dragging two bodies behind him. He came halfway between me and the Frankenstein and laid them on the deck. He fired a round into one of their heads, spraying gore in a grisly coup de grace. "Specialist Canto," he said with a shrug. He forced the other to stand. I recognized it as Liefeld. The mustachioed commandant was still alive. He swooned on his feet, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Roan kept him standing. The commandant's face was sickly pale. Several holes in his chest rig leaked blood. The man didn't have much time. "You're out of options, Dexter." I strained to get the words out as he pressed the gun into my throat. "Whatever you had planned, it's over. Tell us where they are. If we get them back unharmed, I won't kill you." "How do I know that?" he sneered. His nose had broken in our scuffle. Blood ran in two tiny rivulets from each nostril, staining his cheeks and chin. "You don't," I said bluntly. "But like I said, you're out of options." He mulled this over for a second. I released the grip on his collar, but kept my hands hovering by his face. Okay, they're fine. Your women, they're fine." He sighed. "I was gonna vent their cabin, suck out all the oxygen, but now that you've fucked everything up," I flicked my eyes up to Brick. "Any survivors?" I asked. The stout warrior came from the backside of the Frankenstein, wiping blood off his chest plate. "Kilmori do not leave survivors." Dexter laughed. "What are you going to do, Edge?" He shoved the gun into my throat hard enough to make me cough. "I still have the upper hand here. I could kill you right now. You have to work with me here." "That's the last mistake you'll ever make," I said. His eyebrows furrowed. "History taught me to hedge my bets, too." I twisted my wrist and squeezed. The gun went off. The back of Dexter's head split open and spread across the floor beneath me. His arm dropped to the deck, fingers loosening their grip on my pistol. I patted the ghost gun inside the wrist plate of my armor. That marked the third time history saved my life. "Let's get this asshole to his office." I scooped up my pistol and holstered it. "Use his biometrics to unlock the ship and get the females out. Bring the commandant, too." "What's going to happen to us?" one of the civilians asked. "You guys are going home," I said. A few seconds of silence followed. I could see they didn't take me seriously, so I tried again. I didn't know what these people were. I, I fucked up going along with them. I never intended for any of this to happen. You're going home. I know it's not much, but it's the only thing I can do. Cheers tore through the blood and death in a clashing crescendo. Chapter 32. I didn't expect for things to turn out the way they did. I wasn't allowing myself to process my grief over Evie. I didn't even think about Komori anymore. I just threw myself into what I was doing. That was my first mistake. I was so concerned with getting this thing done, solving the problems of the Kilmori people, that I didn't take any time to try to figure out my own shit. I dragged Dexter's corpse by his limp wrists. I'd used some extra cord from my kit to fashion hand bindings and tied them together, so it was easier to lug him around. The walk to his office was short. I shoved his face against the biometric scanner. The door irised open with a hiss. Opulence was the first word that came to my mind. The room was 10 times the size of the quarters I'd stayed in, furnished with lavish couches and a large circular mattress in the corner. 2 red leather couches were stationed at a right angle to the bed on the left side of the room. Overhead pendant lights lowered from the ceiling as we entered, bathing the blue carpet in a soft orange glow. The walls were painted white, no utilitarian gunmetal gray in the captain's quarters. Several large paintings hung on the walls, depicting floral landscapes with surprising realism. The desk off to the right was large enough to be a kitchen counter in an apartment on Malstadt, white marble flecked with gray. Several screens slid upward from the desk and came to life, their translucent backs displaying backward text. "Nice place you have here," I said. "Did he know you were in the slave trade? Or did you keep that a secret from him?" I dragged the body into the room and dumped it against the desk. I shoved his dead face into the biometric scanner. EV-22 announced, "No pulse detected. The captain is dead. Transferring command of the roll tide to Executive Officer Liefeld. Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Liefeld." Brick dragged the rapidly fading Commandant Liefeld into the office behind me. He let him drop to the floor. "I detect your presence, Edge," EV-22 said from the ceiling speakers. I slid my helmet off and placed it on the ornate desk. "Pleased to make your acquaintance under these new circumstances." I sat down in the wingback chair and propped my boots up on the desk. "The Syndicate will have your balls for this," Liefeld choked, then spat blood. "What?" I asked. "We have quotas," Liefeld moaned from the floor. "I don't give a damn about your quotas. Those people didn't ask to be ripped from their homes. What you're doing, Liefeld, this whole operation. I never thought I'd say this. I can't even believe I'm about to let these words pass my lips, but they're true. You're actually worse than the hegemony." "Oh, don't give me that." Liefeld gave a bloody smirk. "Genocide is their founding principle. We don't kill anybody who doesn't resist. We just relocate them. Who pays you to relocate them?" I made a show of drawing my pistol and setting it on the desk. Liefeld sat up cross-legged with considerable effort. He took a few ragged breaths, eyeing the pistol on the desk. "The Syndicate. I already told you. They're the ones who run the underground. Assassination contracts, bounties, personnel relocation services." He winced. "They pay for all of it." I had never heard of the Syndicate, but I started my spacefaring adventures as a solace, and my knowledge of the galaxy was limited. Up until I met Dexter, I didn't know there were any systems operating outside of the influence of the Solace other than small, isolated worlds like Kilmori. Liefeld could be bluffing me, I thought. I read him wrong once. But if he was, I'd find out and put a bullet in his head, if he didn't die of blood loss before then. He knew the game was over. I knew he was no different from my old platoon sergeant, now Solace Executor Fitzgerald. He was trying to make a name for himself, to build up his own fortune at any cost. Now that his life was in my hands, he would say and do anything to prevent me from killing him. "I need the truth," I said. "If you lie, I'll kill you. Don't you think I know that?" Liefeld sighed. "I'll tell you anything you want to know. You've killed all of my men. The crew has no loyalty to me. They came with the ship, you could say. That doesn't surprise me." "Yeah, well, it's just business," he huffed with a shake of his wispy hair. "The Syndicate. They pay for all of these underground operations. Where do they get their funding? Liefeld laughed. You're asking the wrong question, Edge. No, I don't think I am. Yeah, you are, because you don't know what you're asking. Right now, you have... He groaned, then collected himself. Plausible deniability. If you let the passengers go, you can explain it to them. You didn't know you were interfering with their operations. If I start feeding you their dirty little secrets, they'll kill you too. You may have noticed, Liefeld, but if you're too stupid to understand it, I'll let you in on my little secret. I'm hard to kill, I said with confidence. Now tell me how this mysterious organization can afford to put out these contracts. Ah, Liefeld took a shaky, shallow breath. His voice tightened, coming out a few notches down in volume. You're thinking about it all wrong. They have no objective, no end goal, no aim. They're apolitical, and that's by design. They're a brokerage firm, in a sense. I stared. You don't know what that means, Liefeld sucked air between his teeth. The syndicate is the middleman. A client approaches them. The syndicate negotiates a contract, puts it out. The first gun that completes the seat contract gets paid. Where are they located, this syndicate? Liefeld licked his lips. That piqued your interest, didn't it? Just answer the question. They're all over. All over. The whole damn galaxy. Next, you're going to tell me they practice an arcane religion and can move stuff with their minds. They carry laser swords too, don't they? I scoffed. Number, not at all. Liefeld's face softened with sincerity. They maintain a council on a few worlds. Problem is, you're not going to want to visit them. Why's that? Because Earth is the closest one. His face formed into a wolfish grin. I've heard enough, I said, picking up the pistol and stepping from behind the desk. Edge, don't... I picked him up by his wrists and steered him toward the desk. Transfer control of the ship to me. Edge, stop! I shoved the barrel of the pistol into his temple. He groaned. This feel familiar? My finger's on the trigger, Liefeld. Do it, now. He leaned his face in front of the screen and ran a few voice commands. EV-22 announced that control of the ship had been handed over to me. Thanks, Liefeld. I couldn't have gotten this far without you. Edge, wait! I shot him in the head. Chapter 33. I sat down in Dexter's chair trying to collect my thoughts for an interminable amount of time. My mind was whirling. Life had become a flowing river of events, one after another. Everything exceeded my wildest expectations. I was lost in the stream, struggling to stay afloat. That's no way to live. It's worse than being a victim of circumstance. If you find yourself drowning, you can't expect the universe to cast you a life preserver out of the kindness of its heart, because it won't. The universe doesn't care. It just is. I stared at Liefeld's corpse. The blood was starting to dry. Soon the body would start to smell. He and Dexter, both. I took care of the problem, but now I had to clean up the mess. I wasn't looking forward to it. The Komori entered the office sometime later. Relief flooded me when I saw the females with them, all unharmed. Status report? I asked from the ornate office chair. Brick-eyed Dexter's body for a moment, then Liefeld's. A smile crossed his face. He cleared his throat and looked at me with respect. All of our people are accounted for. No injuries. That's good, I said, taking stock of the warriors. They looked at me expectant. The fact our little coup worked seemed to ingratiate them to me, even Brick. If I had them on my side, if I had earned their trust, this could be the start of something. Something powerful. This could be the first step toward restoring the Komori. It would take generations. A lot of breeding. It was certainly a long shot, but it was a worthy cause in my mind. Genocide was a core tenet of the Solace modus operandi, and they were zealous in their execution of it. If we could turn this around on them and raise a race of warriors whose sole purpose was devoted to the destruction of the Solace hegemony, 1,000 years from now, their cancerous influence could be completely uprooted from the galaxy. The air of hope was palpable. I steepled my fingers together and leaned back in the chair. I'm sure you all are wondering what our next step is going to be. What's next for the Komori? Brick and Skaz nodded. Roan crossed his arms. I couldn't tell if he knew what I was going to say, or if he was just hoping my speech wasn't going to drag on for very long. We have effectively taken control of this ship. It's ours now. I don't know much about the galaxy, aside from what the hegemony taught me. I'm not sure how much of what I learned from them is the truth, but I intend to find out. Liefeld told me Dexter's operation was run under an organization he called the Syndicate. He said this syndicate has councils on several worlds. The closest one is on Earth, my home planet. Roan rolled his shoulders like he was warming up for a fight. We find the syndicate, then what? I nodded, grateful that I had piqued his interest. Before I killed Liefeld, I forced him to turn over control of the ship, including the databases, over to me. First things first, we're returning the hostages to their planet. Immediately following, on our way to Earth, we're going to sift through these databases, get our bearings, and decide our next course of action. To wrap this up nicely, we're going to find out what the syndicate is about, and we're going to make a deal with them. Brick stiffened as if I'd slapped him. Deal? He spat. Yes, a deal. They paid Dexter a lot of credits for his illicit trades. That means two things. They have their fingers in a lot of different pots, and they have a war chest to finance these operations. That means there might be a demand for hired guns like us. Remember our objective here. We're trying to establish a colony on a new world. Or failing that, a world that's not controlled by the hegemony. We need resources to do that. We need our own war chest of funds, ships, weapons, supplies. Plicka spoke up. Kilmori do not fight for slavers. Roan shook his head in agreement. These people have councils on worlds controlled by the soulless hegemony. Means they are controlled by the hegemony. It might, I conceded, but we are not. And we'll let them know that. We pick up a few contracts, get enough funding to bag up the resources we're going to need, and then we're done. The room fell silent as Semna, Nayer's mate, shouldered her way up to stand beside the two corpses. Her cold eyes looked hollow as she examined the bodies. Her face remained expressionless. When she spoke, her words were delicate. We are all that remains of our people. Edge, you came to Kilmori from the stars. Now we find ourselves lost amongst the stars. You will guide us to our new home. She looked at Brick. He raised his chin for a moment, almost as a challenge. Semna didn't budge. He nodded and averted his gaze. Semna pointed to Ordai and Neela. Clean this up. Ordi and Neela looked at each other, then at me. I gestured toward the bodies. You heard the lady. Semna walked up to me and put her hand on my shoulder. You will guide us, Edge. We will follow you. I felt a little bit of the weight slip off my shoulders. I didn't know what I was doing, but it meant a lot to me that I had these people's trust. My people. And I would lead them through whatever gauntlet the galaxy had prepared for us. Thank you, Matron Semna, I said. Her eyes widened for a split second. The mask of traditional Kilmori indifference quickly overtook it. I take the mantle of matron out of necessity, she said, and you must bear the weight of patron. I will, I said, turning to address the rest of the room. Together we'll find a new home. We'll restore the glory of the Kilmori people. We will one day destroy the soulless hegemony. Brick slammed a fist into his palm and shouted, Kilmori will rise again. The warriors saluted. Hope rose in my chest as I returned the Kilmori salute. Space Marines, Book 2, Chapter 1. Back for more, really? I'd call you a glutton for punishment, but that would be disingenuous to myself. After all, this story's about me and not you. But I think we've gotten to know each other a little better by now. You expect me to kick some serious ass, and I expect you to... I guess I didn't think about it that much. What are we doing here? Doesn't matter. You're not here by accident, right? You know this isn't a bedtime story for little Nancy. No rainbows and unicorns in this book, although sometimes I wish there were. My life has been anything but easy. If you're looking for a riveting tale about a badass brochacho that goes on a revenge rampage across the cosmos, one that involves flying right into the face of an evil intergalactic corporate empire hell-bent on monopolizing every aspect of intelligent life in the universe and burning that shit down to the ground. Can't help you with that either. What? Do I look like a superhero to you? I'm just one guy. One. And there's so many of them, the soulless hegemony, that they've left the realm of real numbers and crossed into the territory of abstraction. You know what I'm talking about. When a thing gets so big, you use vague words like sprawling or expanding to describe it. The hegemony, they're like that. I can't fight an intergalactic war all by myself. But I did start one. This is the story of how I single-handedly set the galaxy on fire. She's doing it again, Evie said matter-of-factly. The electronic voice, or artificial intelligence, always stated things as if I wasn't also staring at the security monitor. The thing had almost no personality, but it did make sure to let me know that it thought humans were incapable of figuring out anything by themselves. Captain Edge, Evie said, the brew cycle is complete. Your caffeinated beverage is ready for consumption. Be advised, this brew is consumed hot. Take care not to injure yourself. Thanks, I said, lifting the 0G bulb-style mug from the desk. I slid a thumb over it, venting a tiny sip of coffee and sampling it. Satisfied I'd gotten away with taking a sip and not burning my tongue, I leaned back in the captain's chair, propped my boots up on the desk, slid my hands behind my head, and heaved a sigh. The past 2 weeks of space travel had been absolute torture with no respite. I felt like I was back in school on Malstadt, the indoctrination center for the Solus Hegemony's youth academy. They don't call it an indoctrination center, of course not. It's a glorified military academy attached to an orphanage. And it's no way to grow up, believe me. I've been doing a lot of internal wrestling with that lately. Not really something I like to think about. No matter how hard I tried to bury it, I couldn't stop the memories from resurfacing. I needed to get to Earth, to meet with the Syndicate, and figure out how to get the last remnants of an entire race of people a new homeworld. Preferably something outside the reach of the hegemony, if such a thing were even possible. That was a big ask, though. A lot like reaching your hand into the cookie jar and hoping not to get caught, even though you know your mother is watching you the whole time. I had to be honest with myself. It was impossible. But like a determined child with an unconquerable sweet tooth, I wasn't going to let that stop me. Captain Edge, she's doing it again. Are you lucid at the moment, sir? Yes, Evie. I cupped her chin and gently turned her head. She had caught a round to the back of her skull. The hair was parted around a gaping entry, an exit wound of torn flesh, and I winced. The memory cut deep, straight to the core, without mercy. Unfiltered pain like swallowing a mouthful of cyanide but somehow being denied the privilege of dying. Pain like this should kill a person. The fact that it doesn't, I don't know if that's a sign of strength or insanity. Breathing underwater would be easier. Damn it. Captain Edge, are you all right? I shivered. I'm fine. I glanced at the screen, hoping for a distraction. I found one. Our stowaway was at it again. I thought I'd made good on my declaration to return all of the abducted people back to New Lexington, but I'd thought wrong. I thought wrong about a lot of things, like thinking I'd spent a year or so on Kilmering. Once I started delving into the Roll Tide's memory banks, what EV referred to as the cheese shop for reasons I didn't understand, I found out it had been 2 years, 5 months, and 13 days. That, and the galaxy was a lot bigger than the hegemony had ever let me find out about. Admittedly, I hadn't given much thought to the future, but if you told a younger me that I'd be 20 years old and trying to run a Starliner, ferrying around the last remnants of an entire race of people from the glassed ruins of their home planet, I shook off the stream of thoughts, returning my attention to the woman. This woman, whomever the hell she was, had hidden in a residential compartment until we made the warp jump towards Sol. Skaz found her in one of the utility bays, passed out against a bulkhead, with an open can of Starship-grade epoxy in her lap. That was the first time. I tried to ask her questions, to figure out who the hell she was and why she didn't want to go back home. It was too late then. I wasn't turning the ship around for her. To my surprise, she insisted New Lexington wasn't her home. Skaz and I continued asking her questions, and we continued getting non-answers. I thought we looked pretty inviting, not so intimidating as we normally did, what with the two of us wearing our Under Armour, no helmets, and not carrying weapons. I tried her again, keeping my voice calm and soft. Do you have a name, young lady? She blew a raspberry at me and aggressively flipped me her middle finger. I noticed the nail was a mix of dark blue and natural carrot and white, idly wondered where she found the blue polish. That's confusing, I remarked to Skaz. She looks like she's 30 years old, but she's got the social development of a 5-year-old. Fuck you, she dragged the words out in a trundling slur. I'm 25. I raised my brows. 25, huh? That's not a jar of potpourri you're savoring there. Her eyes lolled aimlessly for a moment, then settled on me. Sapphire blue set in a mask of derision on her pale face. Blonde hair and tight dreadlocks mixed in with loose, frazzled pieces that stuck out from her head. She looked every bit the disheveled waif she was. I had a nightmare, she shrugged. Just wanted a little escape is all. Skaz pointedly sealed the can and returned it to the hazmat locker beside the maintenance bench. He gave me a sidelong look, saying without saying, "What are we going to do about this?" "You have a name?" I asked. She laughed, a short, high-pitched squeak. The squeaking continued until it became rolling laughter. Phlegm crackled in her throat and she fell into a coughing fit. I tried to be patient. Figured if she looked this rough, she must have had it rough, so a delicate hand here might be the way to get through to her. She clearly felt alone. At least, alone enough to leave her home behind. Maybe if she thought other people wanted to help, she'd start to come around. "You can call me Stiletto." She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, completely missing the smear of gray epoxy stuck to the tip of her nose. "Okay, Stiletto. Why didn't you go back with the others? Back to New Lexington?" She shrugged, eyes roaming the bulkheads along the ceiling as she hummed a tune. "I'm not going to dump you out an airlock or confine you to quarters or anything like that," I assured her. "But I do need to know what your intentions are." She smiled and replied without looking at me. "I'm just taking things one day at a time. Feeling it out, you know? Galaxy's a big place. Like Omega big. Huge, unfucking fathomably huge. I want to see as much of it as I can before the night comes when I go to sleep and don't wake up again. You're not gonna find any of that in a can of Starship grade epoxy," I pointed out. "That's different," she admitted. "It's when I get all..." She twitched and tapped her fingers together. "All mixed up in my head. I just need something to straighten out all the tangled wires, you know? Cross-firing signals, conflicting thoughts. Too much, too fast. I can't carry it all, so I make an escape. I escape and just coast. Right. On through." I stared at her, unsure of what I was looking at. Beneath the wave of greasy blonde hair, the structure of her face was perfectly symmetrical. Soft, smooth skin buried under layers of grime and lack of self-care. The part of me that might have appreciated her obfuscated beauty had died on Kilmarie. It registered as more of a fact than a feeling to me. She was uncommonly attractive, yet she looked like a beat-to-shit refugee who had been wandering the streets for years. Her words were equally as harsh, her dispassionate disposition unexpected and strange. Something about her didn't add up. Trying to understand her felt like trying to force a puzzle piece in at the wrong angle, in hopes it would give a better idea of the full picture. Skaz jerked his head to the side. I stepped away from the girl and joined him in the corridor. "What do you think?" I asked him. The tall Kilmarie warrior gave me a blank stare, his cold, dark eyes completely unreadable. The thin scar on his left cheek pulsed as he worked his jaw. The Kilmarie were a mining people and stalwart warriors. His pale skin spoke to the former, while his wild mane of long, dark hair served as a sign of the latter. "We did not plan for this," he said. "I know, but what can we do about it? She is Perezinos. Strange." We both turned to look at her. Stiletto tapped the pads of her fingers on the bulkhead, drawing shapes that only she could see, while she continued humming the same tune. "That's not up for debate," I said. "But is she dangerous?" "Not to us." "To herself, though," I said, picking up what he was saying. "Exactly. At the time, I decided she deserved the benefit of the doubt. So I gave her a second chance, a third, and a fourth too. One benefit of her addiction was that I learned the layout of the ship much faster. Roan, another of the Kilmarie warriors, found her in the engineering section, standing next to a yellow and black sign that read, "PPE required beyond this point. Toxic vapors may be present." Stiletto sat under it, taking short, rapid breaths, huffing reactor fumes as they vented through the exhaust manifolds. Next, it was Brick who stopped her from cracking open a liquid shim cartridge in the equipment repair bay. He had to wrestle the stuff out of her hands, which earned him a bruise the size of a screwdriver handle on his temple. Brick can be a little abrasive. I pointed out to him it could have been worse. She could have stabbed him with the narrow end. Brick didn't find it as funny as I did for some reason. The last time Evie notified me Stiletto was trying to start the auxiliary power plant on a transport ship, probably aiming to huff the exhaust fumes. That was when I learned something else about Stiletto. Whatever her story was, she knew how to fly starships. After the last incident 3 days ago, I decided enough was enough and had her confined to quarters. Fast forward to now, what I was watching on the screen. Apparently, Stiletto had figured out how to disable the control panel to slip out of her room, though that there was no evidence of any physical tampering with the panel that I could see on the security feed, because she was now in the cargo bay, working the manual control valve on the liquid oxygen servicing pipe. The dangerous liquid spilled onto the floor at her feet, billowing thick clouds of cold oxygen. She leaned over the rapidly evaporating puddle, stuck her face in the cloud, and took several deep breaths of the icy fumes. "I'll go talk to her," I said, bringing my boots off the desk. Evie replied, "We will be exiting warp in 10 minutes. Docking procedures with Jupiter Station will begin approximately 15 minutes after we exit warp." "Jupiter Station?" I asked, pulling on my jumpsuit top and sealing it to the bottoms. "I thought we were going to Earth." "Captain, Jupiter Station is the designated checkpoint of the Sol system. Do you not remember?" I stepped over to the wall locker next to the desk, retrieved my Red Hawk revolver, and holstered it on my belt. I didn't remember the conversation. The last 2 weeks had been a blur, though, and in my defense, I wasn't sleeping very much. I wasn't the galaxy's best pilot, but I was getting better every day. I set a schedule for everyone, which included 2 hours of physical training, 2 hours of studying the star charts, and perusing the Roll Tide's memory logs to familiarize ourselves with the galaxy and current events. Oh, I almost forgot. We also spent about 14 hours a day in the flight simulators, working our way up from smaller craft like single-seater fighters to transport craft. I didn't know what the divine thread had in store for us, but lately it was feeling more like a divine knot in my noodle. If that went over your head, just think of it as a pain in the dick. Same difference. Yesterday was the first time I tried maneuvering a cruiser, something the size of the Roll Tide, which I had forcibly inherited from Dexter. Turns out maneuvering isn't all that complicated. It's the docking part I had serious trouble with, and I wasn't convinced I'd learned that in time to make use of it. That was one of many reasons I was grateful for the electronic voice artificial intelligence Dexter had installed into the Roll Tide. It was pretty handy with the autopilot feature, and that gave us a pretty good chance of not smashing into whatever station we docked with. A ship this size wasn't built for planetside landings either. If it touched down somewhere, it wouldn't break Atmo ever again. I moved down the corridor to the mag lift, impatiently patting my leg for the 45-second trip as the box sped through the belly of the ship. A series of clinks and clanks jostled the compartment once it settled at the access corridor that led to the docking bay. I palmed the access panel. The reinforced bulkhead door irised open with a pneumatic hiss as I stepped into the massive, wide-open space. It was amazing to think that, for all of humanity's ingenuity in building sprawling settlements on several worlds in the Orion arm of the galaxy and beyond, that ingenuity always came with a dark side, whether it's from the dark side of humanity itself, a metaphysical force with malevolent intent, or the fact that assholes always seem to be the ones that get control of the money and power. You can judge for yourself. The docking bay held 2 dropships, one of which was designated the Frankenstein. That one I had flown to drop off the refugees prior to our departure from New Lexington. Parking aprons for 3 additional ships splayed off toward the far end of the gunmetal gray deck. A yellow maintenance catwalk wrapped around the upper level of the room and was staged with 3 levels to permit crews to work on ships of any size that could fit into the space. I found her at the far wall, resting an elbow against the bulkhead. A simmering pool of chilled liquid oxygen piped up one continuous stream of thick, puffy clouds over her face. She was making herself hyperventilate, drawing deep, ragged breaths as quickly as she could. "Stiletto!" I crossed my arms. "What in the hell are you doing?" She continued to huff the fumes. The sound of her breathing like that made me uncomfortable. I stepped closer, careful not to step on the hissing pool of ship-grade oxygen, and put a hand on her shoulder. She froze. "Stiletto," I said again gently this time. "You and I need to talk." "Another nightmare," she cackled. Her face went flat. "What is this stuff? It's making me lightheaded, but it's not doing anything for me." "It's liquid oxygen. It isn't going to do anything except maybe help with whatever hangover you're experiencing from your last incident." "Incident?" she asked, confused. "I'm just looking for—" I stopped her with a raised hand. "An escape, I know." She stared at me, chest still heaving. Something in her eyes told me this was her starting to calm down. So I shifted gears from correction to conversation, hoping she would notice the difference. "We're almost to Jupiter Station. Once we're there—" "What?" she asked quietly. "Jupiter Station. We're out—" Stiletto threw herself into me. I wasn't wearing my armor, and I wasn't expecting to be pounced. She tripped me right onto my back. She had to weigh barely 120 pounds. But she didn't just fall onto me. She held me down with an elbow in my throat, sneering in my face. I could have bucked my hips or sent a palm strike into her neck. Could have done a dozen other Kaden combative moves that I'd learned on Kilmori to get her off me. But I didn't. Something inside me didn't think she was actually dangerous. I saw a glint of light right before I felt the sharp prick of a blade at my throat. Guess I can't be right every time, I thought. "You didn't tell me we were going to Jupiter Station," she accused. "You didn't ask." "Turn the ship around, now!" Her voice cracked. "I can't go there." "Why not?" "I just can't," she said flippantly. "You put that knife away, and we can talk about it," I offered. She shook her head. No, I don't trust you." I laughed. The skin on my throat rubbed the tip of the knife, drawing a mild spike of pain. "Should I trust you? You won't even tell me why you can't go there." She growled in my face. Her breath was cold. How much of that stuff did she inhale, and what is it doing to her insides? I shuddered at the thought. She said, "I'll go anywhere else." "Anywhere else." "Is it your home?" I asked. "The one you ran away from?" She pressed the dagger into my neck. A trickle of blood dripped onto the deck. "You think you're so fucking clever, don't you?" "Generally speaking, yes," I said frankly. "And that's a good thing for you, too." "How's that?" she yelled. "Because—" I snatched her wrist and twisted it. The dagger clattered to the deck and slid out of reach. "Because whatever you're running from, I can help you." She tried to slam a fist into my face. I caught it and shoved, bridging my back to bring us both to our feet. I steadied her, still holding onto her wrist with one hand and her fist with the other. She struggled against my grip. "Let go of me." I let go and put my hands up to show her I meant no harm. "You saw how things went down on New Lexington," I reminded her. "You know we killed the people responsible, returned everyone to their homes, no questions asked." "I don't want to go home." Stiletto snapped so violently that her hair shook. She really is like a child, I thought. "How long has she been running?" "You don't have to, I promise." She rubbed her wrist and scoffed. "I don't believe you," I shrugged. "You can have your dagger back. Just don't try to use it on me or my people. It might be a good idea to try to stay away from hazardous materials for the next—" Evie's voice came over the speakers. "Warp transition in 30 seconds. 15 minutes, I finished. We're going through the checkpoint, and then we're headed to Earth." She rushed to wrap me in a hug. I flinched. "You don't understand," she sobbed. My neck was wet with her tears. "What exactly do I not understand?" She sniffled. "Once they find out I'm on board—" "Yes," I prompted. She squeezed my shoulders and lifted her head to whisper in my ear. "They'll kill you. All of you." Chapter 2. I left Stiletto in the docking bay and hopped the mag lift back to the captain's quarters. Did I believe her? I confess at the time I didn't. I wrote it off as the ravings of a junkie. Drug-induced paranoia. Not a valid threat. In hindsight, that was my first mistake. I did want to be in my armor when the docking sequence started, though, just as a precaution. It wasn't that I didn't trust the intentions of the inspectors. I was sure they were just people with a job to do, like everyone else. It was more so that they were under the employ of the Solus hegemony, and I didn't trust them for a second. 26 Kilmori were gathered in the office when I got there, the last remnants of a planet and people that met their end too early. I felt partly to blame for that. I was a part of the enforcement division that deployed to that world with the intention of killing every last living squatter on the face of the planet. Where the Hegemony's Acquisitions and Resource Management Enforcement Division goes, they bring calamity with them. If my old platoon sergeant hadn't shot me and left me for dead, if these people, whom I once thought of as nothing more than insects encroaching on rightfully purchased corporate territory, if they hadn't taken me in, I would have died. Now that I'd assimilated into the Kilmori culture, learned their language, understood their customs, and mastered their combat tactics, I vowed to avenge that calamity by any means necessary. The warriors were gathered in a circle around the captain's desk. The females were spread out between the warriors and the desk. No one spoke. The room held its collective breath as I entered and posted up in the center of the group. Matron Semna, the eldest female, bowed her head. I returned the gesture, feeling a little tug in my chest. It was impossible to be in her presence and not think of her mate, my friend Lair, remembering how I'd made it off Kilmori, but he hadn't. Death isn't fair. Like always, it claims its victims too soon. All signs point to war, she said, and I felt the weight of it in her breathy voice. I cede the throne, patronage. I accept. I slapped a fist against my chest. Every Kilmori gave me the fist salute in response. Good sign, I thought. Everybody seems ready. And why wouldn't they be? The thought came to me as I let my eyes pass over each and every one of them, my throat tightening up. The stock fresh scent of the air scrubbers wasn't enough to clear the odor of desperation from the air. I saw the same expression on each face, the Kilmori mask of indifference. It wasn't really indifference, though. It appeared that way at first glance, but in reality, it was something deeper. It was acceptance, the pure, calming force of faith. These people believed in the divine thread, their own term for fate, and they believed in the face of terrible odds continually stacking up against them, that fate had more in store for them than fading out of existence like so many dying stars in the black ocean of space. I believed it too. I had to believe it, because they were relying on me. We're halfway there. I paused to clear my throat. Halfway to where we need to be. We get through this inspection, everyone lets me deal with the people, and we'll be headed to Earth. Once we get there, we'll find the syndicate and we'll work out a deal. I know the last deal didn't really pan out for us, but we made the best of it. It got us here. The divine thread has woven our path in this direction, and we will follow it through all its twists and turns, and even knots, until the cord is cut. Everyone knows what they're doing. Next to Matron Semna, Ordi and Nilla nodded resolutely. Nilla said, "We smile but don't speak." Beside me, Roan's armor plates creaked as he shifted his weight. "We will be by your side, Edge. Violence is a last resort." He cleared his throat. "This time," I smiled. "That's right." I addressed the whole room. "If we're backed into a corner, we fight our way out of it. If this goes smoothly, they'll find nothing except our story, and we're off. Everybody to your posts and wait for my signal." I gave Brick a pointed stare. "Wait for my signal. Hopefully it will be over quickly and we can be on our way." Brick snorted but gave me an acknowledgement in the form of a slow nod. The AI came in from the overhead speaker. "Docking procedures commencing in 30 seconds. Portside airlock sealing with the umbilical corridor. Dorsal docking bay is to remain open and accessible to security craft in the event a cargo inspection is deemed necessary. Jupiter Station Security has issued a reminder that weapons are required to be stowed in lockers for the entirety of the inspection process." "Of course," I muttered. I slipped my helmet into the loop on my belt, trying to stamp out the nausea bubbling in my gut. Here goes nothing. I was waiting for them at the entrance of the docking bay. Stiletto, to my chagrin, hadn't made her way back to her quarters. She was hiding behind a cluster of utility chests and parts bins 5 meters back in the aft corner of the bay, peeking from around the lip seal of a liquid oxygen reservoir. This girl is an absolute basket case. I shook my head at her. 4 men entered through the docking hatch, garbed in jumpsuits with low-profile chest rigs stamped with the letters JSS for Jupiter Station Security and a double helix logo inside of the letter C helix conglomerate, subcontractor for the Solus Hegemony, I recalled from hours of sifting the ship's memory logs on the trip here. Equipped with security equipment like flashlights, personal oxygen tanks, and various scanners, each man also carried a stun rifle and a low-powered laser pistol sidearm on a simple utility belt. These weren't exactly soldiers. I knew they were packing less than lethal, or LTL weapons, by the blue lightning bolts emblazoned on the magazine wells. I relaxed a little and put a smile on my face. "Hello there." The four men stepped to the side, forming two columns of two. It was a practiced motion, clearly done a dozen times a day. They were treating this like an inconvenience, which I hoped meant they weren't going to be asking too many questions. A man in business attire stepped forward, wincing as the airlock hissed plumes of aerosolized oxygen over him. Another 24 or so security guards marched in, posting up at the airlock entrance. But I fixed my attention on the business guy. I wasn't sure if his surprise at the airflow and the threshold meant he was new to the job, new to space, or just a wimp. Judging from his perfectly manicured nails, which I saw close up when he jabbed his finger in my face, I settled on the latter. "Jupiter Control says you don't have a registered flight path," he accused me in a thin voice. "That's a direct violation of the Interstellar Charter." I widened my smile. "Sorry for the misunderstanding. We've had a bit of trouble with the message relays on this old relic." I indicated the ship with an easy wave of a hand. "But now that we're here, I'll get that filed right away." The man blinked. "Be that as it may, you're still going to be fined." I let my smile slip a little, just enough to let him know I was taking him seriously. "Well, I don't like it, but the law is the law." "Yes." He turned his nose up at me. "Yes, it is." He produced a device from his pocket and tapped it, then asked, "What is your cargo and destination?" "No cargo. We're headed to Earth." "No cargo?" He arched an eyebrow. "What exactly is your business in the Sol system? Your transponder says you're a personnel transport, yet control scans only detected 28 life forms on board." I scratched the back of my neck. "Yes, that's correct. We're actually returning from a drop-off right now on a settlement out in the Epsilon Indy system. Turns out people like it there. Not a lot of settlers wanted to come back." He stared at me. "Not like I can force them on board at gunpoint, right?" I laughed. He didn't. With a sharp wave of his hand, he set the four men into motion like bots. They pulled scanners from their chest rigs and waved them over the Kilmori. The devices trilled and gurgled with strange electronic sounds, but I didn't hear anything that sounded like an alarm. "There is one slight complication here," the man said. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Chief Inspector Hastings," he huffed with self-importance. He opened his mouth to expound on that when one of the security guards interrupted. "Sir, you ever seen this before?" He held up his scanner. A red X blinked on the screen. Hastings leaned in and sniffed. "Biosignature not recognized? How is that?" He shot a suspicious eye in my direction. "I'm sure that's an error," I said unconvincingly. Hastings stepped up to me, cleared his throat, and whispered, "What is going on here? What are you trying to pull?" I didn't back down. I didn't want to let on that I was nervous, so I reached for the first instinctual reaction that I could to cover up the swelling anxiety. Unfortunately for me, anger was the only thing available in my emotional stores, and it did nothing to ease the tension. "I'm not sure what you mean," I snapped. "I'm just a starliner looking to transport spacers for a small fee." He jabbed a finger over my shoulder. "Then why is there a stowaway hiding from my inspectors?" I followed his finger across the docking bay. Stiletto ducked behind the reservoir as soon as I saw her. "Shit," I said. Hastings cupped his ear. "I'm sorry, what was—" I felt the air whistle millimeters from my face. A dagger sank into Hastings's neck with a sickening squelch. Arterial blood spray jetted onto my face and neck. Before I could react, shouts of surprise broke out amongst the security guards. Stun rifles came up simultaneously, instinct forming the JSS security team's defensive actions into a synchronized dance. I was going to give the signal until Stiletto leapt out from behind the storage containers. She produced more daggers and threw them with expert precision. The air sang with each throw, blades speeding like bullets. Every toss ended in a wet smack and a spray of blood particles. The 4 closest guards fell twitching to the deck, trailing streamers of blood from puncture wounds to their necks. The docking bay became a war zone. The female Kilmori darted for cover. The male warriors stepped forward and spread to cover their bodies, to shield them with their armor. Stun blasts forked in zigzags of blue lightning from the security guards' rifles, scorching the air with the odor of electrical burn. I wished my ghost gun still had Stardust round in it. I put my boot on Hastings' neck and yanked out the blade. Kilmori armor is made from the toughest element in the galaxy, unobtainium. That's refined stardust, something unique to their homeworld. It's basically impenetrable. It stood up to the discharging stun rifles without catching so much as a blemish. Impenetrable it might be, but I'd seen warriors die in that armor. Rounds that catch a seam in the plates can bite right through the flesh underneath. Given a harsh enough impact, the concussive force can slip through the armor to shake up organs on the inside until they rupture and stop functioning. It's not foolproof, but it's close. Electrical currents scattered over Kilmori armor, crackling and popping as it bounced along the plates and sank into the exposed flesh at the seams. All 5 warriors dropped to the ground, immobilized like statues. The toughest armor in the galaxy, rendered useless by a simple stun weapon. The security guards fanned out, firing stun blasts at the fleeing females, dropping them motionless to the deck one at a time. Stiletto ran through the chaos, ducking arced branches of lightning projectiles. The direction she was going made me do a double take. She was headed for the airlock, running into the station. I grabbed the nearest guard by the chin and ripped the blade across his throat. "No time!" Stiletto huffed as she ran past me. I held the guard up as a shield, dragging a trail of blood across the deck as I backed up to the airlock. There's no getting out this, I thought. Stiletto screamed, "Drop him! Let's go!" Most of the guards were zealously pursuing the females as they scattered throughout the docking bay, stunning them mercilessly. My chest ached. I needed to stop them. I couldn't let my people get taken captive. They'd get delivered straight to the hegemony, and I had a pretty good idea of how those assholes would deal with them. I glanced back at the airlock. Stiletto peeked from around the threshold, dagger in hand. She waved at me, beckoning. Several guards were slapping restraints on the male warriors in the center of the docking bay. A couple of them saw me. I didn't know how they hadn't already tried to stun me up until now, and brought their rifle barrels up in my direction. The blade and the dying guard fell from my grip. They both hit the floor, but I was already diving for the airlock. Stun pulses gnashed at the air. Electrical current crawled along the bulkhead, bouncing up the walls and down the floor in jagged blue lines and showering me in sparks. My shoulders slammed into the deck. I rolled, my equilibrium spinning until I came to a stop on my hands and knees. Stiletto grabbed my hand and yanked. "Run!" It went against everything in me, but I ran. Chapter 3. Jupiter Station was a modern marvel in terms of space ingenuity, but I didn't have time to appreciate it. I knew from long nights spent perusing the Roll Tide's memory banks at Dexter's desk, may his name be stricken from the record and the graves of his ancestors defiled, that lying bastard. Dexter's desk, which was now my desk. Luckily for us, the docking arm wasn't hermetically sealed from the station itself. I'm not sure if that's because security didn't expect people to surge into the station, or because one of the guards made a mistake. But I wasn't going to question it. Stiletto let go of my hand and took off at a blistering pace. Damn, this girl can run, I thought. I was in damn good shape, but cardio is one of those things that, let's just say it's not my favorite. I drew ragged breaths as we dashed through one gunmetal gray bulkhead after the next, all of them identical in the fashion of orbital stations. The run quickly became a maze of right-angle turns. Gravity shifted the further we ran. Gone was the artificial pull that kept me rooted to the deck of the Roll Tide. I felt too light in spite of my Kilmori armor creaking with each step, a little off balance, like I was going to topple over head first. It had been a long time since I'd been in spin gravity, but I recognized the feeling. We were on the station now, if only in the processing section and not the main body. Viewport panes installed every few meters offered an unfiltered look at the starfield beyond the station and the thousands of ships arriving and departing from the hub of the Sol system. Marvelous view, but I couldn't shake the reverse aquarium effect it had on me, that I was in the fishbowl, and the starships were swimming in the great big beyond, free and clear. The bulkheads narrowed up ahead until they terminated in a reinforced titanium alloy door that separated the check station from the main hub of the station proper. Stiletto slammed her palms against the door and wheezed. "What the?" I huffed. "Hell are we doing?" She placed her palm against the control panel. It clicked. She flinched. "Just trust me." She pulled it away, leaving a trickle of blood on the pad. A tiny needle absorbed the blood and retreated into the black screen. 3 times it flashed with a bright blue light. The thick, heavy door irised open with a pneumatic belch. "How?" She grabbed my hand. "Move!" I followed her down the ramp, questions stacking up in my mind. Another 25 meters, and we're coming back to get my people out of there at the first opportunity. The corridor widened into a garage-style transition compartment, the panels decorated in a scheme of oranges, whites, and browns. The door on the far side was wide open, and a holographic welcome sign floated in the air. Jupiter Station, Gateway to Seoul. Through the opening, a platform stretched out for a good distance, rounding slightly toward the end, which of course it did, because each level of the station was a ring that relied on spin gravity to keep people on their feet. The platform ended with a railing on the far end. People in jumpsuits and various spacefaring attire wandered back and forth. More than a few of them had circular patches of bare metal on the crowns of their heads. Way beyond the railing, perhaps a few kilometers away, I could make out what I thought were establishment compartments, doors open to the public with their own holographic signs above them, though they were unreadable at this distance. Part of my brain twisted looking at the layout. We were on the upper level, which wrapped around in a giant circle like a wheel. The center was hollow and stretched downward, a long way downward, to the central hub of the station. I'd never been on an older station like this, and it threw me. "What? Are we just going to walk in here like nothing's going on?" I growled. Stiletto stopped and yanked my helmet off my belt. "Put it on." I slid the helmet on, waiting for her to respond. Dozens of men and women, and some near-human species I didn't recognize, passed by in pockets of foot traffic. The air was crisp and cold in the way space is always cold, but it held an odor of layered complexity. Delicate spices, acrid astringent, body odor in chemical sense meant to mask it. I was about to ask her what the plan was when a crowd of mercenaries, I assumed they were mercenaries, or a high-security detail for someone important because they wore full suits of space-rated armor, approached from downspin. My gut clenched. Next to me, Stiletto looked out into the distance, head turning from left to right, lips folding in on themselves. Floating in the middle of the open space in the central part of the station, a large hologram ran news reports on an endless cycle. "Stiletto!" I tapped her on the shoulder. "We need to get back." "Not yet." She stopped me with a finger in front of her lips, eyes locked on something that only she could see. I fumed. She's worse than a basket case. She's a violent psychopath. "I'm going back." I turned to leave, but she stopped me with a hand on my shoulder. "Now," she said, steering me into the crowd of mercenaries. My armor didn't match theirs, and it wasn't the trident armor of the soulless hegemony either. Each suit was colored with a deep black lacquer that captured any scrap of light that tried to touch it. Full-faced helmets with blacked-out visors, red and yellow stripes over the arms, chest, and back. PAR beams magnetically fixed to their backs. The armor didn't even creak as they moved in an orderly fashion. I hadn't seen troops like this before, but if this was Stiletto's idea of me blending in with the populace, it wasn't going to work. "Stay close." She squeezed my hand, walking next to me while staying a pace behind the soldiers. A few people cast glances at me, but no one pointed and started shouting. I took that as a good sign, but I still had no idea what the plan was or if she even had a plan. The assault on my senses grew stronger with every step. Advertisement boards with color-shifting lights flashed incessantly. People of all different types and fashions, from spacers to maintenance crews to chefs and corporate types, and probably even tourists. Gouts of foul-smelling stock air freshener piped up from vents along the level, trying and failing to cover the accumulation of the rank, greasy odor of stale food. What are we doing here? I forced the words through clenched teeth. She shook her head. We walked for the better part of 2 minutes, covering 100 meters or so, my rage mounting with each step. Without warning, she dipped out of the formation, dragging me with her into a gap between two compartments. The gap was barely wide enough for the two of us to stand side by side. A few steps in, the alley ended in a machine twice as tall as me, with a gaping hole at the base. I looked up and saw chutes running from the compartments on either side. The chutes joined in the center of the alley and continued down into the oversized box. Trash, debris, and decaying foodstuffs were piled into the box. A sizable heap of waste accumulated in the opening. It was a dumpster. Stiletto, I don't have time for games. I shoved her against one of the compartments. This isn't a game, she shouted hoarsely. You saw them. They were going to kill you. I had it under control. Her eyes widened enough for me to see the red veins in her sclera. Really? They just stunned everyone on board except for you and me, because of me. And you had it, what, under control? She barked a harsh laugh. No, jackass, you didn't have control of shit. You're trying to sell me on the idea that you're a ship captain, and you know what you're doing. You have a place in mind. You're just traveling the stars, looking for a planet to settle with your displaced people. She interrupted herself, expression switching on a dime. Her eyes squinted shut, and her hands came up and moved like she was conducting an orchestra, blue-nailed fingers fluttering. Whatever you are, you're not that. No, not even a little bit. You're a deranged lunatic who thinks he has everything figured out, but you don't, do you? No, you're full of shit and you don't know shit about fuck. Her rant left me feeling unsettled. Okay, I said calmly. It was the kind of calm where I barely kept myself from reaching out and choking the life out of her. Instead, I asked, what is your plan? She laughed, grabbed her hair, and paced back and forth a few times. The laughter died abruptly. Letting go of her hair, she slapped her thighs and slid down to sit against the compartment. Her shoulders bounced as sobs came rocking out of her. Tears fell out of her face, pattering to the floor, scattering notes of fear and anguish that she couldn't keep pent up inside any longer. Or, I thought dryly, she's coming down from the high for the first time in a long time. I mentally shrugged. Impossible to tell which. I don't care what you think. I don't care how you feel, I said flatly. Everything I told you is real. You just fucked it up for the Kill Mori in a big way. I don't know if I can get the ship out of here now, but I'm going to try. You? I glanced at the entrance to the alley, making sure no one was heading our way. You can stay here, come with, or fuck off for all I care. She didn't look at me, but the tone of her weeping shifted. Her shoulders went from rocking to bouncing. The breathy sobs became a scatting line of vowels I couldn't discern. Not at first. I let her do whatever the hell she was doing for another 2 or 3 seconds, long enough for her to throw her hair out of her face and rest a cheek on her palm. She looked at me with a wicked smile that didn't match the tears still glistening in her pale blue eyes. You have no idea, she intoned. No idea what you've stepped into, big guy. Edge, she snickered, but there was no mirth in it. It was more like a scoff, a pitying scoff. Edge, sure. I was always fucked, but now you are too. You should have told me you were coming here. I could have warned you. My armor plates creaked as I crossed my arms. Warned me about what? Stiletto hugged her knees and started gently rocking herself, gaze fixed pointedly on the compartment in front of her. But I knew that look. She was entering a part of herself, a memory or a secret, something she didn't want to remember but one that needed to be shared. I had memories like that myself. The hair was parted around a gaping entry and exit wound of torn flesh, and I blinked. Yeah, like that one, asshole. I cursed my subconscious for the devious bastard it was. When she spoke, it was a physical effort, like the words were being squeezed out of her chest, dragged out against her will. My skin crawled under my armor. The cosmos is too big to comprehend? Her voice shrank. She was a little girl at this moment, whispering a childhood secret from a place of uncorrupted innocence. I want to see it. That's all I ever wanted. Her expression went cold. A darkness fell over her brow. But she couldn't give me that. She looked at me, tears crawling down her cheeks in thick drops. Her lower lip quivered, making her words shake. There's a whole galaxy full of shit you have no idea about, Edge. But I do, I know all about it. I could feel the virulence in her words. What she was talking about, it was real to her. If there was a way to confirm that her reality matched up with the objective one the rest of us shared, I didn't know what it was. Truth be told, I was suspicious. As far as people went, she was a walking clusterfuck. I'd never met someone whose grip on reality was in shambles. Not to this extent. It creeped me out. I had 1,001 questions, but only one made it to my lips. How? Stiletto shook her head. I took my helmet off, knelt down in front of her, and put my hand on her shoulder. Stiletto, I said softly, how can you possibly know any of this? She continued rocking, ignoring me. That was it for me. I snapped, but only on the inside. Breaking her neck or choking her to death in this alley wasn't going to help me get my people and my ship out of here. The more time that passed, the more likely a full lockdown of the ship was going to be announced. It would be swarming with Helix conglomerate security forces. They may have even had time to get the hegemony's attention. If that were the case, there was no chance we were getting away. But it wasn't going to stop me from trying. This is all bullshit, I said. You're an addict coming down from a high, crashing. Who knows what damage you've done to yourself with all this shit you've been stuffing up your nose? You've got to have holes in your brain by now. I scoffed. I don't know why I'm even wasting my time with you. Station-wide lighting flared overhead, shifting from a vibrant bright white to a dim red. A warbling horn screamed and waned. Station-wide alert, I thought. They know what happened. Stiletto looked at me. You were with the Solus Hegemony, she said softly between beats of the alarm. Holdings and Asset Security Division. What does that matter? I glanced at the alley entrance, expecting to see armored soldiers pouring in at any moment. She held up her fingers. Blue nails. Didn't mean anything to me. Edge, I don't use blue nail polish. I use a cream white. So fucking what? I snapped. She shook her head. I'm a blue blood, Edge. I know things about the Solus Hegemony. Things that can help you, and your people. I didn't know what a blue blood was, or if she was telling the truth or not. I didn't know what blue nails had to do with anything either. The chance, though, the minuscule possibility that she could have information about the hegemony that would help the Kilmary. I couldn't just ignore that. How do I know you're telling the truth? I demanded. The alarm stopped. This is a station-wide broadcast from Jupiter Station Administrator Karen Esperanza. I stepped up to the corner of the gap and peered up at the hologram. A woman's face was positioned in the center, perfectly smooth, milky white skin, cerulean blue eyes, and long, flowing blonde hair. She gestured with her hands as she talked. Blue fingernails. Message is to notify all persons on station that we are now in lockdown. For those of you who know, my daughter, Stella, was kidnapped several years ago by a band of pirates that call themselves the Lux Legio. It has come to our attention that she is on station, still in the custody of her captors. I looked to Stiletto. She wiped the moisture from her cheeks and nodded. Oh, shit. We will apprehend her captors. Once she is rescued, the lockdown will lift. Until then, it is required of everyone on station to lock down their compartments, submit to inspection, and fully comply with Jupiter Station security personnel. If you have any information regarding my daughter's whereabouts, contact security immediately. The hologram froze, then played again on a loop. A voice whispered in my mind, now what, Edge? Chapter 4. How the hell are we going to get out of here? I asked her. My heart was a thundering lump, and it was in my throat. Sweat ran down my back. Static cling lifted the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck. It was supposed to be so much different than this. Check in at the station, take the Kilmary to Earth, contact the Syndicate, and off to our new home. It couldn't be that simple, could it? What, you think I should have known better? Of course I knew better. I wasn't born yesterday, and I'm not some idealistic prick who thinks everything I touch turns to gold, and the good guy always wins at the end of the day. I've seen too much failure and suffered too many losses to believe in happy endings. But I was desperate, hopeful, naive, and now I was backed into a corner with no way out. Stiletto shrugged. Her blasé attitude was like a blade twisting in my gut. Damn it, girl, you got us into this shit. You damn well better have a way to get us out. She snapped her fingers and pointed them at me like a gun. We can steal a ship, I scoffed. Great plan. How are two people going to? I can hotwire. Hotwire? What is that? I know I'm such a dumbass because I didn't know what hotwiring is. Well, laugh your ass off now because my ingenuity is about to impress you, trust me. Just wait till we get to the part where you know what? Stop right there. This is my story. Just let me tell it and stop with the nitpicking, all right? What do you want from me? I'm a dumbass. There, you happy? Ooh, Edge didn't know what hotwiring is. He's so stupid. Well, fine, I'm stupid. But hey, I told you my ingenuity would impress you, right? Stand by. You're a dumbass, Stiletto said with a shake of her head. I don't get it, I admitted. She opened her mouth to explain it, but I heard something. Something that grabbed my instincts and made me silence her, with a finger over her lips. She scowled at me. We both looked to the gap's entrance in time to see dark armored troops dashing past, PAR beams at low ready. Those PAR beams did not have a stun setting. Whoever those soldiers were, they meant business, and I did not want to find myself on the wrong end of those weapons, at least not when I had no means to shoot back. They walked past without turning to look in our direction. Relief flooded me, but I knew it was only temporary. You grew up here? I asked in a low voice. Stiletto nodded. Where's the closest ship, and how are we going to get to it with those soldiers searching for us? She flicked her wrist. A dagger appeared in her hand. I've got an idea. It doesn't involve bringing a knife to a gunfight, right? She smiled. A bad taste crept into my mouth as I watched Stiletto climb the garbage chute like she'd been doing it her whole life. It reminded me of training with the Fighting Jupiter Brigade when they were climbing the pegboard as a part of their PT regimen. Kilmori are capable and deadly warriors, but one thing they're not built for is climbing. The armor is heavy and clunky, and while it still allows for a mostly full range of motion, it's not ideal for fighting against gravity. But we were on Jupiter Station, high enough up that the spin gravity was maybe a third of a standard G, which gave me an advantage. I wrapped my arms around the chute and shimmied up. My armor banged against the flimsy metal, buzzing along my arms and legs, ringing inside my helmet. I clenched my teeth and pulled with my shoulders and biceps, pushing with my quadriceps. Standard climbing maneuver. I clambered up high enough to grab hold of the corrugated roof on the nearest compartment. I hoisted myself up and rolled onto my back. Stiletto, with her hand on her hips, said, "Graceful. If they didn't know where we were before, they do now." I glared at her for a long moment before I realized she couldn't see it through my helmet. "Let's keep moving." Stiletto flipped her blade around and jerked it past the thumb of the opposite hand. A thick droplet of blood began to swell above the knuckle. "Cutting yourself?" I couldn't believe it. "That's your plan?" She looked at me with smoke in her eyes and a devious curl at the corner of her lips. "Watch this." Crawling on her belly, Stiletto snaked along the rooftop until she was nearly at the edge. I scooted along slowly, wincing as my armor scraped along the rippled metal. I made it to her in 3 pulls, allowing myself a breath or two to relax before I started scanning the street 3 meters below. The black armored troops with the red and yellow stripes moved in fair teams of 3, 1 point man and 2 troops, a few paces behind. Their PAR beams were held at low ready, heads on swivels as they patrolled the circular platform. Clustered in smaller units made them easier to count, and I spied 6 fire teams. One of the fire team's 4 compartments spinward paused at a compartment, point man rapping at the door with a gauntleted fist. They're going compartment by compartment, I thought aloud. Who are these soldiers? Next to me, Stiletto shrugged. She was squeezing her hand, enlarging the drop of blood collecting on the base of her thumb. You don't know, or you're not telling me? Either way, that's not what you just sold me in the alley. She huffed. You have a lot to learn, Edge. It's going to be impossible to fill you in while we're doing this. You want to have a conversation? Let's do it when we don't have armed douchebags hunting for us. I stared at her. Either my lack of movement irritated her, or she could see the frustration in my eyes through the helmet's crystalline visor. They're First Space Force, she muttered. Good enough for me, I said, watching them move. Space Force, I thought. History was a part of a Space Force. The 21st. Dexter said as much. The big guy practically confirmed it with all his slip-ups during my training. His lingo, mannerisms, and even his battle planning were all too organized not to be military. What was the difference between one Space Force and another, though? Was it just location, or were there factions of the hegemony that I hadn't been told about? Stiletto's right, I thought. I have a lot to learn. A minute passed. Stiletto continued massaging her hand, the blood now collecting in a coin-sized puddle in the palm of her hand. Unless her blood was acid and she was going to melt through a locked door or burn some of the guards' faces off, I had no idea what she was doing. The fire teams continued with their search, moving with practiced skill. These guys weren't like me when I was with the enforcement division. They were well-trained, well-equipped. I could tell by their hand signals and the smoothness with which they moved, comfortable with their weapons, and always maintaining a perfect distance from each other. They had real-world combat experience. The guys were veterans, no strangers to armed conflict. Taking them out wasn't going to be easy. In these numbers, it might be impossible. They're almost here, I said, biting back the bile rising in my throat. Nothing wrong with my eye's edge. I stayed silent, glancing back and forth between the approaching soldiers and Stiletto. She stopped squeezing her thumb and nodded. This'll be enough. Enough for what? I asked. Below, the point man of the fire team approached the door to the compartment and rapped his knuckles on it with several loud smacks. The two rear guards took positions off each of his shoulders, 3 meters back, par beams in their shoulders, and sighted in on the door. I froze. If they look up, Stiletto held her hand out over the lip of the rooftop and turned it sideways. I held my breath. 3 thick drops of blood fell from her hand. In the lesser spin gravity, they floated down like bubbles, curving with the spin. It was probably 3 seconds, maybe less, but it felt like an eternity as I watched the blood slowly flutter downward to gently attach itself to the point man. The first drop lightly smeared on his shoulder plate. The second and third formed hairy spheres on the side and top of his helmet. The impact was so gentle, he couldn't have felt it. From 3 meters away, the supporting members of the point man's fire team would have had to be looking directly at him to see it. They didn't. They didn't look up, either. Stiletto slowly withdrew her hand and pinched the knuckle to staunch the bleeding. We waited another minute, staring at each other. I heard the door open. All 3 soldiers entered the compartment. I let out my breath. It worked, Stiletto said. So now we wait. Wait? I asked through clenched teeth. Wait for what exactly? Trust me, she smiled. I'm already trusting you, I reminded her. Because you'd be dead right now if I wasn't. Plans work better when everyone involved is informed, Stiletto. She winked. That's it, I thought. I'm getting her to a ship so she can hotwire it, and then I'm dumping her ass out an airlock first chance I get. After I get whatever information she has. I was sick of her games. My people were in the custody of Jupiter Station's security. They might have been moved off of my ship by now, too. Every second we wasted was decreasing the odds of me getting to them and getting us all out of here safely. I seethed. I hate being at the mercy of anyone else other than myself. At least when it's all on me, I can own the failure. This way, it just felt wrong. She nudged me. Ready? Ready for what? There's going to be an alert any minute now. Once it starts, their attention is going to be further down the level. That'll give us time to slip into the closest docking station. You keep station security off me long enough to hotwire the ship, and it'll be a smooth burn. We'll slip right out from under their noses. I was about to ask her how she was so confident when it hit me. You've done this sort of thing before, haven't you? A warbling horn started up, blaring and echoing from everywhere at once. The station alert and her smile were answer enough. Tom, Chapter 5. I followed Stiletto, leaping from compartment rooftop to rooftop, nearly smashing my helmet into the ceiling bulkhead more than a few times. The lack of gravity made the jumps all guesswork for me. Through the clear viewports overhead, I saw dozens of docking stations clustered around the main hub, connected by dozens of corridors identical to the one we came through earlier. Instead of the constant motion of arrivals and departures, dozens of ships were camped out in the distance, waiting for the lockdown to be lifted. Dozens more were stuck in place, their airlocks connected to the station's processing sections. That told me how important Stiletto was to her mother. If she was willing to delay all incoming traffic to the Sol system, what had to be thousands of ships per hour to try to find her, that was a big deal, which begged the question, why did she run away? I added that to the ever-growing list of questions I needed to ask her later. One thing was certain, though. Stiletto didn't have any trouble with the lesser gravity. Maybe she's detoxing now, I wondered. She moved with the grace of a dancer, leaping and spinning through the air, bounding across the rippled metal rooftops with a confidence that belied the drug-addled mannerisms I'd come to expect as her default setting. The exhilaration of witnessing her expert maneuvers warred with the mounting tension I felt weighing down my back. The alarm was blaring off and on, which meant the distraction was still in play. But it was only a distraction, not a permanent solution. We were going to get discovered. At what point we were discovered would mean the difference between success and failure. I leaped a little too hard again, almost landing in the gap between compartments. My armor clanged against the corner of the rooftop, and I had to roll to keep myself from sliding off and into the alley below. The resulting cacophony of bangs and thunks could have woken the dead. "How much further?" I gasped. Stiletto skidded to a halt, her boots thunking repeatedly along the corrugated surface. "Here!" She threw her legs over the rooftop and fell out of sight. I pushed my exasperation out in an explosive sigh and followed her. My boots hit the deck, the shock absorbed by my knees relatively easy, considering I'd just fallen about 3 meters. The outcome would have been much more painful in a normal gravity environment. She pointed down the alley and jerked her hand to the left. I followed her onto the platform. Everywhere I looked, it was deserted. Just a couple of holographic advertisements for various products, like the metal cap I'd seen some of the people here wearing, with the word Neuralink above it, and an image of a ship streaking away from a cluster of palm trees. Block letters above it declaring, "The galaxy's fastest starships come from Mars." "Good," she said, still moving fast. "They're clustered at the opposite end, so they shouldn't be able to see us from here." "They don't have surveillance systems?" I asked, shocked. "They do." She said it like it didn't matter. "But they're not watching it right this second." We came to an airlock door between compartments. Stiletto popped the face off the control panel with her dagger and yanked a bundle of wires from within it. "How do you know that?" "Because." She slid the blade into her teeth, sifting the wires with both hands. "They think they found me." "The blood," I realized, feeling sheepish. "You attached your biosignature to one of the soldiers." Stiletto lifted her hand, palm up, and opened her mouth. The dagger dropped into her hand. She flipped it in her fingers once, twice, separating wires with expert precision. Sparks belched from the wire bundle. The door irised open. She said, "We've got 3 minutes. Let's go." The corridor zigged and zagged for 100 meters or so, and we were booking it. We passed by a sealed door with a sign laser-etched above it that read, "Processing Station 94E." My lungs were screaming by the time we stopped at the docking bay airlock. Stiletto palmed the control panel, which took a tiny sample of blood from her hand before flashing green. The door slid open for us with a billowing gout of pressurized oxygen. "Won't they know we're here now?" I asked. "Yeah." "That's not good, Stiletto." "No, it's not," she said, her voice going distant. "It's perfect." She stared with a blank expression, her mouth hanging open. Now that I was seeing what she was looking at, I stopped too. I had seen the ship before, on Kill Marie. 2 curved nacelles over large ion engines took up half of the ship. The elongated crew station in the front was covered in a large black viewport. The underside was shaped like a half circle, though the landing struts were recessed into the hull. But that was where the similarities ended. History's ship had an old, crusty exterior that was beaten down by adventures untold. Much like the big guy himself, this ship couldn't have been more different. The fuselage was painted white with 2 thick black lines that ran from bow to stern. The lines scattered into small blocks at the stern section. Light, all the way from Seoul, glistened upon the high-gloss panels. shimmering over its beautiful, unmarred surface. It was mirror clean, free of so much as a single particle of carbon scoring or grease. The airlock seal was shut, but I could see a 10-meter extendable umbilical attached to the docking port. Stiletto whistled. Couldn't have picked a better ship. "You're sure you can hotwire it?" She hissed, turned, and popped the door control panel behind me with her dagger. Instead of the deft manipulation she'd done on the way here, she yanked the whole cluster of wires until they ripped completely free of the embedded wall unit. A shower of sparks chased her hand out of the panel. The door was sealed shut. "Now we have 5 minutes," she said, heading for the airlock door to the ship. I followed her, my pulse quickening. 5 minutes wasn't much time, but it was also too much time. I didn't have a device to check how long we'd been on station, but I figured it was the better part of an hour. The Kilmori, were they still on the roll tide? If they weren't, I couldn't think about that. I had to keep pressing and hope for the best. Stiletto worked her magic with the airlock door via another blood prick. We were inside the ship a few seconds later. The interior was incredible. White panels, black deck, red seams between panels, all of it immaculately clean. We passed by the galley on our way to the crew station, where a logo shaped like a T with a vertical line ending in a lightning bolt was emblazoned on the wall. Stiletto stopped just before the crew station and started rapping on panels with her knuckles. "What are you doing?" "Smells like simple green," she said with a sniff. "I don't know what that is," I admitted. The panels knocked with each tap of her knuckles. She moved closer to the crew station, tapping again and again. She reached a panel about the size of a seat cushion and tapped. The sound was different, like it got lost inside the panel. "Here," she announced, plunging her dagger into the seam and prying at it. "Is this where you hotwire it?" I asked. She laughed. "Stop saying that like you know what it means." I stood there and watched her. My skin itched. I hated feeling useless, but I didn't know what else to do. Stealing a ship was outside of my skill set, and we both knew it. The panel popped off and clattered to the deck. Inside was an array of circuit breakers, almost too many to count. They looked like sprinkles on a cake, the kind of cakes I got to see on rare occasions when instructors on Malstat would get promotions or on their birthdays. None of us Youth Academy trainees were ever allowed to partake in such delicacies. She hummed to herself, floating her hand over the diodes, fingers dancing in the air. "Reactor, inertial compensator, water coalescer. No, not you. Yeah, I'll try you." She pulled one breaker. "And you," and a second one. The lights went out. "Can you do this in the dark?" I asked, puzzled. "I can do this in my sleep," she muttered. "Just relax." I heard the dagger scraping, metal against metal. Light flared in a plume of sparks, chased by the smell of heat and melting plastic. The panel caught on fire. "Shit!" I shouted, taking a step back. "Is it supposed to do that?" Emergency lighting came on at about a third of the intensity of the light we had before. It was enough for me to see Stiletto brush off my concern. "Fire's one way to get the emergency system on, but I'll need to put it out in a second." She popped the 2 circuit breaker diodes out of the panel. They clicked against the panel, dangling from wire bundles. "And maybe you too," she decided, popping open a 3rd breaker. She did some finger acrobatics with her dagger, severing a couple of wires and shaving the wrap around each of them. The flames concentrated at the top of the circuit breaker panel flickered and spread, drawing closer to her hands. A loud, thundering boom sounded from behind us. The entire ship shook violently. "What the hell was that?" She looked at me, and for the first time I saw fear in her eyes. "I guess our 5 minutes is up." "Fuck that," I spat. "I'm getting this thing ready to move. Finish what you're doing in the next 10 seconds and put that fire out, or we're going to be stuck here for a lot longer than we planned." She didn't argue. That bothered me. Shit was getting serious. I plopped down in the pilot's chair, started up the reactor, and brought up the main screen. The ship lurched, belching a ratcheting whine as the reactor came online. Security alerts flashed all over. Windows of red glowing text layered on top of each other. Rapid fire. The warnings weren't what concerned me, though. Over the co-pilot station, an external camera feed showed first Space Force soldiers entering the processing bay. A whole damn lot of them. 3 of them were already working at the door to the umbilical. "Stiletto," I shouted. "We need to go now," she screamed. I turned my head. She was jumping up and down with a finger in her mouth. "What?" I bellowed. She removed her finger and yelled, "I got it! Go!" I grabbed the warnings and swiped them off the screen. Viewports showed clear, empty space ahead. I punched the throttle to full. Metal twisted and wrenched, moaning like a mechanical demon. The sudden force of the ship accelerating away from the umbilical sheared its mechanical connections. The sound vibrated along the hull of the ship, shaking everything, rattling my teeth and blurring my vision. Additional warnings flashed on the screen, alternating between red and white. Internal readings on the reactor, cabin oxygen levels, damage reports, and blueprint overlays with the port side of the ship highlighted and blinking in red. I caught the words, breach and pressure loss. I ignored them. A tug in my gut, then everything fell away. The last physical connection between the ship and the station severed. There were no more vibrations snaking along the hull of the ship. No more sound. It was surreal. 1 second, a hellacious rumble that I thought was going to shake the ship apart. The next, nothing but the dead quiet of uninhibited open space. Stiletto stumbled into the co-pilot's seat, shaking her hand. She said, "Burned my finger. You've got to be fucking kidding me." "What? It hurts." I've mentioned that I'm not the best pilot, but check this. I tore away from the station at maximum throttle, putting a few 100 kilometers between us and the station. Hundreds of ships littered open space around the station, most of them starliners or cargo haulers. A few smaller ships, probably military or station security, were intermingled between them. I backed the throttles down to cruising speed, about half power, and brought the ship around to place the station solidly in the center of the viewport. "Edge," Stiletto said, her voice shaky. "Why aren't we leaving?" "Wait, where's all the warnings? Screen's blank? It shouldn't be." I cleared them. "You what?" She swiped at the co-pilot's terminal. It came alight like a color-shifting strobe light on a dance floor. 12 missile launchers with target locks, 10 plasma defense cannons working firing solutions on us, 4 hail requests on the comms, and 2 tractor beams zeroing in on us right now. "Are you insane?" "I already told you," I said, palming the throttle. "I'm not leaving without my people." I punched the throttle until it hit the mechanical stop at max. Stiletto yelped. "What the hell are you doing? Can a ship this size survive a collision with an umbilical at maximum throttle?" She blanched. "You're not serious." I pulled the seat harness over my armor and clicked it into place. "I think it can." Chapter 6. I was right. Come on, you knew I was right, or I wouldn't be here to tell you this story, right? Yeah, I did it. The roll tide was still in the grips of part of Jupiter Station's tractor beam. Even if I got back on the ship, I wouldn't have been able to just detach and fly off to Earth. The biggest problem, aside from station security, the first Space Force and Stiletto's mother hunting for us, was the tractor beam. I'm tenacious, stubborn, and even a little reckless. I'm not the best at improvising, but I'm learning. Sound came and went in less than a second. It was like a slap to the face, but on a much larger scale. Screech, hiss, silence. Cracks snaked across the viewport in an intricate spiderweb of hairline fractures. But it held. Decompression. The blueprint of the ship materialized on the screen. Red everywhere. Hull breach. Hull breach. Hull breach. My chest got tight. My skin started to freeze with the piercing chill of naked space. Weightlessness lifted me against the seat harness. Darkness swam in my eyes, billowing at the corners of my vision and growing larger. I cut the throttle and banked the ship hard, bringing it around in a tight 180-degree turn. Slammed the throttle forward. Stiletto retrieved the backup oxygen mask from the co-pilot console and pulled the emergency oxygen ring on the co-pilot's chair. I realized I should be doing the same thing, but there wasn't time. The viewport swam with swirling stars as I changed course, pointing the nose of the ship toward the roll tide, which was now slowly drifting away from Jupiter Station. Stiletto reached over and shoved the oxygen mask against the neck seam of my helmet. Precious Little billowed into my helmet. I squeezed the deepest breath I could manage, my lungs compressing painfully. All I gathered was a sip, It kept the swirling shadows of unconsciousness at bay, but only for a moment. I shoved the throttle forward for 2 excruciating seconds, then cut it off. Listing aimlessly on idling reactor power and with no one at the helm, the roll tide rotated awkwardly as it drifted, and presented the open dorsal docking bay right to us. I tried to turn the ship away to land with the stern side facing the larger ship. That was the last thing I remembered before I succumbed to oxygen deprivation. I am 7 years old and my shoulder hurts. My right hand is still raised. It's been raised for 10 minutes. My muscles are tightening. My hand wavers. Guardian Alistair stands before me, his large arms crossed over a barrel chest. His bushy mustache accentuates the pride etched onto his hard face. It is a face devoid of expression, though the sentiment of hubris emanates from his crisp, frozen body language. The Solus Hegemony emblem is laser-etched onto the wall behind him. This is the entrance to the Youth Academy, my first time setting foot outside of the orphanage grounds. I will not be returning. Mother Eloise is here, her hands folded in front of her, snowy white nursemaid clothes bunched around her. She isn't my mother, not biologically. I know this. She has told me. She is the caretaker for me and 32 other children in one of several wings in the orphanage. She is small, too small for the clothes. I wonder if they belong to someone else or if she was heavier at one time. A hollow smile sticks to her face. She is so still, she resembles a photograph. It is a big day for me. An honor to join the ranks of the Solus Hegemony. I feel indifferent, but I dare not let that indifference manifest on my face. My face is a mask of stone. My lips barely part as I continue to recite the oath of commitment. You will not fight with the other students, he prompts me. I repeat the words in my fragile little voice. You will not disrespect your superior officers. Again, I repeat the words without feeling. You give your life to the hegemony. I give my life to the hegemony. My skin is cold. I dare not break eye contact to look out the window where the 2 suns, one bright yellow, the other dim orange, chase each other across the gray sky. It is warm outside, and I want to be there, in the warmth, away from this place where it is cold and stiff, and I could catch a lashing for any minor infraction. The suns, though, I know them by name. Rigel Kentaurus, Ptolemy. The names are one of the few things I've been taught about space. The rest is details. Details like cleaning the barracks, breaking down and cleaning weapons, sharpening knives, memorizing the names of weapons, knowing what they look like and what they can do. A little bit of history, too. Understanding the galaxy is a dangerous place, and the Solus Hegemony needs defending from that danger. That's why I'm special, I remind myself in the moment. I was born to defend the hegemony. I am reminded every day that I am a warrior of the sun, promised that my fate awaits on a world far from this one. One day I will fulfill my destiny and go to war against any who threaten the peace and stability of the Solus Hegemony. Until that day, I must learn, train, assimilate, prepare to fulfill my purpose. And, Guardian Alistair says, you will never question the hegemony. My right hand wavers. My shoulder hurts. I'm 7 years old. I will never question the hegemony. It felt weird saying that because I didn't mean it. I had so many questions. Too many. It was impossible not to have questions. The simple act of looking at the sky raised them. Why am I here? To defend the hegemony. Who am I? A warrior of the sun. Which sun? The Solus Hegemony is the sun. Guardian Alistair looks to Mother Eloise. Her eyes lock with his, and they nod. Salve te lucem, they say together. Hail the light. It's already ingrained in me, the same way breathing is, or my heartbeat. I reply, Lux regent aeternum. Light reigns eternal. I don't know any different, but something lurks in the back of my mind, and if I sit still long enough, lie awake at night in my bed without falling asleep, it creeps up from my subconscious, whispering to me. There's more, Noah. More. So much more. More what? I ask. I never get the answer. But I never stop looking either. He needs more. Get him more, Stiletto cried. Pop hiss. My head throbbed. Cold, dry vapors coiled over my face. I breathed in something metallic. Feeling returned, pain crawling across my skin. It felt like sunburn or a really bad rash that I knew had to be festering with blisters. My eyes opened. Blue fingernails clamped over an oxygen mask. The deck, icy cold, on the back of my head. Where is my helmet? Panic lanced in my chest. I was twitching. Spasms rocked my limbs. My armor rattled against the deck. She was leaning on me, squeezing the air out of my chest. I was suffocating. I turned my head to the side, spewing vomit across the deck. "He's up," she shouted. "He's up!" She shook me. "Edge, give Evie the command for autopilot. Engage autopilot now!" Everything was a blur. I drew another deep breath. My throat rattled. "Edge!" The desperation in her voice didn't make sense to me. I was out of it. I couldn't remember how I got here. Evie's voice echoed over me. "Captain Edge, do you wish to engage the autopilot suite?" "Autopilot? What for?" Stiletto slapped me. I blinked. "Yes," I croaked. "Autopilot engaged. Statistical analysis presents a narrow window of opportunity for escape." Stiletto shouted, "Just get us the hell out of here." Evie responded, "Prepare for warp in 3. Now." Warp engaged. The deck shook under me. My head lolled to the side, the oxygen mask falling away from my face. All around me, Kilmori fought. Killed. Skaz swung a gauntleted fist, a cufflink still locked around his wrist, the broken chain whipping like a small tail. The blow cracked across a nearby guard's face, knocking him to the ground. Brick sauntered up, hefted a boot, and slammed it down in a vicious curb stomp. The guard's skull cracked like thunder. Behind them, a lone guard was raising his stun rifle. Roan crossed the gap between warriors at a dead sprint, shoulders braced, head tucked like a battering ram. The guard fired too early, forked lightning lancing downward, stabbing at the deck as it crawled toward him, passing a meter to the left. Roan crashed into the guard but didn't stop. 3 steps with the man over his shoulder, and he slammed the enemy into the bulkhead. More thunder, more breaking bones. The guard dropped to the deck, wheezing. Roan snatched the stun rifle from his victim and inverted his grip on the weapon. The guard raised a quivering hand. Choked sounds leaked from his lips. Roan brought the weapon down with savage ferocity. Again and again. Crack. The guard's hand fell to the deck, limp. The rumble of the ship around me. I recognized the gentle hum of warp travel. I recognized the heavy breathing of my Kilmori warriors too. The sounds of combat had ceased. I rolled onto my side and got to my feet. The deck swayed under me, or my equilibrium was off. Stiletto steadied me, allowing me to lean on her. "What's going on?" I asked. 5 Kilmori warriors stood around the docking bay, all of them with their hands free, broken cuffs still locked on each wrist. Too many to count, the bodies of Jupiter Station security were sprawled all over the floor. Orty spat on one as she moved next to Roan, whispering something. Brick took a few steps toward me, leaving bloody half-boot prints on the deck. "You led us into a trap, Edge." "A trap?" My throat was raw, dry. It hurt to talk. "How's that?" I was disoriented. I saw him reel back, but didn't connect that it was to throw a punch. His fist caught me square in the jaw. I was out before I hit the deck. I woke up again. My head throbbed incessantly, the pain like a clamp tightening and squeezing in a pulse-pulse pattern that mimicked my heartbeat. I recognized the stark white walls in pale yellow glow of ceiling lights held at minimal output. The medical station, the place where my people had been checked out when we first boarded the ship. That was less than a month prior, but it felt like a lifetime ago. I groaned. A thin blanket covered me. It scraped against my raw skin as I shifted on the bed. My armor was gone. Roan was next to me, his helmet off. The thin scar on his face stretched as he spoke. "Time to wake." I probably had a concussion. Things were moving, even though I was lying still on my back. The room felt like it was a reflection on water, rippling with calm, gentle waves. I tried to focus, but the effort made my head hurt. I sighed and closed my eyes. Roan shook me. "Edge, we have no time. Even now, the hegemony pursues us." EV announced, "Warp transition in 5 seconds." Warp transition. It felt like I had broken glass embedded in my skull. Everything hurt. I licked my dry, cracked lips. Where are we? Roan sniffed. You got us away from the station. Autopilot is taking us to a world called Mars. Mars? I vaguely remembered reading about it. Didn't retain as much information as I should have. Too much, too fast. It's close to Earth, he said. Everything was spiraling out of control. It had been ever since the hegemony invaded Kilmarie. I'd be rushing to try to catch up, fooling myself into thinking such a thing was even possible. Failure settled on me with a crushing weight. I fought it. I couldn't let it overwhelm me. Too many people were counting on me. Roan! I forced myself to a seated position, legs dangling over the bedside. Roan, we need to get out. Out of the Sol system altogether. The Solus, they're everywhere. He inclined his head. As you say, they are everywhere, which means we have nowhere to hide. Matron Semna joined Roan at my bedside. And in spite of Brick's anger, you are still patron, and this is a time of war. Patron, I scoffed inside. I'm not worthy of the title. I led us into a trap, I said. Evie interrupted. Exiting warp now. The deck shook, then went still. Matron Semna placed a hand on mine. Her fingers were cold. She rested her dark eyes on me. Normally expressionless, now filled with fear. I don't think I've ever seen a Kilmarie scared before. I shivered. She said, her voice breathy and soft, almost soothing. Our situation is dire, yes. The divine thread weaves as it wills, but the cord is not yet severed. Ugh, I wanted to puke. Divine thread or not, we were fucked. I could see it on their faces. I knew and they knew it too. There was no escape. There never would be. An enemy like the Solus hegemony, I coughed. An empire of warships and weapons of mass destruction. An enemy whose soldiers outnumber the stars. You can't fight an enemy like that. No, we can't, the matron agreed. Roan stiffened. How can such a mighty foe ever be defeated? Matron Semna removed her hand. I thought she was going to leave. She backhanded Roan across the face. He didn't move. Nothing changed on his pale face. Matron Semna snapped. Is this the legacy of the Kilmarie? We run scared like Corios? She used the Kilmarie word for the bugs they ate. No, we will fight. I was groggy, but not groggy enough to ask how we were going to fight. I didn't need a backhand from the matron to shift mental gears. There would be time to wallow in my own misery later. We're going to Mars, I said. Why? Roan spoke in clipped tones, a mixture of cowed and offended. That is the destination the autopilot chose. We do not know why. Shit, I muttered. I need my armor, and I need to get up to the bridge. We're going to have to land. We will land? Roan gasped. A ship this size, you said? Matron Semna helped me to my feet. The deck was cold on the bare skin of my feet. I stopped Roan with a raised hand. It'll be a one-way trip. He crossed his arms, armor plates creaking against each other. If we're going to fight, I glanced at Semna, we need to regroup. We'll figure something out once we've had a second to catch our breath. The matron gave me an approving nod. I realized I was naked. Then I realized it didn't matter. Modesty was a luxury in which I didn't have time to indulge. To Roan, I said, tell everyone, warriors and females, stiletto, everyone. He asked, tell them what, patron? I couldn't hide the knot of adrenaline that pinched my voice. Arm up, we're going in hot. Chapter 7. I donned my under armor without any assistance. It was hard not to be reminded of the forbidden hall on Kilmarie, the place I considered my home. The place where I melted down a single ball of stardust into unobtainium rods, clipped the rods into links, and hammered them together to make the lightweight, bullet-stopping garment. Matron Semna helped me don the full armor. I slipped my helmet on and thanked her. It's not much of a plan, I said apologetically, but it's the best I've got. She gave me a smile, the Kilmarie equivalent, a slight upturning of the corners of the mouth, and said, where the patron leads, the people follow. The matron left to join the others in the docking bay. I made my way to the bridge. My head pulsed painfully. But my vision wasn't swimming anymore. I took that as a good sign. No permanent brain damage. Probably. The air scrubbers needed a filter change, judging by the dust particles in the air and the used vacuum cleaner odor they carried. Aside from the smell, the bridge still bore the luxurious accoutrements I would have associated with an upscale Starliner. Exotic leather upholstery, the origins of which I didn't know, covered the operator chairs and a 5-meter-long sectional couch that faced the floor-to-ceiling viewport. The captain's chair was on a raised platform surrounded by 3 banks of sensor and control stations. Dozens of status lights blinked, incoming signals, messages from control stations. Probably a few target locks from orbital defenses too. Nothing I could do about any of that. Holographic screens floated above each station. 3 additional screens hovered over the viewport. The center screen drew my eye. The edges flashed with wisps of blue light, the after effects of exiting warp. They could linger on sensor equipment for several minutes post-transition. I disregarded them. Dominating the center of the display was a red and green sphere, the planet we were hurtling toward at maximum velocity. It wasn't Malstat, the planet I grew up on, but it was similar. For one, Sol was a single-star system, not a triple-star system like Alpha Centauri. And for two, speaking from a human perspective, Mars was an old world. Terraforming was completed almost 2 millennia ago. Newer worlds were being settled all the time. Malstat, the seat of the hegemony's Acquisitions and Resource Management Enforcement Division, wasn't terraformed until 100 years ago or so. The orphanage and youth academy, relatively new additions to their imperialist operations. See, I told myself, all that reading was good for something. I sat down in the captain's chair, watching the planet fill the screen as we drew closer. EV, I surprised myself by not flinching at the name. Time to atmosphere? We are on track to enter the atmosphere of Mars in 7 minutes. Captain Edge, I should tell you the Interstellar Galactic Order's first Space Force fleet is in system and moving to intercept. The Solus hegemony also has a smaller presence here. We are within missile range. At this current speed and trajectory, they will atomize the roll tide in approximately 3 minutes. I'm counting on it, I said. Do you not wish to open a line of communication with Executor Wu or the office of the Elon? The Elon? I asked. That is the title given to the Prime Minister of Mars. Oh, right. The screens to the left and right were the roll tide's midship scopes, capturing live feeds of the space surrounding Mars. 120 IGO ships, a few of them destroyers, the vast majority light cruisers, formed a reverse wedge between our ship and the planet. We were running a gauntlet right into the center of the formation, putting us at perfect striking distance of the fleet's big guns. Missiles, railguns, and even charged accelerating particle cannons. Atomize was a good word for what was about to happen to us. Working the controls, I sent out a LADAR pulse, an active scan to update the map of local space. A hologram materialized in front of the captain's chair, a 3-dimensional map etched with coordinate markers, the roll tide at the center. The 10 nearest IGO battlecruisers winked to life in the spatial map. Like a kicked hornet's nest, red blips began spewing from each of the ships, beelining for the roll tide. A helpful pop-up window highlighted one of the missiles to let me know they each packed a 5-kiloton warhead. Multiply that by dozens of incoming missiles. It was going to be ugly. Proximity klaxons rang out. Emergency lighting painted the bridge with a roaming red beacon. A countdown appeared above the map, ticking down from 2 minutes and 41 seconds. It didn't take a genius to realize that was an impact countdown. No weapons on a Starliner. No defensive measures. Nothing to fight back with and no way to outrun all that ordnance streaking toward us. I was sick of being defenseless. Evie, I'm pulling the plug. I left the captain's chair, moved to the control station in front of it, and smashed the glass over a square cutout in the panel. The insides pulsed with a bright white light. I reached my fingers inside, felt for the lock tab, and flicked it out of the way. I pinched the lip of the container between my index and middle fingers and pulled. It didn't budge. I yanked, heaved, and yanked again. Evie's physical brain box screeched as it slid out from the control console, almost like it had been shoved in a place it didn't belong. Liberated from the ship's substrate, I saw the core for the first time. She was half the length of a rifle, maybe 10 or 12 centimeters wide. The body of the unit was machined beryllium. the exterior housing embedded with panels of crystalline glass, through which a blinding white light flashed rapidly. I almost dropped her. I didn't realize she'd be so heavy. Friendly reminder, separating my core from the substrate of the roll tide is necessary for my continued functioning in the likely event this ship is atomized. However, the 20-hour countdown starts now. If I do not get introduced to a power source in time, the resulting memory dump will corrupt the files stored in my root directory. Most of my higher functioning will become disabled, including the cheese shop. I didn't forget, I said, lugging the AI's physical core off the bridge and toward the maglift. Once inside, I slapped the button for the ventral docking bay. I'm not going to miss this ship, I thought bitterly. The maglift trundled to a stop as the countdown timer crossed a minute and a half. I threw Evie's core over my shoulder, running the rest of the way to the repurposed dropship Dexter's people had named Frankenstein. Stiletto stood on the ramp, arms crossed, glowering. You push it too much, Edge. We barely got a minute. You know the plan. Get strapped in and stop bitching about it. I shouldered past her, boots pounding on the deck, as I marched toward the crew station. Kilmori watched me walk by, eyes searching for reassurance. I didn't have any to give them. I didn't know if this was going to work or not, but as I told Matron Semna, it was the only thing I could think to do, and it was better than just waiting for the missiles to hit and blast us into tiny particles of slag. Stiletto slapped the controls to raise the ramp and hurried to claim the co-pilot's seat next to me. I settled Evie's core down between the seats and started up the reactor. I know the plan, Stiletto grumbled, but that doesn't mean I like it. You have a better idea? It's just, she sighed, I'm not a fan of Mars. I flipped through the pre-flight checks, ignoring her. The computer ran through its built-in test, status lights flipping from yellow to green, one by one until it gave me a bit pass message on the main screen. Green across the board, I said in what I thought was a pilot-sounding voice, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. We're 45 seconds from impact. Everyone, hang on. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Stiletto clicked her harness over her chest and cinched it tight. She looked at me, concern filling her face until I looked over at her. Her face changed to a forced smile. I meant what I said earlier. Yeah, which thing? You're insane, I shrugged. You're flying with me again after I intentionally crashed the last ship. I think that makes you more insane than it does me. Let's not crash this one, okay? You want to fly it? I offered. She shook her head. I'm an electronics person. That doesn't make me a pilot. I didn't believe her. She knew how to fly, I just wasn't sure why she didn't want to admit it. I'm a soldier. I retracted the landing struts with the flip of a switch. A warrior. Flying isn't my thing either. That does a lot for my confidence in you, she quipped. You can stay behind if you like. Mars isn't my choice of vacation spot, but it's got a breathable atmosphere and plenty of places to hide. If you can get us there, we can figure out a plan. Staying here isn't an option. Looks like we agree on something. I adjusted the screens to bring up the external camera feeds and widened the passive scanning scopes to the maximum visible range. The only way to make a successful landing on Mars was to slip through the blockade unnoticed, and the only way to go unnoticed was to be mistaken for debris. Evie spoke from a speaker on the core unit at my feet. Initial missile impact in 25 seconds. My fingers flexed. Adrenaline coursed through me. I shivered. I hated flying. With my piloting skills, it would be more like limping than flying anyway, which is why I much preferred a gunfight to space combat. And this wasn't even combat. It was sneaking, in plain view of the enemy. Edge, Evie said. I have detected a planet-side launch from a cap cannon. Impact in 5 seconds. Stiletto cursed. They're not taking any chances. We won't either, I said, working the flight controls. Thrusters pulsed in time with the manual inputs as I feathered the fine adjustment thrusters. The ship hovered 2 meters off the deck, pivoting to bring the viewport toward the docking bay's exit and the crowded starfield beyond. Hand on the throttle, I inched it forward, bringing the nose of the Frankenstein to the threshold of the opening. The outermost portion of the first Space Fleet's wedge formation lurked just past the bulkheads of the docking bay. Multi-level ships, floating fortresses bristling with weaponry. Warships similar to the Hegemony's fleet that glassed Kilmori a short time ago. I saw the planet in my mind's eye, a warrior's paradise wrapped in a harsh but beautiful desert landscape, the shifting auroras in the night sky that had mesmerized me every chance I got to look at it. So much beauty, now gone forever. The radioactivity alone would render Kilmarie uninhabitable far beyond my lifetime. These bastards need to pay for that, I thought. Impact, Evie said frankly. All around us, the roll tide disintegrated in a cloud of venting oxygen and shrapnel. I punched the throttle to 30%, held it there for 2 seconds, then slammed it back to cutoff. Stiletto powered down the reactor. We were adrift with nothing but emergency lighting and a single screen dedicated to passive sensor scans. My eyes flipped back and forth between the viewport and the scopes. The cap cannon round entered through the bridge of the roll tide with the speed of a comet. It passed through Frankenstein's scope in less than a second. Superheated metal glowed bright red, boiled, and separated to form a gaping hole large enough for a small frigate to slip through. True, the delayed burn chasing the path of the round through the center of the starliner, chewing through layers of titanium plating, structural longerons and ribs, living quarters, and the galley, until finally bursting through the engineering section in a spray of white-hot aftershocks that carried fragments of the roll tide's innards in a spreading cloud of debris. The roll tide split in two lengthwise, once connected edges furling away from each other, open space spreading between them. The reactor core detonated, pure energy rippling in deadly radiation waves that sent the wreckage careening wildly. It was at that moment the first salvo of missiles found their marks. 100 impact sites cracked through the skeletonized Starliner's surviving sections, detonating with 5 kilotons of force per missile. Large chunks of metal became many smaller ones, spinning and spreading haphazardly into the void. I watched this happen at an uncomfortably close distance. It was almost as amazing as it was devastating. The galaxy seems much smaller when you're confined to a small transport ship with no warp drive. Phase 1 is a go, I sighed, but it's not over yet. Stiletto shook her head. With them, it's never over. The debris cloud that had been a luxury Starliner less than a minute ago expanded around us, much of it careening aimlessly at a safe distance from Mars, still trapped in orbit, but with no danger of ever reaching the planet's surface. The nose section, or the parts of it that hadn't been vaporized by the cap cannon round, had been propelled toward the planet by the reactor meltdown. Thanks to my little pulsing on the throttle right before we went to minimal power, the Frankenstein was now a part of that debris cloud. Mars filled almost the entirety of the viewport. Seeing it with my own eyes this close, it was beautiful. Large green continents with red earth around the edges, a few dark blue splotches of oceans between them, and thin, lazy clouds wrapped around the atmosphere. If the information in the roll tide's memory banks was accurate, the temperatures and weather patterns made it an optimal vacation spot. Nothing would ever beat New Atlantis, or so I'd been told. But Mars wasn't the worst place we could be going. Before making the decision to risk abandoning the roll tide and disguising Frankenstein as a large piece of debris in the wake of its destruction, I brought the plan up to Matron Semna. Her eyes glazed over, and she nodded a lot. I knew that meant she had no idea what I was talking about, and I didn't expect her to because she was Kilmarie. Even I, with my former connections to the hegemony, only had a rudimentary understanding of orbital mechanics, spaceflight, and galactic cartography. That's why I grilled the AI about the plan for a solid 10 minutes, throwing questions at her rapid fire until I was satisfied it was possible. Slim odds, but possible, and that's all I needed, a chance. Evie said passive scans show clear for the moment, no target locks and no active sensor sweeps near us. A detachment of scout vessels has been dispatched to patrol the wreckage site, starting from our warp entry point and retracing our flight path. We should be planetside by the time they reach the atmosphere. That's good news. I breathed a sigh. The ship rocked. An ear-splitting screech sounded from the back, just for a moment, then went silent. What was that? I leaned around the pilot's chair. Kilmarie were strapped into the seats, dozens of dark eyes fixated straight ahead. Their expressionless faces didn't so much as move a muscle as I looked them over. Nobody was up and moving, so where did that sound come from? I turned around and glanced at the scope. The debris cloud was a shifting mix of structural components and fragmented equipment, and it wasn't stable. It was likely an errant piece of debris that had crossed our path. Stiletto confirmed it, eyeing the scope. Just a piece of space junk. Get ready to bring the reactor online, I told her. We're close. Don't get hasty, she chided me. We need to drift a little bit more. Once we fire it up, they'll know we're not a piece of the big ship. Martian patrol will be on us faster than you can. Her voice was drowned out by another screech. Frankenstein bucked hard to starboard, jostling both of us in our seats. Stiletto's head clanged against the bulkhead. Damn it, she fumed, dreadlocks shaking as she rubbed her scalp. What was that? I'm not sure, I said, narrowing the scope from thousands to hundreds of clicks. The debris field was shown as tiny yellow slivers, mostly concentrated to the sides, a little in front, and a lot behind us. The empty space between debris on our port side was disappearing, though. The fragments of the roll tide drawing closer together and drawing toward us. Why is it doing that? I asked Stiletto, indicating the phenomenon with a finger. It should be moving in the same general direction as everything else. Oh, she said, that's not good. No shit. What's it doing? That is the result of magnetic wave generators, Evie announced helpfully. A common environmental defensive measure utilized by modern space traffic control stations to prevent dense metallic flotsam from breaching the atmosphere and potentially causing damage to established infrastructure. I forgot about those, Stiletto said. They're redirecting the wreckage away from the planet, avoiding a meteor shower by trapping it in a geosynchronous orbit. The patrol will clean it up once it's stabilized. You forgot about those? I demanded. Hey, the AI didn't tell you about them either. Stiletto started up the reactor. We need to move before we get swept up in the wave, because if we don't, best case scenario is they'll detect us as we drift off. It'll be impossible to get through the patrol blockade then. If we head planetside now, it'll be tight, but it's better odds. Shipboard lighting intensified. The deck thrummed under my boots as the reactor flooded the Frankenstein with full power. No time for theatrics. I shoved the throttle to maximum. An overlay of the Frankenstein's internal readings popped up on the main screen to show reactor output was at 103%, reaction control system was engaged, and the fuselage surface temperature was rising. We blasted through the debris cloud, scoring a glancing hit to the starboard fuselage. Lights went dark for a second, then returned as if nothing had happened. I ignored the damage report on the main screen, focusing on the projected landing path and the readings from the entry interface suite. Angle of attack, 19 degrees. Turbulence buffeted the ship, making my words come out jumbled. We're in the atmosphere now, at Mach 25. I flipped the deceleration thrusters. A series of belches spewed around the crew station, and the ship heaved, throwing me forward against the seat harness. The surface of the planet consumed the entire viewport, spinning below us at a good clip. The Frankenstein yawed a few degrees, forcing me to adjust my approach. Decelerating, Mach 17, adjust angle of attack to 10 degrees. Stiletto was frozen. Her fear was palpable, almost like an invisible third person sitting between us in the crew station, breathing down my neck, just waiting for something to go wrong. I fought the controls, vacillating between confidence and panic over and over again, moment to moment. Sunlight stripped away as we crossed the meridian line. Darkness draped over the crew station like a curtain drawn tight. Structures sprouted from the landmass below. Tall buildings sparkling with lights, hardly more than an indistinct blur at the speed we were traveling. The console lit up with warnings and message hails, and Stiletto was screaming something about target locks and patrol fighters scrambling to intercept courses. But I blocked it all out. It was just me and the Frankenstein. I'm in the simulator, I told myself. I'm going to make a textbook landing, because if I didn't, the last of the Kilmarie would go down in a fireball on the surface of a planet we had no business being on in the first place. I couldn't let that happen. Chapter 8. The Frankenstein crashed into the Amazon Ocean at 0400 hours and 13 minutes local time. I knew the exact time because I was looking at the instrument readings, panic dancing with pins and needles in my hands and fingers, as I worked frantically at the controls when the altimeter hit 0 and then went negative. The harness bit deep into my shoulders and chest. Something popped in my back. Metal screamed, bent, and warped, but didn't crack. The dull roar of arrested motion settled and was replaced with an angry hissing. The water surrounding the ship boiled as it cooled off the superheated titanium alloy of the fuselage. Black smoke obscured the viewport. The collective breath we'd all been holding vented as the realization hit that we were still intact and alive. The altimeter read negative 30-something meters before the reactor initiated emergency shutdown. The lights went dark. I released an explosive exhale and shook my head. It wasn't a perfect landing, but I did it. Holy shit, I did it. You put us underwater, you jackass! Stiletto slapped my shoulder. We're gonna sink. We'll hit the ocean floor in minutes. Everybody out, I shouted, unstrapping my harness, which took 3 tries because my hands were shaking so hard from the adrenaline dump. No wasting time. Grab your weapons, and let's go. Edge. What? Do you or any of your people know how to swim? I shook my head. We are Her expletive was cut off by the ear-splitting shriek of sudden, violent impact. I was thrown to the deck by the rapid shift in force. The Kilmarie I'd told to get moving collapsed to the deck at the same time in a cacophony of clattering armor and thudding flesh. Stiletto removed her harness and stood up, leaning over the co-pilot console. She tapped at it for a second, flooding the cabin with emergency lighting. A dim glow filtered up from the console as she manipulated a map on the screen. That's actually a good sign. Slightly dazed, I grabbed a handhold on the bulkhead and hoisted myself up to my feet. I saw Damer, Skaz, Brick, and the others doing the same. A good sign? We just hit something. She ran past me, tangled hair bouncing with each step, shouting over her shoulder. You brought the ship in hot, close enough that we careened toward the shore. According to the sensors, we're only 100 meters or so under the waterline. What does that mean? I followed her across the double-wide aisle to the loading ramp at the aft of the ship. Her hand hovered over the control panel, millimeters from hitting the switch to open it. Mars is lower gravity. I'm sure you can feel it, she said impatiently. If you know your history, which I doubt you do, and I don't have time to explain it anyway. She laughed, and it was full of pity. So I'll give you the short version. Mars was completely terraformed a little over 1,000 years ago. Breathable atmosphere, stable environment, artificial magnetic field, the works. But the most important thing, though, gravity is under half a standard G, which will make this easier for everyone. I don't understand, I admitted. She looked at me, then panned her eyes over the Kilmer gathered around me. Semna gave me a questioning look. I shrugged in an I don't know gesture. Stiletto entered the weapons cage, riffled through the equipment lockers, and came up with a fistful of flashlights. She started passing them out to the Kilmarie, made eye contact with me, and wagged her chin toward the crew station. Don't forget the AI, we're going to need it if we're ever going to get off-world. I hustled back to the crew station and hefted up the heavy cylinder, pleased to feel its weight had decreased in the lower gravity. I could carry it practically unhindered now. Lights on, I'm going to lower the ramp, Stiletto announced. When I do, water's going to surge in here. You won't be able to breathe. Everybody needs to hold their breath and follow me. It's a short trip to the surface. Once we're up there, we need to get into the city as soon as possible. I hefted Evie's core up over my shoulder, passed by the females, and joined the warriors at the back of the ship. Approximately 30 people, 10 flashlights between them. Roan passed me a par beam and a bandolier of ionized magazines. It wasn't the Kilmarie's preferred kinetic weaponry, much deadlier in fact, but it would suffice. I fumbled with the AI's core, slid the weapon and the ammunition over my shoulder, and kept the core in front of me. Stiletto clicked her light on and slapped the switch. The ramp creaked, actuators groaned, knocking and jolting, inching the door open by small degrees. Dark water surged inside with a gurgling roar. The ship began to flood. I made sure I was the last one out. The water was icy cold, coursing through the gaps in my armor, wrapping my skin in goosebumps. It was the kind of chill that made your skin feel like it was shrinking, tightening, and just on the verge of cracking. My face pressed up against the ceiling, breath fogging in the chill, where the last 4 or 5 centimeters of air was quickly being swallowed up by rushing ocean water. I sucked in a lungful of air, shoved EB through the ramp's opening, and squeezed after it. I barely fit. My armor scraped between the bulkhead and the lip of the ramp. Sound was distorted in the water, like I was hearing everything at half speed or an echo trapped inside a small glass. I saw a few thin lines of light up ahead, bobbing as the Kilmori flitted through the water, unsteadily swimming, or trying to swim, toward the surface. I clutched the AI tight to my chest, the par beam and extra mags swaying in the water behind me. A few errant beams of light angled downward, stopping short of their maximum reach. The rocky surface of the planet was close. Looking up, the waterline wasn't far. My armor pulled me down until my boots struck land. The lights grew smaller as the Kilmori pressed ahead, following the slope of the landmass upward, closer to the surface, further away from me. I dug in with the balls of my feet, trying to run but only succeeding in lifting myself up and away from the ocean floor, kicking up thick clods of earth and smaller particles of darkness that stole away the pulsing scraps of light given off by the AI core I used to navigate. Totally blind, running out of air, I clamped down on the panic, slowed my movements, took deliberate steps. My head felt squeezed. The pressure mounted with every passing second. Every second was an eternity. I was moving, but I wasn't breathing. My chest jerked. My throat gulped of its own volition. I was blind. I was running out of air. My throat gulped again. My lips parted against my will. Water slipped into my mouth. Salt and the coppery taste of dirt. I inhaled half a lungful, panic meter pegged. I coughed out the water in detritus. Inhaled more. My lungs burned. I felt arms wrap around me. Then pull. My helmet broke the surface. EV fell from my grip, rolling across the dirt as I collapsed, vomiting water and bile. My lips tasted the first sip of Martian air. Thin, like each breath was only half a breath, but there was oxygen, and it felt good. I was fading in and out of awareness, never quite losing consciousness, but my focus was slipping. A sharp blow rocked my helmet back. I recognized Brick's helmet. The headbutt was enough to clear my sinuses. "Edge," he shouted. "Are you with us, brother?" I spat a stream of excessively salty water, my throat already sore and dehydrated, until I could cough. "Yeah, I'm here." "It appears," he said, glancing around suspiciously, "that we have all made it to shore." The dark sky overhead didn't offer much to see by other than unfamiliar constellations and a large, bright moon that sailed steadily across the sky. The terrain was rocky and jutted up randomly in short, steep hills draped in ankle-high grasses, the color of which I couldn't determine in the darkness. The ground was warm, but the air was cold. I shivered inside my armor, the sulfuric stench roiling inside my helmet. Water dripped off me, pattering lightly onto the clods of earth bunched up around me. The air was still, eerily still, devoid of even a whisper of a breeze. It felt like entering another dimension. I took a moment to clear my aching lungs, coughing up more salt water. The Kilmori circled up around me. Stiletto was trying to check on some of the females. Everyone she approached flinched and shied away from her. Roan and Damer knelt down by my sides. Each of them grabbed a shoulder and lifted me to my feet. "Thanks," I muttered. "Stiletto, any idea where we are?" "Yeah, Mars." I stared at her. She withered under my glare. "You people don't have a sense of humor, do you?" Brick raised his fist at her. He was a good 2 meters away, so it was more of a threat than an intent to strike. I could feel his rage emanating off of him in waves. I was torn between feeling distraught, given our circumstances, and angry with the fact that we had someone of questionable sanity as our guide. I chose to bury the distress and cover it with anger. The Kilmori would recognize that more as a strength than wallowing in self-pity. "Stiletto, this isn't the time. We need to know where we are, where we're going, and what the hell we're going to do when we get there." I regretted the words as soon as I said them. Here I was, the patron of war, de facto king of the Kilmori, and I was asking the Paragonos, the strange one, to lead us. I needed to choose my words more carefully. I wasn't used to being a leader. Brick heard them, though. He shook his head and bucked his shoulders, but kept whatever he was thinking to himself. I needed to keep an eye on him. There wasn't anything stopping him from causing a problem. Trying to take the mantle of patron from me if he felt like he could do a better job. Clearly, he did feel that way. Get a grip, I told myself. He's not going to throw away his culture over this. I hoped I was right. Stiletto crossed her arms. Her hair was soaked and clung to her face, so she had her chin turned up, eyes narrowed in the dim light. Despite the fact that it was completely ridiculous, it didn't make her seem any less insane. She already had that down to a science. The glance I got at the map on the Frankenstein said we were near the coast of the Thrasher Plateau. Her words trailed off, head swiveling back and forth to look over both shoulders. Behind her, a towering spire of a mountain, the tallest I'd ever seen, jutted up into the sky. A shimmering curtain of black water wrapped around 2/3 of the base of the mountain. Additional details were impossible to make out in the darkness, but it was a jagged peak, taller than the tallest buildings on Malstadt. Gathered around the base of it, between the surrounding calm waters, was a ring of lights that thickened and spread out in a swath, the lighting clustered in different colors. It was a city. A few smaller disbursements of light poked up here and there, in the rolling plains of shadow, shapes of structures that couldn't be made out completely, possibly farms or private settlements. The vast majority of the established infrastructure was situated in a sprawl that branched out from the base of the mountain. A shipyard dock rested on the shore several kilometers away, with a roving light atop a spire in the center of the building. But I didn't see any seafaring vessels moving across the Black Ocean, not even any Martian patrol ships. Is it possible we slipped through unnoticed? I doubted it, but we at least had a head start, and we needed to make it count. That, she indicated the mountain, is Olympus Mons. The way it looks to me, we're on the southwestern side of it, a few kilometers from Olympus Valley. When no one else spoke, she scoffed. That's the city. Roan scooped up the AI core off the ground and shouldered it with ease. He looked between Stiletto and me, then settled his gaze in my direction. Patron, we know what we must do. You lead the way. I nodded my thanks to him. He was right. Stiletto might know her way around here, but that was only a means to an end. She wasn't calling the shots. She was highlighting the path for us to follow. I was still in charge. Maybe I inhaled a little too much of the water, I thought miserably. I'm not thinking straight. Okay, I said, clearing my throat. We've escaped notice from the Martian patrol so far, but I don't know how long that's going to last. We're going into the city. Find a place to hole up and lay low for a while. We need just a few hours to get our bearings, and we'll find means to contact the syndicate or acquire a ship. That's our objective right now. Brick punched his chest. The remaining warriors echoed his salute. I punched my chest. A hiccup slipped out. Everyone froze. Oh, damn, I groaned inwardly. I'm making a complete ass out of myself. I covered my embarrassment by swinging my par beam to low ready and racking the charging handle. Once it charged and the shrill whine died down, I motioned toward the city. Move out! I tried not to think about all the things that could go wrong between the crash site on the shore and the city. Tried not to think about the fact that things had gone from bad to worse and then sank even further into being totally screwed. Another misstep and it would be over. No more mistakes, no more bad luck. The Kill Mori couldn't afford it. It's hard to judge distance in the dark, even harder when you're not familiar with the area you're traversing. We marched single file to hide our numbers, just in case we left footprints behind or someone was an expert tracker. They might not be able to assess exactly how many of us were in our group. The unfortunate contingency plan, in case we got overrun by patrol or a posse of rogue farmers upset we were trekking across their land, was exactly that. Split up and run. The warriors would provide covering fire for the females, and it was a fool's errand, honestly. If we got hemmed up by any type of security force at this point, we could fight and hold them off, but it would only be a matter of time before they overwhelmed us. And that put us right back around the circle of my spinning thoughts. No more second chances. The lower gravity was pleasant, though. The march didn't take as much out of us as I would have expected, and we made good time. We stayed off the few paved roads, avoiding the light hovercraft traffic that made use of them, and kept our lights switched off. The occasional spacecraft would zip by overhead, fine adjustment thrusters belching as they banked around Olympus Mons, going to and from the spaceport on the far side of the city. The constellations began fading as teases of sunlight spread in finger-like rays over the sky, just the glimmers of a false dawn. I marked it at about an hour, maybe 45 minutes before daybreak. By that point, we had passed 2 outlying settlements without raising any alarms. The structures were built up out of the earth. I wouldn't say they were clay hovels, but they almost looked like natural formations in the rock, like the builders had taken the earth from nearby ridges and formed into one-story homesteads built into a depression in the land. Each of them had a series of spotlights at the top that cast a wide glow around the property. One of them even had 2 large hovercraft with machinery attached to it, most likely for farming. There was a lot of grass, but I didn't see a lot of crops, so I wasn't sure what they were farming, if that was, in fact, what they were doing. I did see some greenhouses, which, even in the dark, were a very bright green and looked like cross-sections of rainforest stuffed inside a glass box. Martian patrol vessels were circling the waters at the shore behind us, but we were long gone. Stiletto seemed to think they had pretty sophisticated scanners, but the Amazon Ocean was famous for being a dirty puddle, the one part of the terraforming process that hadn't come out exactly perfect. The odds of patrol locating our downed ship and tracing us here were minimal. She went on muttering something about the soil composition of Mars retaining much of its iron oxide content during the conversion from regolith to soil in the... Yeah, she continued rambling, but I stopped listening. Is the ability to terraform a planet ridiculously awesome? Yes. It's also ridiculously complex, and if you're not a science nerd, which I most certainly am not, then you find the ins and outs of such things about as interesting as reading a technical manual on zero-gravity toilets. Once again, awesome. Will the intimate knowledge of how a space toilet sucks up shit without the assistance of gravity save my life? No. No, it will not. So I brain dump it. Pun intended. The lights started to separate the closer we got until I could make out individual buildings, and eventually the layout of the city started to become clear to me. It was multi-leveled, with atmospheric domes stacked with hexagonal, transparent panes along the ground level, and massive plates held up by thick girders that ran up 7 levels above the domes. Enclosed walkways branched up out of the center of each of them and opened up once they leveled off into sprawling platforms. Some of the infrastructure was built up under the base of Olympus Mons at the northern edge of the city, including what I assumed was the Capitol building. It was a tower made of 3 sinuous lines that rotated around a cylindrical base, all transparent except for the horizontal ribs that made up each floor. A bright blue glow emanated from the top of the building, illuminating a large ball of light that rotated and blinked at random. It was beautiful, elegant, and distinctly foreign to me. We kept moving. The sun appeared over the eastern horizon, a tiny white sphere haloed in the faintest hue of blue. The darkness paled with the breaking dawn, spreading a monochromatic hue over the landmass. It was a different feel than Kilmary and different still from Malstatt. After the few hours' trek, I was already starting to get used to the thinner atmosphere, taking longer, deeper breaths. My skin was raw from my exposure to open vacuum, chafing in my armor. But I couldn't shake the idea of how impossible it was that, despite everything, I was still alive. I called a halt at the crest of a small ridge about a kilometer from the first outlying domes of Valley City. The ridge was split in 2 by the main road that ran to and under the city's scaffolded levels, all the way to the Capitol building at Olympus Mons. Roan and Brick took a few moments to check in with the females before double-checking their weapons. We looked like refugees. Ragged, run-down, war-torn refugees. Because we are, I thought. The Kilmary, females and warriors alike, had their shoulders hunched, eyes down, desperation rolling off of them in waves. Resolute we may be, but the reality of finding a safe place, even for a moment just to catch our breath, seemed an impossibility. Stiletto patted me on the shoulder and pointed. Edge, there's a hovercraft parking garage on the ground level. If I remember right, it doesn't get used much. I nodded. We can make our stay there for a few hours then? She shrugged. With the weaponry you guys are packing and Ron walking around with a multi-million credit artificial intelligence core, you're going to get noticed eventually. Roan, holding the AI as if it were a child, scowled. His name is Roan, I corrected. Whatever. Blending in is going to be a problem. That's all I'm saying, I frowned. What do you mean? The longer we stand around here, the greater our chances of being discovered. We should go. I didn't argue with her. I gave the signal and gestured forward. We crested the ridge, giving the road a wide berth. The city limits didn't have a wall or a barricade of any kind, for which I was grateful. No checkpoints, no armed guards, just ridges and depressions in the red earth, until the atmospheric domes and more rigid structures sprouted up to form the city. Now that early morning had arrived. I could see people in the distance, very tall people with golden orange skin and baggy clothing, the color of the surrounding landscape. I didn't see any weapons, though. We might be in the clear after all, I thought. The parking garage was a rectangular structure 3 levels high, the floor littered with paper waste and biodegradable food boxes, the contents of which were decaying into powdered clumps. The smell of burnt ozone from recently firing reactors warred with the stink of rotting waste. I hoped that meant Stiletto was right, that few Martians frequented this place. I led the Kilmori under the overhang of the first level, slipping past a few of the hovercraft until I found an industrial-sized recycled dumpster between 2 of the support pillars. The smell was horrendous, but I figured this would keep the majority of the people from snooping in our direction. Roan set EV down next to the recycler and sat on it with a sigh. Semna sat next to him, Ordi and Nilla on either side of her. The rest of the females circled up around them, seating themselves on the rough floor. Brick and I will take first watch, I announced, more because I needed to talk with him than because I wanted the company. Damer and Skaz, you're up next. We'll catch a little sleep and start fresh once we've all had a chance to recover. Stiletto opened her mouth to add something, then stopped. A series of clicks echoed in the thin air. I would know those sounds anywhere. I'd been hearing them since I was 7 years old, since my first days at the Solus Hegemony's Youth Academy. Firearms, safety selectors flipping, hammers being drawn back. A harsh voice said, "Hands up and turn around, slowly." So much for the smell keeping people away. I sighed to myself. Chapter 9. I didn't put my hands up. Whoa, I'm a badass, right? No, actually it wasn't about that. It might be counterintuitive to disobey a command when the person giving that command has a firearm pointed at your head. But let me explain something to you. When it comes to life and death situations, you only get one chance. It might be immediate, or it might come when you least expect it. But the bottom line is, there's always a chance. So when someone points a gun at me and demands I put my hands up, I don't. Not right away. They're going to be expecting movement when they see me start to raise my hands. If I'm going to try something, it's going to be at that exact moment. The fraction of a second delay in their response might be the difference between living to see another day and getting dragged down to your knees and watching a round burst through the front of your skull right before the lights go out forever. Discernment is key here. If there isn't an immediate opportunity, comply until there is, because no one's perfect, and there will be one. Just one. I turned slowly, keeping my hands by my sides. "Who the hell are you?" My voice came out muffled from behind my helmet. 20-some-odd Martians were moving from the far side of the garage toward us, handguns raised. A dozen more took up defensive positions, using several nearby hovercraft as cover. They were taller and thinner than average, but not frail-looking. The baggy, threaded clothing they wore sported strange designs, sweeping lines and splotches of solid accent colors that, to my admittedly untrained eye, seemed random. Their boots were gray, covered in scuffs and smears of red dirt. Must be a rough life on Mars, I thought, sizing them up. Or at least it is for these people. "I told you to raise your fucking hands." I wasn't sure she was female until she spoke. Her scalp was shaved clean, and not a single grain of hair was visible. In its place were 3 raised pieces of metal that ran from the top of her forehead back to the crown of her skull, like teeth on a gear. Skin had grown up around the base of the implants. Her eyes were all pupils, deep, neon green pupils. I didn't know what that meant, but I guessed it was some kind of enhanced biotech. I know. Good guess, right? Nice one, jackass. Remember, I was ignorant of the ways of the galaxy, including its actual history and the sorts of technology available to people. I was raised in a box, forced to play war games my whole life, kept in the dark about anything resembling the real world. I'm not asking for pity here, but would a little consideration kill you? She rotated the firearm in her hand 45 degrees, then returned it to right side up. I didn't understand the gesture. The weapon was a slug thrower, probably a 9mm, and it looked old, ancient old. I wondered if weapons weren't allowed here on Mars or if modern weaponry was out of her budget. Gauging the distance between her and myself, I decided I could draw my PAR beam and put a charged particle round through her face. I'd take a shot to my armor, which wouldn't risk any serious harm to myself. But Stiletto and the females weren't wearing armor. That and 20 more handguns in the fray would result in Kilmery deaths I didn't want. I slowly raised my hands. Creaking armor behind me told me the rest of the warriors were mimicking my gesture. That's better. The woman nodded. Her eyes clicked, the sound oddly like pulling the pin on a grenade. I don't know if that was a mechanical blink or just a minor power surge. It was about this time that I started to notice that the humanity of the people around me was somewhat incomplete. All had some machine parts installed into their body, whether it was cybernetic limbs, one or both machine eyes, or a few with one of the raised transmitter-receiver pieces in their skull, seemingly a lesser version of what their boss had in triplicate. Two of the men behind her stepped forward, stuffed their handguns into their pants, and pulled devices from their cargo pockets. They moved around between us, holding the devices in front of our faces for a few seconds before moving to the next person. Once they'd finished scanning, photographing, or whatever they were doing, they returned to the woman's side. One of the men showed her his device. She frowned, still training her weapon on me. This is interesting. Unknown biosignature on most of you. One blue blood renegade and a hegemony soldier. A Class 1 artificial intelligence core taken from an IGO destroyer. Strange. That armor, though, she clicked her teeth. That's not of hegemony make. Exotic material. Never seen anything like it. EV came from a government warship, I thought. Why hadn't she told us that? I didn't know how this woman could possibly know all that about us. About me, especially. As far as I knew, I wasn't branded or marked and didn't have a tracking device installed. The hegemony was all about money. They cut costs at every turn. It was why they didn't issue lower-ranking soldiers trident armor and PAR beams. I had many questions, but I wasn't in a position to ask them. I didn't know what to say, so I just kept my mouth shut. The woman made the rotating gesture with her handgun again. You're encroaching on Machinist Guild territory, stranger. If you know what's good for you, you better sell me. What? A wicked smile curled the corner of her mouth. A dimple appeared on one of her cheeks. Sell me. Why shouldn't I kill you all right now? All that equipment, the AI, the military-grade weaponry, that's a fortune you're carrying. I could put that to good use. This is your opportunity to sell me on the idea that your lives are worth more than all those yum-yums you're packing. My mind raced. Sell her? I didn't know anything about her. Anybody would want to get their hands on what we were packing. I didn't have enough to go off of to the syndicate, I reminded myself. We were going to trade our combat proficiency for a deal. That might work here too. It's a long story, I said, but the short version is that we're warriors, soldiers from a faraway planet, displaced by the hegemony. I'm not sure what your problems are. You haven't even told me your name. But I'm willing to say if you hear me out, you'll find we aren't carrying this fortune because of its credit value. This is military-grade equipment, and we know how to use it. She glanced at one of the men beside her. He shrugged, overemphasizing the gesture. The woman stepped toward me and lowered the gun. She held out a hand. I shook it. Her fingers wrapped completely around my hand, tips brushing against her thumb. Her skin was warm and rough, the kind of rough that comes from working with your hands for a living. Not bad for a hegemony automaton, she said. The smile widened on her face, producing a second dimple on the other cheek. You may call me Citadel. Let's have that conversation then. Edge of Kilmery, I replied. Citadel and her two closest men led me away from the group, almost completely on the opposite side of the garage. I was pleased they didn't bother to remove my weapons. Apparently they were pretty confident I wasn't about to pull something. They shouldn't have been. I was still considering the odds. If I killed their leader, would the rest of them scatter? I had no information on this Machinist Guild. No idea if they were petty criminals, fronting as a larger, more capable criminal enterprise, or if they were actually as organized as they claimed to be. There were too many unknowns for me to make a rash decision. I decided not to put it to the test. We passed by more than a few hovercraft, though most of the parking slots were painted lines with nothing parked between them. In passing, I noticed the vehicles were in various states of disrepair. Panels open and covered in finger-shaped smears of grease, parts removed, wire bundles exposed. Shards of broken plastic and dry rotted epoxy were left scattered across the ground. The dumpster smell was slowly overtaken by the odor of carbon dust, hydraulic fluid, and burnt oil. She reached the edge of the overhang and sat on a curb that separated the road from the garage, gesturing for me to take a seat beside her. I did, and then just to ease any tension on her part, I removed my helmet and set it on the curb next to me. "I see that my scanners do their job," she said. "You clearly have the mark of the hegemony on you." I frowned. "The mark?" She pointed 2 fingers to her eyes. Her green pupils shrank for a second, then returned to their full size. "I see things you can't. One benefit of being in the guild." "Okay," I said, trying to figure out what she was getting at, but not quite understanding. "So you can scan my brain or something?" She smiled, and it was full of pity. It pissed me off, but I bit my tongue. "Or something." "I'm not going to lie to you," I said. "We're on the run. Hegemony's up our ass. Has been since... for a while now." Citadel pursed her lips, but didn't say anything. Her hand rested on the slug thrower in her waistband. I tried not to, but I kept glancing at it, wondering when she was going to take her hand off of it so I could relax. "These people," I nodded in the direction we came from, "these are my people, the Kilmori. Yet, edge of Kilmori, you are saturated with the stink of a soulless hegemony foot soldier. I was sent there to purge them, to their homeworld, a faraway planet. The hegemony betrayed me, left me for dead. The Kilmori took me in, saved my life, trained me, made me one of them. The galaxy hasn't seen much of them, of us, because we never left. Not until we were forced." Citadel's eyes blinked rapidly, clicking and whirring with electronic activity. "Go on," she said, eyes continuing to buzz. "No one knows who we are. No one except the hegemony. But that's a good thing, because no one knows what to expect from us. I was en route to Earth, trying to contact something called the Syndicate. Put ourselves up as hired guns, since it's the only service we know how to provide. Once we amass enough of a bankroll, we're getting a ship and going off to find a new homeworld. One the hegemony doesn't know about, or at least doesn't care about." Citadel's eyes stopped, frozen with pupils dilated to slits. "The Syndicate is a myth," she said with an edge to her voice. "Oculus branch propaganda." "Oculus branch?" I arched an eyebrow. She laughed, her voice crackling with phlegm. I was starting to detect a dialect in her voice. She enunciated consonants forcefully and emphasized the first syllable of words almost exclusively. I wasn't sure if that was a local thing peculiar to Mars or just a personal quirk of hers. "Tell me you were with the Enforcement Division without telling me you were with the Enforcement Division. The Oculus branch is the IGO's intelligence wing. Nothing goes on in the entire galaxy that they don't know about. They have agents everywhere, scattered across every strata of society, on every world, in every organization. Sleeper agents. When things start tipping toward unrest, the IGO taps the Oculus branch to activate these agents. Nothing is outside their purview. File alterations, destruction of evidence, sensitive data leaks, and even political assassinations. Anything to preserve their public image. The Syndicate is one of those stories. So there's no such thing as a bounty hunters guild? No organization that contracts soldiers with combat experience?" Citadel shrugged. "There could be such organizations, but if you believe the Syndicate is real, you're naive. I'm still waiting, by the way." She nodded at one of her men. He pressed the barrel of his 9mm against my temple. It took some effort, but I didn't flinch. I kept my eyes locked on hers. "If the Syndicate is just a story, that makes things simple enough for us." "Does it?" she asked. "Yeah. I don't know what you do here, but if you need some muscle, some extra guns, that's our specialty." Citadel slipped her hand from her pistol and rested it on the curb at her side. "I want to believe you, Edge of Kilmori. I confess to you I am considering your offer very seriously. But," she smiled, You need to sweeten the deal. How exactly? You haven't mentioned the blue blood traveling with you. How did you come to know her? I tensed. I didn't hold a lot of allegiance to Stiletto, despite her helping get us this far. I tried to return her to New Lexington, thought I had until she appeared on the ship, trying to inhale a dozen different types of toxic chemicals. My first priority was the Kilmery, but something didn't sit right with me betraying her to Citadel either. It just wouldn't be right. I'm still not clear on the whole blue blood thing, I admitted, hoping to stall for some time to think. Citadel saw right through me. My question first, then I can explain in detail. Okay, if she's planning to fill me in on that, she's not planning on killing me. For now, I said, she's on the run too. Citadel waved a hand, a keep-going gesture. I sighed. She wouldn't tell me everything. That's the truth. All I know is that she's got some family problems. Doesn't like her mother? Very much. Oh? She ran a finger over one of the implants on her head, almost the same way a person might swipe fingers through their hair. And who is her mother? She's the administrator on Jupiter Station. Cidadel's eyes flashed 3 times in quick succession. Does that mean I won the lottery? The snide thought was a manifestation of hope more than a joke. You will work for me. It wasn't a question. Citadel shifted her legs to face me directly. Give me the girl and I will give you the deal of a lifetime. Deal of a lifetime? I asked, not bothering to hide my surprise. You've got my attention. Citadel popped up to her feet, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, and waved her comrade down. He lowered the handgun and posted up a meter behind me, crossed his arms, and fixed me with a flat stare. You are, after all, on Machinist Guild territory. I could kill you all now for the simple crime of trespassing, but I think that would be a waste. I want 1 suit of your armor and the girl. No can do. I stood and crossed my arms. I had to look up to make eye contact with her. The 2 men on either side of me bristled, but kept their firearms pointed at the ground. I left my helmet on the curb, trying to communicate that my intentions were nonviolent. That's not how we negotiate on Mars, Edge of Kilmery. Citadel clicked her teeth. But it is how we negotiate on Kilmery, I said pointedly, which means one thing. I held up a finger, pausing for effect. You can have the girl after we do whatever job you have for us. She's integral to my battle plan. Citadel scoffed. Blue bloods wouldn't know a slug thrower from a particle beam rifle. I nodded. She doesn't, but she's useful in other areas. Citadel burst into a fit of raucous laughter. I don't need to know that you're fucking Edge. You can just tell me she's important to you. We're not fucking, I growled. She's good with defeating security measures. The Martian flinched at my outburst. I brought my tone down a bit, surprised I'd gotten through to her like that with simple words. What did that mean? A hard-nosed criminal like her shouldn't be jumpy at a raised voice, should she? Here it is, I said. After the job, I'll give you my armor. I keep the girl, you get whatever business handled that you need, and then you give us a ship to get off-world. You offer a grain of sand and ask for the galaxy on a silver platter. No, I shook my head. You said yourself how much one of these armor rigs is worth. Exotic material, right? The only planet in the galaxy you can find this brand of exotic material on was burned into a radioactive wasteland by the Solus hegemony. There's 7. We lost someone before we could get everybody out. There are 6 of these armor rigs in the entire galaxy. The laws of supply and demand. I imitated weighing scales with my hands. Citadel wagged her chin at one of her men and said, Sir do. Sir do, he replied in a deep, gravelly voice. Contact Mastriono. Tell him big bye. No look before. Once-in-a-lifetime acquisition. Of course, he smiled. It was all teeth. Time and place? Citadel cast a sidelong look at me, then said, 8 days, usual place. The man clapped his hands to his thighs and stood to his full height, head and shoulders taller than Citadel, and departed without another word. You, she said, tapping a long finger against my chest plate, are making out like a corsair here. We'll do the job, I said, whatever it is. Then you pay up. Citadel laughed long and low. I want this job done right. I think to start, you get comfortable here. Spend a few days, get to know us. You might like it here. I looked around at the glorified landfill they called a parking garage. I doubt it, I said. She clapped her hands together, rubbing them eagerly. For starters, there are some modifications my people would like to make to your armor. I opened my mouth to protest. She cut me off with a raised finger. No ulterior motives here. If you are as combat effective as you claim, you will appreciate this. She tapped the 3 implants on her head. The mineral of your armor's makeup is one thing. Imagine if you were equipped with military-grade sensors, the most advanced avionics packages, space-rated suits, weapon systems even. I will do this for you. Out of the kindness of your heart, I quipped. Her eyes narrowed, a shadow falling over her face. Oh no, the last shred of kindness was removed from my heart years ago, Edge. Make no mistake. She leaned in, her nose millimeters from mine. Her breath carried hints of sour milk. I am one cold-hearted bitch. What's in it for you then? I asked. Without these upgrades to your armor, you will have no chance of success. I never send my people on suicide missions, Edge. We're not your people, I reminded her. Until the job is done, she countered, ire building in her voice. You most certainly are. Chapter 10. The first night was awkward. There's no other word for it. The Machinist Guild made their beds up one level in Valley City, on the first floor of a rundown casino, the likes of which I hope never to frequent again. According to Sheryl, as long as we were with her people, the Martian patrol wouldn't ask any questions and would even go out of their way to keep their distance. I'll confess now that it didn't make sense to me. How could she have so much pull with the authorities? Who was she exactly? I didn't know. What I did know was that she gave orders and people jumped to accommodate her. That solidified at least some legitimacy to her position in my mind. Brick sidled up to me once we left the parking garage, mounting the spiral staircase of heavy wrought ironworks toward the first level. He lifted his helmet slightly, allowing his words to slip out at a relatively low volume without echoing into unintelligibility. We cannot trust these people, he said gruffly. You think I don't know that? I grumbled. It's Dexter all over again. I see it too. Problem is, like with Dexter, we don't really have any other options. He patted his parbeam. There are always options, Patron. I shook my head. Shoot first, ask questions later? That only works in the vids. Vids? He asked. Never mind, it won't work. Plus, they're going to upgrade our armor. He stiffened. Upgrade? Yeah, the Solus Hegemony's special operators. You remember History's armor? How it was different from ours. I think that's because he modified it. I wondered about it, if he did it himself, or if he had it upgraded somewhere else. Maybe a place like this, maybe somewhere different, but it doesn't matter. Point is, his armor was rated for space. He had sensors, something stuffed inside that helmet of his, that made it better. More effective. It's how he guided us out of the tunnels when we tried, during the escape. History, he sighed. I wish that brother was still with us. Never wanted to bear the mantle, but he would have done better than you. I don't doubt that for a second, I said, gritting my teeth. But the fact is, Brick, he isn't here. So you're stuck with me. We will see. He slipped the helmet back over his chin and widened his stride, stepping away from me. Stiletto and Semna were walking next to each other. I moved faster to come between them. I got us a deal, I said. It's not what anybody wants, but we're going to get a ship at the end of it. No strings attached, a real ship. Stiletto smiled a little too widely. That's great. They're going to make sure it's fully stocked with missiles and a deflector shield too, right? I gave her a serious look. She shrugged. Just saying, you need to know what you are getting yourself into here, Edge. My body was in pain. My head throbbed. My skin was raw from exposure to the vacuum of space, further exacerbated by my march under the sea. So much had happened in such a brief span of time that I was starting to lose track of things. The girders of my psyche strained under the mounting weight of death, pursuit, narrow escape, and threats of death once again. I felt trapped and helpless, like a child. I had no desire to spend any of whatever time I had left in a box, physical or not. I know what I'm getting myself into, I told Stiletto, but it's not just me, it's all of us. I watched the Machinist Guild's people carefully as they led us into the casino, but I didn't see any signs that they were overly interested in what I was saying. On second thought, with all that tech crammed into their skulls, they could probably hear a mouse fart in a windstorm 3 clicks away. I mentioned I was raised in a box, right? I didn't know what to expect from a casino. I was taken aback by the sight of it. As run down as this area of Valley City was, the casino was a flame the color of credits designed to draw in the desperate and the addicts like moths, and it did so in droves. Backlit by orange lighting, shadows in the shape of male and female dancers shifted and moved inside the walls. The center of the place was carpeted with a pattern in the threads that glowed a pale green, like a psychedelic, freshly cut lawn of grass. Posted up in the center of the room, dozens of open capsules stood with hollow screens shifting over their faces. Like monoliths, they were scattered in a vague grid contained between a paneled walkway that bordered the gambling area. The ceiling was a distorted shadow that rippled and coalesced with lighted diodes in sequence, giving the effect of tides ebbing and flowing in an ocean of light. The people ambling between machines gave our group a wide berth. Citadel led the way, chin up, flanked by her 2 closest guards, carrying herself like she was some kind of royalty. We passed the elevators, a bar that declared itself Square One Refreshments, and a quaint diner whose holographic sign was switched off. The smell of burnt grease and industrial cleaning chemicals warred for dominance until we rounded the corner and found ourselves in a narrow hallway lined with doors. Here, my palate collected vape smoke and Martian dust. Citadel stopped abruptly, bringing the entire group to a halt. "Accommodations will be made for you, Edge." One of the guards leaned in, whispering in her ear. She nodded. "Space available means you'll be 2 to a room, starting at the far end of the hallway here." I nodded. Up and down the line, my kill Marie remained placid. "The only rule here," Citadel paused long enough for her cyborg eyes to click, almost like a glitch, "is to remember that you are our guest. Don't go snooping, don't start anything with anyone, and we won't have any problems. Clear?" I said, "We'll keep to ourselves until you need us. Settle in then. We will cover meals in the casino, so help yourself. And welcome to Mars." Behind me, Stiletto snorted. Once everyone was settled in, I entered my room with the keypad code Citadel's guard had given me. 2 small mattresses rested on the floor, a knee-high icebox between them. There were no windows in the room either, just thin aluminum panels painted over with an off-white that had faded to an almost gray decades ago. It felt more like being inside a spacecraft than a building on the ground of a planet, and it smelled like the inside of a refrigerator. Not coolant, which is more of an industrial kind of smell I'd expect in a garage. This was like stale Freon. Malstat had the same feel, I remembered, wrinkling my nose. Minus the smell. Odd that I had spent such a short time underground with the Kilmary, and somehow the rocky cave walls had felt more like home than the machine-made, man-assembled buildings I'd lived in for the majority of my life. My armor reeked of salt water and the coppery odor of the Martian dust that clung to it. Skaz already had his armor off and was wiping it furiously with a hand towel, flinging clumps of salt and dry dirt onto the carpet. His face was impassive, though the thin scar on his left cheek gave him a gruffness that made him look perpetually pissed off. "Shouldn't you be doing that in the shower?" I asked. Skaz continued to scrub at the grime caught around the edges of his chest plate, intensely focused. It was too intense, though, and I knew it was because he was avoiding saying something. "We're doing the right thing here. You know that, right?" I asked, unstrapping my own armor. He stopped. "Doing what you have to, Patron, is not always doing what is right." "What do you mean?" "We're on the precipice of disaster. We fought, and we lost. The only option left to us was to run. We did that, and now we are no longer a free people. We are forced to offer up our arms and armor to secure another few days of life. A few meals of foreign make, another ship. You made the deal with that slaver, and no one faulted you for it." I disagreed with that, remembering the near mutiny I'd had to fend off from Brick when I announced I'd struck a deal with Dexter. Skaz had backed me then, though, and that had meant a lot to me. Skaz shook his head. "But this will not work for us, not in the long run." I finished pulling my armor plates off and settled them in a pile at the foot of the bed. We have our immediate situation figured out. We need to get this thing handled so we can move on to accomplishing that. Without having our short term in the bag, we won't have a chance at anything long term. Long term is a luxury for those who are secure in the interim, Skaz. He punctuated his words by returning to the scrubbing. Clear signal, conversation over. I shrugged out of my under armor and opted to clean my armor in the shower. I scraped off nearly a full kilogram of dried, crusted salt from the plates and another few handfuls of grainy Martian earth, which I slopped into a pile at the base of the shower unit and palmed the sensor to get the water flowing. I sat there, physically exhausted, mentally drained, and emotionally void, watching the water chew at the pile of junk, chipping away at it bit by bit until all that remained was a collection of pebbles, too large to fit through the slots in the cover. Something prevented me from looking at myself in the mirror. I didn't need to see the extent of the damage to my skin. I knew it was bad. I dialed down the heat setting to lukewarm and stepped under the stream of water. There was no one watching me enter the shower, but I still clenched my abdomen to prevent myself from flinching as the water fell over my broken skin like a sheet of daggers. Intense pain, nagging and sharp, walked over me from head to toe. I stayed in the shower for 5 full minutes. The pain never receded, never dulled. Each drop of water was a new surprise, the tip of a blade poking through 2 layers of skin. I picked a spot on the slate wall of the shower and stared at it through the cascade of falling drops. This hurts because you are alive. As bad as things were, they could always get worse. No, I thought, switching the water off. This is the bottom of the pit. From here it was do or die. Chapter 11. The mattress was thin, but it wasn't just that. The shower cleaned whatever funk had tried to settle into the raw patches on my skin, but the healing process had only just begun, and it was painful. I decided I needed something, food, water, anything at this point, to refocus my attention. Our special AI found herself plugged into the casino's electrical grid. She had to remain in a state of hibernation to avoid overtaxing the grid, but we didn't have a pressing need for her at the moment. So I let her stay dormant. I slipped into my under armor and left Skaz sleeping like a rock on his mattress next to Evie's core. The hallway was deserted with the exception of one of Sidorel's men who stood on guard, handguns secured in a drop holster, arms crossed over his chest. He had a slight scowl on his face that deepened when I approached. He parted his arms to rest one hand on his handgun. It was a cybernetic hand fitted into the flesh of his wrist. "So do," he said stiffly. "Is that like your way of saying hi or something?" His facial expression didn't change, and he didn't reply. "Okay," I said awkwardly. "Do you have a name then?" "Cavil." "Cavil," I asked. "You guys have a dining facility around here?" He shrugged and threw a thumb over his shoulder. "The bar has drinks, bar food." "Bar food?" Seeing that I didn't understand exactly what that meant, Cavil squeezed his face with one long-fingered hand and sighed. "Should be able to find something you can eat there, automaton. Better than what the hegemony pumps into your kind or packs in your kit when you're off conquering new worlds for them." He said it like an accusation. I frowned. Is it really that obvious I was with the hegemony? He crossed his arms and opted not to reply. "It's not like I chose that life," I told him. "My parents sold me." "They tell you that?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. "Of course," I said. "They're proud of it." His countenance softened a little, a hairline crack in a steel mask. "Try the kelp burger." The bar wasn't crowded, for which I was grateful. I wasn't trying to run into any locals and have a bunch of questions asked. Way out of my element, I was sure anyone who took a look at me would know it immediately. I took a seat at one of the open bar stools and asked the bartender for a kelp burger. He reached under the counter and retrieved a cylindrical tube filled with deep green and yellow sludge. After a few vigorous shakes, he cracked a tab at the top and inverted the cylinder. Clumps of something like chopped up pickles slopped onto a small hot plate with angry sizzles. Pungent puffs of steam billowed off the stuff as it cooked, emanating waves of salt water and brine. I tried not to wrinkle my nose despite the offensive odor. The bartender dropped the empty cylinder into a waste receptacle beneath the bar and turned back to face me. His bronze complexion, dark hair, and perfectly straight smile could have been featured on any advertisement hologram. 3 minutes for the burger? Beverage of choice? He rasped. I did a double take at the contrast between his smooth features and his harsh voice. Something strong. Yeah, we got that. Color? I frowned. Color? He gave me a pitying smile and said, Yes, sir, color. This wouldn't happen to be your first time on Mars, would it? Can you tell? I asked, annoyed. Let me clue you in on something. You'll be best off taking blue, seeing's how that's the direction you came from. He nodded toward Cavill. But it's the law, I have to ask. I make drinks of any color. A drink is a drink, and as long as someone's covering the cost, credits are credits. But you don't declare an allegiance. You'll get harassed to death by the locals, my friend. That seems strange. Strange? He balked. You have a look about you, my friend, that doesn't fit around here. You're the stranger. This is just how things work on this rock. Of course, I said evenly. Just trying to get my bearings is all. Blue is your workers' party. Red is the administration party. You've got a different organization for every other color. It really gets confusing when you get to the environmentalist party. They're green, and there's about 20 different sub-parties, each with their own shades. Okay, I waved a hand to dismiss the whole conversation. Just give me something blue and harsh. Coming up. I watched as he set a tumbler glass on the bar top with one hand, tossed a bottle half filled with a dark amber liquid, and inverted it. The stream came out in an arch, almost forming an S shape in the lower gravity as it found its way into the glass. Once the liquid rose to fill half the glass, the bartender pulled a cigar-shaped tube from under the bar top, flipped the cap, and shook it. A small tablet dropped into the liquid. Rather than splashing, a thick column of dark blue smoke puffed up out of the glass. Pop smoke! Blue on the scene! The bartender barked. A handful of patrons at machines, one at the other end of the bar, and a cluster of people walking the tile that bordered the gambling floor, all raised glasses. Glasses filled to varying degrees with a bright blue liquid. One and all, they echoed the toast. Blue on the scene! The bartender scooped up the kelp patty and dropped it onto a thin bun, drizzled something that smelled like pesto sauce over it, and capped it with the other half of the bun. He set the plate down next to the beverage and did a double take between me and the still full glass. Common courtesy to at least sip your beverage when you're getting toasted there, stranger. The glass I'd noticed was now smoke-free. I picked it up and examined it, my nose nearly touching the rim. The liquid was the brightest cayenne, almost like an X-ray in the intensity of its glow. It smelled like something I'd used to clean the latrines back on Melstadt. Clamping down on my gag reflex, I threw back half the glass. It was like drinking liquid fire. The back of my throat ached immediately as the alcohol chewed its way down into my stomach, poking and prodding with caustic fingers until it settled in my gut like a swaying flame at the end of a match. A subtle heat spread from my stomach like a blanket unfurling, tingling at the tender layers beneath my raw skin. I sighed with contentment. My posture relaxed, my guard slipped. I ate the kelp burger. I knew from the moment I took that first bite that I'd never eat another one. The brine of ocean water hadn't quite cooked out of it. If I hadn't been completely famished, I wouldn't have finished it. As it was, I knew it was nutritious and that my aching body needed something to fuel it. I washed down every bite with a bit of the alcohol until the burger was gone, and my stomach was sour but satisfied. You must do something with her, Jon, Sheryl said. I started, nearly falling off the bar stool. Two large Martians held Stiletto by the arms. Her boots dangled above the floor. Sheryl, what's going on? I asked. The cyborg traced the outline of one of the metal ridges protruding from her skull, her neon green eyes boring into me. The lack of humanity in her eyes made it difficult to get a read on her. It's not all bullshit, that saying about eyes being windows into the soul, but her stiff body language told me enough. We caught her attempting to hotwire one of our darts. My sour stomach did a flip. You what? I asked, trying to stall for time in him. Sheryl wasn't having it. She grabbed a fistful of Stiletto's dreadlocks and yanked her chin up. Stiletto growled. It was an angsty, frustrated sound. I heard notes of desperation in it. She wasn't boosting. She was looking for chemicals, I realized. Siderel nodded. She has exhibited this behavior in the past with you? I dodged the question by picking up my glass. I held it up as if I were about to offer a toast. You told me a little bit about yourself, Siderel. You know about me and the hegemony? Everyone's got something in their past. I downed the last of my drink and set the glass on the counter. Something they're running from, or something they buried and want to stay buried. I know you're not from here, Edge, but on Mars, hijacking spacecraft is a serious offense. The local courts often rule for the death penalty. The death penalty? I echoed. Siderel nodded, her plump lips separating in a wicked smile. She didn't speak because she didn't need to say anything else. She had me with my back against the wall and a metaphorical gun to my head. If she wanted to, she could make this an issue and alter the deal. The way she was looking at me, she knew I was feeling the weight of it. I cleared my throat and took a step towards Stiletto. Thanks for returning her to me. I'll set her straight. Silence hung thick in the air. I glanced from Siderel to each of the Martians holding Stiletto up off the ground. Neither of them seemed to be breaking a sweat, or straining at all to keep her held aloft this whole time. Admittedly, gravity was a third of the standard here, but still. These guys weren't exactly pushovers. After a much longer moment that stretched into several seconds of awkward tension, Siderel relented. The next time any of your people go snooping around our garage, there will be no courtesy. Understood, I said, feeling stupid, but not knowing what else to say. The Martians holding Stiletto's arms loosened their grip. Her boots thunked against the deck. A giant mop of hair flung over her face, leaving just her chin to poke out from under it. I offered Stiletto my hand. She refused to take it, refused to lift her chin or even to look at me. More trouble than she's worth, I lamented. I made her sit at the bar with me, forced her to eat a kelp burger, which she didn't complain about. The way she destroyed that burger, I couldn't help but wonder when was the last time she ate. Her grease-stained fingers gripped the pale bun, leaving dark, tiny smudges when she set it down between bites, chewing vigorously and doing her best to ignore me. Stiletto, you can't be doing this, I said for the fourth time. She sighed, swallowed the last bite, and deflated. Her eyes focused on something over the bartender's head. I tried to follow her gaze, but didn't see anything aside from bottles of various liquors and a mirror behind them. Our reflections were hidden behind the assortment of alcohol. Edge, she said softly, I know what I can and can't do. I'm an adult. I'm 25 years old. You're 25, I said, giving it a moment's thought. When are you going to start acting like it? She turned to look at me so fast that her hair whipped. There was ice in her gaze. What do you know about it? You with the baby face? What are you, like 15? I bristled. I'm 20, 21 now? However old I am exactly, I know enough to know that the way you're going, you'll be dead within a year. Her reply was a snort and a rolling of the eyes. It made my blood boil. They always say that, she said nonchalantly. Oh, you're living too fast, too hard. You're gonna crash and burn. Blah, blah, fucking blah. No one cares. Nobody cares about me. Nobody cares about what I've been through, the things I've seen, what's happened to me. Nobody cares. As if it were a confirmation that proved everything, she whispered, nobody. Stiletto, I said gently. Now that you've eaten, let me walk you back to your room. She arched an eyebrow and pursed her lips. Nothing weird, I promised, and meant it. I just need to make sure you're staying out of trouble. You going to be the one to keep me out of trouble? She licked her bottom lip and bit it suggestively. Stop. I stood and tucked my bar stool under the bar top. Both her brows shot up. She pursed her lips for a few seconds before following me out of the bar. I couldn't tell if she was offended or impressed at my lack of interest. Running to catch up to me, she asked, You're 20 years old, but do you even have a pulse? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Never mind, she sighed. So, what do we do from here then? We hold up on our end of the deal, I said. We slipped past Cavil and entered the hallway. Stiletto lowered her voice. In case you can't tell, Edge, these aren't normal people. They're the Machinist Guild. That doesn't mean anything to me. It should. She grabbed fistfuls of her hair. Why? Because they do things, man. She yanked her hands out of her wild bundle of hair and waved them around like a crazy person. They do bad things, same as anyone else who's tired of being desperate and living on the scraps handed out in the IGO's subsistence lines. They realized a long time ago that if they don't want to keep living meal to meal at the mercy and whim of the IGO, their only option is to take what other people have. So what? They're like, thieves? I asked. Stiletto stopped walking. I stopped and turned to face her, searching her annoyed expression for any hint that I'd guessed right. They're like low-level organized crime. You made a deal with the Martian Mafia, Edge. Mafia! Stiletto groaned audibly. Oh my... Lower your voice, I hissed a little too loudly. The door behind Stiletto opened. Orty poked her head out, dark Kilmori eyes narrowed into slits. What is this? She barked. I spread my hands apart in a gesture of innocence. Stiletto crossed her arms and said, Private conversation between the boss and I. Orty stared, blank-faced. What? Stiletto shrugged. Are we not permitted to talk or something? Orty blinked. There is nothing private about the two of you yelling at each other. And you must not address the patron with such lack of decorum. It is insulting. He can handle it. Not to him. It is our custom. You insult all Kilmori people with your insolence. Stiletto's mouth hung open. Orty retreated back into her room, the door sealed shut. Stiletto wheeled around to shoot me a death glare, but I was over her shenanigans. I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her against the wall. She recoiled under the pressure. I'm going to talk and you're going to listen. My nose millimeters from hers, I looked into each of her eyes, pouring all of my frustration and rage into that look. I wanted her to look at me and know that I was done screwing around, that I wasn't going to let her get away with anything anymore. She'd run out of second chances, and I wanted her to know that. I wanted her to see the weight of everything I was carrying, to feel some of it herself. I wanted her to be scared of me. She flinched, tensed, but didn't fight me. I saw it in her eyes. She knew she'd gone too far. This is it for you, Stiletto. I'm on board with you helping us out. I want that. What I can't have, what I will not tolerate, is you putting my people in danger. I'm not in a position to clean up after you or rescue you. Not anymore. This thing we're facing, it's an existential crisis. Her face remained frozen. Her eyes danced back and forth between mine, quivering ever so slightly. Not with tears, but with emotion. I could feel it myself. I was getting through to her. For reasons I didn't understand, she needed to hear this. So I drove it home. I'm not doing this for you. I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for my people. I took in a deep breath and slowly let it out. My grip tightened on her shoulders. She flinched. If it means keeping them alive, for even one more day, I will not hesitate to sacrifice you. Tears formed in her eyes. Her shoulders twitched in my grip. Do you get it now? I asked. Her brows narrowed, just enough to be noticeable. Do you get it? The force of air leaving my diaphragm pelted her straight in the face. Tears dropped from her eyes, skipping along her cheeks to fall slowly to the carpet, where they landed too gently to make a sound. Stiletto's face teemed with a mixture of sadness, anger, disbelief, and pain. Yes, when she said it, her voice was so thick with emotion the vowel dropped out. I let go of her. Go to your room, behave yourself. Don't force me to make the call. She marched down the hall, hair bouncing with each step. I watched her go, thinking to myself, that girl is one hell of a mess. Chapter 12. The kelp burger was such a travesty, I consumed most of my calories from the ration packs offered at the pharmacy in the back of this casino. Since the Machinist Guild was covering the cost, I didn't hesitate to stock up for the Kilmori as a whole. Roan complained that his room became the designated stores area for our supplies. But he was the smallest warrior, and we didn't have any possessions aside from our weapons and armor, so there was plenty of room. The next few days went by slowly and painfully. There were a lot of moving pieces, but I was only loosely involved with them at this stage, and that meant there was a lot of downtime waiting on other people. I spent some of the time checking in with the Kilmori. The warriors were chomping at the bit, even the more typically reserved Plika. The piece of missing ear and the discolored patch of skin on his chin made him out to be the most intimidating looking of the warriors. He tended towards silent introspection and rarely offered his opinion, even when pressed. "These upgrades to the armor are going to be worth it," I told him. He shut down the conversation with a shrug and a non-committal, "So you say." Plika left without another word, and just like that, I took over equipment watch for the next few hours. We'd only agreed to allow our armor to be modified in the Machinist Guild's garage, and only under the condition that myself or one of the Kilmuri would be in the same room as the armor at all times. This made us feel secure that the Martians weren't going to walk off with pieces of it. Not to mention, it also gave each of us a bit of time to get familiar with the upgrades being installed. It's also where I met PETA. The Machinist Guild garage was beneath the casino and adjacent to the hovercraft parking garage where they'd accosted us at gunpoint. I hadn't forgotten that little fact, and I knew my Kilmori warriors hadn't either. The deal struck between us was tentative at best, and it felt like it. The air between myself and any of Citadel's people felt like it was charged with static, just waiting for a spark to set things off. We were ready for that, but we were grossly outnumbered, and with our armor currently under their control, a fight was ill-advised at the moment. I made sure to stress that point to everyone multiple times a day. After what happened with the Fighting Jupiter Brigade, before we did what we had to do, that had been a hiccup in the plan that had nearly cost us our shot at success. I was young, naive, and recovering from a lifetime of brainwashing. But the guiding principle in my rapidly devolving set of circumstances was to never make the same mistake twice. If I always managed to survive the first mistake, that's going to work out well for me, I thought. "Watch your step in here," a nasally voice complained. "This is an industrial area. Very sensitive tech. Look, but don't touch." The Machinist Guild's private garage lived up to its name in more ways than one. The ceiling from corner to corner was bathed in a harsh illumination, more fitting for a surgical chamber than a maintenance bay. That light slapped itself down over the walls, highlighting spinning gears, cogs, pulleys, nuts and bolts, and every type of hardware imaginable mounted right into the structure. I knew how complicated an old pendulum clock was to build. It was a favorite thing of the instructors at the Youth Academy to compare the Solus hegemony to such a complex invention, using phrases like, "a lot of moving parts over and over again." I'd always heard that, but I'd only seen holographic representations of the devices. Stepping inside that garage and catching the sweet aroma of jet fuel tamped by the sinus-rotting stench of electrical burn, I was awestruck at the integrated components that formed a moving system of parts and covered the walls from floor to ceiling. Within the cogs, gears, spindles, pinions, too many pieces, most of them spinning in one direction or the other. Around the circumference of the ceiling, a series of gears spaced a meter or so apart rode the teeth of smaller gears above and below, looping about in a sweeping circle that never ended. All of this was perfectly silent. No grinding, revving, or ratcheting. I stood in awe, trying to figure out how this could have been put together. It must have been a painstaking effort, something that took serious time and drive. I knew I felt that way about getting my people to a safe place, but I couldn't imagine having it for something as mundane was the wrong word, superfluous as a visual display like this. The gear wheels were of various sizes and types of metal, judging by the variance in their metallic sheens. But one section caught my eye in the almost painfully intensive light from above. It was a gear waterfall. Responsibility told me to go check on the armor upgrades, but curiosity called me over to the glittering section of the gear system. I approached it cautiously, studying it. Emerging from slots in the ceiling and disappearing from slots in the floor, gears cascaded down between slower spinning columns of cogs. The guiding columns were dark, precision-honed obsidian. The falling gears were the size of my thumbnail, each cog one of a series of precious metals or exotic elements: diamond, emerald, ruby, sapphire, anything and everything. This opulent display moved with blurring speed and with hardly more than a whistle in the air. I caught the drifting scent of aerosolized lubricant, which must have been used in abundance to keep the thousands of pieces all grinding away at each other without so much as a single kink in the operation. Pops and hisses like electricity arcing popped in the air behind me and went silent. A thin vein of burning metal drifted on the air. "Hey, don't get too close, or you'll lose a finger." I regarded the speaker, who was grumbling from one of the workbenches. He set down a soldering torch, the source of the smell, and set down the helmet. My helmet he had just been working on, to cross his arms and glare at me. He had a tech monocle over one of his eyes, though there was no strap holding it in place. The thing looked more like an optic on a rifle than it did a piece of eyewear. And when he looked up from his work to make sure I was hearing him, his eye took up the whole lens, making it appear double in size next to his normal eye. He wore shaggy, unkempt hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in a few weeks. "You aren't trying to lose a finger, are you? Those gears are quiet as hell, but it's a deception." "A deception?" I asked. An illusion," he corrected himself. "Anyways, who cares? Semantics aren't my strong suit." He hefted up the helmet. "But this is." It didn't look any different from the outside, but I decided to play nice. "What are you doing to it exactly?" He scoffed, picked up a small tool, and started fiddling